Chapter 201 The Enthusiastic Driver. Brother Gingxian, where are you taking me? It was still early, and there were still 2 hours before her meal, so she asked aloud. Where do you want to go? When Gingxian looked sideways at her, Shi Jinya thought for a while and said, why don't you invite me to drink milk tea? There's a new milk tea shop over there, and we usually like to go to Can. Naturally, he would not have any objections, and when he followed her to the milk tea shop and sat down, Shi Jinya looked at him sitting opposite, and felt that he seemed to have become handsome again. He felt her gaze, so he withdrew his gaze from looking at the store, and stopped on her body to meet her gaze. She didn't speak, and he didn't make a sound. In fact, they were observing each other's changes, although it was only about 2 months since they met last time. Brother Gingxian, did you come to wait for me as soon as you came back? In the end, she blushed and looked away first. In order to ease the embarrassment, she asked knowingly. I went home first, put my luggage, and heard from my mother that my grandparents went to see Can's art performance, and then I came to the school to wait for you. He explained casually. Do you know that we have a monthly exam today? Shi Jinyao thought about it. He was not someone who would waste time waiting for someone, so he asked. It just so happens that there is a teacher in your school who is my classmate. Before I came back, I asked him. He said that you have an exam today, and you have an afternoon and an evening rest after the exam. That's why he chose to come back today. At this time, the proprietress brought up the milk tea they wanted, and after he stirred it gently twice, he slowly pushed it in front of her. Stretching out her hand to pick it up and touching his fingers, her heart seemed to have missed a beat, but after all, she is not a girl who has never experienced anything, so she quickly recovered, looked up at him and asked, Brother Gingxian, did you really ask for such a long leave? Does your boss have any objection? Are you worried that I will be fired by the boss? Don't worry, even if I am fired, I can still treat you to milk tea and dinner. When Gingxian joked. In fact, he has already resigned, because she has finally grown up. No matter whether she can accept his feelings or not, he will guard her by her side in the days to come, no matter whether it is her brother or her boyfriend. She has become the concern that he couldn't let go of. He never asked her which university she wanted to go to. Now that he came back, he not only accompanied her to prepare for the exam, but also to find out about her aspirations. After she got the admission letter, he went to her university city looking for a job. But he didn't plan to tell her this, at least not before her college entrance examination, lest she feel burdened. If you can't even pay for a cup of milk tea, then I'll leave you to clean the cup for the boss. Shi Jinyao said with a smile. Seeing her playful appearance, Wen Jingxian couldn't help but laugh. After sitting in the milk tea shop for a while, they left, because many people came to the milk tea shop at this time. All of them looked like students. The combination of him and Shi Jinyao attracted a lot of attention. Firstly, they don't like being stared at like this, and secondly, they are too embarrassed to keep occupying their positions. Walking out of the store, there was the sound of game consoles playing billiards with others in the game hall next door. She turned her head and looked at Wen Jingxian after rolling her eyes and asked, Brother Gingxian, can you teach me how to play billiards? Wen Jingxian raised his head and looked into the noisy game hall. The people in front of the game consoles were all young children, and there were many bad youths around several billiard tables. He could imagine now, if she led Shi Jinyao in, what kind of lewd eyes would those people cast on her. Immediately shook his head and refused. It's not that he is possessive, but that he doesn't want her to be underestimated. Don't teach, you are still young. If you want to learn, I will teach you when you go to college. Is it because you don't know how to fight? Shi Jinyao teased. He was too lazy to explain this verbally, so he put his hand on one of her shoulders, wrapped her in his arms, and said softly, I'll take you to a good place. Where are you going? She was really looking forward to it, wondering if this was a legendary date. Shi Jinyao thought happily. You'll know later. Wen Jingxian said as he pushed her into a taxi. Hearing that he told the driver the name of a hotel, she turned her head and opened her eyes wide and asked, Brother Gingxian, is this the good place you mentioned? Oh my god, he's only half a month away from turning 18. Wouldn't he want to do something to this little sheep right now? Although she likes him, she is definitely not such a casual person. Shi Jinyao thought to herself, and even began to think about how she would escape if he really took her into the hotel later, and cut off him immediately after escaping. Relation. Hearing that the driver in front was watching the two from the rearview mirror, the expression on his face was a little unpredictable. He hesitated to speak for a few times, but in the end he might give in to Wen Jingxuan's big man again, so he didn't say anything, but he changed obviously. Wen Jingxian could feel the slowing speed of the car. Knowing that the two of them had misunderstood, he gave a dry cough in embarrassment. While explaining to Shi Jinyao, he was also explaining to the driver, we just got off there. We went to the nearby lake garden. Oh. Shi Jinyao nodded. There is indeed a beautiful lake garden nearby the place he just mentioned. But he didn't just talk about Hu Yuan directly, did he? What hotel did you say? It seems that they have misunderstood them all, right? At this time, Shi Jinyao finally noticed the caring eyes cast by the driver from time to time, and when he saw that she finally looked towards him, he asked aloud, "Do you want to sit in the front?" Hearing this, Shi Jinyao's heart warmed up. She remembered the news that she had seen many girls kidnapped into taxis in her previous life, and secretly asked the driver for help, but the driver was indifferent to the news. "No, I'll just sit here in the back." "Thank you, master." In fact, he is not a bad person, really not a bad person. She raised her finger to Wen Jingxian and emphasized to him. "It's good if you're not a bad person." Even though he said this, he didn't fully believe it. His eyes always fell on Wen Jingxuan's hands intentionally or unintentionally, secretly observing his every move. Shi Jinyao looked at Wen Jingxian, her eyes seemed to say, "What should I do now?" Wen Jingxian took back the hands on her shoulders, then raised them to the back of his head, leaned back against the car seat, closed his eyes and stopped talking. When the driver saw it, he seemed to believe it a little bit, but he still asked Shi Jinyao quietly with his mouth. It was not until she shook her head with a smile that he finally felt relieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 202 How do you want to play? Chapter 202 How do you want to play? Sending them to the gate of the lake garden that Wen Jingxian mentioned, Shi Jinyao patted Wen Jingxian who was still pretending to close his eyes. "Brother Jingxian, we are here, hurry up and pay." Wen Jingxian stared at her with some resentment. If she hadn't been talking nonsense, could he pretend to close his eyes and rest his mind in order to make himself look harmless? It was rare for Shi Jinyao to see him like this, and she forgot the occasion for a moment, and said foolishly, "Don't look at me with such eyes, it makes me want to kiss you." Ahem. It was just being guarded against before, but now it's completely embarrassing. After Shi Jinyao finished speaking, she also realized that the environment was not right, so she no longer felt embarrassed to raise her head, and simply covered her face with her hands and buried her head in his arms. Even she herself didn't realize that her actions now are more intimate. The driver leaned sideways, and while reaching out to take the fare from Wen Jingxian, he smiled and looked at Shi Jinyao, who has no face to face anyone, and asked, "Girl, how old are you?" Shi Jinyao quickly replied, "I just turned 18. "Oh, that's an adult." When the driver master said this, Wen Jingxian had already paid, and the two of them were moving to the door to get off. After he drove the car away, Shi Jinyao asked belatedly, "What does it mean to be an adult?" Wen Jingxian patted her head, "Stupid? He means you can have a boyfriend now." "Oh, I thought he was saying that he could open a room." He answered this sentence very slipperily. Shi Jinyao secretly pinched her thigh, raised her head to look at Wen Jingxuan's ambiguous gaze, and said with a smirk, don't mind, I may have watched too many stupid dramas." Wen Jingxian pushed her forward speechlessly, "Let's go." The two walked slowly by the lake, and Shi Jinyao would raise her head to look at him from time to time, and secretly said to herself, "You are not a child anymore, some things should be explained directly, so that the relationship between the two is broken, and seeing flowers in the fog is related to it just ends up embarrassing both of you." After struggling in her heart, she stopped and said, "Brother Jingxian, I don't deny that I like you in my heart, but I like you too, not the way I like a younger sister, but the way I like a girl." Wen Jingxian immediately expressed his feelings before she paused. From his point of view, he and she were originally in love with each other, but she hadn't graduated yet, so he planned to wait for her to graduate, but now he suddenly realized that in fact, every look he gave her, every attitude, including things like him standing next to her and walking with her, are far more likely to affect her than his confession. She obviously didn't expect him to say this suddenly, and after a moment of stupefaction, she continued what she had just said, "Brother Jingxian, I don't know if we will get together in the future. Another way what I'm saying is, even if I really date you, I don't want to marry you and have children. Can you understand what I mean?" "Clear. It's good to understand, after that, we will still." As if aware that she wanted to push him away, so before she finished speaking, Wen Jingxian took her hand and said, "We don't need to get married or have children, as long as we two guard together." "Brother Jingxian?" She was surprised, and then asked, "Even if you maintain a relationship between a man and a woman until you grow old, are you willing?" "Willing." "Then what if, even if we are in a relationship, I don't want to share the bed with you? It means that I won't have sex with you, are you willing?" "Listen to you." Of course he didn't want to, but on this kind of issue, he would choose to follow her own wishes. "How can I do that?" "Even if you are willing, but uncles, aunts and grandpas, they can't agree. Grandpas and grandmas are still looking forward to hugging their great-grandchildren every day. I'll convince them to say yes." "But I still feel uncomfortable in my heart. It's so contradictory. I like you, but I don't really want to be with you. What should I do? When Jingxian has always known that she has a secret, maybe she has some scars left in her heart, but if she doesn't tell, he won't take the initiative to expose it, but fortunately she can confess her feelings for him in front of him, instead of foolishly choosing to escape, then stay with me, as a boyfriend and girlfriend. This. Are you sure you can afford this? Shi Jinyao raised her head and looked straight into his eyes. Forget it, since he's already talked about this, it's better to take it one step at a time, at least there aren't all scumbags around, right, and they've known each other for so many years, with her understanding of him, she might be able to believe in love again. When Jingxian narrowed his eyes slightly, how do you want to play? A rhetorical question made her lose again. In the final analysis, she was still not thick-skinned enough, so she was too embarrassed to act rascally in front of him and the previous life. She shook her head, thinking about those disgusting memories, why? But once the door of memory is opened, she won't be able to tolerate her at all, the more she doesn't want to think about it, but the scenes of dating Wen Jingyu in her previous life will pop up in her mind and play repeatedly. She raised her head and saw Wen Jingxian, who was still staring at her, as if waiting for her answer. She walked up to him without saying a word, stood on tiptoe, put her hand on his shoulder, and wanted to give him a strong kiss, but he was so tall that she couldn't reach him at all. Now that he was about to suffer from embarrassment, she plucked up her courage and said, "Lower your head, I want to kiss you. Can you afford it?" After saying this, her heart was beating in a panic. What she was worried about was, what should she do if he was embarrassed to kiss her on such an occasion? Fortunately, when Jingxian was only stunned for a moment, then lowered her head, and at the same time, her body was bound in his arms by his powerful arms in an instant. After her lips touched his, she slowly closed her eyes, lightly bit his thin lips without a trace of tobacco smell, and then stretched out her tongue to eat on his lips. When Jingxian put his arms around her, savoring her buds inch by inch, which were still covered with morning dew, just when he was hesitating whether to deepen the kiss, she clenched his teeth with ease, and in the next second, her tender tongue was inserted into his wet mouth. The two kissed passionately, and they didn't come back to their senses until the passerby coughed dryly. After their lips parted, when Jingxian immediately pressed her head into his arms with his wide palm. Alone, he raised his head and looked at the pedestrians on both sides who were already calm. After a long time, he slowly took her out of his arms. Okay, there is no one now. Shi Jinyao raised her head and looked around. Sure enough, there was no one there, so she breathed a sigh of relief. When Jingxian pulled her to sit on a bench beside her, and still teased her, "What's the matter? You obviously said you wanted to play like this, why are you still as shy as a little daughter-in-law now?" "No, I'm not shy." "Oh, it's 5:30 now, no wonder why I feel so hungry." After Shi Jinyao finished speaking, she was still worried that he wouldn't believe it, so she handed the watch on her wrist to his eyes. When Jingxian naturally understood that she was deliberately changing the subject, but it was indeed time for dinner, raised his hand to hook the loose strands of hair behind her ears for her, then lowered his head to peck her lips lightly, and then said with a smile, "Okay, let's eat." When he stood up, he had already taken her hand. Her hand was very soft. In retrospect, it has been 11 years since they held hands last time. At that time, she was still a child in kindergarten, and he didn't understand love at that time. He was holding her and Wen Jingxian at the same time. The only purpose was to prevent them from getting separated from him later. When they grew up, they no longer needed him to lead them. Shi Jinyao looked at the hands that were intertwined, and her heart was warm. She hoped that in this life, she would never hold the wrong hand again. End of this chapter. Chapter 203 The Powder Keg of Guanxi. Chapter 203 The Powder Keg of Guanxi. He took her to a Cantonese restaurant for a meal, and then they walked home holding hands. When there was no one around, she raised her head and smiled and asked him, "Are we sure about our relationship? Could it be that you still want to play tricks?" When Jingxian squeezed her hand hard, and said with some emotion, "I just wanted to come back to accompany you in the college entrance examination. As for the relationship between men and women, I want to wait until you go to college. But I never expected that you would take the initiative to confess your love to me today, so I had to reluctantly agree first." Shameless. Shi Jinyao cursed with a smile, then raised her hand and pinched the flesh on his waist. The pain made him scream before she let go. She stuck out her tongue at him mischievously. "Didn't you propose it first? Let you talk nonsense, this is punishment." As night fell, they were already lit up with starry lights, and a gust of evening wind blew in. She looked at the thin clothes on his body, and asked with some distress, "Are you cold?" "Fortunately, if you get closer to me, I won't be cold," Wen Jingxian said with a smile to her. Hearing that she raised her hand and was about to take off his clothes, The weather in Kaishur had just started to warm up. It was warm during the day when the sun came out, but it was still quite cold at night. She didn't expect him to come back suddenly. And she went to wait for herself, otherwise she would put a coat in her school bag. Sensing her movements, when Jingxian stopped in time, "Get dressed, you can accompany me to buy a dress now." After speaking, he led her into a nearby clothing store. After trying on several pieces in the store, she finally settled on a white one, because he looks best in white. "Buy this one, you look younger in this one." The words were obviously compliments, but the taste changed when they came out of her mouth. When Jingxian lowered his head and asked in her ear, "You mean I'm very old?" Shi Jinyao raised her head in doubt. "Aren't you old? You are 8 years older than me. Let me tell you, I always think that the most suitable age for couples is that the male and female are between 2 and 6 years old. A 6-year-old, hihi, already belongs to the ranks of old cows eating tender grass. Well, age really hurts. So now, let's go and choose one for the tender grass." When Jingxian generously admitted that he was old, and in front of her, he couldn't refuse to accept his old age. "Ah, I have so many clothes, I don't need to buy them." Shi Jinyao shook her head repeatedly. "Buy it, I didn't bring you any presents when I came back, so I just took it as a meeting gift for the reunion after a long absence, an early coming-of-age birthday gift, and a gift for your first day as my girlfriend." As he said that, he took her to the women's clothing side to choose, because the one she chose for him was white, so he also picked it according to that color, but he almost looked at it, but still didn't have a favorite style. While watching him choose clothes, Shi Jinyao complained, "Are you planning to buy 3 of them? This is too picky, can I refuse?" "You don't want clothes, do you want me?" Knowing that she was joking, he replied to her with a smirk. "Go away, no one wants you." After Shi Jinyao finished speaking, she finally began to choose clothes seriously. In the end, after choosing, she bought a pink sweater. When she was in the store, she had already taken off his clothes and returned them to him. Now that she was out of the store, she put on the newly bought clothes and looked at him. "How is it? Does it look very pink?" He carried a lady's school bag on his back and 2 bags in his right hand. He was wearing the same one that he put on Shi Jinyao after he came out of the hotel. Originally, he only planned to buy 1 piece of clothing, but when he entered the store, he also wanted to buy one for her, but he couldn't find one of the same color. Being a bit selfish, he took her directly to see the couple's clothing. When Jingxian nodded, "The pink is tender, especially pink and tender, it looks sweet and delicious, just like a cherry." Shi Jinyao stared, rogue. He was unhappy. "Who are you rascals? I'm just a metaphor, and I'm praising you." Shi Jinyao stopped talking, and silently led him to walk in this city that carried her hurts and pains, sufferings and joys, surprises and throbbing. She suddenly wished that time could stop at this moment, so could her life be so peaceful forever? In this life, she will no longer use her own secrets to test the depth of Wen Jingxuan's tenderness for her. She just wants to be like Jian Xiaoyu, in a peaceful, emotionally turbulent day, being cared for by her beloved man and taking care of him to welcome her. Years, until the day they are buried in the ground and turned into bones. Do you believe that there is such a thing as a soul in the world? Just when Jingxian saw that she had been silent and thought she was angry, her beautiful voice reached his ears. "I believe." Hearing this, she raised her head and looked at him with a smile. "I believe it too." Walking and walking, they finally ended today's journey. They stood face to face downstairs at Shi Jinyao's house, and he said, "I'll take you up." Shi Jinyao raised her wrist and glanced at her watch. "No need. You have been with me since you came back and haven't had a good rest. Hurry up and go back to rest." "I'm not tired, I'll just see you in." In the end he followed her up the stairs, and since they were all delivered to the door, she was too embarrassed to let him in for a glass of water before going back, so when he handed over her school bag, she stretched out her hand and held him. "Go into the house, sit down for a while and go back?" At this moment, the door opened, and the one who opened the door was Guanxi. He leaned against the door, looked at the 2 men and said strangely, "Finally you know you're back?" Shi Jinyao stared. "How do you know? I don't remember ringing the bell yet." Guan Shibai glanced at her, and finally his gaze stayed on the hands they were holding. Shi Jinyao immediately let go, and pushed Wen Jingxian in. "It's still early, drink a glass of water before going back." After the 2 entered, Guanxi closed the door and sat on the sofa next to Wen Jingxian. Seeing Shi Jinyao pouring water for Wen Jingxian, he said angrily, "Pour me a glass too." Shi Jinyao gave him a suspicious look, then went to pour him water. Not seeing Jiang Lan, Wen Jingxian asked suspiciously, "Where's Auntie? Have you rested? Don't you look at what time it is now, don't you take a break, are you still waiting for your visit?" Guanxi's exit was full of gunpowder. At first, he thought that the two of them would at most come back after a meal like before. As a result, he waited and waited at home until 8:30 before he saw their figures appearing downstairs. It was shameful to come back so late. They actually held hands and stood downstairs looking at each other, and now he followed him upstairs and even entered the house. Don't they know how many troublemakers are around here? They made such a fuss today, but tomorrow they will no longer know what kind of rumors they will spread. Shi Jinyao's house is not as big as Wen's house. Guanxi's words reached her ears immediately. She went out with water and asked him, "Have you eaten gunpowder?" End of this chapter. Chapter 204 Extramarital Affair Exposure. Chapter 204 Extramarital Affair Exposure. Shut up, I think you just healed the scar and forgot the pain. Guanxi said to her irritably. Shi Jinyao looked at Wen Jingxian subconsciously, but fortunately he didn't react much, so she glared and warned Guanxi not to talk nonsense. Wen Jingxian picked up the water she poured, drank it all, stood up and said, "I'm going back first. I will tell my aunt tomorrow, and then I will move to your house until the college entrance examination is over for both of you." "We don't need it," Guanxi said bluntly. "Xiaoyao may not need it, but you need it, unless you don't want to go to the same university as Xiaoyao." Wen Jingxian left this sentence that Guanxi couldn't refute, and then walked out. Shi Jinyao was left behind and shook her head triumphantly at Guanxi, then hummed a little tune, took her school bag and clothes bag and went back to her room. Wen Jingxian came out of her house and walked towards her own house in a good mood. When they got home, neither Wen Zhengcheng nor Wen Shang slept. Seeing him coming back, Wen Zhengcheng asked, "Did you go to find Xiaoyao?" "Ah. Xiaoyao is in a critical period now, don't delay her study." "Grandpa, I understand. I'm going to wash and rest first, you guys talk." Seeing Wen Jingxian return to the room, Wen Zhengcheng glared at Wen Shang. "Didn't you ask for this all by yourself? Now who is looking like this?" Wen Shang hugged his head and wept in a low voice. "Dad, I knew I was wrong, I really knew I was wrong, but it was too late. I went to see her a few days ago, and as Jingyu said, she has someone else by her side now. I no longer need me, the person who has been poking a knife in her heart. You have to cry and cry at your own home, don't come back and make noise in my ears, disturb your heart." If the person in front of him was not his own son, he really wanted to coax him out of the door. "I don't want to go back, I don't want to go back to that family has been broken up, and it's just me when I go back, it's cold and meaningless." "Then go find your old friend, I don't have the time to listen to your confession." When Zhengcheng finally couldn't bear it anymore, got up and went back to the room. In the room, Luo Yuexin was still awake. Seeing him walk in, she sighed and said, "If I had known today, why bother? He deserves it. He didn't want to leave a good home. He didn't treat his virtuous wife well, but he got together with a dubious woman outside. It's no use regretting it now." 3 years ago, when Jingyu had just finished the college entrance examination, and when Shang and Guolianrong's extramarital affairs were exposed on the spot. Yi Guoqiang was so angry that he fell ill all of a sudden. At the end, when Jingyu also insisted on her side, and lied to Wen Shang that he wanted to have a good talk with Guolianrong, and as long as the two of them could never see each other again, he would help him persuade Yi Qingxian to forgive. At that time, Wen Zhengcheng was furious, and Yi Qingxian, who was determined to divorce, was on the other side. The helpless Wen Shang agreed to him. He thought, Yi Qingxian loves Wen Jingyu so much, if he can stand on his side and go back to persuade Yi Qingxian, he believes that their family will not break up. But the result was that Wen Jingyu shook his fist at Guolianrong the second he saw her. He was getting old, so he was naturally no match for his young and vigorous son. Wen Jingyu was beating and cursing, and from his angry scolding, he knew how much his son hated him, and he had hated him for so many years. Later, after Yi Guoqiang lay down in the hospital, he never got up again, which completely cut off his and Yi Qingxuan's escape route. After Yi Guoqiang's funeral was settled, Yi Qingxian was determined to divorce him. Even his 2 sons and his parents stood by Yi Qingxian. The good times finally came to an end, the divorce was divorced, the wife left, the lover was disfigured, the eldest son did not recognize him, and the younger son began to look on him coldly, his family finally broke up. Since that year, he hadn't seen Yi Qingxian again. Although Wen Jingyu would come back from time to time, he never went back to their home, let alone take the initiative to visit his father. When he came, Wen Jingyu treated him like a stranger, and never said a word to him, let alone called him dad. Only then did he miss the days when Yi Qingxian was by his side, but it was useless to regret, she was unwilling to listen to her own confession. If she doesn't come back, then he will go after her. In the past few years, he tried his best to get her back. He believed that their relationship for so many years, and they had 2 children, she would always forgive him. However, some time ago, he heard his son telling him not to bother her anymore, because she had already started a new life, and she already had a good man who knew how to take care of her. He didn't want to believe it, so he went to see it immediately. After seeing it with his own eyes, he finally accepted the fact that she would never come back to him again. Because it was too uncomfortable and regretful, he soaked in the wine jar every day after he came back. Today, for some reason, he ran back to his parents and cried like a child. He staggered into the bathroom and vomited. After cleaning up, he stood in front of the house where he and Yi Qingxian used to sleep, but he didn't have the courage to push the door open. When Jingxian came out of the room when he heard the movement and asked in front of him, "Uncle, do you want me to help you in?" Wen Shang nodded, okay. When Jingxian supported him while opening the door. Although no one lived there, Jian Xiaoyu would still clean the house, and Luo Yuexin would open the windows from time to time, so it didn't have the smell of being unoccupied for a long time. When Jingxian helped him to lie down on the bed, helped him take off his shoes, and pulled up the quilt to cover him. Just as he was about to leave, Wen Shang kept saying, "Jingxian, I was wrong, don't go, come back, okay, don't deny me, Jingyu, I'm your father, don't deny me, I'm sorry that your mother is not you." Listening to his soliloquy, when Jingxian stopped, pulled the chair beside him, and listened to his confession quietly. In fact, he himself didn't understand why he did this, maybe he felt sorry for him now, or maybe he was thinking of something else. It wasn't until the sound of Wen Shang's snoring was heard that he stood up from the chair, walked out lightly, and returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, when Shi Jinyao and Guan Shi went downstairs after breakfast, when Jingxian had already stood there waiting for a long time. Seeing him, Shi Jinyao immediately ran up with a smile, but was grabbed by Guan Shi. "Can you be more reserved?" When Jingxian walked towards them with a smile, "Get in the car, I'll take you to school." Hearing that she no longer had to walk to school, Shi Jinyao happily ran into the car, leaving behind Guan Shi, who hates iron and steel. He whispers, cursing that he has no future. When Jingxian sat in the driver's seat, held the steering wheel in his hand, and started the accelerator to move forward. He felt a little regretful that Shi Jinyao didn't sit in the passenger seat, but he was quite satisfied to see her. "Before your college entrance examination, I will act as Can and your driver. I will take you to school every day and pick you up from school at night." When he was almost at the school gate, he said to the siblings behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 205, Cheap Brother. Chapter 205, Cheap Brother. Got it. Shi Jinyao said with a smile. Guan Shi said abruptly, nothing to show courtesy. Shi Jinyao raised her hand and slapped him on the head. "It's over." Wen Jingxian can understand Guan Shi's hostility towards him. For example, if Wen Jingxian gets a boyfriend in the future, he may also see that the nose is not the nose, and the eyes are not the eyes, because in their hearts, they always feel that their sister deserves better. But in this world, there is no one who is worthy of their sister. "Don't eat lunch at school, I'll take you to eat when you come out," Wen Jingxian said with a smile, ignoring Guan Shi's pettiness. Shi Jinyao just wanted to agree, but Guan Shi answered first, "No need, if you have that time to run back and forth, it's better to take a nap at school." Speaking of taking a nap, he suddenly thought of a question. "Do you have any beds in the school dormitory?" Squeamish, "It's just a nap, do you still need a bed?" Guan Shi snorted again. Shi Jinyao pinched him secretly, and then said to Wen Jingxian, "I'm coming out, he's busy studying and has no time, but I'm different." "No, you still have to stay in school and give me tutoring." Hearing that she wanted to come out alone to meet Wen Jingxian, the jackal, he became anxious and forcefully stopped her. "You must take a good nap at noon, and I will help you with tutoring after you go to self-study next night," Wen Jingxian said. Doesn't that mean he still hangs around in front of Shi Jinyao at night? The calculation was good, but how could he agree? "That won't work, we have to rest at night, we don't have time." How could Shi Jinyao fail to see that Guan Shi was deliberately antagonizing Wen Jingxian? She simply stopped talking. At worst, she would sneak out to find Wen Jingxian by herself when school was over. Thinking in this way, she realized that Guan Shi was staring at her with ulterior motives. She knew that Xiao Jiujiu in her heart had been seen through again, so she smiled at him. Okay, I'll take you everywhere I go." "Can't you?" When Jingxian watched the two brothers and sisters play charades in a tacit understanding, and was a little envious. He could often know what she was thinking, and the two of them had a tacit understanding, but compared with her and Guan Shi, the difference was more than a little bit. Perhaps this is the reason why they have the same birth. Guan Shi noticed the small gap in his heart, and suddenly remembered what he had heard before, so he pretended to be curious and looked at Shi Jinyao and asked, "I heard many people say that the previous life of Dragon and Phoenix twins was a loving couple who lived and died together. wishing to be born together and die together, so reincarnated as a dragon and phoenix. It sounds like that, Xiaoyao, what do you think? Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Wen Jingxuan's face darkened immediately, and Shi Jinyao coughed in embarrassment. Who knows what happened in the previous life? Anyway, now you are my blood-related brother, so don't say such things in the future. I feel goosebumps. It all fell to the ground. Here we are. When Jingxian stepped on the brake, stopped the car and turned to look at the brother and sister in the back seat. Guanxi opened the car door and saw that Shi Jinyao was still sitting there as if her but was glued to the seat. He said coldly, "Get out of the car." Only then did Shi Jin move to the open car door. Just when Guanxi thought she was about to get off, she suddenly turned her head and smiled at Wen Jingxian and said, "Brother Gingxian, help me bring the food from home at noon. I'll arrive. It's time to pick it up at the school gate." When Jingxian nodded, Guanxi pulled her out, closed the car door vigorously, and dragged her to the school. While walking, she said, "Shi Jinyao, you should be more successful. You obviously just want to see someone else, and you still make such a bad excuse." Shi Jinyao said with some resentment, "If you don't go out to eat with us, then I can't ask him to bring it over? You simply healed the scar and forgot the pain. But you can't let me live with that scar for the rest of my life, can you? People don't stumble in life, so what if they leave a few scars? Who wouldn't meet a few scumbags? Just because the past is painful, yes, that's why I have to cherish the present moment and live every day happily. As for what will happen tomorrow, I'll talk about it tomorrow. Besides, I have such a talented brother like you, so no one should bully me." Seeing what Guanxi wanted to say, Shi Jinyao complained with resentment, "If it wasn't because you didn't want to recognize me and didn't stay by my side, otherwise would I have met such a scumbag?" Now he was finally speechless, because he also knew that if he had been by her side in the previous life and helped her see the people around her clearly, the tragedy might not have happened, but he always felt that if he didn't recognize her, there must be something unacceptable reasons. "Have you ever thought about it? Maybe I didn't survive?" he asked with a serious expression. Shi Jinyao said sharply, "Until the moment I died, I didn't hear Yuka say that her brother was dead. It's also possible that I didn't know that there was a sister like you at that time. After all, we never met in the previous life. Didn't we?" Afraid of being heard, he lowered his head slightly and approached her and lowered his voice. "Then let's not talk about the past life, let's talk about this life. When we were 6 years old, we always met that year? At that time, you knew the truth, right? But you didn't delay the truth for so many years until you concealed it. Did you let me pick up such a cheap brother like you?" Dumbfounded by her words, Guanxi said with an ugly expression, "It's okay, what about you? In order to protect an outsider, you didn't hesitate to stab your own brother and me." "What an outsider, that is the brother who stood by my side to comfort me, take care of me, and protect me when I needed my brother's company and protection." Guanxi was about to vomit blood at her words, but what else could he refute? It was a fact to know their relationship earlier, and it was also a fact not to recognize her. Finally, after Shi Jinyao grasped his 7 inches, he saw her running towards the school gate after school, and he didn't dare to make a sound to stop her, and he didn't even dare to say a sarcastic word. When Shi Jinyao ran to the door, Wen Jingxian was already waiting for her under a tree with 2 lunchboxes. Seeing her sweating profusely from running, he smiled and said, "What's the rush? I've been waiting here for you, and won't run away by itself. I'm actually afraid that my brother will catch up. You know him." She can't admit that it's because she misses him, so using Guanxi to talk about things is the best excuse. "Come on, I'll take you in." Shi Jinyao quickly waved her hand, "No need, I'll just go in by myself. Thank you for your hard work, go home and rest." After speaking, she reached out to him, ready to take the lunchbox. He was avoided by Wen Jingxian. "It's okay, I happen to have an appointment with a classmate to talk about something, just wait for me, it will be soon." After he finished speaking, he walked into the guard's room, and saw the guard making a call with the landline on the table. He came out and said to Shi Jinyao who was waiting there, "Let's go." End of this chapter. Chapter 206 Tutsao. Chapter 206 Tutsao, Part. Seeing the eyes of the classmates who came and went to them from time to time made her a little uncomfortable. After he noticed it, he smiled and said in a low voice, "It's been so many years, haven't you gotten used to standing with me? Can it be the same? Back then, he was really a pure brother, but it's different now." They walked side by side to the door of her classroom before he handed her the lunchbox. Guanxi knew that he would bring his own food along with him, so he didn't leave the classroom to go to the cafeteria. He has been standing in the classroom since Shi Jinyao went out. He counted the seconds at the door and waited for her to come back. When he saw the two of them appearing together, he immediately ran back to his seat and pretended to be sleeping. At this time, there was no one in the teaching area, and some other classes had already locked their doors. Those who should eat went to eat, and those who should take a nap also went to their lunch break. The music on the radio also gradually stopped, and then the sweet voice of the announcer came, "Students, please take a rest after dinner, and then go to lunch break." When Jingxian heard the voice and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that after so many years, the school still has the habit of reminding lunch breaks." Shi Jinyao looked up and smiled and said to him, "Because lunch break is a good habit, if you don't take a break, you will be listless in the afternoon class. Here, let's go in and eat. I'll sleep on my stomach on the table later." Shi Jinyao took the lunchbox with a smile. "You don't need to lie down on the table, we also have a bed for lunch break in the dormitory." "Then I go in to eat, aren't you looking for a classmate? Go, don't make people wait too long." "Yeah." Seeing her walk into the classroom, he turned and walked to the teacher's office in the next building. He found his classmate's office, probably because the other teachers had left and he was the only one, so when Jingxian saw the familiar figure through the window at a glance, and he walked to the door and knocked gently on the door. Soon the person inside said, "Please come in." He pushed open the door and walked in. "Mr. Hu, how are you doing?" Hu Changwei raised his head when he heard the words, and stood up in surprise. "You boy, I didn't see anyone after waiting for a long time. I thought you were teasing me. Why did it take so long? Don't tell me you got lost just now. I haven't been back for a long time, so I just wandered around. Your life is quite comfortable now." Hu Changwei waved his hand, tidied up the table slightly, then picked up the key and said to him, let's go to eat and chat while eating. I'm exhausted every day, how can you be at ease? I heard well, before you graduated, someone wanted to keep you in our city to serve the country, but you refused. What's the matter? Now you can't get along outside, so you are willing to come back to guard our small place gone? When Jingxian smiled slightly, I can't afford the food outside now, so I'm going to come back and eat the old. Just kidding, among our group of classmates, you and Shirley should be the most human-like. If you are old, then those of us who are not old will be going to eat dirt. Hu Changwei raised his hand, putting it on Wen Jingxuan's shoulder. He walked outside while joking. Do you have class in the afternoon? Or just have a meal in the school cafeteria? There is still time for a meal. After getting into Wen Jingxuan's car parked at the door, Hu Changwei said, the car is not bad. Never mind. Wen Jingxian said with a smile. Still hiding it with me, afraid that I will snatch it? When Jingxian smiled but said nothing, Hu Changwei stared at him twice, and then asked, you are such a freshman benefactor, are there many girls who like it? How about it? Do you have an owner? If not, brother, I will introduce you to a very beautiful one. You have an owner, let's keep it for yourself. Thinking of Shi Jinyao, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly. Hu Changwei opened his eyes wide in surprise. Is there really someone in charge? Where is she from? Your vision is so high, that girl must be the best in the world, otherwise how could she be in your eyes? You'll know later. By the way, do you remember the drug incident in middle school a few years ago? I remember, there was an uproar at that time. Hey, the suspect seems to be in the same class as your sister, right? Why do you suddenly think of this now? Is there something new? Hu Changwei recalled in his mind after a moment, he asked suspiciously. When Jingxian looked normal, and said while driving the car, I'm just guessing. I don't think that thing can end like that. You should pay more attention to the situation of your students at school. It's really difficult to involve students in this matter. There are so many students in a school, and he doesn't have sharp eyes, how can he tell which one is good and which one is bad? But since this matter came out of Wen Jingxuan's mouth, he really needs to be more careful. Don't be so nervous, maybe my guess is wrong. Seeing the seriousness in his expression, Wen Jingxian said with a smile. Is it this one? He pointed to a restaurant outside the car window and asked Hu Changwei. Hu Changwei nodded, it's this one. After parking the car, the two got out of the car and walked towards the restaurant. At this time, Wen Jingxian asked casually again, are you in contact with our old classmates now? Apart from the occasional contact when I was also a teacher in the school, the rest of the students rarely have any contact. Why, do you want to organize a class reunion? Something like that. At this moment, in the school classroom, while eating, Guanxi complained, look, can this dish be eaten? The taste is not as good as that in the school cafeteria. I really don't understand why you have to ask him to bring it over. You can do it. You've been saying this since you haven't started eating. Do you want to eat it? Don't give it to me. You can eat the white rice yourself. Shi Jinyao said and put the box containing the vegetables to herself. Pull this way. Although Guanxi kept saying that the dishes were not good in appearance and taste, he would still put those dishes in his mouth, because if he didn't eat them, he would have nothing to eat. Seeing that he was about to complain after swallowing a mouthful, Shi Jingyao slapped the table angrily. Are you finished? Isn't it the one who delivered the food? Is it necessary to be so endless? If you really don't like food, then go to the cafeteria to eat your delicacies by yourself. Really, you can't be clean even after eating. Do you think you are still a child? Shi Jingyao, I am indeed targeting him, but shouldn't he? He clearly knows that we need to supplement nutrition now, but he still cooks this kind of dish and brings it to us. Look, a chopped green onion on it looks like no. I can understand that you don't eat green onions, but you can't put green onions in every dish? I don't know if I can just take that bite. Also, this dish must not have MSG, even the salt is as light as water. Yes, is this for people to eat? When I first saw it, I knew that this dish must not be made by our mother. Guanxi was still talking non-stop. Shi Jingyao gave him a sideways glance, and pulled all the dishes on the table into her lunchbox under the fire. After seeing her actions, Guanxi's mouth finally closed. Only then did he realize that he had gone too much just now, so he looked at her with a straight face, and asked cautiously, Xiaoyao, I just did it because I was too angry. Jealous of you defending him everywhere, so your mentality has become a little distorted. In fact, in retrospect, these dishes are quite delicious, green and healthy. Eating too much MSG is not good, and eating too much salt is not good. In fact, are there any green onions? The taste is similar, so you see, can you share some of the dishes with me? End of this chapter. Chapter 207 The Shouting When Jingcan. Chapter 207 The Shouting When Jingcan. Shi Jingyao rolled his eyes at him several times, and finally pulled back the half of the dish that she hadn't moved and gave it to him. After eating, Guanxi took the initiative to ask Ying to wash the lunchbox. She held 2 water glasses in her hand and followed him to the sink. He washed the dishes while she rinsed her mouth. Do you know how to wash? Look, here, and there are still greasy. If you are like this, you might as well not wash. She said with extreme disgust. Knowing that she was taking this opportunity to retaliate, Guanxi said in his heart, I will bear it, I will bear it. Don't blame him, okay, he has neither dish soap nor hot water, how can he clean the shiny tableware? Shi Jingyao calmly took out a bottle of dishwashing liquid, held it out in front of him, shook it, and said triumphantly, oh, it really feels different to be able to perform magic tricks, so you don't have to worry about anything. Seeing her take out the dish soap the next second, Guanxi didn't grab it, but looked up, front, back, left, and right, not even missing the windows of the teaching building. After making sure no one was there, he glared at her and said seriously, are you crazy? Shi Jingyao didn't take it seriously, you are too nervous. Under Tazel's threatening gaze, she finally lost the battle. I know, I won't do this again in the future, okay? It's not fun at all. Although she had just confirmed that no one around was doing this move, but seeing him so nervous about herself, she decided to restrain herself a bit in the future, not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. After Wen Jingxian sent Hu Changhui back, he went directly to Zhou Wenshui's work unit. The person at the door gave an announcement, and Zhou Wenshui immediately came out to greet him, and the two of them walked to his office while chatting about homework. After a while, the senior leaders of the bureau also entered their room. Don't know how many people chatted inside, and then came out talking and laughing at the same time. Jingxian, how is your grandfather? I've always wanted to see his old man, but I'm too busy at work. Go back and say hello to him for me. In front of Wen Jingxian, the chief was as kind as an elder, and he was stunned by a group of melon-eating people in the bureau. Wen Jingxian greeted him and walked outside, and after sending him away, Zhou Wenshui accompanied Director Zhang back to the bureau, and someone immediately called Zhou Wenshui over. Who was that person just now? It was such a big show, and even the director was so polite to him. Zhou Wenshui said with a smile, that's an old classmate of mine. There is a heavyweight in the family. He has been working outside. He came back during this time, so he came to talk to me about the past. Somehow the director saw it. So. He didn't need to say what he said, everyone understood, but it was just that the director wanted to curry favor with others, so he came over to receive him in person. In Zhou Wenshui's smile, they didn't see the hidden edge. It is reasonable to say that no one in the bureau would hide from each other, but now they suspect that there is an insider in the bureau, so some things must be kept secret. Conduct. When Jingxian got out of the game, drove for a while, and stopped at the door of a mobile phone shop. His mobile phone broke down not long ago, and he had already resigned at that time, thinking that there was a phone in the office, so he was not in a hurry to buy it. When the salesperson in the mobile phone store saw him coming in, he immediately greeted him warmly, Hi, do you need me to introduce you? When Jingxian glanced around the counter, and then asked, Are there any models for couples? Hearing the money for couples, the salesperson immediately smelled the money, and by looking at his clothes, she knew that he was someone who could afford it, so she immediately introduced him enthusiastically. If you are a couple, you can buy the same money. Different colors, such as this one, the black one for you, and the white one for your girlfriend. I just don't know if you like the clamshell. Or the slide. Or is it straight? Wen Jingxian said, let's take a look. In the end, he walked around the store and bought a slider phone of the same model, one black and one white, and he also picked one for Wen Jingken and Guanxi respectively. He sold 4 mobile phones at once, and the salesperson was grinning from ear to ear. When applying for the card, he thought for a while and said that he did not bring his ID card, and he would come to apply in the afternoon. Going out of the mobile phone shop, he put the bags containing the mobile phone on the passenger seat, and then drove home. He went to Jianglan first, but found out that the ID cards of the brother and sister were kept by themselves, so he could only I went back to my home first. At home, Wen Jingken was tired from the recent game and had a rest today, so she slept all day. When he opened the door and entered, she just got up. Seeing him coming in, Wen Jingken excitedly ran to him and gave him a big hug. Wen Jingxian gently patted her head, it's a big man, and I'm not ashamed to cuddle with my brother. Wen Jingken didn't care, and said mischievously, brother, if you can't find a wife, we, brother and sister, will live our lives together for the rest of our lives. Are you stupid? Don't you look at your brother and I like the kind of person who can't marry a wife? In the past, when she asked about his girlfriend, he would avoid talking about it, but this time he would say such a thing, and the shrewd Wen Jingken immediately smelled the smell of adultery, and stood 1 meter away from him, looking up and down looking at him. He said, brother, tell me the truth, do you have a girlfriend already? Yes, and you know it. Wen Jingxian admitted generously. Wen Jingken clapped his hands excitedly, I'm just saying, Grandpa and Grandma, did you hear that? My brother has a girlfriend, and this old iron tree of my brother has blossomed. Wen Jingxuan's face was full of black lines, old iron tree was talking about him? I don't know if it was because Wen Jingxuan's voice was too loud, or the news was heavyweight, when Zhang Cheng and Luo Yuexin, who were taking their lunch break, ran out of the room immediately. When the two saw Wen Jingxian, they asked in unison, have you dated Xiaoyao? Wen Jingken didn't notice what he said just now, she also knew that person, and now she heard the old man's question, she turned to look at Wen Jingxian suspiciously, seeing Wen Jingxuan's embarrassing him, she asked excitedly, brother, your girlfriend is actually Xiaoyao? When did you get married? Why didn't I hear any news? By the way, isn't that I want to call Xiaoyao my sister-in-law in the future? Hey, that's not right, bro, Xiaoyao is still a student now, didn't you expressly forbid us from dating early? Then go seduce Xiaoyao yourself. After she finished bluffing there, she realized that her grandparents and brother had already sat on the sofa without knowing when, and the 2 elders were there asking her brother questions with excitement. Wen Jingken complained that it was unfair, but no one paid any attention to her, so she could only go to the bathroom to wash in the fire. End of this chapter. Chapter 208 Responsive Cell Phone. Chapter 208 The Responsive Cell Phone, Part. When she came out of the bathroom, Wen Jingxian was sitting on a chair in her room. When she saw her come in, he said, where is your ID card? Let's go get the card together later. Get a card? After 2 seconds of confusion, she asked, brother, are you going to buy me a mobile phone? Seeing him nodding, she immediately put all the unhappiness behind her just now, and asked happily, what is it like? Did you buy it? Where is it? Show me? Thinking of the fact that there was no hand on his hand when he entered the door just now. She didn't mention anything, so she thought he hadn't bought it yet, so she continued without waiting for his answer, then I will choose by myself later, brother, how much do you plan to buy for me? Tell me your acceptable price first, I will wait to see the price selection. When Jingxian stood up from his seat. Seeing her like this now, he didn't know if she would like the mobile phone he bought impulsively just now, so he coughed dryly and said, I've already bought it, and I'll put it in the car. After we pick up Xiaoyao and Guanxi, we will go to apply for the card together. When he left her room, he suddenly felt a little regretful. The 3 of them are now in a critical period. Will it affect them if he buys them a mobile phone himself? It's okay for Can anyway, her main focus is not culture classes, but the siblings. Forget it, I bought everything, and I still want to do so much. Wen Jingken tossed about in the room for a while, and it was almost time for school, so she hurried to call Wen Jingxian to go out. When the 2 drove to the school, they hadn't finished school yet, but because Wen Jingken was a student in the school, and maybe because she participated in various art competitions from time to time, and often went back to school after the competitions, the guard knew her. She entered the campus smoothly, looked at her watch, there was still some time, so she was not in a hurry, thinking that waiting at the door of Shi Jinyao's classroom would be better than leisurely passing by. When the bell rang for the end of get out of class, she happened to appear at the door of class, Senior 3. When she appeared, many people noticed, and Guanxi also turned to look at her, guessing that she must have been sent by Wen Jingxian. He felt a little unhappy to see her. The teacher said that after class, people in the classroom rushed out of the classroom to the cafeteria. Wen Jingxian stood at the door and shouted, Xiaoyao. Shi Jinyao heard the voice quickly sorting her things, and then ran out of the classroom. Shouldn't you be resting at home? Why are you here? Wen Jingxian leaned close to her ear and whispered, my brother asked me to pick up my sister-in-law from school. Shi Jinyao laughed angrily and wanted to hit her, but she dodged her, and by coincidence, she stepped on Guanxi's foot. Guanxi yelled ah, and after Wen Jingxian jumped away, he gritted his teeth and said, I owed you brothers and sisters in my previous life. Wen Jingxian looked at his feet and apologized embarrassedly, I'm sorry, I was too excited just now. Under Shi Jinyao's gaze, he could only cope with it and say that it's okay. Only then did Wen Jingxian take Shi Jinyao's arm, Xiaoyao, my brother is here and is waiting at the door, let's go out quickly. Guanxi knew that she was not coming alone, and snorted coldly, no time, we have to study by ourselves at night after dinner, how can we have time to go out? Don't worry, time is enough. On the way here, my brother has already ordered the restaurant to cook. When we go to get the card, we can go there to eat. When we are full, we will send you back immediately. What card? Shi Jinyao asked suspiciously. Wen Jingxian slapped his forehead fiercely, I almost forgot, you all bring your ID cards, my brother bought a mobile phone for each of us, and bring your ID cards to apply for cards. No, I won't go. Guanxi said as he walked towards the cafeteria. Shi Jinyao also wanted to say no, she has plenty of mobile phones in her space, but thinking that when Jingxian bought them for them with kindness, he would feel bad if he didn't want them. So he raised his head and asked Guanxi, are you really not going? Guanxi had already walked away, and he replied firmly, no. When Jingxian looked at Shi Jinyao and asked, he wasn't like this before, maybe he was jealous because he heard about you and my brother? Shi Jinyao smiled and said, it's okay, just let him be awkward for a while. Let's go. Guanxi, who has gone far, has been fighting in his mind. He doesn't care much about the mobile phone when Jingxian bought for him. Grandpa Guan said before that he would buy it for him, but he thinks it is unnecessary. But if he doesn't follow now, wouldn't Xiaoyao face when Jingxian alone, thinking of him, he was not happy. Instead of letting that guy flirt with Xiaoyao, he might as well follow him. At least he can restrain himself a little when he is by his side. After thinking it over, Guanxi turned and ran towards the school gate. When Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian walked to the gate, his figure appeared behind them. The two didn't realize it, and when they were getting into the car, Guanxi opened the door of the passenger seat, and they found him. Shi Jinyao might have expected this situation a long time ago, but Wen Jingxian didn't expect it, so she asked aloud, hey, didn't you say you can't come? After Guanxi sat down, he gave Wen Jingxian a sideways look and said, I won't go, and you haven't eaten my sister yet. When Jingxian was not convinced, Shi Jinyao patted her to comfort her, he has always been a little nervous, don't talk to him. As much as Guanxi wanted to scold Shi Jinyao for being a white-eyed wolf, he felt aggrieved. Because of this situation, if he still scolded her, wouldn't that push her closer to the one that was driving? Guanxi's unpredictable face did not escape Wen Jingxuan's eyes, he curled his lips and said to the two little girls in the back seat, the pure white one belongs to Xiaoyao, and the rest Guanxi and can you two choose by yourself. Hearing this, the two of them immediately opened the 3 boxes beside them. One was the white color that Wen Jingxian assigned to Shi Jinyao, and the other 2 were also slider phones. The difference was that their 4 corners were more curved than Shi Jinyao's larger and more rounded in appearance. Wen Jingxian said that the 2 of them will choose the rest, but in fact they have no right to choose at all, because one of the 2 is pink, and the other is also white, but the border is black obviously, Guanxi couldn't use the pink one. The mobile phones are pretty good, but Guanxi insisted on changing them with Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao didn't care, but Wen Jingxian was not happy. He took out his mobile phone, this is mine, the same model as Xiaoyao's. Seeing 2 identical mobile phones, Guanxi wanted to go crazy, if he insisted on changing now, wouldn't it be the same as Wen Jingxian, it's also black and white, and he feels disgusted when he thinks about it. But just letting the 2 match in black and white like this, he felt upset, after thinking for a while, he reached for Wen Jingxuan's phone, I'll change it with you. When Wen Jingxian stretched out his hand, he quickly put the phone back into his pocket, I won't change it. At this time, Shi Jinyao also took her mobile phone back from Guanxi's hands, I'll just use this, thank you brother Jingxian. End of this chapter. Chapter 209 Picking numbers you have to show 1. Chapter 209 You have to show off when you choose a number. Wen Jingken saw Guanxi's awkwardness and said with a smile, "In the future, I will call Xiaoyao my sister-in-law. I am not impatient. My brother will follow Xiaoyao and call you brother. You are taking advantage of my brother for nothing, are you still not happy?" Her words made Guanxi feel better instantly, but after thinking about it, can the title of a brother be compared with a living person, thinking of him blurting out? Shi Jinyao looked at Wen Jingken who was already smiling and lying beside him, and Guanxi who was sitting in front frowning. She said lightly that she was bored, and then lowered her head to fiddle with her new mobile phone. It wasn't until Wen Jingxian said that she put down her phone and looked out the window. "Have you brought your ID card?" Wen Jingxian turned to look at Shi Jinyao and asked. Guanxi snorted unceremoniously, "Shouldn't this kind of question be asked to me? I am the elder brother." The corner of Wen Jingshuan's mouth twitched, and he turned his head and asked, "Then, have you brought your ID card?" Guanxi turned his face to the side as if he didn't hear it, and Wen Jingken couldn't help getting up and trying to twist his ears. At this time, Shi Jinyao said, "His ID card is here with me." Wen Jingken yelled, "Hey, it's a person with no real power here pretending to cough and making a slip of the tongue." As she was talking, she saw her brother and Guanxi staring at her at the same time, and she was so frightened that she immediately closed her eyes. "Don't dare to speak anymore. It's not good for girls to use dirty words." After finishing speaking, Wen Jingxian pulled out the car key, opened the door and got out of the car. Shi Jinyao also teased her in a low voice, "It's not good for girls to swear." Wen Jingken wasn't annoyed, but smiled and said, "Now you're going to play along?" The two girls squeezed each other and walked towards the store. After Guanxi got out of the car, Wen Jingxian locked the car door and walked behind them. Guanxi still looked like someone owed him 800 million. When applying for the card, he stood beside Shi Jinyao first. Looking at the rows of mobile phone numbers selected by the display, they are carefully selecting. Because mobile phones have not yet spread to every household at this time, there are still many sister numbers. Wen Jingken and Shi Jinyao each chose a number that is easy to read, both of which start with 137, and the 5 numbers in the middle are also the same. The difference lies in the last number. 3 numbers. Guanxi glanced at the string of numbers, and when he found that Wen Jingxian deliberately chose a number whose ending was Shi Jinyao's birthday, he was already one step ahead, pointing to that number and saying, "I want this." After snatching it, he glanced at Wen Jingxian triumphantly. Wen Jingxian was a little puzzled, he just had that thought just now, how could Guanxi know that he deliberately chose this one? But without allowing him to think too much, Wen Jingken asked aloud, "Brother, which one do you want?" He swiped the screen with the mouse, and finally chose the one with the ending number 520. Wen Jingken smiled and abducted Shi Jinyao's arm, his shining eyes were full of teasing. Wen Jingxian smiled and asked Shi Jinyao, "What do you think of this number?" "As long as you like it." What could she say? Doesn't sound good, or is it nice to say? Anyway, no matter what, Wen Jingken must have her own set of rhetoric to make fun of herself. "Well, of course I like it." Wen Jingxian finished speaking, and then looked at Guanxi, "Then your number is also good, and the last number happens to be your own birthday." Guanxi wanted to vomit blood in his heart. He didn't choose the tail number because it was his birthday, but because it was Xiaoyao's birthday. But who made him and her twins? "It's also Xiaoyao's birthday, Xiaoyao, do you want us to change it?" Guanxi looked at Shi Jinyao and asked. "No, I'll just use the one I chose." The tail number she chose was the due date of the unborn child in her previous life. Although the child's father is a scumbag, her love for the child is genuine. After the cards were issued, they exchanged numbers and then went to the restaurant Wen Jingxian had booked for dinner. Because they were in a hurry, they hurriedly filled their stomachs and continued to rush to school. Wen Jingxian reminded in the car, "The college entrance examination is coming soon, don't waste your time playing with your mobile phone." "No, brother Jingxian, don't worry." Shi Jinyao knew what he was worried about, so she said out loud. Guanxi is not the kind of person who has no self-control, but he doesn't want Wen Jingxian to have a good time, so he deliberately said, "That's not necessarily the case. You also know what period we are in now, but you still gave us the mobile phone, and you don't know what's in it. What kind of heart?" Shi Jinyao gave Guanxi a hard look. "Brother Jingxian, don't worry, I will confiscate this guy's cell phone, and I promise it won't affect his grades. I'll pick you up at night." When Jingxian told them before getting off the car, Guanxi wanted to say no, but Shi Jinyao had already dragged him into the school gate. She turned her head and waved to the 2 people in the car, then stared at Guanxi. "Are you still a 3-year-old child? Can you be more mature? You are as awkward as a child all day long, aren't you tired?" "Shi Jinyao, who do you think is an immature ghost?" Guanxi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on his face was tense, making it obvious that he was angry. But who was Shi Jinyao? In this world, she is probably the only one who understands this awkward child in front of her best. Who are you bluffing to scare? If you annoy me, I will really isolate you from the world, don't you believe it? By the way, don't you like quiet anyway? It's clean enough there. Otherwise, I'll let you go now. Enjoy. Let you come out before the college entrance examination? After she finished speaking, she remembered that once before, Jiang Lan went back to the city, and then she hated him for always making noises in her ears, so she left him alone in the space for 2 full days. He had a good time on the first day, but he probably couldn't take it anymore on the second day, and then started yelling regardless of his image. In the end, she saw that he was going to harm the things in her den, so she moved he let it out. Those 2 days were Guanxi's nightmare. Hearing what she said, he didn't dare to play petty anymore. Even when he saw when Jingxian came to pick them up at night, he was more polite to Wen Jingxian. They went upstairs first, when Jingxian parked the car before stepping up. Shi Jinyao didn't close the door because she knew he would come up seeing Guanxi humming, but just now he had angered her once by forcefully pulling her up, and now he dared not offend her again. Jiang Lan brought them the midnight snack, said a few polite words to Wen Jingxian, and went back to the room to rest. Since Wen Jingqian moved to Shi Jinyao's house with her brother in the afternoon, her brother threw a few test papers. Except for dinner time, she was almost immersed in writing. Even she wanted to pick them up from school with Wen Jingxian, but was rejected. Now that she finally had some time for supper, she began to complain to Shi Jinyao, occasionally muttering something about her brother's inhumanity. When Guanxi heard the words, he agreed from time to time to add a sentence beside him. End of this chapter. Chapter 210 The Little Girl and # 039's Thoughts. Chapter 210 The Little Girl's Thoughts, Part. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian acted as if they hadn't heard anything, so they did what they should do until Wen Jingxian made Shi Jinyao eat enough and hurried back to the room to rest. The two finally couldn't sit still and protested loudly. Brother, you are too biased, why can Xiaoyao go to rest, and we have to fight these papers to the end? Wen Jingqian shouted dissatisfied, but because she was worried about disturbing Jiang Lan's rest, she deliberately lowered her voice. Guanxi didn't say anything, but stared straight at him. Shi Jinyao couldn't control Wen Jingqian, but she could still treat Guanxi. Don't you want to take the Zhongshan exam with me? With your grade, is it stable? One word from Shi Jinyao extinguished his arrogance. Now Guanxi is being honest, but Wen Jingqian and Wen Jingxian have different thoughts in their hearts. Wen Jingqian asked, Xiaoya, do you want to take the Zhongshan exam? Shi Jinyao nodded, the winter in the north is too cold, so I want to go to the south. Do you want to study any major? Wen Jingxian asked. I haven't considered it yet, but I will definitely not choose what I am not good at. In fact, she and Guanxi have studied painting for so many years, and she kind of wants to continue learning. Don't worry, there's still time, think about it slowly. After Wen Jingxian finished speaking, he picked up the dishes and chopsticks on the table and went to the kitchen to wash them. It stands to reason that Shi Jinyao and Guanxi are the masters, so how can guests be allowed to wash dishes? So Shi Jinyao followed embarrassingly, and Guanxi also stood up. Only Wen Jingqian, she was full of thoughts on how to finish the test paper quickly, and then went to sleep, so she ignored them, picked up the test paper that was set aside and started writing. Shi Jinyao noticed that Guanxi was following. She turned her head and waved to him, hurry up and go back and write the test paper, finish writing early and rest early. Even if he was reluctant, he could only return to the living room under her gaze. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian stood in the kitchen. She held a dishcloth in her hand and said to Wen Jingxian, Brother Jingxian, let me do the washing. You go back and give a lecture to Can Can. Give it to me. Wen Jingxian stretched out his hand and said to her. Ah. What for you? She looked up at him suspiciously. But he saw his gaze, which seemed to be on his own lips, combined with what he said just now. Her face immediately turned red, she looked away embarrassedly, then lowered her head and said, It's not good. As soon as the words fell, he suddenly approached her. Just when she was thinking about it, the dishcloth in her hand had fallen into his hands. Hurry up and take a rest, remember to put on some lipstick later, your mouth is dry. Huh? He stared at himself just now, so it was because his mouth was dry. Thinking of this made her even more embarrassing. He majored in psychology, so I don't know if he saw that he had misunderstood just now. Without allowing her to think about it, he suddenly pulled her hand up. He wiped some hand sanitizer on her hand, and then put it in warm water to wash it slowly. It is undeniable that he did take advantage of it a bit. Calmly helped her wash her hands, and then took off the towel hanging on the side. When drying her hands, he squeezed her white fingers intentionally. Brother Jingxian, you. Do you want me to brush your teeth and wash your face in person? Wen Jingxian let go of her hand and asked. Oh, no, no, I'll do it myself. After speaking, she left the kitchen as if fleeing. Guanxi in the living room stared at Shi Jinyao's hurried back, grinning with hatred, when Jinkan kicked him under the table. What are you looking at? Why don't you write quickly? Guanxi glared at her. Wait and see, one day you will fall into my hands. He knew what he meant, but when Jinkan deliberately distorted it and asked with a face full of surprise, you don't like me, do you? So seeing my brother and Xiaoyao get along well, you know that there is no possibility for the two of us, so the opinion is so big? Oh, God, my brother and Xiaoyao are in love with each other, but I don't like you, not at all, we have nothing to do, so you should die as soon as possible. Her exasperating words, coupled with her extremely exaggerated expression, made Guanxi want to strangle her to death. Then he thought about it, sneered, and said casually, I know you don't like me, why do you like that Xiao Xiao? Let me think about it, it's the tall, deadly handsome, and then in your dance troupe. Before he could finish speaking, when Jinkan raised his hand to cover his mouth, shut up, how do you know? I didn't say anything to anyone. How do you care about me knowing? Anyway, I know. By the way, stop being narcissistic. I don't like you at all, and I don't even have any interest in being someone else's backup. So, if you want to keep this secret, in the future how to treat me, I believe you are a smart person, you will understand. After finishing speaking, Guanxi tapped her head with a pen, then bowed her head and continued to work on the question. When Jinkan looked in the direction of the kitchen, you must not say anything, including my brother and Xiaoyao. I will listen to you in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will never dare to go west. You dare not go west, but you dare go north and south. Don't dare, I swear. When Jinkan looked serious, and then Guanxi raised his head to look at her, then nodded with a smile, I believe in you. Just when she was about to breathe a sigh of relief, his voice came again, but you also know what your brother studies, that's psychology, and you know how good he is. How many companies and units does he have? A character that everyone wants to steal, so, you see, the secret that I can discover, whether you can hide it from the old man, depends on your own luck. When Jinkan twitched his lips, but in the end he didn't say anything more. After when Jingxian came back from washing the dishes, he sat quietly and read a book. From the corner of his eyes, when Jinkan raised his eyes to look at him from time to time. He stood up and walked to her side and asked, have you encountered a problem? Because of guilty conscience, when Jinkan was so frightened that he lowered his head and didn't dare to lift it. He casually pointed to a question and said, I don't know how to do this. Sitting opposite, Guanxi laughed out loud when he saw her trembling. When Jinkan secretly kicked him under the table, and he calmed down. When Jingxian, as if he didn't notice their small movements, patiently explained the topic to Wen Jinkan, and then returned to the seat just now and sat down. As soon as he sat down, the phone on the table turned on. He picked up the phone and turned it on, and after carefully reading the boring content in Shi Jinyao's text message word by word, he was about to reply, are you still asleep, but after thinking about it, he still put down the phone. Shi Jinyao in the room waited for a long time with her mobile phone in her arms, but she didn't receive any reply from him. She got out of bed in doubt, walked to the door lightly, slowly opened the door and poked her head out. When she leaned over and saw the living room clearly, when Jingxian was sitting there reading a book, with her mobile phone placed in front of him, she was sure that he must have seen the text message, but she just didn't want to reply to her. End of this chapter. Chapter 211 I can't live by doing my own evil. Chapter 211 I can't live by doing my own evil, part. Early the next morning, when the three of Shi Jinyao woke up, when Jingxian didn't know when he woke up, and the table was full of the breakfast he bought from outside. Shi Jinyao didn't wait for his reply last night, and then fell asleep with her mobile phone in her arms. When she woke up in the morning, the mobile phone was placed on the bedside table. She didn't need to think about it. It must have been put away by Wen Jinkan when she went back to her room to rest. Because she was a little bored, she ignored Wen Jingxian when she saw him. Guanxi knew Shi Jinyao's inner activities like the palm of his hand, seeing her rarely treat Wen Jingxian as heir, he was in a particularly good mood. Only when Jinkan saw that something was obviously wrong with Shi Jinyao, she picked up a deep-fried dough stick while eating, walked to Wen Jingxian and asked in a low voice, brother, are you and Xiaoyao having trouble? When Jingxian raised his eyes to Shi Jinyao who was sitting at the dining table silently bowing his head to eat breakfast, feeling a little helpless, looking at Wen Jinkan, hurry up and have breakfast. He avoided talking about it, but when Jinkan began to think to herself, she remembered going home last night, they were fine before going to bed, could it be after going to bed, but wasn't everyone sleeping at that time, what could go wrong? Wen Jinkan ate every mouthful, and she didn't know when Wen Jingxian sat next to them. Can, hurry up and eat the eggs. Seeing that she didn't respond to calling her twice, Wen Jingxian patted her when he called her this time. When Jinkan came back to his senses, absently picked up a round egg and cracked the shell, then slowly peeled it off. Xiaoyao, you have an egg too. After talking to Wen Jingxian took the opportunity to push the egg plate in front of Shi Jinyao, and said to her with a smile on his face. Shi Jinyao didn't speak, but still stretched out her hand to pick up one from the egg tray. She had just peeled it and immediately pushed over a glass of warm water. She was not polite either. After eating the egg, she picked up the water glass and drank it one bite at a time. When the three of them had almost eaten and were about to go out, Wen Jingxian gave Wen Jingcan a wink, and Wen Jingcan immediately pushed the Guanxi out the door with a sense of humor. Guanxi wanted to see Wen Jingxian deflated, but he didn't want to see his sister unhappy all the time, so he followed Wen Jingcan and walked out first. When Shi Jinyao lowered her head to change her shoes, Wen Jingxian stood aside and looked at her. Did you sleep well last night? A silence. He chuckled and asked, angry? Because you didn't reply to your text message last night? There was silence again. At this time, Shi Jinyao had already changed her shoes, stood up and was about to go out. When he hugged her into his arms, he also closed the open door by the way. Don't be angry, I'm just worried that your chat will be endless, which will affect your rest, so I didn't reply to you. You also know that you are in a critical period. If you don't have a good rest and perform abnormally because of me, I'll die of guilt by then. Shi Jinyao struggled, and after listening to his explanation, she felt a little better, and said in a low voice, let me go. Wen Jingxian knew that there was not much time now, and if he insisted on getting a good word from her, they would definitely be late, so he chose a shortcut. He bowed his head and kissed her pink cheek quickly, and said, this is compensation, don't be angry. After finishing speaking, he loosened his hands around her waist at the same time. After being free, Shi Jinyao quickly opened the door and walked outside. Although she didn't say anything, seeing her blushing face and slightly messy steps, he knew that her anger had subsided, so he breathed a sigh of relief. When he closed the door and went downstairs, Shi Jinyao had already returned to normal, and was underestimating something with Wen Jingcan word by word. At this time, the sky is bright and the sun has not yet risen. Breathing the fresh air, the breeze blows, instantly blowing away the stagnation that has accumulated all night. Although Shi Jinyao didn't take the initiative to greet him, she showed him a slight smile. There were not many pedestrians and vehicles on the road, but Wen Jingxian was still driving slowly. Anyway, there is plenty of time, so the three of them didn't rush. Just as they turned a corner, Wen Jingxuan's cell phone rang. He quickly took out his mobile phone, handed it to Guanxi who was sitting next to him, and said, let's see who is calling. Guanxi glanced at the flashing name on the phone screen, and said, it's Guahaitian. Shi Jinyao is familiar with Guahaitian. When she was still living in school and when Jingxian was still in junior high school, Wen Jingxian led her to have dinner with him and Li Xian every day. Later, when they entered high school, they were not in the same class as Wen Jingxian, so their relationship was naturally not as close as before. She had heard that Guahaitian chose to enlist in the army after receiving his high school diploma because he was not admitted by the university he was studying for. 8 years have passed and he has not heard of his discharge. Could it be that he was in the military camp? Li got promoted? Shi Jinyao thought to herself. At this time when Jingxian had already parked the car on the side of the road, got out of the car after taking the phone, opened the door, stood a few meters away from the car, said something to Guahaitian on the phone, and then looked up after glancing at the three people in the car. He put away the line. Although his expression didn't seem to change much after he got into the car, the three people who were familiar with his aura had clearly noticed that something was wrong with his current situation. Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi. Guanxi was lowering his head, wondering what he was thinking. She turned her head and asked Wen Jingxian, Brother Gingxian, is it Brother Haitian's phone number? Wen Jingxian should be very happy now that he and Shi Jinyao had an awkward fight, now that she took the initiative to talk to him, but the expression on his face didn't change much, even though he pretended to be calm. Maybe he himself noticed this problem, so after answering Shi Jinyao, he smiled and said, he heard that I changed my number, so he called to confirm. But no matter how perfect his excuse was, Shi Jinyao didn't believe it. If there was really nothing important, how could he stop the car and get out of the car to pick it up? She wanted to seek some answers from Guanxi, but at this moment, he leaned on the back of the chair and fell asleep. Wen Jingxian sent them to the school gate, and after watching them enter the campus, he picked up his mobile phone and called Zhou Wenshui. Please help me to inform those students who can be contacted, and we will get together if we have time on May Street. Zhou Wenshui asked back, the location. Reconsideration. After hanging up the phone, Wen Jingxian drove home. In the school, Shi Jinyao gathered around Guanxi and asked, what happened to Brother Gingxian? Guanxi glanced left and right, then leaned close to her ear and whispered something. After listening to what he said, Shi Jinyao stood there in a daze. I knew you would have this reaction, but you are self-inflicted, don't tell me you are full of the heart of the virgin. Guanxi tapped her forehead, and then pushed her into the classroom. What Shi Jinyao was thinking at this moment was that he must be very sad, and disappointed, right? Guanxi was worried that she would care too much later, so he sent Wen Jingxian a message to comfort him foolishly. When the time came, he would reveal his abilities and warned her in advance. We don't know about this now, even if you feel sorry for him, bear with me, or I won't tell you anything in the future. I know. It was because she knew that she was so irritable. End of this chapter. Chapter 212 A Woman and Hashtag 039's Intuition. Chapter 212 A Woman's Intuition. Shi Jinyao, who had already forgotten about that incident, suddenly remembered it when she saw Wen Jingxian after school. At this moment, Wen Jingxian has returned to his normal state. In fact, he was not abnormal in the morning, but they were all too familiar with him to notice it. Wen Jingxian found that Shi Jinyao had been sizing him up since he got in the car, and she didn't shy away from it. Because he was driving the car and couldn't pay all his attention to her, he didn't have much thought to guess what she was thinking. Finally, Wen Jingcan, who was sitting by the side, couldn't stand watching anymore, and elbowed Shi Jinyao. Even if my brother is good-looking, you don't have to keep an eye on him, right? He's driving, wait a minute because you're staring at him too much. Take it easy, what do you do if you get distracted? Shi Jinyao said to her without shame, I'm willing. If you feel disadvantaged, you can keep an eye on my brother. I don't mind. Although she said this, she still looked away. Wen Jingcan and Guanxi said excitedly when they heard her words, you don't mind, I do. Shi Jinyao smiled at the two of them, TSK, what a tacit understanding. Wen Jingxian was also chuckling in front of him. Hearing his laughter, Wen Jingcan secretly pinched Shi Jinyao's thigh. According to her temperament, if it was before, she would have been reluctant to say a few words, but today is different from the past. Now she has something to say. In Guanxi's hands, this guy is uncertain, she is not sure what to say so as not to offend him, so she can only keep silent. When they got downstairs, Shi Jinyao specifically asked Wen Jingcan and Guanxi to go upstairs first, and she stayed behind to wait for Wen Jingxian who was going to park the car. Guanxi gave her a warning with his eyes before leaving, and she nodded to him to imply that she would not reveal his secret, and that guy was willing to give up. Wen Jingxian parked the car, walked up to her and asked softly, why didn't you go up? Did you wait for me? Shi Jinyao nodded, I want to talk to you alone. Wen Jingxian pointed to the stone bench in the community for people to rest, sit over there and talk. Shi Jinyao has no objection. Anyway, she has grown up now and has established a relationship with him. She is not afraid that those gossiping women in the community will see it and gossip. Moreover, it is well known that the Wen family has a good relationship with her own family. The two sat face to face, when Jingxian secretly observed her every move, and asked with a smile like a spring breeze on his mouth, how are you doing at school today? Shi Jinyao blinked at him and then said, it's okay, it's about the same as usual, except that a male classmate suddenly told me that the college entrance examination is coming soon, and they may part ways in the future, so I want to live in a high school life that is like a blank sheet of paper, add a touch of color. I wondered, I think my high school life, although not very rich and colorful, is not as white as a piece of paper. I really don't understand what he thinks. When Jingxian raised his eyebrows, so someone confessed to her today, I think when he realized what he was thinking, he was a little selfish. He was worried that she would get along with other boys after she entered high school, so he thought of forcing Wen Jingcan to study so that they could still be in the same class in high school. However, Wen Jingcan had the kind of personality of fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days. Fortunately, she had a brother Guanxi who was a big vinegar altar next to her, so he felt relieved. It seems that your teacher assigned too little homework, so you have the heart to think about these things. Wen Jingxian said with a smile. If she could tell him directly, he would naturally know that the boy was just an inconspicuous little person, and he didn't cause any ripples in her heart. Shi Jinyao doesn't like to hear these words, yeah, it seems that our teacher assigns too little homework. What should I do? Should I concentrate on studying first, and we can talk about emotional matters later? The implication is to get rid of him first relation. When Jingxian hurriedly said, you are both academically and emotionally correct, so you don't need to talk about it later. Shi Jinyao repeated his words of study and emotion are balanced, and when Jingxian was caught off guard, he settled an old score with him, really? After what happened last night, I thought I was all ready because of emotions delay learning. When Jingxian sighed in his heart. He thought he knew her so well. Since he could feel her emotions, he would naturally be able to calm her down when she was angry. But now he realized that she was far better than every guest he had come into contact with before. It is even more difficult to enlighten. I apologize to you for what happened last night. I promise, if you send me a message or call me in the future, no matter what time period it is, I will never ignore it again, okay? Shi Jinyao was no longer angry when he explained in the morning. He was right. In fact, if he replied to himself last night, according to his current thoughts like the little girl, there must be 1 and 2, and 2 and 3. When the time comes to chat and chat, the rest time will be wasted. I didn't get angry a long time ago. But at that time, Can and the others were still studying, so it didn't matter if I played for a while. If you cared about it, it would cause chaos. It's good not to be angry, let's go up quickly, and when you have enough food, you can also go to rest. Shi Jinyao nodded, and when she stood up and walked beside him, she looked at him and asked, Brother Gingxian, where is your ability now? Can you see through a person's mental activities at a glance? Or can you tell from his language, is his words true? Or is he lying? You overestimate me. I'm not a god, and I don't have mind-reading skills. How can I know other people's inner activities? It's just that when I face some people, I may be able to observe their body movements, language, and so on, analyze this person on the surface. The other is some customers who actively consulted. When Jingxian briefly described his work. After Shi Jinyao finished listening, she squinted her eyes and smiled and asked, Brother Gingxian, do you know how to hypnotize? When Jingxian nodded slightly, I'm studying. Judging by his appearance, he will be able to, but maybe his ability has not reached the height he expected, so he humbly says that he is learning. Shi Jinyao stayed with him not only to talk to him, but also to know about his current abilities and guess what jobs he might be involved in. Even she herself doesn't know why, maybe this is what is said in the legend, a woman's intuition tells her that he has a secret. She also has a secret herself, so she didn't want to spy on him, but she was a little uneasy in her heart, worried that his work would be in danger to him, that's why she wanted to know more about him. Although there is a Guanxi beside her, he is not an unprincipled person. If a certain level of privacy is involved, it is impossible for him to tell himself. The two climbed the stairs one after the other, but Shi Jinyao didn't notice that when Jingxian, who was walking behind her, kept staring at her with affectionate eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 213 The Man Hiding Behind. Chapter 213 The Man Hiding Behind. After lunch, Shi Jinyao was still thinking about when Jingxian when she rested for a while and went to take a nap. Everyone went to rest, only when Jingxian took his mobile phone and went downstairs to make a call. By the time he went upstairs, it was just about time for them to get up for school. Along the way, when Jingxian joked with them from time to time. Seeing him like this, the mystery in Shi Jinyao's heart became bigger and bigger. No, just after we separated from Wen Jinghan, she immediately pulled Guanxi to a place where no one was around, and asked with a straight face, Brother Gingxian, is there any danger in his job? Guanxi already knew why she asked him to come here, and when he heard her speak and shut Wen Jingxian, he knew it shouldn't be, but he still overturned the jar of jealousy. When will you be able to care more about my brother? Can you stop talking about Wen Jingxian? Shi Jinyao didn't know that he was deliberately diverting his attention now, it was still really awkward, but no matter what it was, she had already made up her mind, and she must find out about Wen Jingxian from him today before giving up. Don't talk about these things, tell me quickly, what is Brother Jingshuan's job? I don't believe that he is just an ordinary psychological counselor. Guanxi sneered disdainfully, isn't it a psychological counselor, isn't it a psychiatrist? The difference between a psychiatrist and a psychological counselor is that one can prescribe medicine and the other cannot. Why can't he be a psychiatrist? No, don't try to change the subject for me. What I want to ask you is that he has nothing but does this job on the surface still? She was almost fooled by him, but fortunately she recovered in time. You think too much. Guanxi said this and was about to abscond, but was held tightly by Shi Jinyao. Relax, I'm going to the bathroom. I don't know if he was really impatient or just pretending, but after being pulled by her, he frequently switched legs and stepped on the ground, and he pulled his head together, making people look rather the really anxious look made Shi Jinyao feel a little hesitant. Because she couldn't tell whether he was real or if he was just pretending to escape. After thinking about it, she said, then you go to my space, I won't peep anyway. When you tell me what I want to know, I will let you out. Aside from imprisoning me, what else would you do? Guanxi was angry, she had always been impatient with herself, no, after only a few words, she began to threaten herself. Okay, can I tell you? No matter what his job is, there will be no danger anyway. Even if he encounters any danger, he can take good care of himself, so it's not your turn to worry about him. In the end, he compromised. Is there really no danger? From what he said, she knew that Wen Jingshuan's job on the surface was a psychological counselor, but secretly there must be other jobs, and the content of the job may still be related to psychological counseling, but the service objects. You just worry about it and don't think about it. If his job is dangerous, then he will send us to school every day with a high profile? What Guanqi said was indeed the truth. After knowing that Wen Jingxuan's job was not in danger, her heart gradually settled down. In order to prevent her from being suspicious again, Guanqi's behavior afterward was no different from usual. Besides, when Jingxian drove to his old friend Li Xian. After Li Xian graduated, he quickly opened a small company. Later, under his management, the company grew larger and larger, forming its current scale. When the front desk lady heard his self-reported name, she immediately enthusiastically led him to the elevator. When Jingxian smiled at her politely, and then stepped into the elevator. After pressing the button, the elevator slowly went up and finally stopped at the 6th floor. Li Xian's assistant was already waiting by the elevator. She was a tall, protruding and beautiful woman. When Jingxian casually looked at the beautiful assistant in front of her, she also looked at him secretly. A formulaic smile. "Hello, Mr. Li is in a meeting, please go to the reception room and wait for a while." When Jingxian nodded and followed her into the reception room. After he sat down, he immediately brought in a cup of coffee for the staff. "Thank you." He thanked politely, but he didn't intend to drink. Li Xian's beautiful assistant gave the girl who delivered the coffee a look, and the two walked out. A long time ago, when Yu Zixin and the others were arrested, they got some clues from the low-level criminal suspects. But because Hu Lin and the others were too hard-spoken, they tried many methods but failed to find anything useful. To the outside world, they have already declared that Hu Lin and the others were sentenced to death and executed. But in fact, in order to catch the big fish behind them, Hu Lin and others did not die. Hu Lin is also a smart person. Maybe he knew that as long as he confessed everything, he would die, so he persisted until now. There is no way, now is a new society, and it is no longer the old era, so we can't torture him to extract a confession. These things, Guan Yongxiang, Wen Zhengcheng, Wen Jingxian, and Guanxi, who they had never thought of, were all clear in their hearts. Zhou Wenshui and the others are secretly investigating the person behind Hu Lin, but the clues have been broken for a long time. Now, Wen Jingxian, who has been hiding in the dark, has come in handy. In fact, long before he came back, he had already seen a lot of detailed information about Hu Lin, Yu Zixin and others, including the video of their interrogation process. He had a bold idea in his mind, so when he came back, he was not in a hurry to go to the prison to meet Hu Lin and the others face to face, but planned to start with his classmates' network. Just at this time, Gua Haitian in the army sent him an explosive news, when Jingyu was also involved in drug possession and trafficking. When Jingyu is still in his senior year, but his business is booming. In just 2 or 3 years since he was in college, he has established himself in Shenzhen City, and he has become the best in their industry. One of the influential enterprises. He had never had any doubts about his cousin before, because he felt that under the influence of Wen Zhengcheng, even if the Wen family's children did not have great prospects, they would not go on the path of breaking the law and committing crimes, but Wen Jingyu is still wrong way. Today he came to see his old friend Li Xian, not simply to reminisce, but because of his current status, I believe that many classmates will be willing to sell him face, let him organize a junior high school reunion, many people will definitely come. After Li Xian came out of the meeting room, he walked towards Wen Jingxian excitedly. Wen Jingxian, who was sitting in the reception room, heard the footsteps and turned his head to look towards the door. The moment he saw Li Xian, his originally bright black eyes immediately dimmed. Fortunately, he was hiding deeply, so Li Xian didn't see. End of this chapter. Chapter 214 I Will Believe in You. Chapter 214 I Will Believe in You, Part. Long time no see. Li Xian, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, walked up to Wen Jingxian, and instead of shaking hands with him, he directly gave him a big hug. Naturally, Wen Jingxian would not lose face to him, just like when they met again, no matter how long they had been apart, they either hugged or punched each other. Presidently, long time no see. Wen Jingxian said with a smile. Li Xian put his hand on his shoulder. Stop teasing me, go to my office and sit down and have a good chat. When passing by his beautiful assistant, he ordered her to go in and make tea. The three stepped into the office. The beautiful assistant took the kettle to fetch water. Li Xian and Wen Jingxian sat opposite each other. Wen Jingxian glanced in the direction of the door, and said to Li Xian, Mr. Li is quite blessed. Li Xian smiled and didn't pick up on him. It's been so long since you've been back, why are you coming to see me now? Li Xian didn't realize that there was anything wrong with his words. Although Wen Jingxian hadn't had much contact with him after graduating from junior high school, their friendship still remained. Stay at the height of junior high school. Wen Jingxian didn't mind what he said, and said with a smile, "It's not because you are too busy, so I dare not disturb you. I happened to ask you for help today, so I didn't invite you. I didn't expect to come from outside. It's so easy to sneak into a big company with such a grandeur everywhere. You can pull it down, you can come in, it's not because I have already greeted the people below in advance." At this time, the beautiful assistant came in. Wearing a professional suit, she respectfully walked to the coffee table and skillfully made tea for them. With her on the side, neither of them opened their mouths, but she was not only beautiful but also had good eyesight. After making them a cup of tea, she retreated voluntarily. As soon as the office door was closed, Wen Jingxian asked, "A woman you raise in the company?" Li Xian didn't hide it, nodded and said with a smile, "How is it? Not bad? It's pleasing to the eye and competent." Wen Jingxian just smiled and said nothing. Li Xian thought that he was also interested in his assistant, so he moved to his side, put his hand on his shoulder and said, "This woman is cheap. If it weren't for her good looks and good skills for the sake of it, I dumped it long ago. If you are interested, I can ask her to accompany you." "No need, I'm not good at this." Wen Jingxian was very disgusted with his words in his heart. He looked at Li Xian, and now he no longer had a little light and shadow from his school days. Perhaps this is because after entering the big dye vat of the society from the protected environment of the school, it has been dyed with other colors bit by bit. If there are too many colors, it will change from the original colorful to lifeless. A pile of ashes. "I didn't expect that after so many years, you still look like this. Tell brother, have you been enlightened now?" When Jingxian took his hand away from his shoulder, "I want to talk to you about business." Hearing the business, Li Xian also put away his unrestrained appearance just now, and raised his teacup while asking, "My brother, what can't you just say? On May's tea, I had a reunion with my high school classmates, so I thought, why don't we have a reunion in junior high school? It's been so many years since we graduated, and I don't know how everyone is doing now, but you also know that I can't invite many people now. Yes, so I want you, a big shot, to organize. They will definitely sell your face. My concern is that you won't be able to spare time." After listening to what Wen Jingxian said, Li Xian smiled and said, "I thought it was something, that's all. Otherwise, what do you think? Asking you to choose beautiful women for me?" Wen Jingxian joked with a smile, but it is not known how true his smile is. "There are a lot of beauties, but you have the one at home, how can you still look up to these vulgar fans?" He actually realized a long time ago that Wen Jingxian had his fake sister hidden in his heart. The two chatted for a while, and then Wen Jingxian left. As soon as he left, Li Xian's beautiful assistant went in to clean the coffee table. Not long after, a low-pitched singing came out from the open office door, but the people outside continued to work without changing their faces, and it could be seen that this was not the first time such a thing had happened. When Jingxian went downstairs and sat in the car for a long time without driving away. He, who never smoked, suddenly wanted to take a sip. So he went into the store, bought a pack of moderately priced cigarettes and a lighter, and went back to the car to smoke slowly. He was choked on the first puff, and after the second puff, he was smoking like an old cigarette for many years, and he had an incomprehensible look on his face. He sat in the car and smoked 2 cigarettes, and when he was about to start the car and leave, he saw a graceful figure stepping out of the gate. It's her, Li Xian's beauty assistant. But it was just a casual glance, and then he stepped on the gas pedal. When he started the car, the beautiful assistant had already seen him and was walking towards him on high heels, but before she could say hello to him, he had already passed her, leaving only the tail of the car floating. The stinking smoke came out. In the building behind her, Li Xian stood by the window watching the movement downstairs, and snorted coldly. When Wen Jingxian returned from Li Xian's place, he went directly to Wen's house. Days passed day by day, Shi Jinyao and the others were busy studying, and Wen Jingxian was busy with his ulterior secrets. Soon it will be Labor Day, which is the big gathering of Wen Jingxuan's junior high school and high school classmates. Originally planned to set another time, but when Li Xian asked, most people were on holiday today, so he simply made an appointment today, and at the same time, it was also for the convenience of Wen Jingxian and others who, like Wen Jingxian, belonged to these two classes, those classmates, so they directly merged into one. I have something to do tonight. Dad will pick you up then. Wen Jingxian said when sending the 3 of them to school. It was rare that Wen Jingxian didn't ask the reason. Shi Jinyao looked at him twice after hearing the words, but she didn't ask. Instead, she had always had a dispensable relationship with Wen Jingxian, and asked aloud, "Aren't you asking for leave now? Don't you? And what about work?" Student reunion. Wen Jingxian simply returned. Student reunion, wouldn't it be that you will meet many single female classmates? Then you will have a drink, and then you will have sex after drinking. TSK. The person who organized this party has bad intentions. Hearing Guanxi's words, Wen Jingxian felt that it was necessary to do something to Shi Jinyao, thinking that he left Shi Jinyao in the car when they got off. Seeing that she was about to get out of the car, but was held by Wen Jingxian from the front, she looked back at him suspiciously. Wen Jingxian stared at her and said seriously, I don't know how to drink, let alone have sex after drinking. Shi Jinyao was taken aback for a moment, then smiled at him and said, I would like to believe you. End of this chapter. Chapter 215 Party. Chapter 215 Gathering. Wen Jingxuan's side went according to his plan. During the whole process, he didn't drink a drop of wine. It wasn't all because of Shi Jinyao, but because he had to stay sober. No, another classmate came to clink glasses with him, Jing Shen, Wen Shui works in the Public Security Bureau, and he might be on a mission. We can understand that he doesn't drink, but if you don't drink, it's a bit unreasonable. Don't give face to old classmates, the big guy said, right? Sitting next to Wen Jingxian is Zhou Wenshui, and on the other side are Li Xian and Shirley. Both of them are businessmen. They have helped Wen Jingxian stop a lot of wine before. Now they are all drinking a little too much. Naturally, Wen Jingxian will not let them do it for him. Blocking by himself, Zhou Wenshui sat on the side and was anxious. Only he and Wen Jingxian knew the real purpose of this gathering. Wen Jingxian gave him a calm look, stood up from his seat, and used the excuse of driving many times before, but the person in front of him came back knowing that he was driving, so he thought about it and had to change it. Reason, it's not that I don't give face, it's just that you don't understand my difficulties. Before coming here, my girlfriend said clearly that she can't drink or drink. She has a good nose. Please be considerate of me, an unmarried person, and you who are married and have children. Yes, there is no comparison. At this time, he did not hesitate to move Shi Jinyao out as a shield. It's just a little wine, it doesn't matter. Let me tell you, you still can't find a good one with this condition? Get rid of her and find another one. Look, we are sitting here. The speaker was already drunk and blurred, he didn't buy Wen Jingxuan's account at all. After saying these words, he raised his hand and pointed to the single female students sitting at the same table one by one. Lu Tingting, she is tall and big, although she is a bit aggressive, but if you two get along well, isn't she obedient to you? The big guy said it. Wen Jingxian is not someone who can't take jokes, but when he heard this kind of words, his face immediately darkened. Before he could speak, the person continued there, Yusha, Chu Nanrong, Zhu Ying, Pan Saixia, which one of them is not a gentle and quiet little girl from the south of the Yangtze River? Especially Yusha, who is beautiful and has strong work ability. He was still talking endlessly, when Jingxian had already smiled at everyone, and excused that there was still something to do, so let's take a step first. When he walked out, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly cooled down, many people are whispering how he left early. The person who persuaded Wen Jingxian to drink was so offended by him, he suddenly got a little angry, and said loudly, damn, why are you pretending to be noble in front of me, you are shameless. Zhou Wenshui stood up and took him to the position, Jingxian has this character, don't be surprised, hey, you don't know, in fact, he is suffering in his heart, he has liked that girl for so many years, and has been taking good care of her, but my parents have grown up, but with. Now, under his pursuit, I finally agreed to be his girlfriend, can he not accept it? Zhou Wenshui finished speaking with a suppressed smile. Although what he said was true, the only thing he didn't point out was that the girl ran away with his own mother and brother. Besides, Wen Jingxian, who left the hall, strode into the car, drove the car downstairs to a neighborhood next door, and immediately took a notebook and a pen to write down his impressions of some classmates. After he finished analyzing one by one, Zhou Wenshui called. Hey, you boy left willfully, leaving my brother behind to clean up the mess for you, how do you plan to repay me? Don't you only have this little value? If you don't let you deal with it, I'm worried that you will feel that you are useless at that time, and what should you do if you can't think about it? After a few words, he said seriously, you go and buy me a fast food and send it over. Okay. Hearing his words, he knew that he must have figured out something. Zhou Wenshui immediately returned to the hotel and ordered a fast food. Recognizing that he is the guest of today's big order, the hotel manager quickly arranged for someone to handle it. At this time, the people at the party also started to leave in twos and threes. Zhou Wenshui smiled and waved goodbye to them. Li Xian was Wen Jingxuan's junior high school classmate, and Zhou Wenshui was Wen Jingxuan's high school classmate. Naturally, they were not familiar with each other, so they simply greeted each other, and Li Xian walked outside. After Zhou Wenshui packed his meals and found Wen Jingxuan's car, Wen Jingxian was eating beside him while he sat looking at the form he had just drawn. Those circled people, it's best to check them out. Wen Jingxian got out of the car and rinsed his mouth with water a few times after eating, returned to the car and said this to him, then started the car and walked home. With you, I can save a lot of trouble. Zhou Wenshui said. Maybe it was because the business was over, so he started talking about what happened at the party just now. Do you know everyone's reaction after you left? Wen Jingxian looked ahead, firmly grasped the steering wheel, and said lightly, I'm not interested. Seeing that he was unwilling to say this, Zhou Wenshui wisely changed the topic to the form he gave just now. Why do you think this Yu Sha is suspicious? This is one of the single women mentioned by the drunk classmate just now. She is Li Xian's assistant. I suspect that Li Xian is taking drugs, so I have something to do with her. That's right, Li Xian, whose business is booming now, although on the surface, he is not much different from him before, but the first time when Jingxian saw him, he could see that he was addicted to drugs. I didn't expect that his beautiful assistant was still his former classmate. In fact, I can't blame him for not being able to recognize him, because the current Yusha really doesn't have a shadow of her school days. Now her nose bridge is straight and her chin is sharp. When we met at Li Xian's company, she had clearly recognized him, but she didn't say hello, and Li Xian didn't mention her name, so he naturally didn't associate her with the Yusha he knew. What do you do now? My cousin and good friend are all involved in drugs. Li Xian is obviously just infected. Please help me find out the details of Yusha as soon as possible. I will go to talk to him tomorrow. No matter how the talk goes, I will go to Shenzhen City in 2 days to find out Jingyu's bottom. If he is just taking drugs, then he will help him quit, but if he has something to do with drug possession and drug trafficking. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening when Wen Jingxian returned to Wen's house with a heavy heart. When Wen Jingcan and the others returned home, they didn't see him there. She was happy but also worried, so she called him. I'll go home and change my clothes. You can choose some exercises to do by yourself, and go to rest in an hour. Just put the completed questions on the table. I'll go back and check later. After explaining to Wen Jingcan, he took a change of clothes and went to take a shower. It was so late, and he didn't bother Wen Zhangcheng anymore. After tidying himself up, he took the key and went to Shi Jinyao's house. End of this chapter. Chapter 216 Guan Yuka and hashtag 039 S accident. Chapter 216 Guan Yuka's accident, Part. 2 days later, when Jingxian went away, and Shi Jinyao was not used to it, but at the same time, she was also a little worried. Guanxi saw that she was strange, and at the same time, he was thinking of ways to make her happy. On this day, when Jingkan asked Shi Jinyao before going to bed, Xiao Yao, what does it feel like to like someone? Shi Jinyao immediately sensed the situation, stared at her and asked, who do you like? When Jingkan was a little awkward, but still admitted generously, I don't know if I like it, anyway, sometimes I can't help but miss him, and then, I think he is the most handsome boy in the world. Do you have this feeling? Do you also think my brother is the most beautiful boy in the world? I'm telling you the truth. Then tell me, how do you feel in your heart? Shi Jinyao already knew that she liked that person, but she still pretended to be serious and sat on the head of the bed, luring her for the next description. However, the Lord didn't see it, and began to describe her feelings for someone in detail. After finishing speaking, she asked Shi Jinyao again, do you have the same feelings as me? Shi Jinyao thought for a while, and said, the situation is similar, but I don't think your brother is the most handsome person in the world, he is much prettier than him. In the past, when Jingkan would definitely rectify her brother's name, until Shi Jinyao had to admit that his brother is the most handsome man in the world, but now she obviously thinks so, not to mention anything else, at least the one in her heart now who, isn't he much more handsome than his brother? Seeing her reaction, Shi Jinyao snickered, and then said in a firm and affirmative tone, you have fallen in love, how are you, when are you going to confess your love? What are you confessing, am I the one who does that kind of thing? If I'm rejected, I'm going to mess around in the future. When Jingkan lay down under the quilt after speaking, closed his eyes and fell asleep. Shi Jinyao stared at her for a while, thinking to herself, fear of being rejected is the main point, right, but she knew she was shy now, so she didn't say anything, just lay down and turned off the lights to sleep. The next morning, the two of them were still lying in bed. Guanxi yelled at the door of the room for a while but still didn't hear anything, so he had no choice but to ask Jianglan to come in and call them. When Jingxian was not at home, so they were naturally reluctant to make Jianglan work hard, so they ate breakfast on the way to school. No, after the three of them went out, they entered a wonton restaurant. Just halfway through eating, a man entered the restaurant. Shi Jinyao originally lowered her head, but when she sensed someone coming in, she habitually raised her head and glanced, and saw Guahation's tan skin, but his facial features looked familiar, so she hesitated, but in the end she tentatively asked, "Brother Gua?" Hearing the long-lost address, Guahation looked towards the source of the sound. After seeing Shi Jinyao's face clearly, he smiled back and asked, "Is it Xiaoyao?" Now that she was finally sure that she was an acquaintance, Shi Jinyao put down her chopsticks. "It's me, Brother Gua. Didn't you join the army? Are you back from vacation now?" Guahation moved a stool to sit beside them. "Yes, take a few days off." In fact, he came back several times before, but he never met Shi Jinyao every time. "This is Can, right? You've grown into a big girl too, so I don't know you anymore," Guahation said to Wen Jingcan. Wen Jingcan didn't have a deep impression of him, and didn't know what was going on with her today, so she kept staring at Guahation, and she didn't even hear him greet her. Shi Jinyao looked at her who was motionless, and secretly touched her under the table with her hand, and the girl came back to her senses. In order to avoid embarrassment, Shi Jinyao said to Guahation, "It's Can, the one opposite is my brother, call Guanxi." Guanxi smiled at Guahation in a friendly manner. Guahation had heard that she had an older brother, so he was not surprised. "I heard that, Guanxi, right? My name is Guahation, and I am Brother Can's classmate. Not to mention, Xiaoyao and your brother and sister really look alike. Eat breakfast quickly and leave me alone, you have to go to school later, so don't be late." Hearing that the three smiled and lowered their heads to continue eating, Guanxi ate the fastest. He put down his chopsticks and wiped the corners of his mouth with a paper towel. Shi Jinyao had also put down his chopsticks and looked at Guahation who was eating with his head down. "Ask out the confusion in your heart, Brother Gua, is Brother Jingxian in trouble?" Guahation knew that when Jingxian would not tell them those things, so after a moment of stunned, he raised his head and said with a smile, "No? I haven't heard him say that." "Oh, all right." Although she was not reconciled, she also saw that he would not tell her anything, so she stopped asking. When Jingkan finally asked after leaving the Wonton Pavilion, "Xiaoyao, why did you ask that way just now? Is my brother in trouble?" Shi Jinyao and Guanxi looked at each other, and then said, "I just guessed randomly when I saw Brother Gingxian didn't go back to work for so long." Seeing that she didn't look like a liar, when Jingkan believed it, and said, "Aren't you worrying unnecessarily? I heard from my grandfather some time ago that several units wanted to hire my brother." "Really? Did Brother Jingxian agree?" Needless to say, Shi Jinyao also knew that the unit that Wen Zhengcheng mentioned was most likely the Public Security Department. If he was only needed to enlighten and appease the victims of some special cases, then she was not worried, but the problem was that she believed that his ability was far from that. "Don't think about it." Guanxi patted her to bring her back to her senses. His words reminded her of what he said last time. That's right, Brother Jingxian will not bring danger with him. After she figured it out, she finally relaxed a little. The matter of when Jingxian was still unclear, but when he was in Guanxi at school, he suddenly received a call from home. He didn't know what the person on the phone said, but before he had time to ask for leave, he flew towards the school gate. Seeing this, Shi Jinyao asked her classmates to ask for leave from the teacher, and hurried after her. When he arrived at the school gate, Guanxi was arguing with the guards, and Shi Jinyao knew that he would be stopped when he came out like this. She ran up to the two of them, grabbed Guanxi and asked what happened. At this time, he also calmed down a little, and said, "Grandpa just called to say that something happened to Yuka." Hearing Guan Yuka's name, Shi Jinyao didn't ask any more questions, and turned around to talk to the guard. The guard seemed to sense the seriousness of the matter, so he asked their class and name, and then let them go. When Guanxi heard that he could go out, he immediately ran away, followed by Shi Jinyao. After hailing a taxi, Shi Jinyao frowned and asked, "That's not right, didn't your adoptive parents take Yuka to study in Guizhou?" End of this chapter. Chapter 217 Why bother? Chapter 217 Why is this necessary? After being reminded by her, Guanxi also calmed down instantly. He immediately took out his mobile phone and called Guan Yongxiang. "Grandpa, isn't Yuka in your city? Who called to tell you that something happened to her?" "Don't worry, I'll call my parents first." I don't know what Guan Yongxiang said there, but after Guanxi said this, he hung up the phone. Shi Jinyao asked, "Are you a liar?" Guanxi quickly dialed Guan Haitian's number, and answered her, "Maybe." "Hey, Dad." He answered quickly over there, and he quickly asked about Guan Yuka's situation, and was finally relieved to learn that Guan Yuka was taking leave to rest at home because of illness. Worried that Guan Yongxiang was in a hurry, he didn't tell Guan Haitian more, and immediately called Guan Yongxiang to report his safety after cutting off the phone. "Now, shall we go back to school?" Shi Jinyao looked at him and asked. After hearing that it was just an oolong incident, the taxi driver had already stopped the car on the side of the road. Guanxi rubbed the center of his eyebrows. Master driver, please take us back again. The taxi turned around slowly and turned back to the school. On the way, Shi Jinyao said, how could someone as shrewd as Grandpa Guan be deceived? Concern makes chaos. Didn't I just forget about it? Shi Jinyao didn't speak anymore. Looking at the crossroads ahead, she suddenly said, Master driver, I'm sorry, can I trouble you to take us there again? The fare is fine. She was worried that the taxi driver would get angry later, and such a tossing back and forth, if you don't add money, no driver will be able to bear it. Hearing that the driver really took the opportunity to turn around and continue walking in the direction of Guan Yongxiang's house. Guanxi had already noticed what Shi Jinyao was worried about. Guan Yongxiang was alone in the house, and he would feel more at ease when he went back to take a look, so he didn't make a sound. When the car drove to the gate of Guan's house, it looked peaceful. The Guan family lives in their own small yard, which looks quite like a small villa. There are many flowers and plants planted around the house. The beauty is extremely beautiful, but because there is only Guan Yongxiang in the house, it seems too deserted. Up. After paying the fare, Shi Jinyao didn't let the driver go first, but gave him some extra money and asked him to wait outside the door. Please wait, if there is nothing wrong, we will trouble you to take us back to school. After the driver nodded in agreement, the two immediately ran into the yard. Just as they were thinking about how to go in quietly, Guan Yongxiang pushed open the door and came out. Seeing the two of them, he was slightly taken aback. You two don't go to class, what are you doing back here? Guanxi wanted to speak, but Shi Jinyao answered first. We heard that you had an accident, so we asked for leave from school and came back. We knew it was all right when we got there, but we were about to get home, so we just came back to use the bathroom. Guan Yongxiang didn't live in vain for so many years. What happened before was because the information said by the person on the other end of the phone basically matched, so he was confused for a while. At that time, his mind was so confused that he didn't even remember his son's phone number. Guanxi wrote his number on the wall next to the landline before, and he dialed it according to the number. Why two people ran out of school. He looked at the brothers and sisters in front of him. Although they were not his own grandchildren, he could see their concern and worry for him from their demeanor and every move, and he felt very comforted. He didn't expose them, but smiled and said, since you're back, why don't you just ask for a morning off? Now that you've been back to school for a while, it's time for school to be over. The two thought about it, so Guanxi asked Shi Jinyao to tell the driver. Back home, she actually went to the toilet, sent a text message to Wen Jingken at school, briefly described what happened, and then walked into the kitchen with Guanxi to cook. It was a false alarm on Kaishi's side, but when Jingxian in Shenzhen City encountered something. After he had a heart-to-heart talk with Li Xian that day, perhaps because of his friendship for many years, or because of the professionalism of his current work, Li Xian gave him a lot of trust and decided to arrange the work in hand as soon as possible, and then secretly go to rehab. But Wen Jingyu's situation is not like Li Xian's. After he settled in Shenzhen City, he contacted Wen Jingyu, but he declined on the grounds that he was busy with work. Since Wen Jingyu avoided him on purpose, he would naturally not be able to see him. After much deliberation, he simply went to visit Yi Qingxian, who lived in Shenzhen together. Now Yi Qingxian has remarried, and the man is also married for the second time. From the first time he saw her, Wen Jingxian knew that she was living a much better life now than when she was with his uncle. Now that she has a beloved man by her side, and her son Wen Jingyu is promising, her frown has disappeared, her whole face is radiant, and she looks several years younger instead. Auntie, long time no see. Wen Jingxian stood up and said to Yi Qingxian respectfully. She is wearing a long skirt today, with a satchel on her arm and a sun umbrella in her hand. When she saw Wen Jingxian smiling at herself, she was slightly taken aback, but she soon came back to her senses. She now understands that during the past period of time, her eyes were full of Wen Hao, but the past is the past, and the intersection of the two of them is only a person like Wen Shang. Now that she has reorganized her family, although this man is not as considerate as Wen Hao is to Jian Xiaoyu, at least he has someone to take care of him when he is sick, and he can also pour water for him when he is thirsty. In short, she is still very satisfied with her current life. Jingshen, I haven't seen you for a few years. You are more mature than before. She slowly sat down on the seat opposite him, summoned the waiter with her words and deeds, and ordered a drink for herself. After chatting for a while, Wen Jingxian shifted the topic to Wen Jingyu. Jingyu's business is so big now, isn't he busy? Yi Qingxian nodded. In the past, no matter how busy he was, he would come back to see me. I don't know what he is busy with this year. I haven't seen him since the Chinese New Year. It's been a long time since our brother got together, and you know how much he hates our Wen family. I've always wanted to get together with him, but every time I called his company, he declined. Because of Yi Qingxian, Wen Jingyu doesn't like to associate with Wen's family, so Wen Zhengcheng and the others are left with his company's phone number. No matter who it is, every time they call, it is formulaic. Hi, hello, sorry, our president Wen is in a meeting. His private number was only given to Shi Jinyao, but she didn't even bother to ask for it. Yi Qingxian naturally understood her son's temper, so when Wen Jingxian said that there was no call from Wen Jingyu, she was not surprised at all. Sighing, he sent the number to Wen Jingxian. I sent you his number, and you will help me persuade him later. End of this chapter. Chapter 218 Meeting the Love Rival. Chapter 218 Meeting the Love Rival, Part. Wen Jingxian smiled, asking him to persuade Wen Jingyu. Where is the persuasion? It's just adding fuel to the fire, okay? Seeing that he didn't speak, Yi Qingxian spoke bluntly about Wen Jingyu's thoughts. Jingyu's child, he puts all his heart and soul into Xiaoyao's child. He used to yell at me every day that when he graduated from university, he would go to Xiaoyao. Work at the place where I went to school. We all know that Xiaoyao didn't like him since he was a child. Why do you say he is doing this? Twisted melons are not sweet, and I don't know why he is so persistent. He will figure it out. When it came to Shi Jinyao, he missed it a little. After Yi Qingxian left, he took out the photo in his wallet and took a look. After that girl with a sweet smile, she didn't seem so tired anymore. Picking up the mobile phone on the table, he quickly edited a text message and sent it to Wen Jingyu's private number. As he expected, the phone rang before he sat down and drank a cup of tea. Where are you? As soon as the connection was made, Wen Jingyu's voice came from the receiver. He reported his address, then hung up the phone, got up and went to the bathroom, and when he came back, he called the waiter to order some food. Not long after filling his stomach, he turned his head and saw a dazzling sports car slowly parked on the side of the road outside the window. Then, his mobile phone vibrated on the desktop. After pressing the answer button, he turned his head and glanced at the car outside the window before raising his hand and putting the phone to his ear. The person over there still didn't wait for him to speak, and said, "Come out of the restaurant, get in my car, the license plate number is." After he finished speaking, Wen Jingxian poured himself a cup of tea, took 2 sips slowly, and then called the waiter to pay the bill. After leaving the door of the restaurant, he walked towards the flamboyant sports car that passers-by frequently cast their eyes on. He knew exactly what Wen Jingyu was up to. If it was the past, he would never let Wen Jingyu wait for him in the car for so long, but today's meeting is different. Because he dated Wen Jingyu as Shi Jinyao's boyfriend, in this case, he was able to pick him up so quickly, which shows how much influence his identity has on him. Although Wen Jingxian had the upper hand from the very beginning, he couldn't be happy in his heart. Who would have imagined that the brothers who grew up together now have to find all kinds of excuses so that the other party is willing to come to one of his appointments? Wen Jingyu, who was waiting in the car, was already impatient, but when Wen Jingxian got closer and closer to him, he could only smile and say, "Brother, long time no see." Wen Jingxian also nodded, "Long time no see. Have you eaten yet?" "Ate." "Then let's find a place to drink tea?" "It is good." Wen Jingyu was extremely upset when he saw what he asked and what he answered. Although he really wanted to shift the topic to Shi Jinyao now, he secretly warned himself, never speak first. Although he also understood that after seeing the message he sent, he immediately put down the work in hand and drove here. This eagerness cannot be hidden from his eyes as a professional psychological counselor. "Brother, how is your job now?" Suppressing his small thoughts, he turned his head to look at Wen Jingxian who was sitting next to him and asked. "It's okay, I can have a meal." "Hey." After he sneered, he stepped on the gas pedal to the end. "Is Xiaoyao taking the college entrance examination soon?" In the end, he couldn't hold his breath, and brought up today's main topic before sitting down in the tea house. "Yeah." After Wen Jingxian got into the car, he looked very tired, and at the moment he was leaning on the back of the chair to close the curtain and recuperate. In fact, despite how calm he pretended to be on the surface, in fact, his heart was not much calmer than Wen Jingyu's. Completely ignoring his tiredness, Wen Jingyu asked while the iron was hot, "You also know how important the college entrance examination is to her. Why are you still influencing her at this time?" Influence can be divided into good and bad. It means that I have no bad influence on her. How do you know that your influence is good? In fact, when I saw her kiss you that year, I knew she really hated me. But do you think that she really likes you? Oh, still it's not just to embarrass me. She already knew that I could only wait for her to graduate from high school, so before graduation, I immediately pulled you out as a shield. There is no lack of sowing dissension, but it is indeed in his heart real thoughts. I don't think you know her better than I do. Wen Jingxian said flatly. Don't believe me? Just watch, when she meets someone she likes, you, the so-called boyfriend, will become an ex-boyfriend. Her ex-boyfriend, not everyone can afford it. His words directly poked Wen Jingyu's heart, didn't they, after so many years of being on the saddle in front of her, even since she was a doll who didn't understand anything, she started to boil frogs in warm water, but she still didn't even pay attention to herself. Glancing at Wen Jingxian, he knew that if he continued to speak, every word he said might turn into a knife, mercilessly piercing his heart. Are you tired? Then take a rest. It's not that she cares about him, it's just to find a way out for herself. Wen Jingxian nodded, I'm not going to drink tea anymore, if it's convenient, take me to your place to rest for a night. Can he say it's inconvenient? But he didn't say it in the end. He drove the car slowly towards his usual villa, and when he was about to arrive, he began to honk the horn violently. Wen Jingxian slowly opened his eyes, looking at the empty front, and immediately understood that he was telling him to open his eyes. Wen Jingyu really thought the same way. Seeing that the car was almost driving to the door, but the people next to him were still sleeping in a mess, he didn't want to call him, so he came up with this idea. He didn't wake up, and he bumped the car on purpose. Leading Wen Jingxian into the door, anything you want. Of course you won't be polite. Find me some clothes. I want to take a shower first. Sure enough, you are not welcome at all, thinking to himself, Wen Jingyu went into the bedroom and took out a new set of clothes that he hadn't worn and threw them to him. During the time he was in and out of the bedroom, Wen Jingxian had already looked around his house briefly, received the clothes he threw over, and walked towards the bathroom in a familiar way without asking. When Wen Jingxian came out of the wash, Wen Jingyu asked bluntly, you don't hesitate to use Xiaoyao to lure me to see you, what is the reason? He conceitedly thought that Wen Jingxian would never know about his involvement with drugs, and it was either because of his grandfather Wen Zhengcheng or his shameless father that made him go to great lengths to find him. You're so smart, do you want me to tell you? Wen Jingxian walked to the water dispenser, poured himself a glass of water, and asked back when he heard his question. Recommend to everyone the article by my friend Lilo, the reborn military sister-in-law is the queen. Hashtag revenge abuses scum to hate, flirt with love sweetly, brother Bing, don't run away, just stand there obediently, you belong to my aunt. End of this chapter. Chapter 219 The Girl Who Was Pregnant with Spring. Chapter 219 The Girl Pregnant with Spring. When Jingxian understood his temper, anyway, now he had some confidence in his heart, so before he could speak, he continued, Uncle, he misses you very much, when will you go back and see him? With such an expression, Wen Jingyu raised his feet to put on the coffee table, and lay his whole body on the sofa, why should I go back? If I didn't miss Xiaoyao, do you think I would take a step into that place? You don't have to worry about it, I won't go back. He hated Wen Sheng to the core, and he was bored to the core with Wen Zhengcheng. As for the others, he didn't care, and naturally he couldn't talk about hate or love. To Shi Jinyao. He is bound to win, turned his head and glanced at Wen Jingxian, there are many rooms, you can choose whatever you want. After speaking, he got up and went to his bedroom. Resting at Wen Jingyu's place for one night, Wen Jingxian set off for Kaisher the next day. It was morning when we arrived in Kaisher, and Shi Jinyao and the others hadn't finished school yet, so he simply went to wait for someone at the school gate. When he walked out of the school gate, he saw his car. Wen Jingkan excitedly dragged Shi Jinyao to run, and Guanxi quickly followed behind them. I've already told my family that I'll take you out to eat at noon. He said aloud after the three got into the car and sat firmly. When Jingkan cheered, Shi Jinyao also smiled happily, and his eyes fell on him from time to time. Brother Gingxian, have you finished your work? For now, it's finished. The matter was just beginning to emerge, and he didn't know how long he would be busy in the future, so he didn't dare to talk too much. During the meal, when Jingkan mentioned that they met Guahaitian before, and when Jingxian asked, really? He's back? After getting an affirmative answer, he secretly took out the battery in his pocket, put it in again, took out his phone, called Guahaitian, pressed the screen and it didn't turn on, then reached out his hand to Wen Jingkan, my phone is not on. It's on, give me your phone. Wen Jingkan thought of the text messages in his mobile phone, and was unwilling to take them out. Why don't you want Xiaoyao's? I want to make a call to Guahaitian. Wen Jingxian thought she was worried about the phone bill, so he said, I'll charge it for you later. When Jingkan still refused, not only did not take it out, but also secretly asked Shi Jinyao for help under the table. Seeing the little girl's thoughts, Shi Jinyao took out her mobile phone and handed it to Wen Jingxian. Brother Gingxian, use mine. I just recharged my phone bill yesterday. Wen Jingxian did not go to pick it up, but moved his hand to Guanxi. I will lend you your mobile phone. Guanxi glanced at Shi Jinyao, then put the phone in his hand. After Wen Jingxian stood up and went outside to make a call, he said to Shi Jinyao, who was puzzled, he doesn't want your brother Gua to know your number. Wen Jingken suddenly realized, touched Shi Jinyao with his elbow, and teased her. So you have a very close relationship with that brother Gua. No wonder my brother refuses to use your mobile phone to call. To be honest, is that brother Gua secretly in love or Ming love you? Shi Jinyao frowned. No, I think Gua Haitian has always treated me like a sister or a friend. After speaking, she looked up at Wen Jingxian outside the door, and then smiled maliciously at Wen Jingkan. You have a situation. How are you going to thank me for helping you so much? Wen Jingkan lowered his head in embarrassment. What can happen? I just feel sorry for the phone bill. Oh, this girl who is pregnant with Spring is really different. No, she is completely different from before. Who would have thought that Wen Jingkan, who is super invincible and thick-skinned, would actually blush? She made fun of it. No, when she encountered such a good opportunity, she hurriedly returned what Wen Jingkan had teased her before without changing the medicine. Brother Jingxian is back. While the two were playing, Guanxi saw Wen Jingxian walking in, and hurriedly reminded the two people opposite. When the two heard the words, they immediately sat down quietly like obedient girls. Wen Jingxian sat down and asked, what happened to you two just now? Why didn't you talk when I came back? Wen Jingkan lowered his head and continued to eat, not intending to answer his question at all. Shi Jinyao secretly looked at Guanxi, and Guanxi also acted like it was none of my business at this moment. She could only look at Wen Jingxian with a smile and started talking nonsense. We were talking about my cousin just now. I was worried that you would get angry, so I stopped talking. Cici? Shi Jinyao's brother and sister have no relatives, and he has only one cousin, Jian Cici, so when he heard her words, he immediately thought of Jian Cici. Countless lies must be made up to cover one lie. In order to lie, Shi Jinyao could only briefly mention Jian Cici's recent situation. Yes, just now Can said that Sister Cici and her brother-in-law are going to buy a house in Kaisher. Speaking of Jian Cici, Shi Jinyao originally thought that the boyfriend she dated in high school would definitely blow it up in the end, but who would have imagined that after graduation, Jian Cici ignored the objections of her parents and insisted on being with that boy until she became pregnant. Only then did the voice subside. After all, parents can't fight their children. After Jian Cici became pregnant, Tong Yuejia was worried that her life would not be good, so she not only subsidized the young couple, but also rented a room in the street next to them, which would not cause trouble for the young couple's life, but also facilitate Jian Cici's life. Meals, laundry, etc. No matter how prejudiced she was against her parents in the past, after Tong Yuejia's careful care, the relationship between Jian Cici and them has eased a lot. Tong Yuejia originally planned to take care of Jian Cici until confinement, but it turned out that the child had to be taken care of after birth. Huang Zichao's parents were unwilling to leave the country. If they wanted them to help take care of the child had to be sent back to the country. Jian Cici was reluctant. Secondly, because of worry, Tong Yuejia's temporary residence became a long-term residence in the end. After the child was 3 months old, Jian Cici went to work during the day, and she took care of the child at home. Now Huang Shan is almost 5 years old. She's doing well, so uncle and the others can rest assured. When Jingxian remembered that he didn't like Huang Zichao at the time, and naively took Jian Cici to see Zhou Wenshui and the others. Now it seems that the choice of the other half can't be superficial. After this day, Shi Jinyao and the three of them prepared for the exam wholeheartedly. Sometimes when Jingxian was so busy that he didn't see anyone for a day, but most of the time, he would accompany the three of them. A month later, ushered in the most important moment in the life of this class of students, the college entrance examination. But Shi Jinyao was a little unhappy, because among the people who sent them into the examination room was Wen Jingyu, who she didn't want to see. Fortunately, she just felt that it was a spoiler, and his appearance didn't affect her much. After a few days of exams, it went as smoothly as she imagined. After finishing the last subject, when they walked out of the examination room, Guanxi was already waiting at the meeting place agreed by the three of them, but Wen Jingken was nowhere to be seen, so the brother and sister could only sit on the stone bench under the big tree and continue their work. Wait. End of this chapter. Chapter 220 Temptation of Sun. Chapter 220 Temptation of Sun. Seeing that the examinees in the examination room were almost gone, but when Jingken hadn't come yet, Shi Jinyao asked uneasily, "Is anything wrong with Can? You wait here, I'll go over and have a look." Guanxi knew Wen Jingsan's exam room, and they naturally didn't have their mobile phones with them for such an important exam, so they couldn't make a phone call, but there was no way to wait, so he got up go to Wen Jingsan's examination room. Wen Jingkan, who was hiding in the dark, saw that Guanxi had finally got up and left, so he hurriedly said to Wen Jingxian, "Brother, move faster, I can't guarantee how much time I can buy you. You are not good at lying, so don't rush to appear in front of him." In fact, he just wanted to have a date with Shi Jinyao, but with Guanxi's attitude towards him like a wolf, he could only use some small means. With his reminder, Wen Jingqian nodded again and again, I understand. After watching her cautiously walk towards Guanxi, Wen Jingqian smiled and walked towards Shi Jinyao who was sitting there. But he only took 2 steps, and there was already a person running in front of her. Shi Jinyao, who was bored in every way, was scribbling on a piece of white paper with a pencil, when suddenly someone ran to her side, panting, and before she could look up clearly, that person had already grabbed her hand. Unaware of the situation, she could only stand up from her seat under the pull of the other party. When she looked up and saw it was Wen Jingyu, she struggled to break her hand away from him. Maybe Wen Jingyu didn't expect her to have such a big reaction, or maybe he had guessed her reaction a long time ago, but his precautions were not in place, so when his hands were separated, he lost his center of gravity and staggered towards her. Fortunately, he reacted in time, so he was not thrown ugly. When he stabilized his body and turned back, Wen Jingxian had already come to Shi Jinyao's side. Shi Jinyao was too lazy to talk to him, and slowly squatted down to pick up the pen and paper that had been dropped to the ground by the commotion just now. When Jingxian and Wen Jingyu stood there looking at each other, neither of them showed any sign of weakness. Now Wen Jingyu is standing here, although Guanxi and Wen Jingqian haven't come back yet, but Shi Jinyao obviously won't wait any longer. Those two are not children, and seeing that they are not here, they will definitely understand that they have left. Picking up the things, she said to Wen Jingxian, Brother Jingxian, let's go. Wen Jingyu shouted anxiously, don't leave. Shi Jinyao didn't take him seriously at all, and Wen Jingyu had also seen her ignoring him, so he didn't expect his words to keep her. When he finished speaking, he had already run in front of the two of them. Stopped them, looked at Wen Jingxian and said, Brother, I have something to tell you. He obviously came to look for him, but now he hit a wall with him, and suddenly wanted to talk to Wen Jingxian. Shi Jinyao secretly rolled his eyes in his heart, and stretched out his hand to take Wen Jingxuan's arm without thinking. Her meaning was very clear, maybe the scene of her kissing him back then was vivid in his memory, so Wen Jingyu didn't have much reaction when he saw her move. Wen Jingxian didn't feel that he had anything to say to him, so he raised his hand and pulled Shi Jinyao's hand off his arm, and changed it to him leading her, and walked out together. Leaving Wen Jingyu standing there alone, he stared at the backs of the two, clenched his hands tightly into fists, and put them down for a while. After calming down, he took out his mobile phone and called Wen Sheng. Since Wen Sheng and Yi Qingxian divorced, this was the first time Wen Jingyu called him on his own initiative. Walking to the side of the car, Wen Jingxian opened the door of the passenger seat and motioned for Shi Jinyao to sit in. She didn't think much about it, she bent down and got into the car, and when he sat down and started the car, she realized something was wrong. Can and Guanxi haven't come out yet. Don't worry, the two of them will go back. He spoke so bluntly that Shi Jinyao immediately guessed the reason for Wen Jingxian's delay in showing up. It turned out that the two brothers and sisters communicated with each other. Where are you taking me? Go to dinner. How are you doing? It's okay. It's just a meal, why don't you bring the two of them? Wen Jingxian didn't know whether she was really stupid or just pretending to be stupid, so she turned her head with a smile and said, what are we going to do with them on a date? Oh. Hearing the word dating, she even blushed a little after living 2 lifetimes. In order not to let him see her current appearance, she had to turn her head out of the car window. What do you want to do after dinner? He asked, then reached out and pressed the play button. Gradually, the melodious and comfortable music spread in the car. Ask yourself, Shi Jinyao quickly asked back, didn't you have a plan? Not only did he show up at the school, but he also asked Wen Jingqian to leave the closed seats. It's hard to believe that he didn't think about what to do after he was full. I've thought about it, but I don't know if you like it or not. When Jingxian said this without any pressure, understanding does not mean knowing everything, he just wants to do according to her preferences, as long as she is happy. I haven't tried it, how do you know if I will like it? In her view, dating is nothing more than eating, shopping, walking, and watching movies. On their side, they can meet to climb the mountain, but at this point in time, mountain climbing is unrealistic. Besides, as long as the person by my side is the one I want, it doesn't matter what I do. Then let's try it, and if you don't like it, we'll do what you want. The two of them here are happy and enjoying each other's company, while Wen Jingqian is receiving Guanxi's eyes and cold eyes on the other side. He ignores her, and Wen Jingqian is not annoyed. She has long been used to such Guanxi. And the ones who get along the most disharmoniously should be Wen Sheng and Wen Jingyu and his son. When Wen Sheng received his call, he was so happy, he thought that a crack had finally opened in the shell that had been rigid for a long time between father and son. But after meeting someone else and hearing what he asked of him, Wen Sheng's heart instantly fell into a trough. Looking at the son who was already a stranger in front of him, the clips of their family getting along when he was young appeared in his mind. Don't you always say sorry to my mother, sorry to me? Now I have only one request for you. If you promise me, I will send you alimony every month in the future, and at the same time go home to stay with you regularly every month. 1 week. Think about it, if I have a child in the future and our family sits in the living room watching TV in harmony, what a beautiful picture it will be. Now my mother has a new life, but you, I'm alone, so when I get married, I will bring my wife and children back to spend the holidays with you. The conditions he promised were all that Wen Sheng thought he would never get again in this life. When a person has no expectations for the future, what he wants is put in front of him one by one. What a temptation, so I began to hesitate. End of this chapter. Chapter 221 Find her a companion. Chapter 221 Find her a companion. When Jingxian took Shi Jinyao to a hot pot restaurant for dinner, and then went to see a movie with her. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when we came out of the movie theater. While eating, she used Wen Jingshuan's mobile phone to call Jiang Lan. What surprised her was that Jiang Lan hadn't called to remind her when she didn't go back so late. Would you like to go to the night market? Wen Jingxian naturally hugged her into his arms. It is not uncommon for the two of them to have such close contact before, but the little deer in Shi Jinyao's heart is still running around. She glanced at her watch and said, "It's late now, let's go home first." Tired? Shi Jinyao shook her head, "I'm not tired, I'm just afraid that my mother will worry." When Jingxian looked at her, hesitated to speak, and finally said nothing, letting the car drive at the slowest speed on the way home. When they got home, Guanxi was still asleep, and was sitting in the living room playing games. Wen Jingken should have played with him before, but now she was lying on the sofa and fell asleep, and she was still covered with a thin blanket. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he turned his head and looked in the direction of the two people at the door. Shi Jinyao asked softly, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Guanxi picked up the remote control and said casually, "Can't you just play a game for a while?" "I didn't say no, it's just that you want to play by yourself, why don't you take Can with you? Why don't you know how to tell her to go back to the room to sleep when she's sleepy?" Guanxi turned to Wen Jingcan, who was lying on the sofa, and said, "Is it different to sleep here? Here, she can see me when she opens her eyes. Isn't it convenient to drink water or something? Why do you have to go to bed? Besides, I am a big man, and I carried her into the room in the middle of the night. What kind of words did it sound like?" Shi Jinyao didn't understand, but when Jingxian saw it, he was beating around the bush and saying that he brought Shi Jinyao back so late, it was outrageous. He patted Shi Jinyao lightly, "Go and wash up, I will carry Can back to the room." Shi Jinyao nodded, and when she came out after brushing her teeth and washing her face, Guanxi had already left the living room, and Wen Jingken was already lying on the bed. Seeing when Jingxian walked into the bathroom, she didn't greet him again, locked the door of the room, walked to the other side of Wen Jingken, lifted the quilt and lay down. Before turning off the lights, she thought about it, picked up her mobile phone and sent a text message to Wen Jingxian, and seeing that the text message was sent successfully, she turned off the lights and went to sleep with peace of mind. When Jingxian came out of the shower, closed the doors and windows in the hall, checked whether the door was locked or not, and after confirming that there were no potential safety hazards, he returned to the room, picked up the mobile phone thrown on the bed and took a look. There was a text message, and he opened it. A line of words soon appeared in his field of vision. It was Shi Jinyao who sent it, except for the address, there were only 9 words. The content of the text message is, "Brother Jingxian, I am very happy with today's date." When Jingxian lay down with the corners of his lips curled up. Looking at the information in the text message, he fell asleep in a good mood. The next day after when Jingxian got up, he prepared his breakfast and picked up the 3 test answers on the table to read. One is for Shi Jinyao, one is for Guanxi, and the other is for Wen Jingcan. Except for the last free question, both Shi Jinyao and Guanxi copied all their answers. Only Wen Jingcan, maybe due to lack of time, so she only kept the answers to the multiple choice questions. Taking the 3 answers for comparison, he believed that Shi Jinyao would not do badly in the exam, so he naturally took her answer as the standard. Most of Guanxi's answers are the same as hers, but Wen Jingsan's, although not too bad, but her grades are estimated to be only 2 books. After the exam is over, the next step is to wait for the scores. During the period of waiting for the scores, they tacitly did not mention anything about volunteering. If the weather is good, they will go out during the day. If the weather is not good, they will read books and watch TV quietly at home. Or play games. On the day when the grades came out, I don't know how many families exploded. The Wen family and the Guan family were almost ringing up the phone by their relatives, almost all of whom were asking about their children's grades. On the day Jiang Lan learned of her grades, she was so happy that she shed tears. Without a word, she went back to her room to get her wallet, and planned to go back to the city by car. She was stopped by Guanxi in time, and under the persuasion of the siblings, she smiled and said, "Look at me, I'm so excited. I just want to tell your father and grandparents the good news as soon as possible." Shi Jinyao held her hand. "Mom, let's go back together tomorrow and tell them." Okay. Seeing a pair of sons and daughters who are so sensible and caring, Jiang Lan's tears flowed more and more. After returning to their homes in the city for 2 days, they should be back. They can only complete their journey when they hand in their applications quickly and finally get the admission letter. With the scores of Shi Jinyao and Guanxi, it is no problem to go to Zhongshan. Jiang Lan has no intention of interfering with them in their choice of school. As long as they like it, they can go to any city they want to go to, and which university they want to go to. Just go to any university. Seeing her relying on her in everything, while Shi Jinyao felt relaxed, she also felt sorry for her. Only if you feel that you owe too much, you will be so indulgent, right? Mom, if we go to Zhongshan, isn't it too lonely for you to be alone at home? Thinking that she will be alone every day in the future, Shi Jinyao is full of reluctance. Mom, why don't you go out with us? Jiang Lan smiled and shook her head. I just want to stay in a familiar environment right now. Don't worry about it, my mother is not alone. When I am bored, I can still visit Cancan's house. Shi Jinyao still wanted to persuade her, so she said, Mom, come with us to see the outside world. If you don't like it anymore, you can come back any time. Jiang Lan looked at her lovingly, and reached out to stroke the hair on the top of her head. Mom won't go, you are all grown up now, and you will not be able to spend your whole life with me in the future. When you are young, do whatever you want, go ahead. The mother and daughter discussed for a while on the sofa whether Jiang Lan should stay or go out, and Guanxi, who was sitting next to him and had been silent all this time, said, Xiaoyao, listen to your mother. Because of his utterance, Shi Jinyao finally stopped persuading her. After Jiang Lan went out, she immediately pulled Guanxi aside and asked in a low voice, why don't you persuade Mom to go out with us? She is at home alone. In case, can you rest assured that no one will take care of you when you get sick? You can let it go, but I can't let it go. Mom is right, she can't be with us forever, so instead of asking her to go out with us, it's better to find her a companion now. His words brightened Shi Jinyao's eyes, but thinking of Jiang Lan's infatuation with her father and her own inferiority complex, she asked without confidence, will she be willing? Guanxi raised his eyebrows. How will you know if you don't try? How do you want to try? In the following days, apart from waiting for the admission notice, the siblings were also busy with matching Jiang Lan. End of this chapter. Chapter 222 Deliberately Looking for Trouble. Chapter 222 Deliberately Looking for Trouble, Part. After when Jinkan found out, he joined their team. When they got the admission notice half a month later, they also made a form for some middle-aged single men they knew who matched Jiang Lan, and screened them one by one. In the end, after choosing, only 2 of them satisfied them all, so it depends on the arrangement later. Anyway, Guanxi, the cheating figure, is there, so I'm not afraid that those people will have bad intentions. The 2 brothers and sisters who didn't plan to hold a college banquet originally, now think about how to hold another one, so that they can take the opportunity to let those 2 people meet Jiang Lan. Later, it was when Jingxian who said that Guanxi's university wine was held at Guan's house, and Guan Yuka had already made it clear that he would not come back to host the university wine, and Guanxi, after all, was raised by Guan Yongxiang with shit and urine, and now he is still there. His surname is Guan, and in the eyes of the Guan family and outsiders, he is still Guan Yongxiang's grandson and Guan Yuka's elder brother. So there is nothing inappropriate for him to run a university wine shop there. Including Shi Jinyao's one here and when Jingsan's one there will be a total of 3 games by then. Speaking of college drinks, Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi and asked, which university did Yuka get into? In this life, because of Guanxi, Guan Yongxiang did not send Guan Yuka to Shi Jinyao like in the previous life, so the 2 of them have been studying in different schools. She went to Guizhou with her parents, so in this life, the relationship between Shi Jinyao and her is not as close as in the previous life. Zhejiang University. Guanxi said. Zhejiang University? Isn't that the same university as third brother? Wen Jingken immediately thought of Wen Jingli. Guanxi knew that Guan Haitian and Du Sikhun would definitely accompany her to study at that time, so she was not at all worried about what would happen to Guan Yuka when she was alone outside. I remember that there was a boy who followed Yuka all the time. Where is that guy? Did he also get into Zhejiang University? Shi Jinyao said again. The brothers and sisters of the Wen family didn't know, but Guanxi, who knew the memories of Shi Jinyao's previous life, immediately knew who she was talking about. You mean Fan Yeka? I didn't ask about that, but according to his stickiness to Yuka, he probably followed suit. Speaking of Fan Yega, Guanxi felt a little confused. My own younger sister has been targeted by the two wolves of the Wen family since I don't know when, and Guan Yuka, who I have always treated as my own sister, since she was a milk baby, there is a Fan Yega who does not distinguish between indiscriminate, occasional, right or wrong, only Guan Yuka and not Guan Yuka, and spoils her with all her strength. Let him, the elder brother who can teach her to distinguish right from wrong, become a bad person instead. Fortunately, in that little girl's heart, her own position was much more important than Fan Yega's, so she didn't grow crooked. In their tight planning, when Jingxan's banquet was soon ushered in, and Jiang Lan's affairs went smoothly, because Jian Xiaoyu also joined in after learning about their thoughts. No, as soon as the three of them arrived, Jian Xiaoyu dragged Jiang Lan to the position she had arranged before, worried that Jiang Lan would be uncomfortable, so she also stayed aside. Of course, Guanxi couldn't send his mother to the tiger's mouth, but he couldn't sit with them, so he chose an adjacent seat. In the beginning, it was just the two of them, brother and sister. Later, when a group of Wen Jingxan's classmates came, Wen Jingkan arranged to sit at the same table with them. Her classmates Shi Jinyao and Guanxi are not familiar with each other, but they do know each other, and they can call out their names when they meet. But this peace was broken when Wen Jingyu appeared. They had guessed and arranged his uncertain factor before, so Guanxi still concentrated on doing his own thing, and did not react when Wen Jingyu took the initiative to sit beside Shi Jinyao. After he sat down, Shi Jinyao stood up immediately, smiled sheepishly at the people at the same table, and prepared to change seats at another table. Wen Jingyu grabbed her hand quickly, perhaps because he knew she would shake it off, so he used a lot of force. Her hands hurt from being pinched, Shi Jinyao said sharply, "Let go." Because when Jingxian was arranged by Wen Zhengcheng and when how to receive guests, he didn't find out what was going on their side in time. When Wen Jingkan saw Wen Jingyu, he knew that this guy would definitely cause trouble, so he hurried to find Wen Jingxian. Wen Jingyu sat on the seat, holding her tightly with one hand, resting the other hand on the table, looked up at her, and said affectionately, "Don't let go." The people next to him all looked like they were watching a show, and no one came out to help. Jin Yao was about to get angry at Wen Jingyu, when Wen Jingxian had already come to her side, looking at the red hand being pulled by Wen Jingyu. His brows and eyes were full of anger, and his voice was like the ice of the 12th lunar month, so cold that there was no warmth at all. "Let go of your hands." Seeing his current state, Wen Jingyu, who originally planned to cling to him to the end, let go of him in a daze. As soon as Shi Jinyao was freed, she was sent to another place by Wen Jingxian in a protective gesture. Leaving Wen Jingyu sitting where he was, he clenched his fist unwillingly, but thinking of what his father had promised him, the expression on his face gradually improved. At this time, Guanxi, who had been sitting silently next to him, stood up abruptly and walked towards Shi Jinyao. Everyone thought it was because Shi Jinyao had changed positions, that's why he left. Unexpectedly, after whispering a few words in Shi Jinyao's ear, he turned back again and returned to his position just now. As for Shi Jinyao, Guanxi's words still echoed in her mind. She suppressed the anger in her heart and raised her head to look around. After Wen Shang agreed to Wen Jingyu's request for his own selfishness, he kept looking for an opportunity to get close to Shi Jinyao. Now seeing her standing there not knowing what she was looking for, he felt that the time had come, so he walked quickly towards Shi Jinyao. Just when he almost walked in front of her, she had already lifted her foot and walked in another direction. When Shang called out quickly, Xiaoyao, wait a moment." Shi Jinyao paused for a moment, then finally turned around and asked with a smile, "Second uncle, did you call me?" When Shang nodded, "I can't leave now, but I forgot something in the car. Can and Jingxian are greeting guests. You know Jingyu's temper, so can you help me get it?" If she didn't know about their conspiracy, she would have foolishly agreed, but now, having seen through it, how could she do what he wished? "Second uncle, wait a minute." Shi Jinyao said to him with a smile, and then ran to Wen Jingli. I don't know what she said to him. Soon, Wen Jingli and her returned to Wen Shang. "Second uncle, I have something to do and I can't get away. I called brother Jingli for you. Let him pick it up for you if you left anything. I'll go first." Wen Jingli didn't like Wen Shang's treatment of his mother like Wen Shang did back then, but he was not like Wen Jingyu. He was not talkative in the first place. After all that happened, he became even less talkative, so he looked quite indifferent. But if Wen Shang needs him, he will still do what he should do, what he can do. End of this chapter. Chapter 223 Another Trouble Comes. Chapter 223 Another Troublemaker. Seeing that Shi Jinyao didn't take the tick, Wen Shang looked at Wen Jingli and sighed, told him what he deliberately put in the car, handed him the key, and asked him to help get it back. After Shi Jinyao fled from Wen Shang, she stood beside Wen Jingxian. Seeing her coming, he asked suspiciously, "Why don't you sit down? The banquet will start soon." She hooked her fingers at him, signaling him to lower his head a little, then put a hand on his shoulder, close to his ear, and whispered to him what Guanxi had just told him. She had known that he would get angry after hearing it, so she immediately raised her hand and quickly pinched his ear. Quiet the fire, today is a good day for Can, we will settle this account with him later. When Jingxian approached her head and her breath sprayed beside his ears, his inner breath became disordered, but when he heard what she said clearly, the ambiguous wind was immediately burned to ashes by raging anger. At this time, one of the relatives sitting next to them looked at the two with a smile and asked, Jingxian, when did you have such a beautiful girlfriend? No wonder they didn't recognize Jinyao. Although they heard that the Wen family had adopted a girl, Jinyao didn't like to follow them to visit relatives when she was a child. Except for her aunt's gentle and gentle aunt Jian Xiaomei's family, the remaining relatives' families, she won't go during the holidays. So only those who came to Wen's house and met her would recognize her, but after meeting her, Jinyao also moved out later, and the women's university changed, so naturally fewer people recognized her. Hearing this, Wen Jingxian and Jinyao looked at each other, and then he introduced with a smile, cousin, she is Xiaoyao. The middle-aged woman called by Wen Jingxian as her cousin was named Yuqin. After hearing Wen Jingxuan's introduction, she immediately stood up from the stool, walked quickly to Jinyao and introduced herself enthusiastically, so it's Xiaoyao. See you when I was young. However, I didn't expect that she will become a big girl now, and she will be even more beautiful. After she finished speaking, she looked at Wen Jingxian and said, Jingxian, go and do your work, let Xiaoyao sit at our table. Seeing the two of them so close just now, she thought it was Jingxian's girlfriend, but she didn't expect that she was the girl adopted by her cousin's family. Looking at her beautiful appearance, she heard her cousin and cousin more than once sister-in-law praised her for being so sensible and well-behaved. When she was young, when she saw her before, she could tell that this was a quiet child, but she didn't think much about it. Now that she saw her again, she liked it even more, thinking that her son who had been worrying about her would come over later. She hurriedly took this opportunity to keep him by her side. What if the two young men saw each other later? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, and the brighter the smile on her face. Seeing her smile, Jinyao felt like a sheep was in the mouth of a tiger, and politely rejected her invitation. Cousin, you just sit down, I will join Can and brother Jingxian later. What is it called, cousin? That's what Jingxian and the others call me. You can just call me auntie. They don't know how long they will be busy before eating. What if you are a girl who is starving? We have a place here, and we're all a family, so there's nothing to be embarrassed about. As she spoke, she quickly stretched out her hand and grabbed her arm as if she was worried that Jinyao would run away. When Jingxian thought that he didn't know how long it would take to eat, and he didn't want her to starve with him, so he didn't think much about Yuqin's intentions, so he tried to ask Jinyao, why don't you sit at the same table with my cousin? Finally, under Yuqin's warm invitation that people could not refuse, Jinyao sat beside her. At first she didn't feel anything, and she answered whatever Yuqin asked, but later, after chatting, she finally understood why she was so awkward. Look at what questions Yuqin asked just now. What do you usually like to do at home? Have you watched the XXX TV series on TV recently? Don't you like it? Then what do you like to watch? What job do you want to do after you graduate from college? It's still early? It's not too early. When you chose your major, didn't you already think about what you will do in the future? Besides, everyone has their own ideals. You should have ideals, right? Every time Jinyao said what she likes to do, or what she plans to do, she can always answer, it just so happens that my son also likes XXX. At first she thought it was a coincidence, but later, after hearing her mention her son in 2 or 3 sentences, she still didn't understand. Still pretending that he didn't understand anything, he wondered if he should find an excuse to leave the table. At this moment, the person beside him waved to the gate, Ling Hui, come here. Ban Ling Hui walked towards them with a smile. Looking at Ban Ling Hui, Jinyao felt a little familiar, until Yuqin introduced, Xiaoyao, this is your elder brother Ling Hui, he was with Jingxian when he was in high school. Ben now works as a lawyer in a firm. Yuqin also had her own intentions in this introduction, because everyone knew that when Jingxian had good grades, and he was in the top class in junior high and high school. She specifically mentioned that her son and Wen Jingxian were classmates, so could his grades be bad, and he's a lawyer now, this is a disguised form of praising his son's excellence. But Jinyao had no time to think about her intentions. After hearing that Ban Linghui was Wen Jingxuan's classmate, she guessed that she might have seen him before, so she asked Ban Linghui, have we met before? Ban Linghui smiled and nodded, have you forgotten? One winter, Jingxian took you, Can and Can's cousin, and we had dinner together at that hot pot restaurant called KTV. After his reminder, Jinyao immediately remembered, so I really saw it, sorry, it's been too long, so I forgot. It's okay, you were young at that time, it's normal if you don't remember. Yuqin saw that when her son came, Shi Jinyao chatted so happily with him, and she could not suppress a smile on her face. Now that her son is here, she will naturally not bother their young people, so she said something like the person next to her. They chatted without saying a word, and their eyes fell on the two people who were talking from time to time. Shi Jinyao chatted with Ban Linghui for a few words, and when she was about to find an excuse to leave, there was a burst of sighing in the lobby. Almost everyone heard the sound and looked towards the door. Seeing the person coming, Shi Jinyao frowned slightly. Wen Jingyu immediately turned dark, Wen Jingkan and Wen Jingxian were puzzled, and Wen Shang was terrified when he saw that Guo Lianrong came unexpectedly. Immediately turned his back, thinking about where to hide. The rest of the guests were full of doubts. The person sitting next to Wen Zhengcheng immediately asked curiously, Zhengcheng, who is this person? Originally, the appearance of a stranger would not cause any disturbances, but if that person was Guo Lianrong, or a Guo Lianrong whose face was disfigured by Wen Jingyu's use of sulfuric acid, it would naturally be different. End of this chapter. Chapter 224 Chaos into a Pot of Porridge. Chapter 224 Mess into a Pot of Porridge, Part. Not only did she come, but she also held a child in her hand, a child about 3 years old. When Guo Lianrong was disfigured by Wen Jingyu, Wen Zhengcheng once went to the hospital to take a look. It was not because of concern, but because he simply wanted to see the woman who ruined his youngest son's family, and let his grandson go by the way. That was the first time in his life that he succumbed to his principles because of emotion. Thinking of what Gingxian said to himself after he came back from Shenzhen City, he still hasn't recovered from the fact that his grandson, Wen Zhengcheng, actually sells drugs. Nor did he accept his filial piety. While everyone was whispering to each other, Guo Lianrong had already seen Wen Sheng's figure. She bent down and lowered her head and said to the little boy she was holding in her hand, Xixing, Mom will take you to see Dad now. See you later finally. You must call someone obediently, you know? After seeing the little boy nodding, she didn't seem to see the disgust, or sympathy from the people around her. He took the child and walked not far behind Wen Sheng, pointed to Wen Sheng and said to the little boy, Xixing, that person is your father. Be good, go and let Dad hug you. The little boy nodded obediently, and when his eyes shifted to Wen Sheng who was sitting there pretending to be busy, his eyes showed timidity, and at the same time, there was a kind of yearning for the father he had never met. Hearing her words, Wen Sheng knew that he couldn't escape today's test. If he didn't stand up, Guo Lianrong would let this child whom he picked up from nowhere call him father. In the past, even if I don't admit it anymore, these people who are here today will go back and spread it with their noses and eyes. He held a list in his hand, then pretended to stand up casually, turned around, and when he saw Guo Lianrong, he frowned slightly, before he could figure out how to speak, how to separate himself from the child in front of him, and on the other side, Wen Jingyu, who had been dark-faced since the appearance of their mother and son, spoke out. Dad, isn't this the ugly woman you cheated on my mother back then? The kid next to her is your son, right? Not to mention, he looks a little bit like you, older than me. They're all alike. No wonder, no wonder. First, when Jingxian took Shi Jinyao away from him, and then when Shang didn't get Shi Jinyao dealt with as planned. He was already full of anger and had nowhere to vent, and now there was Guo Lianrong who led the child to recognize his father. He didn't hit Wen Shang directly, he was already very kind and controlled his temper. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him began to discuss in low voices, oh, one would care if the child and Wen Shang really look alike. Anyway, now Wen Shang's eldest son has revealed the answer to the mystery for them. Wen Shang didn't have time to get rid of it, but when Jingyu took this big black pot on his head, he could only defend in a hurry. Jingyu, don't talk nonsense, I didn't know when I had an extra son. This was said to Wen Jingyu, but the purpose was to deny the relationship with the child in front of everyone. Guo Lianrong lowered her head when she heard the words, and said in a sobbing voice, Wen Shang, I know that I am not worthy of standing by your side now, so since I was disfigured by others, I will not run in front of you anymore. Your eyes. But I really have nothing to do now. Xixing is really your son. He should go to kindergarten at his age, but you also know that no one wants me to work like this. I have spent all my savings up to now, so I had to bring my child back to beg you. I don't have to give up my title, I can hide away from you, and never appear in front of you again. As long as you keep Xixing by your side, don't let him suffer with me and fail to learn, okay? After finishing speaking, she knelt down in front of Wen Shang, hugged the little boy into her arms and continued, Xixing is very good. He has always been sensible and healthy. It is better to entrust him to you, your biological father, than to me. Too much. At least he doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, and he won't be ridiculed for having a disfigured mother like me. When Zheng Cheng and Luo Yuexin watched the farce in front of them, and when Luo Yuexin turned his head to ask him what to do, he saw that his eyes were darkened because of his shortness of breath, and he fell straight on his back. When Guo Lianrong was looking for Wen Sheng, Wen Jingxian and Shi Jinniao knew that Wen Zhengcheng and Luo Yuexin would be very angry, so they immediately walked to where the two old people were. When Ban Linghui saw Shi Jinniao's movements, he naturally stood up as well, and Wen Jingkan happened to be standing with Wen Jingxian, so when Wen Jingxian made any movement, she also worried about the two old people and followed him with a mobile phone. The place where the two elders are is close. None of them could forget how Yi Qingshuan's father, Yi Guoqiang, was pissed to death. Luo Yuexin breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Wen Zhengcheng, who had fallen, was being supported by Wen Jingxian in time. Wen Jingkan immediately turned on the mobile phone in his hand and called the emergency hotline. Wen Zhengcheng fainted until the ambulance came to pick him up, and when he was almost at the hospital, he regained consciousness in the car and woke up with his eyes open. When the ambulance came, Jian Xiaoyu, Wen Jingxian, Shi Jinniao and Luo Yuexin got into the car together. Seeing Wen Zhengcheng opened his eyes, they hurriedly calmed him down. Because of these incidents, Wen Jingzon's university banquet has become a mess. Because it was held in a hotel, Wen Hao had to immediately urge the hotel manager to serve the food. After receiving a call from Jian Xiaoyu saying that Wen Zhengcheng had woken up, he was also worried. Wen Zhengcheng's guests talked a little bit and let them have a meal with peace of mind. When Wen Sheng had a situation with Wen Zhengcheng, he had already dragged Guo Lianrong to the other door of the hotel. He didn't come back until the guests started to leave. Seeing Wen Jingkan, who had been depressed all the time, Wen Hao walked to her side to comfort her. "Don't worry, didn't your mother call back just now to say that Grandpa is fine? Grandpa just got too angry for a while and caused the coma. Doctor, I said to take a good rest for a while, don't let him be stimulated again, and he will recover soon." Wen Jingkan nodded. "Dad, can we go see Grandpa now?" Wen Hao glanced at the guests who hadn't finished leaving, turned his head and said, "Xu Yao's mother is definitely not at ease, you go with her first. When I finish handling the matter here, I will go there immediately." In the end, they searched around, but they didn't see Jiang Lan and Guanxi. Also, their mother and son must have hailed a car to follow when the ambulance left. In the end, Wen Jingkan went to the hospital alone. Wen Hao explained to the guests who did not leave one by one, and then settled the final payment with the hotel before going to the parking lot to pick up the car and start rushing to the hospital. End of this chapter. Chapter 225 Car Accident. Chapter 225 Car Accident. Wenru was already suffering from diabetes, and she had been in the hospital for the past few days, so she didn't go to the hotel. Now that my husband said that Wen Zhengcheng was also hospitalized, I hurried downstairs to visit him. Jian Xiaomei's family had already left after a quick meal. Wen Jingshuan's uncle Jian Yang, his two cousins, and even Jian Sisi, who had a very unpleasant personality, also appeared in the hospital. The ward was full of people, and the doctor had no choice but to drive them all out. "There are too many of you, just let two of you go in and take care of them." The people waiting outside the ward saw that Ruanru, who was hospitalized, also got angry, and they hurriedly asked her to go back to rest. The group bid farewell to Wen Zhengcheng and Luo Yuexin, leaving Jian Xiaoyu to take care of them, while Wen Jingxian went to go through the hospitalization procedures. Guanxi knew that Shi Jinniao would not leave the hospital at this time, so he rarely asked her to go back carelessly. Jiang Lan thought that they hadn't eaten yet, so she planned to go out and pack some food for them. The rest of the group followed Ruru up the stairs, asked about her physical condition, and then prepared to leave. As the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Before they left the hospital gate, Jian Sisi received a call. Huang Zichao, who was going to help the boss buy goods, had a car accident on the way back, and now he was rushing to the hospital. Jian Sisi, who was holding her daughter, immediately burst into tears. Jian Shin quickly hugged Huang Shan, and Tong Yuejia asked anxiously, "Sisi, what happened?" Jian Sisi's body was trembling, and the phone had slipped from her hand to the ground. She raised her head to look at Tong Yuejia, and cried, "Mom, Zichao had a car accident." "What? So how is he doing now? Which hospital?" Jian Sisi couldn't answer their questions. In the end, it was her elder brother Jian Liang who picked up the phone that had fallen on the ground, and after questioning the person on the other side carefully, he led a group of people to the hospital where Huang Zichao was. The people who were still in the hospital didn't know about Huang Zichao's car accident. When they heard about it, he was gone. In the hospital, Shi Jinniao brought a stool and sat beside Wen Zhengcheng's bed with Luo Yuexin, Jian Xiaoyu, Jiang Lan, and Guanxi went out to pack a meal together. Upstairs in the gentle ward, she quietly listened to her second son Feng Xiang's account of the cause of the incident. Hearing that it was caused by Wen Sheng and the woman outside again, she was so angry that she cursed until the nurse came to remind her to keep her voice down, and then she stopped talking. In another hospital, a group of people rushed in. Wang Zichao was lying in the emergency room, and Jian Sisi was sitting weakly outside the emergency room. The tears in her eyes could not stop streaming down. After years of getting along, Jian Yang and Tong Yuejia also saw Huang Zichao's kindness to Jian Sisi, so when they heard that the couple was going to buy a house, Jian Yang took 10 yuan to subsidize them, saying it was compensation for Jian Sisi's dowry. Now that the house has been bought, it can be moved in just waiting for the decoration. Seeing that the two of them can finally live a better life, something suddenly happened to Huang Zichao. They waited outside the emergency room for half an hour, but they didn't wait for the doctor's good news. What they waited for was Huang Zichao, who had been covered by a white cloth. Seeing the man she loved, the man she relied on, pass away like this, Jian Sisi fainted directly. Those who fainted would eventually wake up. Tong Yuejia and Jian Sisi's eldest brother had been by her side to take care of her, and her daughter Huang Shan and her second brother had taken her home. At this time, Jian Sisi has no intention of taking care of the child at all, so she took it back first and asked Jian Chen's wife to take it with her. When Zheng Cheng rested in the hospital for one night, and insisted on leaving the hospital the next day, Luo Yuexin and the others were worried and wanted him to observe for another day or two, but when the news about Huang Zichao reached them, a hospital couldn't stay. When Zheng Cheng and Ruan Ro, the two major patients, left the hospital directly and went to the funeral parlor. "Hey, child Sisi, why is life so hard?" Luo Yuexin said while wiping away tears. The women present were also crying with red eyes. Many relatives were sitting in the hotel yesterday to celebrate Wen Jingsan's admission to university, and today they showed up at the funeral home to burn incense and paper for Huang Zichao. When Jian Sisi saw Wen Jingxian and his group, she couldn't help crying while hugging Wen Jingxian, and kept repeating, "If only I didn't let him go that day." Because the down payment was paid for the house, the two had the money for the renovation, but the monthly mortgage and the children's schooling put a lot of pressure on the young couple. In order to make money, Huang Zichao was naturally very tired these days, so the accident was caused by fatigued driving. Shi Jinyao stood aside, looking at Jian Sisi, who had been so haggard overnight. They couldn't really understand her pain, so she didn't know how to comfort her, so she could only light a stick of incense for Huang Zichao, and then burned it some paper money. Su was touched by the scene, and she couldn't help but think of her father and grandpa. At that time, she was young and didn't understand anything. Grandpa Wen helped her handle their affairs behind them. Jiang Lan was standing beside Shi Jinyao, looking at the young and lifeless person on the black and white photo frame. She also thought of Shi Xinrong. As a result, people who came and went saw that Jiang Lan was sitting on a low stool beside him, howling and crying, hugging her, and Shi Jinyao, who wanted to give her some comfort, also had teary eyes. As the two people who cried so heartbroken at the scene, there were naturally many people around them to comfort them. When they were tired from crying and their tears gradually subsided, two old people ran in from the gate of the funeral parlor. Both of them burst into tears. The old woman even lay down on the ice coffin, looked at Huang Zichao lying in the bloody body, and kept shouting, "My son, my Chaoer." They are Huang Zichao's parents, and they rushed over immediately after getting the news yesterday, because Huang Zichao and Jian Sisi have been living in the city, and Huang Zichao's parents came to live for 2 days when Jian Sisi gave birth to Huang Shan. So Jian Sisi has very few relatives. People knew them, but they immediately guessed their identities just by hearing the women's shouts. Some people came forward and helped Huang Zichao's mother to sit on the stool next to her. When they appeared, Jian Sisi didn't go up to greet her. Huang Zichao was very kind to her, but his mother was a weirdo. Jian Sisi had witnessed it every year when she went back to her hometown for the new year. No, after Jian Xiaoyu helped Huang Zichao's mother to sit next to her, she took her hand and began to complain. "Sister, you don't know, my Chaoer is such a sensible and filial child. He used to be in my ear every day, said, when I grow up, I will earn money for me and his dad, so that we will not work so hard." While wiping away tears, he said a lot about Huang Zichao's filial piety to them. Jian Xiaoyu nodded and echoed from time to time, "He is indeed a filial child." End of this chapter. Chapter 226 Huang Zichao and #039, S parents. Chapter 226 Huang Zichao's parents. Sitting across from her, Jian Sisi had long guessed that her mother-in-law would not let her go. Sure enough, after she finished talking about Huang Zichao's filial memories, she pointed the finger at Jian Sisi. Shi Jinyao and Jiang Lan were sitting next to Jian Sisi, and when Huang Zichao's parents appeared, they gradually stopped crying. Jian Sisi asked Wen Jingxian in a low voice, "Cousin, do you know a lawyer? I might need one." Wen Jingxian was surprised, and Guanxi, who was sitting on the other side, was also incredulous when he heard the words, so he cast his eyes on the person opposite who was still holding Jian Xiaoyu and talking non-stop. Wen Jingxian didn't ask her, but just nodded and said, "Yes, tell me if you need it." As soon as he finished speaking, the person on the other side was already emotional, rushing towards Jian Sisi with all his teeth and claws. It's all your fault, it's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, why would my son not be admitted to college? If it wasn't for you insisting on living in the city, why would my son be working so hard to earn money? If it wasn't for you, my son would not be able to get into college today. I won't lie here, it's all your fault, it's all your fault, you're an evil spirit. Now that my son is gone, our Huang family has only one seedling. The man held her tightly so that she didn't jump in front of Jian Sisi. Facing her accusation, Jian Sisi didn't say a word, but Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian felt a little uncomfortable. They could understand the pain in their hearts when their son was gone, but didn't Jian Sisi give birth to Huang Shan? Although Huang Shan is a daughter, how can she say that their Huang family is the best? Well, maybe in their eyes, only the grandson is the heir to the incense. Jian Sisi can bear her unpleasant words, but Jian Yang and the others can't bear it. No, Jian Yang said sharply, it's not that my daughter didn't give birth to your Huang family, why is there no offspring? It's just that you value boys over girls. Just take my granddaughter seriously. Tong Yuejia also said angrily, which of us is not sad when Zichao is like this? But how can you put all the blame on us, Sisi? If it weren't for your unwillingness to get out of that village, how could the two children work so hard? Huang Zichao's mother may have held resentment in her heart for too long, but it burst out at this moment, and when she heard them mention Huang Shan's loser, she became even more angry, pointed at Tong Yuejia and scolded, who will recognize that loser? If it wasn't for her, would my son be able to work so hard? It's fair to say that the boy is a little bit tired, but she is not a target at all. Spending so much money on her is nothing. They are still because of her. It's too late to have a second child, and now my son is lying down, are you satisfied? This woman is a villain, and that little one, a loser born by a villain, can you be okay? I think it is of the child of the grammar, grammed my son into what he is now. The scolding continued, Jian Sisi just lowered her head and cried. Without saying anything, Jian Yang was full of anger. If it wasn't for Jian Sisi and Huang Zichao's sake, he would have hit this woman right away today. Tong Yuejia said a few words, but her voice was drowned out by the other party. Jian Yang became anxious, pointed at Huang Zichao's mother and said to Jian Sisi, which dog's eye were you blind to fall in love with this kind of family? Because he was angry, he spoke very seriously. Now that Jian Sisi is a parent, she naturally understands her parents' hatred for her, so she didn't refute the past willfully like before she got married. Seeing the chaos in front of him, Wen Jingxian had no choice but to quickly persuade Jian Yang, and then took him out. Shi Jinyao could understand Jian Sisi's pain now, and together with Wen Jingcan, helped her leave for the time being and went to the side hall to rest. As soon as they left, Huang Zichao's mother gradually calmed down. In the side hall, Jian Sisi looked at Wen Jingxian with a wry smile and said, Cousin, you have also seen that even if I intend to be filial to them, they may not appreciate it. I don't know where the trouble will go in the future, so I want to kill him quickly. Luanma, but although they look down on me, they are also Zichao's parents, so I will take care of them naturally in the future, but what I hope is that they won't feel that I take care of them for granted and owe them yes, so you understand? When Jingxian nodded, I understand. The funeral parlor was crowded with people who came to express their condolences, but there was no sign of Wen Sheng for a long time. When Wen Zhengcheng met Wen Hao, he asked, have you called your brother yet? Wen Hao nodded, I called, but his cell phone kept turning off. I asked his friends, but no one knew where he went. This child is too outrageous. Ever since that woman appeared that day, he has been disappearing until now, so what happened? Luo Yuexin said worriedly. Once people become crazy, they can do anything. In order to wipe Wen Jingyu's ass, the two elders took half of their pension money to compensate, but who knows, that woman disappeared for a few years, and now she suddenly appeared again. When she was in the hospital, I didn't hear that she was pregnant. Speaking of Guolianrong, they naturally thought of that child again. Your son only knows about this. You have to ask him to find out. In fact, Wen Zhengcheng didn't believe that the child belonged to Wen Sheng. Although he was very decadent after the divorce, Guolianrong was already disfigured at that time. Even if he is not clear-headed, he should not have anything to do with her again. Dad, why don't we call the police? Wen Hao obviously went with Luo Yuexin. When Zhengcheng turned and left, leaving only one sentence, what kind of reward? This bastard, let him fend for himself. I've long regarded him as gone. After he walked away, Wen Hao picked up his mobile phone and called the police. Luo Yuexin patted his arm, if you have any news, please tell us. Your father is a knife-mouthed bean-curd heart. He said he didn't care, but he was also worried in his heart. It's on. At this moment, the person they were worried about was confronting Guo Lianrong in a small building in the suburbs. Wen Shang looked at her and the child in her arms, and asked expressionlessly, "Tell me, what exactly do you want?" Guo Lianrong patted the sleeping child on the back, and when she heard his words, she raised her head and made a shush motion towards him. "Be quiet, don't wake the child up." Wen Shang suppressed his temper. After he pulled her away from the hotel yesterday, she forced her to come here. She said that if he didn't come, she would keep taking the child to him to make trouble. If she couldn't find him, she would go to his house. Make trouble in front of the family. He had no choice but to follow her here. After arriving here, she asked him to cook, then forced him to bathe the child, and then asked him to clean the house inside and out, and then asked him to find a room by himself. Take a rest and say we will talk tomorrow. She promises that this is the last time to bother him. If he escapes, it is not certain what she will do later. Wen Shang had no choice but to stay, because she didn't have a charger here, and there was no way to charge her phone when it was dead, so he hadn't heard the news of Huang Zichao's accident. In the morning, she forced him to cook a meal again, and then played with the child. Now that the child has finally fallen asleep, he should be able to talk about business now, right? Do you like Xisheng? Guo Lianrong looked at him and asked. Wen Shang snorted coldly, "Don't tell me he is really my son." When Yi Qingxian gave birth to Wen Jingli, he had a birth control operation. Only he and Yi Qingxian knew about it. Wen Zhengcheng and the others always thought that Yi Qingxian was the one who performed the surgery, so it is impossible for him to get Guo Lianrong pregnant. What's more, he has never touched any woman since the divorce. But Guo Lianrong didn't pick up on him, just looked at him and said, "Answer me, do you like Xisheng?" "I chose the name, Xisheng, and missing Wensheng means missing you. What do you think? Does it sound good?" End of this chapter. Chapter 227 Fire. Chapter 227 Fire. Wen Hao reported the case, and Wen Jingxian greeted Zhou Wenshui after knowing about it. Soon, news came from Zhou Wenshui's side. Wen Hao couldn't leave here, so he asked Wen Jingxian and Wen Jingli to go and see. When they started rushing this way, the two people in the room were still confronting each other. Guo Lianrong kept talking, but she refused to say what she wanted to do. Wen Shang obviously had no patience, stood up and was about to go outside. Seeing this, Guo Lianrong hurriedly said, "Stop. Are you not afraid that I will go to your parents to judge?" Wen Shang turned around when he heard the words, and sneered, "Now, my wife is gone, and my two children are nothing to me. My parents also think that I have ruined the family style. Do you think I still care? Don't blame me for not warning you. If you push me into a hurry, at worst, we will die together." When Guo Lianrong heard him talking about his wife and children, she began to growl uncontrollably. "You only have your wife and children in your eyes. What about me? I followed you first. I didn't want a title at the beginning, so I was so sneaky. For you, I even killed our child. Later, I was finally willing to let go. I finally had my own life. Why do you want to come to provoke me? Now I am ruined by your son, completely ruined." Hearing her words, Wen Shang lowered his head. It was true that he provoked her first, and it was his son who caused her to become what she is now. As Guo Lianrong was talking, she began to swear, "Wen Shang. Ha ha ha. You bastard, you have the ability to cheat on your wife, but you don't have the ability to bear the consequences. Fuck you MD Lu Lubin, you cheated on my wife once again. Didn't you fucking say that when I got that stinky man's money, you would go away with me? Then where did you hide with my money?" After she finished speaking, she suddenly stared at Wen Shang. "It's all your fault, it's all your son's fault, that little bastard. If he didn't ruin my appearance, would that bastard Lu Lubin run away with my money? Can?" Wen Shang, who was still feeling guilty towards her, suddenly burst into laughter when he heard that she said the name of another man, and that she approached him only for money. That's right, he thought too simply. She Guo Lianrong is young and has a decent job. Why should she fall in love with him who can be her father? Isn't it because of money? I blame myself for being blinded by lust all the time, and for hurting Yi Qingxian and the child so deeply. He turned his head to look at Guo Lianrong, and suddenly thought of dying together. At this time, the child next to Guo Lianrong was woken up. After opening his eyes, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Wen Shang was taken aback by his dazed look. He remembered that Wen Jingyu was like this many years ago. When Wen Jingxian and Wen Jingli arrived, the house was on fire. The main reason why the fire ignited so quickly was because Guo Lianrong had already prepared a large pot of gasoline in the house. The moment Wen Shang saw the gasoline, Wen Shang suddenly understood what she was thinking. Since they both feel that pain, let's go to hell together. The fire was so intense that there was no way for outsiders to go in and save people. After all, going in now would mean death. Then a boy's cry caught their attention. Hearing the sound and looking over, he could see a little boy sitting on the ground more than 20 meters away from the house in front of him. He stared at the burning house and cried loudly, "Dad, Mom." When Jingxian recognized at a glance that this was the child Guo Lianrong took that day, when Jingxian ran to him, hugged him and comforted him gently. When Jingli didn't have the slightest liking for the child born to his father and a woman outside. When the fire truck arrived, the fire was on his face. After they went in and carried out the 2 charred corpses, he stared at the male corpse. After a while, he was helped to lift him into his own car, take it in the direction of the funeral home. When Jingxian looked at the boy who had gradually stopped crying, and handed him to Zhou Wenshui, "Go and find out the parents of this child, and send him back." He only found out about this matter by overhearing the conversation between Guanxi and Shi Jinyao. At that time, he was going to ask Zhou Wenshui to help investigate, but because Huang Zi was out of line, he delayed it.as for how Guanxi knew that this child was not born by Guo Lianrong. He no longer wants to explore, but subconsciously chooses to believe him. Huang Zichao hadn't been buried yet, and there was another coffin for Wensheng in the funeral home. Shi Jinyao on the other side, "This year is really eventful, good things and bad things happen one after another." Although she hated cheating men, Wensheng never treated her badly since she was a child. She once intentionally alienated Yi Qingxian and Wen Jingyu's family because of their relationship. Seeing Wensheng lying here now, she felt very complicated. Guanxi saw through her thoughts, stood up and lit a few sticks of incense, then handed them to her. Shi Jinyao looked up at him, then reached out to take the incense in her hand, walked to the coffin, knelt down, and kowtowed. When Jingli knelt on one side wearing sackcloth and filial piety, his eyes were slightly red, and said nothing. On the other hand, Wen Jingyu, he was wearing black clothes, but he didn't wear sackcloth and filial piety like Wen Jingli, let alone kneel down. Wen Zhengcheng took a look at Wen Sheng's body, and then left. Shi Jinyao knew that the old man must have been heartbroken, and now she secretly went to hide and cry. Luo Yuexin was sitting on a bench beside her, crying out of breath. Wen Jingkan also had tears on her face, and cried with Luo Yuexin. When Wen Zhengcheng walked out, Wen Jingxian had already followed up worriedly. Now everyone is crying inside and out, so everything is on Wen Hao's shoulders alone. While he is busy greeting people who come to express condolences, he also has to arrange Wen Sheng's funeral. When you are in distress, go to comfort your family. Huang Zichao and Wen Sheng were buried on the same day. After the 2 funerals, everyone was exhausted physically and mentally. With so many things happening, Shi Jinyao and Guanxi couldn't hold on to the university banquet. Every morning when they got up, they went to accompany Wen Zhengcheng and Luo Yuexin to relieve their boredom, lest they think about Wen Sheng again and feel sad. Wen Jingli is also living in the old house now, and Wen Jingkan is also at home with the 2 old people. Even Jiang Lan goes shopping every day after getting up, and returns after eating dinner here. Wen Hao and Jian Xiaoyu stayed at home for a few days, and were urged by the elders to open the door of the store. Thinking about the expenses that everyone needs now, they didn't shirk anymore, and they passed it after getting up in the morning. Fortunately, with Jiang Lan's help at home, they can feel at ease. When Jingxian was still busy working outside every day, and sometimes he didn't see him once in 2 days. On this day, he had just returned home. Before he had time to sit down and drink a glass of water, a phone call came, and he hurried out again. End of this chapter. Chapter 228 Help Me. Chapter 228 Help Me, Part. In the few days before Wen Sheng was buried, Wen Jingyu was inexplicably suffocated. After hearing that the secretary of the company called to greet him even for trivial matters, he scolded the other party and dropped his phone in a fit of anger. Smash. After everything was done, he went to replace the card and bought a new mobile phone. Immediately, he received many calls and text messages, all of which were problems with the company. It took several days to solve the company's troubles, and suddenly his shady business was exposed, and he was so angry that he vomited blood. After he returned to Kai City, he stayed in the hotel all the time. Seeing that his accomplices had fled, he knew that he had to escape now, but if he escaped, what the hell should he do? Thinking of him calling Yi Qingxian immediately cried out when he heard his voice. "Jingyu, why did the police investigate you? They said you were selling drugs, is it true? Wait for the day the child has been taken away by the police, tell mom the truth, did you do those things?" When Jingyu heard that his good friend Guo Hotian had been arrested, he knew that he would not be able to escape. Guo Hotian knew that he did not know whether he would confess his superiors, but he would definitely confess himself. When he came out, his company was running well at the beginning, but later he couldn't make enough money, so he led him to start a drug business. After getting involved, he couldn't get rid of it anymore. Thinking that he didn't even pack his luggage, he didn't even dare to bring his mobile phone, he just took his wallet and keys and went outside. He ran to the parking lot and was about to drive to the suburbs. Halfway there, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of Shi Jinyao, so he immediately turned around. He went to Shi Jinyao's house first, but he didn't see anyone, so he ran into the neighbors next to him. After learning that they were running to his house every day, he immediately ran back to Wen's house. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingken were playing chess with Wen Zhengcheng, while Jiang Lan and Luo Yuexin were talking about hand embroidery with their heads down by the window. Coincidentally, Guanxi was sent out by Jiang Lan to go shopping. If he had been at home, the following things would definitely not have happened. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingkan, who were thinking about how to join Wen Zhengcheng's army, sat there looking at the chessboard and pondering. The door was suddenly slapped vigorously, and Shi Jinyao stood up. I'll go and open the door. Opening the door, seeing Wen Jingyu who was out of breath, she frowned slightly, thinking to herself, isn't he not coming back during this time? Why did you suddenly come back today? But she didn't make a sound. After all, this is his home. If he goes back to his own home, can she have any objections? Wen Jingyu obviously didn't expect to be so lucky. She was the first person he met when he came back. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he said to her, come out, I have something to ask you. No. After she finished speaking, she turned around and walked back. Seeing that she was unwilling to even give him a chance to speak, Wen Jingyu didn't care if it would alarm the family, so he quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her to go. Run upstairs. Wen Jingyu, what are you doing? Shi Jinyao shouted, struggling. Seeing that something was wrong, the people in the room quickly got up and ran over to have a look. Even Wen Jingli, who was sitting in the room reading a book, also ran out after hearing Shi Jinyao's voice. When they saw Wen Jingyu dragging Shi Jinyao up, they knew something was wrong, so they quickly followed. No matter how reluctant Shi Jinyao was, she was dragged to the roof by him. Knowing that someone was following up behind him, he slammed the door shut and locked it. Shi Jinyao looked at him without much fear in her heart. At worst, she could just wait for her to hide in the space. Pretend to look at him calmly and ask, you brought me here specially, what exactly are you trying to say? At this time, the people who followed were calling Shi Jinyao and his name while trying to find a way to open the door. Wen Jingyu turned his head and glanced at the door, and then let them slap him. He took Shi Jinyao behind the wall, looked at her and said, Xiaoyao, I know you hate me, but this time, only you can save me. Gone. Save you? Shi Jinyao was puzzled. She didn't need to think about it. She clearly remembered that he was not in danger in the previous life. Why should I save him by myself? Yes, only you can save me now. I know that you have the treasure left by your grandfather on your body, and there is another small world inside. Now, quickly bring me into it, okay? This is the only one there is a solution. Wen Jingyu knew that he didn't have much time now, so he directly stated his purpose in one breath. After hearing what he said, Shi Jinyao sneered, what are you talking about? My grandpa didn't leave me anything. Xiaoyao, we grew up together. Can I not know what you are thinking? You obviously have it. Really, even if you don't like me anymore, it seems that I have treated you sincerely for so many years, and have given you my heart and soul. For the sake of it, save me once. Shi Jinyao was so angry that she laughed directly. You are so devoted to me? Don't you think that my grandfather left me some treasure, so you are willing to spend so much time to please me? Wen Jingyu, do you think are you blind? Yes, I admit that I did approach you with a purpose at the beginning, but as the play continued, you really entered my heart. Don't lie to yourself, okay? You are the only one in your heart. Besides, even if what you said is true, then I, Shi Jinyao, don't mind. Let it go. I've had enough of him. He obviously has ulterior motives, and now he still puts on a deep affection. Who are you looking for? Xiaoyao, I only have you now, and you are the only one who can help me. Are you really going to die? Wen Jingyu yelled anxiously. When those people who were fighting against the door heard his voice, Luo Yu shouted anxiously, Jingyu, if you have something to say, don't scare Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, how are you, Xiaoyao? It was Jiang Lan's voice. Shi Jinyao was afraid that they would get angry in a hurry, and when something happened to her body, she said to them, I'm fine, Imam, you and Grandma Wan and the others go down together first, he just has something to talk to me about, everything will be fine. Although she said so, they were not at ease and still had no intention of leaving. Is there anything you can't go home and sit down and talk about? What if you disagree and he throws you off the roof? Naturally, they didn't dare to say what they said later. What if Wen Jingyu didn't think so, and after they said so, he moved his mind, what should we do? Mom, I'm really fine. Go down quickly. When we finish talking, we will go down. Wen Jingyu looked at her. Obviously she knew about her situation, but she calmly comforted the people outside. If she didn't have any self-defense to ensure that she would be fine, he wouldn't believe that she could still do it up to now. His face has not changed. Not wanting to listen to their nonsense anymore, he pulled Shi Jinyao over to face him, and said in a gentle tone as much as possible, Xiaoyao, help me, as long as you help me this time. If you don't want to see me in the future, I will hide away you are far away, and will never appear in front of you again. End of this chapter. Chapter 229. Chapter 229 The End of the Way, Part. Stop talking nonsense to them. He pulled her into his arms and said in an extremely seductive voice, Xiaoyao, I love you, I really love you, Xiaoyao, help me. Me once, okay? Shi Jinyao struggled to get out of his arms, and even slapped him across the face. Seeing Shi Jinyao's indifferent face, he smiled angrily, ha ha ha, I'm so stupid, if I knew you were so hard-hearted, I shouldn't have taken you to the top of the building, and let me push myself to the brink of death, on the way. He had already planned everything on the way here. Originally, he planned to take her downstairs and run away with her, but later, he was worried that he didn't have much time and would be intercepted halfway, so he decided to pin all his hopes on Shi Jinyao. She has a magic weapon on her body, even in the car, she can escape as long as she wants, but if he keeps pulling her, it will be different. Take her to the top of the building. If she doesn't save himself, at worst he will pull her, let her jump off the building together, and be a couple of life and death. Looking at her eyes that still had no warmth, he said what he thought in his heart, forget it, since you don't want to save me, then the two of us jump from here together, don't worry, even if I die, I will hold you tightly in my arms, and no one can take you away. When the incident happened, when Jingxian was sitting in the car with Zhou Wenshui. Zhou Wenshui turned to look at him with a tired face and said, thanks to you, you have worked hard during this time. The problem with Wen Jingyu's company was something that Wen Jingxian secretly manipulated when he went to Shenzhen Stock Exchange. Knowing that Wen Jingyu has become like this, he must feel uncomfortable, and he didn't know how to persuade him, so he could only pat him on the shoulder. Show comfort. Zhou Wenshui did not tell him about the arrest of Wen Jingyu today, because he was worried that he would feel burdened seeing Wen Jingyu being taken away with his own eyes, so this operation was arranged for other colleagues in the bureau. And his task is to find a reason to send Wen Jingxian away. No, there happened to be a rape case on the west side of the city. The girl couldn't accept it and committed suicide, so he hurriedly took his psychiatrist to enlighten her. The car had just driven halfway when his cell phone rang suddenly. Zhou Wenshui saw him take out his mobile phone, so he casually asked, who? Wen Jingxian didn't hide it, sat at home and pressed the answer button. Wen Jingxian's choked and hurried voice came from the phone, brother, come back quickly. The second brother took Xiaoyao to the roof. Wen Jingxian's heart was suffocated, the hand holding the phone was tightened, and the other hand that had been idle was tightly clenched into a fist, accompanied by a slight tremor, but his tone did not reveal the panic in his heart. He said to Wen Jingxian, don't worry, I'll go back now. After speaking, he immediately hung up the phone, say to the person driving in front, turn around and drive as fast as you can toward my house. The eyelids of Zhou Wenshui, who was sitting next to him, twitched. Before he could ask, Wen Jingxian looked at him with sharp eyes and said, you guys have already planned to close the net this day, right? Why didn't you tell me? I'm not you guys. It doesn't matter if you don't tell me, but why do you deliberately push me away? Do you know? Wen Jingyu is holding Xiaoyao on the roof of my house and trying to jump off the building? What did you say? Zhou Wenshui obviously didn't expect that Wen Jingjiaming knew that he could only run as far as possible now, but he didn't play his cards according to common sense, but returned to Wen's house instead. Seeing Wen Jingxuan's fury, he felt very uncomfortable. Originally, he did this to make him feel less uncomfortable, but now, Shi Jinyao. Others don't know, but he understands that the reason why Wen Jingxian is unwilling to engage in this kind of work is because he is worried that those crazy people will touch the people around him. I'm sorry. He didn't know what else to say now, all he could give was such an apology as light as a feather. Wen Jingxian raised his hand to cover his face and didn't speak. He thought for a while and called Guanxi. At this time, Guanxi was carrying a bag of things downstairs and was about to go upstairs. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, saw that it was Wen Jingxian, he picked it up, and before the other party could speak, he said, my miss, don't rush, I've already returned downstairs. When Wen Jingxian heard that he had returned downstairs, he hurriedly said, hurry up, Xiaoyao was caught by my second brother and taken to the top of the building. Hearing this, Guanxi threw everything in his hand to the ground, he lifted his legs and ran upstairs, just as Wen Jingxian hung up the phone, Wen Jingxuan's call came in. How can Guanxi care about answering the phone? He didn't throw the phone away, it's already good. When he ran to the top of the building in one breath, Wen Jingxian heard that his phone was still ringing, so he quickly took it over to answer it, brother. Hearing that it was Wen Jingxian who picked it up, Wen Jingxian asked, is Guanxi here? Wen Jingxian nodded, he is here, he and third brother are trying to find a way to unlock it now. I have the key to the roof of my room. It's in the drawer on the left side of the desk. Go get it quickly. Hearing that the door hadn't been opened yet, Wen Jingxian immediately thought of how many years ago, Shi Jinyao liked to go to the roof whenever she was in a bad mood. After blowing the wind, he then went to ask the house with the key on the top of the building, and took the key to make a pair. Wen Jingxian nodded hastily, and hurried downstairs. Although there was no one in the house, the door was wide open. At this moment, how could they care about whether a thief would enter the house? He took the key from Wen Jingxuan's room and went up, shouting while running, "Here is the key, here is the key." Guanxi took it from her hand, opened the door, and then a group of people saw Wen Jingyu hugged Shi Jinyao, sitting on the wall together. As long as their bodies leaned forward a little, they would immediately fall from here. Although this building is not very high, it has 6 floors. If you fall from here, there is not much hope of surviving. Even if you are lucky and survive, you will probably be paralyzed. Seeing this scene, they didn't dare to speak out casually, and no one knew whether Wen Jingyu would jump off in anger because of their 1 or 2 words. Looking at her daughter whose life was hanging by a thread, Jiang Lan was so anxious that tears kept dripping down. They didn't dare to make a sound, except for Guanxi, firstly because he knew that Shi Jinyao had space to protect himself, and secondly because Wen Jingyu was within his line of sight, he could completely understand what was going on in his heart right away, and his voice was not he said in a hurry, "Wen Jingyu, what do you want to do?" To Wen Jingyu, he has never been polite. Most of the time he won't talk to him, but sometimes he just calls him by his first name. Wen Jingyu looked at him with his head tilted, and said with a smile, "What else can I want to do? Naturally, I want to take my beloved woman and go to Huangquan together." End of this chapter. Chapter 230 Ability Exposure. Chapter 230 Ability Exposure. Guanxi looked at Shi Jinyao and asked, "Are you okay now?" Shi Jinyao nodded, "I'm fine. I don't know what Wen Jingyu will do later, but the less people know about space the better," so he looked at Wen Jingqian and said, "Can, take Grandpa Wen and Grandma Wen down first. Jingli brother, help me help my mother go downstairs." How can they go downstairs with confidence? Guanxi looked at them who didn't move, and said again, "Go down first, I promise Xiaoyao will be fine. Trust me." Wen Jingyu wanted to make a sound to stop him, but now he was close to despair, and he was already holding on to Shi Jinyao's heart to jump off the building. Wouldn't it be more satisfying if they let them watch Shi Jinyao fall down? After realizing what was going on in his heart, Guanxi didn't bother to persuade a few people, and hurriedly said, "Wen Jingyu, I know you still want to live, and if you can survive, you will definitely not jump. I want to know why Xiaoyao has been swearing at you all this time. Outside the door? I can tell you today because I can understand your heart. I know that although you like Xiaoyao, your liking is not simple. After I tell Xiaoyao about this, think about it, how could I still like you?" Wen Jingyu obviously didn't believe it, and sneered, "Can you read my heart? You're coaxing a 3-year-old. Don't believe it? Then let me ask you, who is the person you are most afraid of now?" The people he is most afraid of now are naturally those people in uniform. Just flashed in his mind, and Guanxi has already said aloud, "The people you are most afraid of are the police, right? Let me ask you again, you are most at ease now. Who is the one who can't come down?" As soon as the words fell, he said again, "Your mother. Who is the person you want most now?" Xiaoyao. When it was over, he continued to ask, "Which scene is the most memorable in your mind?" If the previous questions were all guesses by Guanxi, then the latter question would be really hard to guess. At this moment, Wen Jingyu only felt that Guanxi was deliberately delaying time, and didn't think about the answer according to his question, and said aloud, "Just these few stupid questions, she can answer everything I ask. Can. Do you still want to answer? Use this to fool me?" Knowing that Wen Jingyu's mind about jumping off the building had calmed down a little, Guanxi immediately turned around and looked at the group of people behind him who hadn't left yet. "If you don't want Xiaoyao to have something to do, just listen to me and go down first." Although his words were harsh, no one moved. At this moment, Wen Jingyu had another thought. Guanxi could only turn around to stop him. "Wen Jingyu, wait until I finish speaking." Wen Jingyu didn't even give him a look, but looked at Shi Jinyao's face and said, "I can't wait. Didn't you realize that the 2 times I made noise just now were all because you wanted to jump off the building?" Guanxi roared anxiously. This time, he was finally not as rational as before, because he actually caught a very stupid idea in Shi Jinyao's heart. After talking to Wen Jingyu, he no longer had the patience to persuade the people behind him to go downstairs, and directly shouted at them angrily, "If you don't go down, I can't save Xiaoyao." At this moment, when Jingxian appeared at the door, he came directly to help Luo Yuexin without saying a word, and said to them, "Trust Guanxi, let's go down first." Wen Zhengcheng hesitated, but at this time, Wen Jingyu, who had been watching the show, said, "Don't even think about it, Xiaoyao and I are determined to dance in this building today." When Jingxian ignored him, He knew that Guanxi would not watch anything happen to Shi Jinyao, hurriedly persuaded Wen Zhengcheng and the others. Can you save Xiaoyao by standing here now? The only person who can save her now is Guanxi. Under Wen Jingxuan's persuasion, the group finally walked slowly towards the stairs. Guanxi was still standing there looking at Wen Jingyu, slowly circling with him. After they all walked into the stairs, Wen Jingxian closed the door, and Shi Jinyao was no longer in sight. Jiang Lan hurriedly called out, Xiaoyao. Wen Jingxian hurriedly comforted her, Auntie, Xiaoyao will be fine with Guanxi here. We have to trust him. All we can do now is cooperate. Why do you trust him so much? Wen Zhengcheng didn't come out because he believed in Guanxi, but because Wen Jingxian just said that even if they were all there, they couldn't save Shi Jinyao, so it's better to take a gamble. Because he has the ability to read minds. Wen Jingxian said this sentence very firmly. Although he is only guessing now, in order to calm their hearts temporarily, he can only say it out. At worst, he will say it is himself after the matter is over. Expediency, nonsense. At this time when Jingli said, Guanxi just said that he can understand my brother's thoughts. That's most likely, let's go down first. Hearing what Guanxi said just now, it seems that my guess is true, and he also spoke first, so it's not like he revealed him. His secret, thinking about it, made him feel a little more at ease. Will Xiaoyao really be okay? Wen Jingkan asked. Wen Jingxian couldn't be sure, but he had to give them a reassurance. Don't worry, Guanxi is here, Xiaoyao will be fine. After they left, Guanxi looked at Shi Jinyao and said, Xiaoyao, you must protect yourself and promise me. He knew that she didn't want to reveal the space, because their family was broken, and the origin of everything was that Grandpa had space, which caused the death of Grandpa and Father, caused the torture of Mother, and caused their siblings to be separated since childhood. Their family paid too much for this thing, so she was worried that if she exposed the space today, it would definitely attract the attention of others, and by then, she and her relatives around her would be affected. After persuading Shi Jinyao, Guanxi looked at Wen Jingyu and said, Didn't you always want that priceless treasure from our Shi family? I can give it to you. Give it to me? How can I trust you? Wen Jingyu said with a smile, I was a little excited. Now my sister's life is in your hands, how dare I deceive you? If you still don't believe me, I will make those flower pots over there disappear right now. In order not to make Wen Jingyu suspicious, so after saying these words, he didn't look at Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao understood his intention in an instant, and looked in the direction he was pointing. With a flash of spiritual consciousness, Wen Jingyu realized that those flower pots were indeed gone. Give me the things. Wen Jingyu looked at Guanxi and said. Because there are only the 3 of them now, Guanxi has no pressure. Hearing his words, he said in a relaxed tone, Do you think I'm stupid? You also know why I didn't reveal it before. The less people like this kind of secret the better to know. But now there are only 3 of us here, I can completely watch you jump down, and then rescue Xiaoyao, and you, even if you can survive after jumping, you will be paralyzed by then, right? Thinking about it this way is pretty good, since I saved Xiaoyao, I can still keep my secret. End of this chapter. Chapter 231 The Dust Settles. Chapter 231 The Dust Settles. Seeing that Guanxi didn't look nervous at all, Wen Jingyu felt the darkness in front of his eyes, as if a ray of sunshine had shone in, and what made him most unbelievable was Shi Jinyao's attitude. She didn't have any fear the whole time, as if she knew she would not die. Guanxi is not in a hurry, at this moment, Wen Jingyu should be the one who is racing against time. Downstairs, Wen Jingxian asked Wen Jingkan to take care of the elderly at home, while he went downstairs to look at the blown-up life-saving mat. Because of the special situation, Wen Jingyu was worried that Wen Jingyu would become overly emotional when he saw the police, so only the firefighters showed up. Wen Jingyu thought about it for 2 minutes before turning over and coming back. When his feet hit the ground, he also put his arms around Shi Jinyao. His sudden movement made Shi Jinyao miss a beat and shouted "Ah!" Guanxi quickly ran over to help her up, and did not forget to poke her head out to report the safety of the people downstairs. Everyone has worked hard, everything is fine now. He said this on purpose to let them know that the hostages are fine and they can go upstairs to arrest Wen Jingyu. Wen Jingyu was still immersed in the treasure at the moment, so he didn't notice his intentions. After Guanxi helped Shi Jinyao up, he put his hand around her waist suddenly, and she fell into her arms again. Before the 2 could make a sound, he looked at Guanxi and said, Do you think I'm stupid? I didn't get anything, so I just wanted to snatch Xiaoyao away from me. Guanxi snorted coldly in his heart, Just wait, today's game of chess is only for you to lose. How could Wen Jingyu, who just got up from the ground, know what he was thinking? He looked at Shi Jinyao who was imprisoned in his arms, and said softly, What did you shout just now? Will I still hurt you? When he was jumping back with his arms around Shi Jinyao just now, he he was worried that he would not protect her well and let her knock her down, so he buried her head in his chest early. Shi Jinyao saw Guanxi winking at her, and the tacit understanding between the two made her understand what he meant immediately. What they need to do now is to divert Wen Jingyu's attention. After thinking about it, she looked at him. Do you know why I rejected you and your mother since I was a child? Wen Jingyu thought about this question for a long time but couldn't figure it out. Hearing her mention it, he immediately became interested. Why? Because I had a dream a long time ago. It was the night before Grandpa Wen took me home. I dreamed of many things. In the dream, I came to your house and met you. You have always been very good to me. Even better than Can, so when we were in junior high school, we had already secretly dated. After you graduated from university, you started your own company. At that time, you were young and promising, handsome and rich, and Yinjian was by your side. There are many swallows, but you still only have me in your eyes. Later, I just graduated, and we got married. But the ending is not a happy marriage for 100 years, but you cheated when I was pregnant. When you found out that you were cheating, your mother personally tricked me into going to a farmhouse, then locked me in the house, and burned me to death with a big fire. At this point, Shi Jinyao burst into tears. Without waiting for Wen Jingyu to speak, she continued, you know what? Although this is just a dream, I feel it is very real, as if I have experienced the pain and joy myself. What is even more uncomfortable is that I want to forget the dream, but I will never forget it. So you said, under such a nightmare, how could I give you a good face? Because Wen Jingyu had been listening intently to her, he didn't realize that Guanxi had quietly opened the door. He was worried that the crowd would alarm Wen Jingyu, so only Wen Jingxian and Zhou Wenshui went upstairs, and the rest were on the 5th floor and downstairs. Wait. When Shi Jinyao mentioned Wen Jingyu's cheating, Wen Jingxian had already come outside the door. Seeing her standing beside Wen Jingyu crying, he felt distressed. Wen Jingyu's mood at the moment couldn't be better. He raised his hand to gently wipe away her tears, and said softly, my fault, I'm sorry. Even he himself didn't understand why he apologized for a dream. Shi Jinyao obviously didn't expect him to apologize. She was slightly dazed. When she saw Wen Jingxian out of the corner of her eye, she hurriedly called out to divert Wen Jingyu's attention. Why are you apologizing? It was just a dream, but she couldn't say what she said later against her will. I don't know either. I just listened to you and saw your tears streaming down my face. My heart ached. Also, I was very happy. I didn't expect you to cry for me. It was worth it. I think, if it wasn't for that dream, you would have fallen in love with me, wouldn't you? Thinking of that, I'm relieved. Guanxi, who was standing beside Wen Jingxian, said softly, go over, he should not resist now. With his words, Wen Jingxian walked in swaggeringly. Zhou Wenshui originally wanted to remind him not to disturb anyone, but at this time Wen Jingyu had turned his head to look at them. His meaningful eyes stayed on Wen Jingxian and Guanxi for 2 seconds, and then slowly pauses himself, moving his head closer to Shi Jinyao's head. They all thought he was trying to cheat on her. Shi Jinyao quickly avoided. Wen Jingxian had already called out his name. Wen Jingyu stopped and laughed. Look at your nervous appearance. Don't worry, she is your girlfriend now. I won't do anything to my future sister-in-law, although this title makes me extremely uncomfortable. Guanxi patted Wen Jingxian gently. Give him some time. Only then did Wen Jingyu put his mouth close to Shi Jinyao's ear and whispered, now that I have your words, I will die in peace. I know you care about them, so don't worry, I won't tell you about the whereabouts of space. Go out and listen to anyone. It is my compensation for your real dream. I have already committed a capital crime. I only hope that after my death, you can put a stick of incense on me regardless of the past. This life is enough. I won't go. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Jinyao had already refused. Wen Jingyu was clueless, and set his eyes on her flat belly, and said with a smile, I really hope you can have one of my children. It turns out that we have already had one, thank you. After finishing speaking, he slowly released his grip on her arm, and slowly stepped back a few steps. He knew that there was a life-saving mat under the floor here, so he quickly ran to the other side of the wall, using his strength turning over, the whole person fell directly from the wall, and when he turned his back to all of them, tears welled up in his eyes. Wen Jingxian and Zhou Wenshui hurried to the edge of the wall to look down, only to close the seat, calmly walked in front of Shi Jinyao, hugged her into their arms, and gently comforted her, everything is over. Wen Jingxian looked at the people downstairs, with tears in his eyes, and said to Zhou Wenshui with some sobs, go and do your work. Zhou Wenshui didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only sigh, patted him on the shoulder, then turned and walked downstairs. Sorry, I can only update once today, and I will definitely update it in a few days. End of this chapter. Chapter 232 I will not attend a funeral even if I die. Chapter 232 I will not attend a funeral if I die, Part. It is impossible to say that Wen Jingyu's death did not cause new trauma to the Wen family, but thinking of his crimes, even though they couldn't let go, because of their disappointment in him, no one mentioned him in front of anyone. Dreaming back at midnight, Shi Jinyao still remembered from time to time what he said to herself before jumping off the building, but her scars had already been carved into her bones, so she did not attend Wen Jingyu's funeral. For her determination, no one except Guanxi could understand. No, it's not easy for others to say anything, but Jiang Lan sat next to Shi Jinyao, trying to persuade her to go together. Before she could speak first, Shi Jinyao had sensed her intentions and said, "Mom, go by yourself, I won't go." Jiang Lan sighed, "Why are you so stubborn, kid? Jingyu's kid is a little bit persistent, but isn't it because he likes you? Except that he was confused that day, he was very nice to you before, although he himself did what he has ended up like now. But now that he is gone, you should burn incense to him, and it will be regarded as the end of your grievances." No matter how Jiang Lan tried to persuade her, Shi Jinyao remained calm and quietly flipped through the book in her hand. Because of the lack of companionship for several years, Jiang Lan has always felt guilty towards Shi Jinyao and her brother and sister, so she dare not speak harshly to Shi Jinyao. Seeing that she is still like that, she can only persuade, "Xiaoyao, Dad, Mom owes you a lot," which makes Mom feel very sad all the time. You grew up with your grandfather Wen's parents, and Jingyu are also childhood sweethearts. Now that Jingyu is gone, you didn't even attend the funeral. Let others see what you think. When the time comes, not only you will be criticized, but your grandpa Wen and the others will also not look good. Guanxi came out of the room, heard Jiang Lan's words, and said, "Mom, Xiaoyao won't go, don't persuade her." Jiang Lan looked up at him, "Come here and help me persuade her, isn't she making others laugh at you, Grandpa Wen, and the others?" "Mom, why do you care so much about other people's eyes? If someone asks us, we will say that Xiaoyao was frightened, and it's okay if she hasn't recovered yet. Anyway, I support Xiaoyao. If she doesn't want to go, why bother? Well, let's go, I'll take you to the door and come back." "Send me to the door? You don't want to go either?" Jiang Lan knew that she didn't understand the couple, but she didn't expect her ignorance to reach such an extent. "Mom, I won't go. Don't persuade me. You are broad-minded and generous, but I can't do it. The harm he caused me is much deeper than what you can see. I can't do it." So relieved. After Shi Jinyao finished speaking, she got up and went back to her room clattering on her slippers. Seeing her like this, Jiang Lan couldn't persuade her any more. After all, if Guanxi hadn't used some tricks to rescue her that day, she would not be able to stand in front of her properly now. Accompanied by Guanxi, they went downstairs by car to the funeral home. There were not many people who came to mourn Wen Jingyu. Except for those very close relatives, Wen Zhangcheng didn't ask them to inform the remaining collateral relatives, because Wen Jingyu's life and cause of death were not honorable things. When Jiang Lan and Guanxi arrived, Yi Qingxian had just rushed over from Shenzhen City. Guanxi stood at the door, stared at Yi Qingshuan's figure for 2 seconds, then gave Jiang Lan a few instructions, then turned and went home to accompany Shi Jinyao. After Shi Jinyao returned to the room, she sat by the window and read a book for a while, then felt tired, so she went back to bed and lay down for a while. When Guanxi opened the door and entered the room, the house was quiet. He slowly pushed open the door of Shi Jinyao's room, and seeing the person lying on the bed who was already asleep, he fetched a blanket and gently covered her body. After covering it, he saw the mobile phone she was holding in her hand. He gently took out the mobile phone, thought about it, and took it out of the room. Throwing her mobile phone on the sofa, he went into the kitchen and started making lunch for the two of them. Just after washing the dishes, he heard the mobile phone in the living room ringing. He thought it was someone calling. He went back to the living room and picked up the mobile phone to see that it was just an alarm clock. Thinking of it, he couldn't help laughing. "It's okay, know the time to get up and cook." Pressing the close button, he turned back to the kitchen. Shi Jinyao slept on the bed for a while, opened her eyes dimly, and saw that the sun was already shining brightly outside the window. She turned her head and glanced at the clock on the bedside table, and it was already 11. Strange, why didn't the phone ring? She muttered, then lifted the blanket and looked for her phone on the bed. No bed. No bedside tables. No under the bed. Huh? Could it be that a thief has entered the house? Thinking of her running out of the room, she was about to use the landline at home to call her mobile phone. When she walked to the living room, she found that her mobile phone was on the sofa, and there was a burst of chili pepper coming from the tip of her nose. The smell mixed with peppercorns. I turned around and saw someone in the kitchen. She walked in with a smile. "Guanxi, why are you so virtuous? My sister-in-law will be so happy in the future." When you get up, tidy up, wash your hands and eat. Don't you want to eat hot pot? I'm ready. Guanxi said solemnly, ignoring her words. The siblings sat down to eat the red spicy hot pot. Shi Jinyao also took out a few bottles of beer from the space. Guanxi saw that the packaging of the bottles was the same as those sold in the store, so he didn't let her take them back. She brought 2 glasses, poured one for him and one for herself, raised the glass to him, and said with a sincere smile, "Brother, thank you." Guanxi looked up at her, picked up the wine glass without saying anything, touched her glass lightly, and then put it to his mouth to take a sip. Shi Jinyao also swallowed a small mouthful, took 2 chopsticks from the pot and ate it. After covering up the sour taste of the beer, she looked at Guanxi and said, "This wine is not sour, it doesn't taste good at all." "You said it was wine, not a drink." Guanxi laughed. Shi Jinyao smiled and took a few more sips from the cup, and after finishing the cup, she poured herself another cup. At this time, Guanxi said, "Xiao Yao, don't touch things like wine when I'm not around you, you understand?" Shi Jinyao nodded, "I understand, you are afraid that I will tell the truth after drinking." She always remembered the painful lessons of her previous life, so she rarely used space in this life. Until she met Guanxi, she only dared to be unscrupulous in front of him land use, but this is only the time of the 2 of them. End of this chapter. Chapter 233 Want to break up. Chapter 233 Want to break up, part. Tell me, do I have to think about it? Maybe I should choose to be alone. She will never tell the secret of the space to the person next to her pillow, but she is worried that if she doesn't tell it, the paper still can't cover the fire. Manage, so if you want to avoid it, there is only one option. Knowing what she meant, Guanxi said, "Didn't you think about this question before?" Didn't she think about it when she agreed to date Wen Jingxian? I thought about it. Shi Jinyao lowered her eyes, raised her hand and shook the glass, then drank it down, and continued after a while, "I thought about it, but I didn't think so far. I always thought I could drink it. Keeping the secret, but now, I am suddenly not so confident. You also know that if I accidentally leak my mouth one day, Brother Gingxian will definitely be able to deduce it from it. I am not like you, you are born with no one can take away the talent that came from here." Guanxi looked at her distressedly, "Don't think so much, don't you still have me by your side? If it wasn't someone who is sincerely kind to you, I would definitely not let him stay by your side. Besides, not everyone they are all obsessed with interests, look at Grandpa Wen and Grandpa Guan, haven't they all been saved by Grandpa using space? But they didn't become greedy, and instead helped our family so much." Hearing what he said, she felt a little better, and nodded with a smile, "Well, you can watch for me, if I don't know people clearly, you have to check for me. Don't worry." Seeing that she finally regained her good mood, Guanxi was very relieved. After eating enough, Guanxi proposed to go down for a walk. Shi Jinyao nodded and changed her clothes, and the brother and sister went downstairs. I ran into a neighbor downstairs, and when she saw the siblings, she asked aloud, "Hey, didn't you go?" She omitted Wen Jingyu's funeral, but they immediately understood what she wanted to ask. Shi Jinyao believed that Guanxi would answer, so she was too lazy to make a sound. Sure enough, Guanxi smiled politely after hearing this and said, "My sister was frightened that day, and she is not in a good state of mind now, so she didn't go." Hearing that Shi Jinyao was frightened, the man immediately remembered that Wen Jingyu was going to pull her to jump off the building that day, raised his hand and patted her chest, looked at Shi Jinyao with concern and said, "I was scared that day, don't talk about you. It's just me at my age, well, I dare not look down on the 3rd floor, but luckily, that kid finally has a little conscience." Unwilling to hear her talk about Wen Jingyu again, Guanxi immediately said, "Auntie, go and do your work. We, brother and sister, are walking around." After walking a certain distance, Guanxi asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing that there was no one around, Shi Jinyao teased him, "Can't you see through people's minds? Can't you see if I'm okay or not? You also know that I can control it myself now, so I don't want to use it on you." In fact, he tried many times, but he still couldn't freely choose to turn off this ability. It's not difficult, but when there are people around him, he doesn't have to think about it at all. The thoughts of the person closest to him, or the person in his line of sight, will always be sent to his mind continuously. When he said that, he just hoped that she could relax a bit when he was in front of him. Hearing what he said, Shi Jinyao happily asked, "Really?" She knew that he likes to be quiet, but his supernatural ability doomed his world to not be quiet. It would be great if he could control himself. Of course it's true. They walked around the nearby streets, and Shi Jinyao bought 2 cups of milk tea and a finger cake at a nearby cold drink shop, and the 2 drank while walking home, chat a word or two from time to time. When he was about to go downstairs in the community, he heard 2 women walking in front talking about the Wen family. This Wen family used to be a model family in our community, and the 4 generations lived together in harmony. I didn't expect it to look like this now. Isn't that right? If you don't think about the things in their family, you haven't found anything, but if you think about it deeply, you will find that since the girl came to their house, their family style has gradually changed. Do you have any questions? Didn't notice it? Hearing what you said, it seems that it really is the same thing. At this time, they had already walked away, and the remaining words were not clear to the 2 people who stopped in their tracks. Guanxi and Shi Jinyao had already stopped in tacit agreement when they heard them talking about the Wen family. When they walked away, Guanxi looked at Shi Jinyao and said, "Don't think about it." Shi Jinyao put away the discomfort in her heart, raised her head to look at him and said with a smile, "Mouths grow on other people's bodies. It's none of my business to say what other people like to say. You know how to be brave. Don't talk about me, what about the mother's business?" She didn't forget to introduce Jiang Lan's partner. Guanxi shook his head, "It's hard to say, now we can only let nature take its course." "Oh, by the way, why don't you study psychology? He already has an advantage, if he studies psychology again, wouldn't it be even more powerful?" Not interested in. Returning home leisurely, Jiang Lan hadn't come back yet, so Shi Jinyao went to take a shower, then sat cross-legged on the sofa and read a book. Guanxi went to the kitchen to cut some fruit, and sat aside to play a mobile game quietly. The mobile phone in his hand was given to him by Shi Jinyao from the space. Anyway, he is very vigilant, so he doesn't have to worry about being discovered. Although the traffic is expensive now, he only needs to play a standalone game, so he doesn't burn money. DD. In the quiet environment, Shi Jinyao's mobile phone on the table was very loud. Guanxi didn't even raise his head, and continued to play without being affected at all. Shi Jinyao thought it was a message from China Mobile to urge to pay the phone bill, so she ignored it and continued to read the book with relish. After 10 minutes, the mobile phone on the table began to vibrate. She took it over and saw that it was Wen Jingxuan's call. Had he called to ask himself why he hadn't been to the funeral, Shi Jinyao thought to herself, and pressed the answer button in her hand. "Hello, brother Jingxian." Wen Jingxian, who was sitting in the car downstairs, heard her voice and asked, "Xiaoyao, how are you now?" Shi Jinyao was confused. She didn't understand why he suddenly asked this in a proper manner, and said, "I'm fine." "That's good. I've been too busy during this time. I didn't spend time with you. That day, I surprised you. It turned out that I thought I was frightened, so I called to ask." Thinking of this, she showed a smile on her face. "I'm fine, you have a lot of things to do, you should pay attention to rest." "I will pay attention, then you should also have a good rest, and I will send you to school when school starts." After a few words with him, she hung up the phone and looked at Guanxi. "School will start soon. Is there really no other way for mom?" End of this chapter. Chapter 234 The Pervert on the Train. Chapter 234 The Pervert on the Train. Guanxi couldn't help but raised his hand to rub her head. "Don't worry about it, just let things take their course. I just don't want my mother to be so lonely." After Shi Jinyao muttered, she took her mobile phone and scanned it casually, and saw that the text message she mistakenly thought was a reminder to pay the phone bill just now was sent by Wen Jingxian. She turned her head and glanced at Guanxi before opening the message. Sender, brother Jingxian. Content, don't think too much, take a good rest. After reading it, Shi Jinyao smiled and put the phone back where it was. She was obviously concerned, but seeing his text messages, why did she feel so hard? Thinking of her getting up from the sofa, then walking to the balcony, she stretched out facing the outside regardless of her image. "Oh, I suddenly want to take a nap." After talking to herself, she was about to turn around when she suddenly saw a figure in front of her downstairs. "Is her?" Guanxi stood up upon hearing the sound, walked to her side and asked, "Who?" She raised her finger to the woman downstairs. "See? It's her. I always thought she was very strange. Do you know? She lives in the building behind Cancan's house, and I haven't seen her with anyone for so many years and I heard that she stays at her home sometimes for a long time. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I didn't expect her to come to our community today." Guanxi stared at the person she pointed to for a long time, trying to peek into her inner thoughts, but what he got was some irrelevant information. "Go back, maybe you're just an ordinary person, but you're just used to being alone," Guanxi said to Shi Jinyao based on what he saw. Her eyes still stayed on that person, and she turned her head after a few seconds and said, "Maybe I really think too much." When it was time to start school, Wen Jingxian booked tickets for them all. The first stop was Wen Jingxuan's school. They sent her there first, and then went to Zhongshan together. While eating on the train, Wen Jingkan asked Wen Jingxian, "Brother, have you found a job?" Shi Jinyao looked up at him upon hearing this, and asked with a puzzled face, have you resigned? Wen Jingxian nodded and joked, I've been absent from work for so long, which boss would tolerate an employee like me? Shi Jinyao knew that he was joking, and it was definitely not because he was fired by the boss, but because he resigned himself, turning her head to look at Guanxi, and then at Wen Jingcan. They obviously knew about it, but they didn't tell herself, which made her feel a little annoyed. Guanxi pretended not to see her, stood up and walked to the folding chair by the window, eating quietly by himself. Wen Jingcan sensed that Shi Jinyao seemed to be in trouble, and looked at her puzzledly and asked, Xiao Yao, what's wrong with you? Shi Jinyao said angrily, it's nothing, I just think the food on the train is too unpalatable. Wen Jingcan raised her head to look at her brother who was sitting opposite, and then turned her head to look at Guanxi who was sitting on the side of the aisle. She thought for a while and asked, Guanxi, has Yuka gone to school? Go. Guanxi replied without raising his head. Now Wen Jingcan didn't know what else to say, and was completely silent. Wen Jingxian raised his head to look at Shi Jinyao who was silent, thought for a while and explained, I want to go to the south to develop, where it is warmer. Warm, this is also the reason why Shi Jinyao chose Zhongshan in the first place. She didn't expect that he would have the nerve to bring it up now. She kept her head down, and Wen Jingxian couldn't figure it out, but she was afraid that what she said would make her angry, so she could only ask Guanxi for help. After the two girls were full, he excused himself to fetch water, and then dragged Guanxi together. What happened to Xiaoyao? Wen Jingxian asked. Guanxi said angrily, how do I know? How could you not know? The train was rumbling forward, and the toilet was the most windy place on the train. The two of them stood for a while, their hair already a little messy. Guanxi raised his head and glanced at him, then fiddled with his hair in the mirror, I know, but I won't tell you. After speaking, he passed him and walked back to the carriage. The car Wen Jingxian booked for them is a soft sleeper, and there are exactly 4 beds in one wing room. All of them are their own people, safe, quiet and able to take care of each other. Usually nothing would happen, but today, I don't know what kind of rotten love affair the two little girls have had. When Wen Jingxian and Guanxi went out for a short time, a man unexpectedly appeared in their box. Wen Jingcan slept on the upper bunk, but she had just had a full meal, so she and Shi Jinyao sat on the lower bunk and played cards for fun. A man walked in suddenly, startling the two of them. Wen Jingcan looked up at the person who came in, and said coldly, you are in the wrong place, please get out. Shi Jinyao looked at the strange man in front of her, and the first thought in her mind was that she had met a pervert. As soon as Wen Jingcan finished speaking, she said, Sir, all the beds here are occupied, please go out. Who would have thought that the man was thick-skinned enough, not only did not leave, but he walked up behind Wen Jingcan and sat down. What's the point of two people playing cards? Add me, let's fight the landlord. The moment he sat down, Wen Jingcan immediately moved to Shi Jinyao's side, grabbed the water bottle on the table, and threw it at the man's face without hesitation. Shi Jinyao pointed at the man and shouted, be respectful, I'm calling someone. The man avoided Wen Jingcan's water bottle, and when he heard Shi Jinyao's words and was about to speak out, Guanxi had already returned, raised his arm, and immediately pulled the man's collar back, and the pervert sat down on it. In the aisle, Wen Jingxian, who came back after Guanxi, turned his head to look at the two girls inside and asked, are you two okay? The people sitting on the ground saw that the two men had come back, and instead of running away, they patted their buttocks and pulled down the chair against the wall, and sat there with their eyes on the two girls without hesitation. The most surprising thing is that no one answered the question Wen Jingxian asked just now. Shi Jinyao was still angry and didn't want to talk to Wen Jingxian, but Wen Jingcan's expression was a little weird. In the end, Guanxi showed mercy and said to him, it's all right, come in quickly. Wen Jingxian still wanted to argue with that pervert, but was dragged in by Guanxi, and immediately after, the door of their room was closed by Guanxi. Can, Xiaoyao, are you two all right? Wen Jingxian looked at the two girls and asked with concern. Shi Jinyao was holding the poker cards in her hand, and at the moment when the seats were closed, she had already understood something. Looking at Wen Jingcan, who was obviously abnormal, she touched her, come on, continue playing cards. Only then did Wen Jingcan raise his head to look at Wen Jingxian and Guanxi, Dudizu, which one of you will come? Brother Gingxian, if we play with Guanxi, we don't want to win. Shi Jinyao said anxiously. Although she didn't speak to himself, Wen Jingxian at least heard his name from her mouth, and his hanging heart sank a little. End of this chapter. Chapter 235 Borrowing a Man. Chapter 235 Borrowing a Man. The playing cards have already started to be played inside, but the people sitting in the aisle have not left yet. I don't know whether Wen Jingxian did it on purpose or not, but when drawing cards, his fingers would always accidentally touch Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao is not the kind of very reserved girl, and she doesn't care about him stealing tofu from time to time. Wen Jingxian looked at her as if nothing had happened, and hoped that she would tell herself all the unhappiness in her heart. With his own sister on one side and his girlfriend on the other, he naturally won't really win them. With him letting go of the water all the way, Wen Jingxian felt bored and yelled, "Brother, are you serious about playing?" "I've always been serious," Wen Jingxian replied. "Really put the water in? It's boring," Wen Jingxian said, picked up the snacks in the bag next to him and started to eat. After a few more beatings, she felt a little anxious, so she got up and put on her shoes to go to the toilet. As soon as she opened the door of the box, she subconsciously closed it again when she saw someone sitting outside. Shi Jinyao only noticed her movement when she heard her close the door, and asked in puzzlement, "What's wrong?" "I don't want to go." Wen Jingxian returned to the bed and sat down. At this moment, Wen Jingxian got up and opened the door. After seeing the people outside, he blocked his sight with his body, then turned his head and shouted to Wen Jingxian, "Can, I'll accompany you." With her brother escorting her, Wen Jingxian hurriedly got up, and when she walked behind Wen Jingxian, she took his hand. The people outside stared at the hands that the two of them held together when they passed by, and then moved their eyes out of the window. Seeing this, Shi Jinyao went to sit next to Guanxi, approached him and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" Guanxi leaned closer to her ear and said, "Can's ex-boyfriend." "What?" Although Shi Jinyao knew that Wen Jingxian was tired of holding her mobile phone every day for a while, she thought she was just in a state of active pursuit at that time, but she didn't expect that they had already developed, and now they have become predecessor. It's no wonder that when he came just now, Can's expression was a little strange. So there is such a relationship. Then who of the two of them is responsible? Shi Jinyao asked gossipingly. Guanxi grabbed her arm and led her to the opposite bed. "Don't always think about spying on other people's privacy." Shi Jinyao flattened her mouth. "How can I have old thoughts?" Wen Jingxian and Wen Jingxian came back together. Just as Wen Jingxian passed the man, he said, Can, let's talk." Wen Jingxian paused for a moment, and said lightly, "There is nothing to talk about." Then he returned to the bed and sat down. Seeing her like this, the man turned his attention to Wen Jingxian. "My name is Xiao Qi, and I'm Can's ex-boyfriend. Let's chat." "Ex-boyfriend?" Wen Jingxian turned his head to look at his sister, and when he looked back at Xiao Qi, he saw jealousy in his eyes. Envy. Wen Jingxian raised his eyebrows, and instantly understood that Can took advantage of him. He nodded generously. "Okay, what do you want to talk about?" Xiao Qi didn't meander, and said directly on the spot, "I want the two of you to break up." Shi Jinyao, who was sitting there eating melon seeds, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard the words. Seeing Wen Jingxian staring at her secretly, she withdrew her smile and lowered her head to continue eating melon seeds. Guanxi had already climbed onto the upper bunk bed, and was sitting on the bed holding a game console to play. After listening to what he said, Wen Jingxian looked back at Shi Jinyao, and said, "I won't break up with my girlfriend." Xiao Qi saw his look just now, but he mistook the target, thinking that the person Wen Jingxian was looking at was Wen Jingxian. "You are at least 30 years old, right? Can is only 18 years old, why are you embarrassed?" Xiao Qi's face was full of disdain. Although the man in front of him was very attractive, his rivals were extremely jealous when they met. The pain in his heart when he told himself that she likes the man in the photo is still unforgettable to this day. So when they meet now, he will naturally not speak well of this man who makes him jealous. "You two love each other, what's there to be embarrassed about?" As soon as Wen Jingxian finished speaking, Wen Jingxian said to Shi Jinyao, "Xiaoyao, go and close the door." Shi Jinyao was still thinking, Wen Jingxian is only 26 and 7 years old, how old does he look? Suddenly being ordered by Wen Jingxian, she obediently went to close the door, and directly shut Wen Jingxian out. After the door was closed, the voices of the two people outside were not heard, but the sound of footsteps gradually drifting away. After waiting for a while, Shi Jinyao opened the door slightly, and after making sure that there was no one outside, she ran back and stared at Wen Jingxian and asked, Can, did you trample on the foot of your ex-boyfriend? A heart? Stop talking nonsense, let me tell you, let my brother stand in your way, sister-in-law, don't be jealous. Wen Jingxian seemed to be in a better mood, and began to make fun of Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao stretched out her hand to her. I don't do business at a loss, you can't just borrow it for nothing, can you? You'll be happy no matter what. Wen Jingxian asked, how much do you want? Shi Jinyao pretended to be thinking, and then said, how much do you think it's worth? How much is it worth? It's a sky-high price for others to rent. If I rent it, since our relationship is so strong, I have to give a discount, right? How about $1 after the discount? After finishing speaking, she really didn't know where to start. Nowhere took out a 1 yuan coin and put it in Shi Jinyao's hand. Shi Jinyao looked around with the coin, then shook her head. It's really cheap. If someone borrows a seat from me, I will not borrow it for less than 7 1 yuan coins. I can't even afford a bowl of beef noodles. Guanxi didn't like to hear these words anymore. He said coldly, cooperating with me is only worth a bowl of beef noodles. Otherwise, how much do you think you are worth? The three of them were bickering in the box, and there were 2 men standing in the smoking area of the car, having a conversation between men. If Can likes you, I won't stop, but she doesn't like you now, the relationship between you is over, isn't it? Wen Jingxian said, but the corners of his eyes kept observing his every move. After all, a woman's future is determined by how she looks at people. He didn't know it before, but since her ex-boyfriend found him, he naturally had to observe it carefully. Who said it's over between us? Does it end when she says it's over? Then what does she think of me? And you, do you think she really likes you? She won't like you like this. When Jingxian looked at him and asked, really? Then tell me, what does she like about you? Xiao Qi was silent. He really couldn't answer this question. He originally wanted to talk about his appearance, but the man in front of him also had a good appearance, wanted to talk about the connotation, but who knew if it was because Wen Jingxian got to know her inner self clearly and felt that she was not her type, so she broke up with her. Even you don't know, do you? Wen Jingxian said after waiting for a while without hearing him speak. Recommend my friend Feng Mianzi's The Empress Dowager to the cuties. Introduction, as promised, let me eat and drink, and I will block the peach blossoms for you. Now what is going on with the phoenix seal? Take it away, and let's see how the fox prince can outsmart the lazy princess. Those who like ancient sayings can go and have a look. End of this chapter. Chapter 236 Meeting Your Ex-Boyfriend Again. Chapter 236 Meeting Your Ex-Boyfriend Again. Finally, Xiao Qi left in despair. When Wen Jingxian returned to the box, Shi Jinyao immediately asked, how did the talk go? You didn't fight, did you? Wen Jingxian smiled and shook his head, no. After speaking, he looked at Wen Jingcan and asked, what's going on? I don't think that guy has given up. Wen Jingcan quickly climbed to the upper bunk, don't ask, it's annoying. Seeing that she was unwilling, Shi Jinyao quickly pulled Wen Jingxian to sit down. Brother Jingxian, do you want some water? If you want to drink, I'll take it myself, please sit down. Shi Jinyao just deliberately changed the subject to let Wen Jingcan have space to think for herself, so after hearing what he said, she sat back on the bed and played Tetris with her mobile phone. When Jingxian put his legs on the bed, Guanxi on the upper bunk was playing a game, Shi Jinyao on the right was playing with his mobile phone. When Jingxian on the upper bunk of Shi Jinyao was reading a novel, he also took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and looked up. Shi Jinyao on the opposite side glanced at her, and then sent her a text message. Shi Jinyao had turned her phone to vibrate before, when Jingxuan's text message came in, she felt her hand tremble slightly, but she was busy breaking through the barrier, so she ignored it. Wen Jingxian sat for a while, but didn't hear her phone ringing. She thought it was because there was no signal just now, and the sending of the text message failed, so she sent another one. At this time, Shi Jinyao hadn't cleared the level, so she went back to the homepage. Seeing that there were 2 messages that she hadn't read, she clicked to open them. Seeing that it was sent by Wen Jingxian, she turned her head and glanced at him before clicking in. Rule, angry, because I didn't tell you about my resignation? Article, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just wanted to give you a surprise, and Can just found out about it yesterday. When Wen Jingxian saw her looking at him with the mobile phone, he knew that she had received it, so he slowly deleted the 3rd text message that he was editing. Soon, he got a reply from Shi Jinyao. Not angry, just upset that I was the last to know. After reading it, Wen Jingxian clicked the reply, my fault, please forgive me? Shi Jinyao replied quickly, yes. Not even punctuation. In the next article, she asked about Wen Jingcan, is Can okay, didn't she mention the breakup, why does she look so hurt? Wen Jingxian raised his head to look at Wen Jingcan, and quickly typed on his mobile phone, she only knows about this. The 2 used their mobile phones to send text messages for a while, and finally Shi Jinyao remembered that her text message package had been used up, and told him, the text message package has been used up, so there is no need to burn money. Wen Jingxian laughed, and replied, okay. When she put down the phone, she exchanged a glance with him, and then she lay down to rest. In a daze, he was gently awakened by Wen Jingxian, and it turned out that he had arrived at the station. It was just dawn when they set off in the morning, but now it was almost dusk when they arrived at the station. I've slept so long during the day, what can I do at night? Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingcan walked at the exit of the station arm in arm, she said with a sigh. Wen Jingxian and Guanxi walked behind them, holding a suitcase in each hand. Wen Jingken heard Shi Jinyao's words, looked back at his brother, and said, I wanted to wake you up, but my brother refused. He's trying to make me lose sleep on purpose. Shi Jinyao muttered heartlessly, then he turned around and said, let's go eat something first, then find a hotel nearby to rest, and accompany Can to report tomorrow morning. Don't worry, I booked the train to Zhongshan the day after tomorrow. Let's play around first tomorrow, and then accompany Can to school the day after tomorrow. Wen Jingxian said slowly. So the four of them went to a small stir-fry shop to cook a few dishes. After sitting and resting to fill their stomachs, Wen Jingxian asked the three of them to wait. He first went to find the hotel where he would stay tonight. Which hotel will have rooms before they bite like headless chickens later? I'll go with you. Shi Jinyao quickly stood up from her seat, quickly took her backpack, and went out with Wen Jingxian. Wen Jingken was worried that Guanxi would follow and cause damage, so he hurriedly sat down in Wen Jingxuan's position just now, blocking his way. Guanxi said childishly, then continued to eat. Who are you calling childish? Wen Jingxuan's immunity has been compromised by Guanxi, and she didn't intend to care about him when she heard him say that she was naive just now, but it happened to be heard by Xiao Qi who had just walked into the store. How could he miss this opportunity to stand up for Wen Jingken chance? Hearing the sound, the two turned their heads at the same time, seeing Xiao Qi pulling a brown suitcase. Guanxi turned around and went back. Wen Jingken gave Xiao Qi a hard look, then turned around and served Guanxi with food intimately. Here, you like this? No need to ask, even if the two didn't have a tacit understanding. Wen Jingken knew that Guanxi could understand what she was thinking, and she believed that he would not tell her things, so she used him without any pressure in her heart. Guanxi cooperated with her to show affection in front of Xiao Qi, and Xiao Qi, who specially sat at the table opposite them, finally couldn't take it anymore, and was irritated by the intimate behavior of the two of them. Wen Jingken, you can do it. This ability to hook up with each other is really powerful, and you can also make two men live in peace. Your means and scheming are really admirable. At this moment, he wanted to scold her, but he knew she didn't like to hear those words, so he didn't swear in front of her after all. On the other hand, the person concerned didn't react at all when he heard his words. He should eat and drink. Let Xiao Qi's fist hit the cotton, making his face even uglier than before. Staring at Wen Jingxuan's face, he hesitated to speak, and finally, he clenched his fists, asked the boss to serve 2 dishes, finished eating quickly, and left. Wen Jingken waited for him to go out the door, looked back at him, then withdrew his hand on the back of the Guanxi chair, lowered his head and began to eat the small plate of peanuts on the table. Guanxi asked, you want to keep avoiding? Maybe it's just a misunderstanding, why didn't you make it clear? Wen Jingken said, I know it's a misunderstanding, but his hesitation is true. I'm not the kind of person who can tolerate a grain of sand in my eyes. I can't even tolerate a grain of dust. Outside, Wen Jingxian and Shi Jinyao were holding hands. They went to 2 hotels just now, one was full, and the other one they went to check the room and thought it was not clean, so they didn't book. There's a family in front. Shi Jinyao pointed to the front. Wen Jingxian looked down at her, and said with a smile, just ask me like this, and you won't be afraid that others will think wrong. It's none of my business what they think. Although she had already experienced the things between men and women in her previous life, she also knew that she and Wen Jingxian went arm in arm to ask about the room, which would naturally arouse people's imagination. End of this chapter. Chapter 237 Childish Girlfriend. Chapter 237 Childish Girlfriend. If it was really just the two of them, and if they really went away with that kind of purpose, she might feel embarrassed, but after all, it's not the case now, and she didn't feel a little embarrassed when she thought about clearing things up. The skin is quite thick, Wen Jingxian said, and couldn't help but reach out and pinch her cheek. Shi Jinyao pretended to be stern and said, if you touch it again, you will be at your own risk later. Wen Jingxian withdrew his hand with a smile, okay, don't touch it randomly. His intentionally misinterpreted tone made Shi Jinyao reach out and twist the flesh on his arm. Wen Jingxian knew that she must be reluctant to make herself hurt, so she let her make trouble. When Shi Jinyao saw that he was indifferent, her heart sank and she exerted a little force on her hand. Was not expected, Wen Jingxian groaned in pain. After pinching him, Shi Jinyao had already let go of his hand and ran forward. Wen Jingxian followed her with strides, quickly took her hand, and walked into a nearby hotel. When the front desk staff of the hotel saw them coming in, they smiled and asked how many rooms they wanted to open. Shi Jinyao took the lead and joked, 1 room. Hearing her words, Wen Jingxian knew that she was deliberately teasing him, but his ears still started to turn red quickly. After seeing his awkwardness, Shi Jinyao smiled and said to the front desk staff again, just kidding, there are 4 of us, There are 2 if there are rooms, we want 2. Yes, let me take you up to see it now. It is good. After following the waiter on the elevator, after looking around the room on the 3rd floor, the 2 of them made a final decision. The price of this hotel is slightly more expensive, and the environment is naturally better. No wonder other cheap hotels are already full, and they still have some vacant rooms here. After paying the deposit and taking the room card, the 2 returned from the same way. Brother Jingxian, you were shy just now. Feeling bored, Shi Jinyao mentioned his shyness just now. Think I'm as thick-skinned as you? When Jingxian smiled and pulled her into his arms. Have you found a job yet? Did you forget that I went out some time ago? I was applying for a job at that time, not far from your school. At that time, I will rent an apartment nearby, so you and Guanxi will not live in the school and move out to live with me. He had planned this matter a long time ago, but he couldn't find a satisfactory house when he came last time, so he could only live in a dormitory for a while. It's still not necessary. When you have to go to work, you will be easily influenced by us, and you won't be able to take a good rest. When Jingxian said with a smile, it doesn't matter, we have 3 meals separately, or whoever has a rest can cook. We can also take care of each other. The school cafeteria is not as delicious as you think. The problem is. Although what he said was reasonable, Shi Jinyao still didn't think so. If he rented a house outside, he must pay the rent alone, and the siblings lived for nothing. When Jingxian raised his hand and patted her on the head, you can tell what you're thinking just by looking at your expression. Don't worry, my salary is guaranteed to support you and Guanxi. Let's talk about this later, I'll listen to Guanxi. When Jingxian saw through her little thoughts and didn't point it out, are you tired? Shi Jinyao shook her head, I'm not tired, but you can rest assured that Can is here alone. I have a seat next to me, shouldn't you come here to take care of Can? That girl thought I was in the way, so she pushed me to you. Nonsense, when Jingcan is not a child anymore, she also has self-defense skills, and she came with a few of her best friends, but who is there around Shi Jinyao, Guanxi, that has more influence on her than other boys? He can't guarantee that Guanxi will not be moved by others, and will help others to pry her away from him. Although she can be trusted by him, he still wants to stay with her more and give the 2 of them more good memories, so as not to feel regretful in the future. Look, there is a wolf staring at Can right now, are you really not worried at all? Thinking of the boy on the train, Shi Jinyao asked. This. How could he not be worried, but when Jingcan also has the right to make friends, as long as the other party doesn't come to you, I don't worry that she will suffer. Seeing that he fell silent, Shi Jinyao began to analyze. Look, Can can defend herself, Can has her own opinions, and ordinary moves will not cause her harm, but if she meets a scumbag, she will do everything possible to conquer her after getting her heart. Did the scumbag move on? Or, seeing that she is still indifferent to him, the boy who admired him would use some tricks against her? When Jingxian didn't deny her words, but he stared at her for 2 seconds, and then said, you just want to push me out? Shi Jinyao shook her head like a rattle. No, am I such a boring person? I'm thinking about Can's safety. Okay, go back and tell her these words, tell her to pay more attention at school, don't go out alone if there is nothing to do, stay on campus well, and no bad things will come close. It's hard to say, don't forget, she is an art student. That circle is in chaos. Shi Jinyao really didn't push him away, but felt that when Jingcan was here alone, and she was worried about her safety, worried that she would not be able to resist the temptation, finally, do something that you regret for life. When you go back, you can remind her a little bit, so that when she can't make up her mind, call you and ask for your opinion. When Jingxian said, thinking in his heart, it seems that this sister still can't worry, then he will be free in the future, so he has to come and see her. Shi Jinyao rolled her eyes, will she listen to me? You are the elder brother she has always respected the most. You can tell it yourself. You are her sister-in-law. Well, she was blocked by his words, and she didn't dare to deny it loudly, so she murmured softly, who knows? Shi Jinyao. When Jingxian called her seriously, and when she raised her head, he looked at her and said seriously, you invited me to this relationship, and I agreed to play with it, so you are not allowed to go back on your word before I give up. His words were taken into her mind, and when she looked up at his deep eyes, she seemed to have fallen into a vortex. After staring at him for a while, she retracted her gaze and returned, got it. When the 2 returned to the restaurant side by side, when Jingcan had already calmed down. Seeing them coming in, she ran up and asked, did you find it? I found it, let's take our luggage and put it away first, and we will go shopping in the night market later. When Jingxian said with a smile. Shi Jinyao turned to look at him, do you know where there is a night market nearby? I didn't hear you ask just now. You only have my brother in your eyes, how can you notice other things? Wen Jingken took the opportunity to tease. End of this chapter. Chapter 238 The Sorrow of a Brother-in-Law. Chapter 238 The Sorrow of a Brother-in-Law, Part. Yes, I only see my brother and your brother, and the rest is a little animal that barks all day long. Shi Jinyao refuted Wen Jingxian's words, while reaching out to take the luggage from Guanxi's handbox. Wen Jingxian is holding his own and Wen Jingxian's 2 boxes in his hands, and he has no way to help Shi Jinyao carry them. He raised his eyes and saw Guanxi's slightly smug gaze, and called Wen Jingken in a low voice, "You can take your own luggage by yourself." After speaking, he let go of the hand on the lever. Wen Jingken stomped his feet angrily. "Just now I clearly said that I wanted to take it myself, but you refused, but now you are ashamed to let me take it by myself. Is there a brother like you?" Wen Jingxian pulled his suitcase and walked to Shi Jinyao's side. He pretended not to hear Wen Jingxian's broken thoughts behind him, and asked Shi Jinyao, "Do you want me to help you?" "No, it's not tiring to drag you around. I see you've driven Can crazy." Shi Jinyao stopped and waited for Wen Jingkan, and Wen Jingxian had to stop too. Guanxi didn't know where the hotel they booked was. It could only stop. Wen Jingkan angrily pulled the suitcase and came to Wen Jingxian. "Brother, isn't it too obvious that you are biased? Am I still your favorite sister?" "Of course, let's go, my favorite sister." Wen Jingxian agreed verbally, but his hand took advantage of the situation to grab Shi Jinyao's hanging hand. "Let go, it's not easy to go like this." Shi Jinyao struggled, Guanxi also coughed dryly, and in the end he had no choice but to let go. At this moment, he fully understood that having a brother-in-law is really not a good thing, especially if the brother-in-law is a sister-in-law. Think he can ruin all your plans and you can't be rude to him yet. When they arrived at the hotel, they left their luggage and went out. Shi Jinyao took Wen Jingxian's arm. "Girl, you will have to breathe the air here for several years in the future. I don't know how the weather here is." She was yearning for the city in front of her, but also a little timid. "It will take a while to adapt to the climate, but then you don't want to have a boyfriend here, it's too far away from home, we will miss you." Shi Jinyao joked. "Xiao Yao, why are you so short-mouthed?" The 2 girls were arguing as they walked, and the 2 flower protectors behind them followed closely, as if they were afraid that they would get lost if they were not careful. The 4 of them walked along the main road for a short distance, turned a corner at the front, and entered the nearby night market street. It's still early, the crowds are not so dense, and some booths are still being prepared. When Jingken looked at Shi Jinyao and said, "We came too early. Then let's find a place to have a cup of milk tea first." Naturally, they didn't have any objections. There happened to be 2 milk tea shops next to them. One had more customers, while the other seemed deserted. When Jingken pointed to the shop with a lot of people and said, "Let's go to that one. There are more people there, so the food must taste better." Shi Jinyao held her back. "It's better to be this one, be quiet." At last they stepped into the deserted one. Seeing them coming in, the proprietress hurried forward to greet them. "Have some popcorn, I want red bean shaved ice," Shi Jinyao said. When Jingxian hurriedly said, "You still don't want to eat ice, it's not good for girls to eat things that are too cold." After his reminder, she suddenly remembered that her old friend was coming to visit soon, so she changed to other things without ice. When Jingken also ordered without ice. After each ordered something, the proprietress first went to serve them popcorn. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingken were sitting in the corner of the sofa, seeing Wen Jingken always looking at her and Wen Jingxian with ambiguous eyes. Shi Jinyao thought for a while and approached her ear and asked, "Be honest, are you and your ex-boyfriend fighting? Kissed?" Wen Jingken blushed and moved his position slightly. "No." TSK, then let me see if your first kiss line is still there?" Although Shi Jinyao herself doesn't believe in such things as first kiss line, these true and false rumors can still conquer a little girl like Wen Jingken. No. When she heard that Shi Jinyao wanted to see her first kiss line, she immediately felt guilty. Okay, if you say there is no more, then there will be no more." Seeing her eyes dodge everywhere, Shi Jinyao knew that she had guessed right, and approached her again and asked, "Could it be because he kissed you forcefully that you broke up?" "No." "Oh, that's because you kissed him forcefully?" "Oh, Xiaoyao, can you stop asking? I won't tell you anyway." Wen Jingken shyly avoided her. Shi Jinyao still refuses to let go of her current appearance. This is the first time Wen Jingken has been shy in so many years. How could she not tease her? "You tell me, I'll tell you mine, how about it?" "It's not good, didn't you give it to my brother the first time?" "I already knew that." After Wen Jingken finished speaking, he stood up and walked behind Wen Jingxian, pushing him to the position he had just now. "Brother, you go and guard your daughter-in-law, don't let her spy on my privacy." Wen Jingxian couldn't wish for it, so he sat next to Shi Jinyao. In order to thank his sister for her kind deed, he even brought a fruit plate in front of Shi Jingyao. Don't pay attention to her, let's eat fruit. In fact, it blocked her way. Wen Jingken sat in Wen Jingxuan's seat, sticking out his tongue mischievously at Shi Jingyao. I sat in the cold drink shop for a while, and when I was about to check out and leave, I heard the proprietress whispering at the door, every day, so many people are called to make a show, and I have never seen such a business grab. As soon as she finished speaking, Wen Jingken yelled loudly, Miss Boss, pay the bill. The proprietress walked to them with a smile and reported the total price. After Wen Jingxian paid, the four of them left the shop. After walking about 10 meters away, Wen Jingken asked, what was the proprietress scolding just now? Shi Jingyao also heard what the woman said, so she explained based on her own guess, isn't the store next door to her crowded with people? Maybe some people are trustees, so she said that. Trust? Wen Jingken still couldn't understand. Shi Jingyao continued to explain, that is to say, some of those people in that store are not real customers, they may be there to fill up the show, as we are not familiar with this place, these food, it is not because we see that there are many customers, do you just think whose taste is good? Some people take advantage of our mentality in order to attract business. Well, it turns out that colleagues are enemies. Shi Jingyao asked with ulterior motives, are you and your colleague also enemies? End of this chapter. Chapter 239 Meeting a Thief Again. Chapter 239 Meeting a Thief Again. Are you referring to me again? I have nothing to him. Did I say who it is? I'm clearly talking about you and your colleagues, and it's not just that Xiao who is your colleague. Shi Jingyao laughed. Brother, can you take care of your girlfriend? I've never seen such a bully. Unable to cure Shi Jingyao, Wen Jingken immediately sought help from the reinforcements. Wen Jingxian pulled Shi Jingyao to his side, put one hand on her shoulder, looked at Wen Jingken and nodded, I'll take her away immediately, you help me watch Guanxi, and call later. As soon as the voice fell, Shi Jingyao had already been dragged forward by him. Guanxi was assigned by Shi Jingyao to buy tissues just now, and it was Wen Jingxuan's impromptu idea to take Shi Jingyao away, so Guanxi did not succeed in intercepting him. When Guanxi came out of the store, he saw that Wen Jingken was the only one waiting for him. He was not curious, so he asked her, where are we going now? Of course it's shopping. Let's go, let's eat mutton skewers. After speaking, she grabbed Guanxi's arm and ran to the barbecue stall in front. Wen Jingxian and Shi Jingyao hid in a boutique next to them. Seeing that they had walked away, he relaxed, and walked around slowly holding hands with Shi Jingyao. Shi Jingyao raised her head and smiled at him and asked, why are you so afraid of closing seats? I'm not afraid of him, it's just that he has been following you, wherever he goes, as if I would abduct you, I just want to win some space for us. After walking around the night market, Shi Jingyao, who was already full from dinner, now has a lot of stuff in her stomach. It's rare that Guanxi won't make a series of phone calls, but this time they, the young couple, had a great time. Seeing that it was time to go back to rest, Wen Jingxian took out his mobile phone and called Wen Jingkan. Shi Jingyao stood beside him and waited, her eyes turned to the lively scene around her. Suddenly, she saw a thief in the crowd in front of him, looking to steal something from the bag of the girl next to him. In crowded places, there will always be some sneaky people, if you don't see it, it's fine, but now that you see it, she naturally wants to help, so she immediately let go of Wen Jingxuan's hand, and then ran behind the girl. Gently he patted her on the shoulder lightly, and regardless of the girl's suspicious eyes, she smiled and said to her, Lily, it's really you, I thought I was wrong. Pull the girl over. When the thief saw Shi Jingyao coming to say hello, he had already missed the best time to sneak around, so he walked away. At this time, Shi Jingyao, who pulled the person aside, quickly said in a low voice, pay attention to your bag. The girl is smart, she understood immediately, and thanked her with a smile. Quickly check if there is anything missing in the bag. Shi Jingyao reminded. The girl immediately moved the bag to her front, saw that the zipper had been opened, and quickly looked through the contents inside, it's all still there, nothing was lost. Thank you so much. It's just a little effort, bye. After Shi Jingyao finished speaking, Wen Jingxian had come behind her, so she took Wen Jingxuan's arm and waved to the girl before leaving. After meeting with Wen Jingken and Guanxi, they went back to the hotel, went around for a while the next day, and then accompanied Wen Jingken to familiarize themselves with the campus environment. After having a meal together in the evening, they formally said goodbye to Wen Jingken and returned to the hotel next to the train station. It only takes 3 or 4 hours from here to Zhongshan, but after they get off the train station, they have to go to school, so the journey is full of dust. When they found the dormitory, Wen Jingxian accompanied them to buy daily necessities and sent them downstairs to Shi Jinyao's dormitory before he left. Guanxi has made it clear that he will not go out to live with him, so he is not in a hurry to find a house now, and after he has taken care of himself, he will start to go to work. In the past 2 weekends, everyone was busy with their own affairs, so even though they were close, they didn't meet each other, they just contacted each other on the phone from time to time. There are only 4 people in Shi Jinyao's dormitory, and 2 of them are from the local area, and the other one is from the north. Usually when everyone is chatting, they like to ask about things that they have never seen and are curious about. No, Shi Jinyao told them some supernatural stories about Miao Jiang that she had heard last night, and now the shadows in the hearts of the 3 girls have not completely dissipated. Shi Jinyao came out of the shower and saw them sitting around a table chatting. She wiped the water from her hair and walked over and said, "What are you talking about?" I suddenly remembered that I still have something to say yesterday. No, I won't listen. Li Xiaoyin said. The other 2 also quickly shook their heads and said, "Xiaoyao, please let us slow down for a while. The psychological shadow has not dissipated yet. It made me go to the toilet last night, and my heart felt hairy." Shi Jinyao laughed aloud. "I didn't say it last night, you have to pester me, and you listened very seriously. Why are you so scared today? It is relatively easy for strange girls to get along with each other. No, they have only become roommates for half a month, and the relationship between the 4 of them is already as good as that of real sisters. However, although the friendship between women gets better quickly, it is also easy to break up quickly. After all, women are not like men. Bad things are all ruined by their mouths, and some of them will break up because they like the same man. So Shi Jinyao cherishes the time when they get along well. "Xiaoyao, someone in our class asked me if you have a boyfriend." Li Xiaoyin handed a bag of potato chips to Shi Jinyao and asked by the way. "Do you think I have?" Shi Jinyao purposely put it off. "I think so, there must be, otherwise you would hold your mobile phone and chat with the air all day long?" Zhuana said with a smile. Shi Jinyao nodded. "Nana is right, I do have a boyfriend." "Really? I thought you were chatting with your best friend." Ku Jiayu said in disbelief. "How long have you been dating? Are you handsome?" Li Xiaoyin pulled Shi Jinyao to sit down, and then asked gossip. "We've been dating for a long time. She sure is in the eyes of beholders. Of course she is handsome in my eyes." The few of them seemed to have found a breakthrough, and they kept asking questions one after another. "Is it from our school too? How old is he? Have you ever kissed?" It was like checking households at first, but later it developed more and more in an indescribable direction. Jinyao heard more and more unreliable questions, and hurriedly stopped. Stop, you only know to ask me, this business is too bad. You also have to talk about your love history." After she finished speaking, she looked at Li Xiaoyin. "Xiaoyin, please tell me first." Li Xiaoyin said, "I don't have a boyfriend." "If there is no incumbent, talk about the predecessor." Li Xiaoyin shook her head again. "I haven't given away my first love yet. Where did my ex come from?" End of this chapter. Chapter 240 Roommate and #039 S Love History. Chapter 240 Roommate's Love History, Pregnancy. "Nana, tell me." Ku Jiayu looked at Zhuana and said. Zhuana was a little embarrassed, and she blushed before she even started talking. "I'm still in the crush stage." When they asked who it was next, she gritted her teeth and did not reveal. Li Xiaoyin wanted to pursue the victory, but was stopped by Shi Jinyao. "We will know when Nana reaps the fruit of love one day." Although they seem to have a good relationship, everyone hasn't reached the point where they can talk about everything. Just like herself, she doesn't want to tell them every bit about Wen Jingxian, so any problem should be done in moderation. Since others are unwilling to talk about it, there is no need to hold on to it. When it was Ku Jiayu's turn, they didn't need to ask, she had already started talking about her first ex-boyfriend. "My first boyfriend was when I was in the 6th grade of elementary school. Although I didn't understand anything at that time, I said on the surface that I was a boyfriend and girlfriend, so it should be counted." "Elementary school? You fell in love early enough, so how did you talk about it?" Li Xiaoyin's eyes were full of gossip. Ku Jiayu said with a smile, "What did you know at that time?" "Love at that time was just writing love letters, saying something that you were fond of and I was fond of you, and then you were teased and given various nicknames by the classmates. But when you broke up, especially interesting. Speaking of which, the man is also a big carrot, and he is my boyfriend and girlfriend. He even hooked up with other female classmates. One day, the parents of the female classmate came to the school and said that my boyfriend took her daughter. I got pregnant. I was so angry at the time, I broke up with him immediately. That man is only 11 or 12 years old, right? Can he still make people pregnant?" Shi Jinyao asked suspiciously. "No, it was just an oolong incident. Although we had already reached the 6th grade at that time, we were not as smart and precocious as today's children. They were so stupid that they didn't understand anything, and they didn't know anything about the relationship between men and women. At that time when the school heard that a student was pregnant, this is not an honorable thing, and it was the mother of the female classmate who came to the school to tell, so the teachers thought it was true, so they contacted my ex-boyfriend. Parents. Presumably every parent will be very angry when they hear that their son has made someone else's belly bigger. At that time, his father was very cruel. He rushed to the school immediately after receiving the call, and gave my ex-boyfriend a meal hit. Speaking of this, Kujiayu remembered what she saw at the time, and she was out of breath from laughing, and they could only sit there looking at each other and wait for her to laugh enough. Kujiayu laughed for 7 or 8 minutes, then gradually, "What did you say?" Kujiayu lay down on the table. "Ha ha ha," she said. She said that my ex-boyfriend held her hand. They just held hands, and they got pregnant. Ha ha ha. At this time, when Jingshuan's phone call came, Shi Jinyao hurriedly got up and walked outside. She was infected by Kujiayu, and when she answered the phone, there was a deep smile in her tone. "Brother Gingxian, are you off work yet?" When Jingxian was still sitting on the chair in the office, "Not yet, I'm ready to leave. I know you don't have class now, so I want to call you." "Oh, I see. Did you miss me?" When Jingxian asked cheekily. Shi Jinyao was standing by the window at the end of the corridor, and it was cool with a gust of wind. Hearing his question, she smiled and said, "I think about it, so during the 2-day weekend, you have to take me to eat delicious food." "No problem. How are you getting along with your classmates? Are you still on good terms?" When Jingxian said, looking at the desk calendar on the desk. 2 big circles were drawn on this weekend, with the word Hugh written on it. This was something he expected a long time ago, so he transferred Hugh with his colleagues early on. "I just said it casually, if you are busy with work, it's okay." He promised so readily, Shi Jinyao felt embarrassed. "It won't affect, I have already adjusted the rest time with my colleagues." "That's good." When she returned after listening to the phone, the 3 people in the dormitory locked their eyes on her at the same time. Li Xiaoyin smiled and said, "Looking at your happy face, could it be your boyfriend calling?" "Want to know?" Shi Jinyao looked at the 3 of them and asked. After they nodded, she pulled her chair beside them and waved to them, "Listen up." Zuana looked at Shi Jinyao smiling like a fox, and stood up hesitantly. "Well, I think it must be 9 out of 10. There is no doubt about the answer. I'll go and put away the clothes." Seeing that Zuana stopped listening, the remaining 2 also sensed that Shi Jinyao might have a trap, so they also found an excuse to leave. Shi Jinyao said triumphantly, "Well, you didn't listen to this. She just played tricks on them just now, and sure enough, they immediately thought of what she said yesterday, and now they ran away by themselves." Soon it was the weekend. Shi Jinyao got up early, and tied a ball head for herself after washing. Seeing this, Zuana hurriedly asked, "Xiaoyao, are you going on a date?" "No, I'm just going to have dinner with my brother. She sent a message to Guanxi last night to ask, and he said that he was going too, so it wasn't a date." "Your brother? Where are you going to eat?" Zuana asked nervously. Shi Jinyao was combing her hair in front of the mirror, so she didn't notice anything strange about her, so she replied, "I don't know yet, I guess it's nearby." "Just the 2 of you?" Zuana continued to ask. "No, 3 people." At this moment, she tied her hair tightly, looked up at Zuana inadvertently, found that her face was a little weird, and asked suspiciously, "Nana, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong?" Zuana raised her hand and touched her face. "It's not so obvious, is it? I suffered from insomnia last night. Does it look like the dark circles under my eyes are particularly serious?" Shi Jinyao shook her head. "There are no dark circles under my eyes." "Pfft, Xiaoyao, I don't want you to comfort people like this." Zuana smiled, and was about to wash up. "Then pay attention to yourself. If you feel uncomfortable, go to the doctor. I'll go first. I'll see you tonight." After she finished speaking, she put on her bag and started to walk outside. "See you tonight," Zuana replied from behind. End of this chapter. Chapter 241 I am your match. Chapter 241 I am your match. As soon as Shi Jinyao left, Kujiayu, who was still lying on the bed, hugged the quilt and said to Zuana, "Why don't you tell Xiaoyao that you fell in love with her brother at first sight? Let her bring you some inside information. I haven't figured it out yet. Besides, if her brother has someone he likes, how will I get along with Xiaoyao in the future? It's too embarrassing." Zuana thought about what Shi Jinyao said just now. "I don't know who the 3rd person is, and I feel a little bored. When Shi Jinyao left the dormitory, she saw Guanxi waiting in the distance, and she hurried over. When did you come? Why don't you know how to call me? Just arrived. The sun will be very strong later. Didn't you bring a sun umbrella? Today Shi Jinyao is wearing a long pink dress. Except for the bag on the back and a mobile phone in her hand, there is nothing else. I must have brought it, it's in the bag. She took off the bag and threw it to Guanxi. Guanxi reached out to catch it, and the two walked out of the school side by side. Upstairs, Zhuana stood by the window, watching the two leaving, eyes full of envy. When they reached the school gate, Wen Jingxian was already waiting there. Seeing the two coming out, he came over and handed them 2 glasses of milk in his hand, before saying, let's take you to breakfast first. Shi Jinyao nodded, just go and eat rice rolls. Brother Gingxian, where are you going to take us today? Of course, I will go to the pedestrian street first, and I will add clothes, shoes, and so on for you. I borrowed a car from my colleague, so I don't have to worry about carrying things. His arrangement was exactly what she wanted. He didn't bring many clothes from home. Fortunately, the weather here was hot, so even if he took a shower twice a day, the clothes would dry quickly. After eating breakfast at a clean breakfast shop nearby, Wen Jingxian led the two of them to pick up the car where he parked. He had already figured out the way before coming here, and now their car drove straight to the pedestrian street. There are a lot of people here on weekends, and the car can't go in. Park the car here later, let's walk and come back. Wen Jingxian said to the brother and sister, looking for a parking space with his eyes. Brother Jingxian, have you been here? Shi Jinyao asked curiously. I've been here once. He came to explore the way first, lest they waste time running around like headless chickens, not only the pedestrian street, but also the nearest library. He already knew the location. After locking the car door, the three of them strolled down the street. When Wen Jingxian walked up to Shi Jinyao, he glanced at the flat shoes on her feet, and then said reassuringly, you're pretty smart, you know how to wear flat heels. Shi Jinyao took his arm naturally. I don't like wearing high heels, my feet hurt. That's good, we don't suffer from that. Passing by a hair salon, Shi Jinyao glanced at it and said, when I have time next time, I'll come over and get my hair done. Do you want to straighten it or perm it? As long as you like. The two walked and chatted intimately, leaving Guanxi to follow them silently. Wherever they went, he would go wherever they went, acting as a shining big light bulb the whole time. There are a lot of people on this pedestrian street. They don't go to jewelry stores and beauty stores. They occasionally go to mobile phone stores to look at new mobile phones, or just go to clothing stores to look at clothes and the like. In order to reduce the burden on their hands, they plan to go shopping to the end of the street first, and after taking a rough look around, they can go back directly after buying something when they come back later. When I was shopping at the end of the street, there was a fortune-telling stall on the side of the road. When Shi Jinyao saw it, she approached Wen Jingxian and whispered in Wen Jingshuan's ear, can you really calculate these accurately? Why do I feel like a liar? You still believe in these things? Wen Jingxian also imitated her just now, and said close to her ear. His breath fell on half of her face, making her feel numb, so she subconsciously avoided a little distance. I can't say I don't believe it, it still feels amazing anyway, why don't we try it? She didn't believe it in her previous life, but after she was reborn in this life, she believed more than half of these inexplicable things, not to the point where you have to worship God even if you have a cold and a fever. Don't forget, I'm your good match. Shi Jinyao laughed softly when she heard this. When did you become so good at talking? Where did you learn it from? I'm not trying to make you happy, I'm serious. Wen Jingxian looked into her eyes and said, I believe you. Just as the two looked at each other affectionately, Guanxi walked up to them and pulled Shi Jinyao over. Before the two could react, Shi Jinyao had already been dragged into a gold, silver, and jewelry store by him. Why did you drag me in? Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi and asked, you don't need to guess, but you know that this guy must have been neglected by them for too long, and he is starting to get jealous. Just take a look. He said so, but he didn't let go of her hand, and led her directly to the counter where the jade wares were placed. Shi Jinyao looked at him and asked, do you know the goods? I don't know. Guanxi replied frankly. Then what are you doing? Just take a look. After finishing speaking, he looked up at the salesperson and asked with a smile, can you take a look? The salesperson nodded with a formulaic smile, of course. At this moment, Wen Jingxian walked in and stood beside the siblings. He looked at Guanxi and said, you stole my job. Shi Jinyao looked at him suspiciously, then turned to look at Guanxi. Before she could react, Wen Jingxian had already put his arms around her and walked to the counter where the necklace was placed. I want to buy you a necklace. Take a look and see what you like. Shi Jinyao refused, no need. Why not? Let's buy a pair of engagement rings. Wen Jingshuan's eyes fell on the pair of rings next to him. Then let's buy a necklace. What if he really bought the ring and proposed on the spot? She wasn't ready yet. Then take a look, let's try on whichever one you like. When Jingxian didn't intend to propose so hastily at first, he just said that just to give her a choice. When he saw her appearing in a skirt today, he already wanted to buy her a necklace to wear. He was about to bring her into the store at the door just now, but Guanxi beat him one step ahead, which changed the meaning. People who didn't know thought that Guanxi was using actions to hint him to buy her something, but suddenly felt that it was a wrong decision to bring Guanxi out today. Shi Jinyao tried a few, and finally chose the least conspicuous one. They were checking out. Guanxi brought a jade bracelet, took Shi Jinyao's hand, and put it on for her. It's pretty. When Jingxian said, this one is also tied together. No, I bought it for Xiaoyao. I can still afford it at this price, but it's just a little bit of love from my brother to my sister. Xiaoyao, don't you think so? Guanxi looked at Shi Jinyao and said with a smile. End of this chapter. Chapter 242. When will you move out? Chapter 242. When will you move out? What are you two doing today? Shi Jinyao couldn't figure it out. It was fine for Wen Jingxian to buy herself a gift. Why did Guanxi come to join in the fun? Looking at the two people who didn't intend to answer at all, she took off the jade bracelet from her hand. Don't waste money indiscriminately. I've already paid. Guanxi said. At this time, Wen Jingxian had already finished swiping the card, so she had to accept it if she didn't accept it. Walking out of the gold shop, she said to the two of them, you guys bought something for me, why don't I give you back a gift to express my little gratitude? After buying everything, it would seem hypocritical for her to talk about them, so she chose to return a gift. She ended up buying a top for each of them out of her own pocket. Shi Jinyao smiled brightly and said, I spend all my family's money now, unlike you who earn by yourself. Courtesy is light and affection is heavy. Don't be disgusted. How could they be disgusted and accepted the gift she had chosen with a smile? Guanxi published a comic not long ago and made a small profit, otherwise Shi Jinyao would definitely not have accepted the bracelet he bought for herself today. She didn't ask the price at the time, but it should have cost 1,000. I bought big and small bags, and when I got back to the car, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Both Wen Jingxian and Guanxi were sweating profusely. Shi Jinyao also carried a few bags in her hands, but the ones they left for her were all light ones. The other hand was holding an umbrella. The two men knew that they were because of their height. She would definitely be reluctant to watch them basking in the sun, and she would be exhausted just holding an umbrella for them, so they each put on a sun hat, and when they were walking, they rarely walked side by side. Okay, leave Shi Jinyao behind them with an umbrella. When Jingxian drove to the house he rented, and the three of them went to the supermarket to buy some vegetables, and then went home to cook. Shi Jinyao originally said that she didn't want to be so troublesome. After all, she was tired all day, but when Jingxian insisted that people who left their hometown, what they miss most when they go out, besides their relatives at home, is the hometown food. When Jingxian is renting a suite with 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 bathroom and 1 kitchen, there are dining tables, sofas, and TVs. In the kitchen, he has bought all the tools he needs, washed them, and put them away. Shi Jinyao looked it over and asked, Brother Jingxian, do you usually cook by yourself? When I'm hungry at night, I'll make supper myself. Oh. When he said that, she believed it. When Jingxian turned to look at her and smiled slightly. He was putting ingredients in the kitchen, while Guanxi was sitting in the living room watching TV. Shi Jinyao followed him to put away the ingredients, and then ran to pour a glass of water for the 3 of them. After sitting and resting for a while, she began to visit room by room. After she walked into the first room, when Jingxian followed her in, this room is wider, and it is reserved for you. Tomorrow we will go to see the furniture and make a simple arrangement for both of your rooms, although it is possible to only live in the room. It has been a few years, but it is still very important to have a comfortable environment. Buy a 1.8-meter bed for you, and that girl Can will definitely come to play with us when she has time. Xiaoyao, when will you and Guanxi move out of school? He said, pulling her into his arms. Shi Jinyao struggled when she thought that Guanxi was in the living room, when Jingxian said in a low voice, don't worry, he won't come to disturb us. His words gradually reassured her, and she just nestled in his arms like that, looking at the uneven buildings outside the window. Why did you rent such a tall building? Shi Jinyao asked casually. Only by standing tall can you see more scenery. The two stood quietly for a while, and when Jingxian said again, Xiaoyao, I want to see you every day, whether it's day or night. It was said that her heart was warm. Through the thin clothes, she could feel the heat of his chest and his beating heartbeat. She slowly turned to face him, and said with a smile, "No wonder women like to listen to sweet talk, no matter the person who said it is true or false. The mood of the listener can be changed. This is not self-deception paralysis?" When Jingxian raised his hand and stroked her face, "I didn't deceive you, so you are not deceiving yourself or paralyzing yourself." Immediately afterwards, he lowered his head slowly. Shi Jinyao immediately saw what he wanted to do, and she slowly closed her eyes. Soon, the two lips touched, and gradually, the light kiss turned into a passionate kiss, when Jingxian let her go after the kiss until Shi Jinyao was out of breath. "I'll move in after the arrangement is complete." Shi Jinyao lingered in the empty room for a while before saying, "Okay." Upon receiving her answer, the smile on Wen Jingshuan's face was like that of a child who gets candy. In the living room, Guanxi was playing games with his legs crossed. After Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian came out of that room, she took another look at the other two rooms, and then sat next to Guanxi. "You play this every day, is it interesting? You get tired of him every day, is it interesting?" Guanxi responded casually. Shi Jinyao raised her hand and knocked on his head. "How are you talking?" Guanxi didn't hide when she knocked over, but endured the pain in his head and said, "Shi Jinyao, I am your brother, not your younger brother. When you talk to your brother, you have to act like you are talking to your brother, understand?" Shi Jinyao turned her head and glanced at Wen Jingxian who was sitting in the room, then whispered in Guanxi's ear, "I have lived more than 20 years longer than you. But I don't see your IQ has improved." The siblings bickered. Wen Jingxian smiled helplessly, and when it was time to cook, he got up and went to the kitchen. Shi Jinyao stood up to help, and was assigned by him to collect his clothes. "I think it's going to rain today, so go and help me take my clothes back and put them away first." Shi Jinyao turned her head to look outside, and it was true that dark clouds began to form, so she turned and went to the balcony to help him put his clothes back. All the clothes and trousers were collected, and only a pair of underwear was left hanging outside the balcony. Shi Jinyao gritted her teeth and slowly reached out to get the hanger, but Guanxi snatched her a step away. He reached out to take Wen Jingshuan's underwear back, and then reached out to Shi Jinyao, "Give it all to me." Without thinking much, she handed him the clothes. Guanxi carried the hook on the hanger, walked into Wen Jingshuan's room, threw everything including the hanger on his bed, and then returned to the living room to continue sitting. Seeing his movements, Shi Jinyao was hesitant to speak. At this moment, he realized what she wanted to say, and he raised his head to look at her. "You don't want me to help him fold his clothes, do you? How can it be, but can't you put it away properly? Why is it like throwing garbage directly?" Guanxi said lightly, "I'm not his woman." Shi Jinyao was speechless, so she could only go into the kitchen to help. In a short while, Wen Jingxian had already washed all the dishes and was cutting them with a knife, so there was nothing wrong with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 243 Stay Overnight. Chapter 243 Stay Overnight. Looking at his busy back, she remembered that winter, when she said to help him wash the vegetables, he deliberately distracted herself to buy tofu, but she didn't know that when Jian Xiaoyu was shopping for vegetables, she had already bought the tofu back. When he came back again, he had already washed the dishes. When Jingxian cut up the vegetables and put them on the plates. After everything was ready, he asked Shi Jinyao to go out first. "I'll just watch you here." She stood still, and when Jingxian didn't force her anymore. She cleaned the pot, turned on the hood, and started cooking. After having dinner at his place, it was already raining heavily outside. Shi Jinyao stood on the balcony and looked at the heavy rain that had not abated in the slightest, worrying, "Would you be drenched all over when you go back?" When Jingxian walked to her side, "Don't go back in such a heavy rain, anyway, we have to go out to buy things tomorrow. You sleep in my room tonight, and your brother and I will just sleep on the sofa." "I'll sleep on the sofa. How uncomfortable it is for you two men to squeeze on the sofa. How can I let you sleep on the sofa, although it's raining, but the weather here is still so hot, I can't wait to sleep on the floor, it's okay." When Jingxian said and raised his hand to touch her head. In the end, their brother and sister stayed. Shi Jinyao slept on the bed, and the two men slept in the hall. The climate is hot, but only the living room of this house is equipped with air conditioning. When Jingshuan's room has an electric fan. Shi Jinyao went to the bathroom to wash off the sweat from his body, and then climbed onto his bed covered with a mat. She first walked to the bed and sat for a while, and then lay down on the bed after looking through the room carefully. The electric fan standing next to it was whistling, but the wind that came out was not cool at all, but carried a little warmth instead. She lay down slowly, put her head on the pillow that Wen Jingxian had slept on for a few days, thought about it, took out the smartphone she was used to in her previous life from the space, turned on the camera, and took a few selfies with the phone. Hearing footsteps, she quickly threw the phone back into the space. When Jingxian walked to the door of the room with a glass of water in his hand, and knocked lightly on the door, "Xiao Yao, are you asleep?" Shi Jinyao sat up immediately, and said to the door, "I haven't slept yet." After getting her answer, when Jingxian opened the door and walked in, handing the water glass to her, "Drink some water." Shi Jinyao took it with both hands, and then said, "Brother Jingxian, I will pour it myself when I am thirsty, go and rest. I'll be with you. I'll go when you fall asleep." After he finished speaking, he opened the drawer of the bedside table, took out a book from it, and sat on the edge of the bed to read it slowly. "Brother Jingxian, don't you want to tell me a bedtime story?" Shi Jinyao deliberately joked, knowing what book he was reading. When Jingxian looked up at her, "Naughty, there is no bedtime story, but a good night kiss, I don't mind having one." Shi Jinyao immediately turned her back to him, who said, "Good night kiss. You should continue reading your book, I'll go to bed first." "Well, go to sleep." After finishing speaking, he really continued to hold up the book and read. Shi Jinyao lay quietly with her eyes closed for a while, and he was sitting beside her right now. How could she sleep, Shi Jinyao thought to herself, and then began to turn around slowly. When Jingxian didn't even lift his eyelids, and when she lay facing him, he said, "Go to sleep." Shi Jinyao sat up, "You are here, I can't sleep. You treat me as if I don't exist." When Jingxian said disapprovingly. Shi Jinyao looked at him and muttered, "To put it simply, you are clearly a living person, you can breathe, talk and walk, how can I pretend that you don't exist? I just want to be with you. Since I've disturbed you, I'll go out now." He put her in his arms, kissed her quickly on the forehead, and then let her go, "Good night." Shi Jinyao nodded stiffly, "Good night." After he went out and closed the door, she lay back on the bed, emptied her mind, didn't think about anything, and soon, gradually fell asleep. When Jingxian was lying on half of the sofa, looking at Guanxi who was already asleep next to him, he turned up the temperature of the air conditioner a little, then walked into the room softly, looked at the little man who was lying on the bed in a daze. With his mouth with a smile, I went over and adjusted the wind speed of the electric fan to sleep wind, and then went out. The next day, the heavy rain had subsided a lot. The three of them looked at the beds, Guanxi's single bed, Shi Jinya's double bed, and ordered 2 wardrobes, 2 tables, and 2 chairs. After paying, the next step is to wait for them to deliver to your door. "Brother Jingxian, I want to buy a laptop, why don't we go and have a look now?" Shi Jinyao, who had no plans for her future life, suddenly wanted to draw comics. Speaking of computers, when Jingxian just remembered that he ordered a computer, and said while driving, "Laptop? I asked someone to help me assemble a desktop a few days ago. The performance is much better than that of a laptop. Now you also decided to come here, stop it. How about I ask someone to install one for each of you? If you don't want a desktop but a notebook, I'll bring you one when I ask them to send mine. Then let's use the desktop together." Shi Jinyao thought that she would only get it when she came back, so she just took the desktop and played a few games when she was bored. When Jingxian nodded, "Okay, Guanxi, how about you?" Desktop. After talking about the computer, Shi Jinyao thought about the driver's license test again, and said again, "I also want to take the driver's license test. Can you arrange your time now? If you don't have a holiday, we'll take the test." Although it would be much more convenient for her to drive, but thinking that she has to go to school now, she also needs to find time to learn to drive. He was going to take another exam, and he was worried that she would be too tired. What when Jingxian didn't know was that Shi Jinyao was a person who knew how to drive. She only needed to go to a driving school to sign up, and then go through the cutscenes a few times. After studying a few times symbolically, she could take the test. "All right, Brother Jingxian, you can teach me when the holidays are over. I'll go to the driving school to sign up after I've learned a little bit, so that the coach won't have the patience to teach me because I haven't learned it for a long time." Shi Jinyao looked at him and smiled. "Speak." Naturally, when Jingxian had no objection, and immediately nodded in agreement. After having lunch together, when Jingxian hurriedly sent the siblings back to school while the rain stopped. When Shi Jinyao returned to the dormitory with big and small bags, Li Xiaoyin and the others were all there. Seeing her come in, Li Xiaoyin asked, "Xiaoyao, why didn't you come back last night?" "It rained last night, so we lived outside." She put the things on the empty table next to her and answered while searching. Seeing the bag in Shi Jinyao's hand, Kujiayu asked aloud, "Xiaoyao, have you gone to the pedestrian street to buy clothes?" Shi Jinyao nodded, "That's right, we didn't bring much clothes when we came, so we took the time to go shopping." End of this chapter. Chapter 244. Watching the excitement is not a big deal. Chapter 244. Watching the excitement is not a big deal. Just you and your brother? Ku Jiayu looked at the sullen Zhuana and asked tentatively. Shi Jinyao didn't know what they were thinking, and she wasn't good at lying, so she said bluntly, me, my brother, and my boyfriend. Hearing that the third person turned out to be Shi Jinyao's boyfriend, Zhuana's mood immediately improved. At this time Li Xiaoyin asked, so your brother knows your boyfriend? I thought you must be sneaky when you fall in love. No, he knows. She responded to what they said, and then threw clothes and other things on her bed, and she brought the rest of the food in front of them. I bought some snacks, take them by myself, don't need to follow them. I'm polite. After the three thanked each other, they opened the bag, picked up their favorite food and started to eat. When Shi Jinyao finished her busy work and just sat down, the gossip Li Xiaoyin immediately approached and asked, you are dating your boyfriend, is your brother still with you? It's not a date, it's just going shopping together. The days have returned to the previous pattern. The only thing that is different is that after only 1 month of school, a boy actually confessed his love to Shi Jinyao. It was originally a small matter, but with Guanxi, a person who is not afraid of big things and gives bad ideas, things have become a little different. The boy who confessed to Shi Jinyao is Guanxi's roommate, because Shi Jinyao and Guanxi look alike, and they are often together, so everyone knows their relationship. As the saying goes, close proximity comes first. No, a roommate in the same dormitory as Guanxi boldly asked Guanxi about his sister after meeting Shi Jinyao a few times. Guanxi knew that these people could not get involved in the relationship between Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian, and it was not a big deal to watch the excitement, so when someone asked if Shi Jinyao had a boyfriend, he always replied, probably not. After receiving the answer that Shi Jinyao didn't have a boyfriend, those people became even more unscrupulous when they asked about Shi Jinyao. However, not everyone asked Guanxi, he gave face, and there was a lustful person among them, who just went to Guanxi and asked, Guanxi, what kind of boys does your sister like? He gave a cold face on the spot, anyway, I won't like you like this. The boy in the dormitory with him is an honest person. When he saw Shi Jinyao for the first time, he was amazed by her beauty. Although he still liked her appearance later on, he wouldn't flirt casually, why he fell into Guanxi's eyes. Guanxi encouraged him to try to confess, and after a week of deliberation, the man finally made up his mind. Before leaving, he also told Guanxi that no matter what Shi Jinyao's answer was, the brotherhood between him and Guanxi would not change. Seeing him like this, Guanxi felt a little guilty instead, but in the end he was defeated by his original intention, and soon after his roommate went out, he followed him out. Seeing his roommate waiting on Shi Jinyao's way to school, he took out his mobile phone and called Wen Jingxian. At this time, when Jingxian was installing a computer at home, everything was ready, and the network cable had already been brought in, plans to pick up the siblings this weekend and come back to live.at this time. The mobile phone in the living room rang, and he immediately put down what he was doing and went out to borrow the phone. Seeing that it was Guanxi calling, he pressed the answer button suspiciously. Hi, it's me. Guanxi quickly said, I saw someone confessing to Xiaoyao, think about it, I will call you and tell you. When Jingxian was taken aback for a moment, and then said in a relaxed tone, really? Then please ask my brother-in-law to keep an eye on it for me. A brother-in-law made Guanxi slightly stunned, and then hung up the phone without saying a word. Why should I keep an eye on you for you? After speaking, seeing that her roommate had already talked to Shi Jinyao, she curled her lips and left. Not far away, Shi Jinyao and Zhuana were walking side by side. Suddenly, he was stopped by a boy standing on the side of the road. Student, what's the matter with you? Zhuana felt that the person in front of her looked familiar, but she didn't remember it for a while. Hello, I want to talk to classmate Shi Jinyao, is it convenient? Huang Yumin was probably too nervous, so he didn't even dare to meet Shi Jinyao's eyes. He stood there straight, his hands resting on his trousers. After hearing his words, Shi Jinyao and Zhuana had already guessed his purpose. Zhuana smiled at Shi Jinyao, then walked forward first, leaving space for the two of them. As soon as Zhuana passed the boy, Shi Jinyao asked, Student, do you have anything to do with me? Huang Yumin nodded, I have something to do. There is no one now, let's talk, I have to rush to class. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Huang Yumin, and I like you. Think about letting you be my girlfriend, is that okay? Huang Yumin mustered up the courage to finish speaking quickly, then calmed down and waited for her answer. Thank you for your liking, I'm sorry, I already have a boyfriend. Shi Jinyao didn't look at his reaction after speaking, and hurried forward to chase Zhuana. A confession? Zhuana asked after she approached. Shi Jinyao nodded, yes. I think that person looks familiar, I only know that he seems to be in the same dormitory as your brother, but I can't remember the name. Zhuana looked back at Huang Yumin who was leaving in despair and said. My brother's roommate? Are you sure? Shi Jinyao immediately stopped and asked. It was really Guanxi's roommate. Guanxi would know her relationship with brother Gingxian. After seeing Zhuana nodding her head firmly, she immediately took out her mobile phone and called Guanxi. Guanxi, who was about to enter the classroom, noticed that the phone in his pocket was vibrating, and took it out hesitantly. Seeing that it was Shi Jinyao, he thought to himself, no way, did he find out so soon? When did this girl become so smart? Although he hesitated, he could avoid the first day of the junior high school but not the 15th day, so he could only bite the bullet and answer, Xiao Yao, why are you calling me at this time? What's the reason? Don't you know? She wasn't angry, she just felt that Guanxi's handwriting was indispensable, so the phone call was both a test and a warning. If you don't tell me, how would I know what it is? Guanxi asked casually. Let me ask you, do you know a person named Huang Yumin? It should be the right name. Huang Yumin? I know him. He's my roommate. What's wrong? Did he mess with you? Guanxi continued to pretend to be stupid. He didn't mess with me, you did. Hearing that it was indeed his roommate, Shi Jinyao hung up the phone after saying this. Zhuana heard her call with Guanxi, and asked aloud, Xiao Yao, why are you so angry with your brother? It's okay, just teasing him. Shi Jinyao said with a smile. Guanxi on the other side had already made up his mind to have no idea about Huang Yumin's confession of Shi Jinyao, but he was right about Shi Jinyao, but he forgot to count the other person in. End of this chapter. Chapter 245 The Truth About the Breakup. Chapter 245 The Truth About the Breakup. In the evening, when Jingxian called Shi Jinyao and told them that everything had been arranged and that they could move this weekend, before hanging up the phone, he added another word and asked, I heard that someone confessed to you today? Shi Jinyao asked suspiciously, how do you know? Your brother said so. Seeing how he dares to argue now, Shi Jinyao thought to herself, and asked Wen Jingxian with a smile on her mouth, what's wrong? Are you jealous? It's just a confession, why am I jealous? I just think that you should introduce me to your classmates, so that everyone can know that you are already famous, and it will save you from being hijacked halfway in the future. I'll talk about it later when I have a chance. Besides, there are so many people who confess their love. I'm not the only girl in the school. Listen to you, at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning, I will pick you up at the school gate. Before it was Saturday, when Jingxian received a call from Wen Jingken on Friday night. When he learned that she had come, he hurried to the station to pick her up. At first, she thought that she rushed here because she heard that Shi Jinyao and the others were going to move out to live with her, but she didn't expect that she threw herself into his arms and wept softly when she saw him at the station. When Jingxian was not in a hurry to ask. After she calmed down a bit, he said, haven't you eaten yet? Shall I take you to eat first? When Jingken nodded, and he took her to a casserole porridge shop to eat, this girl only had a backpack on her body, and she didn't bring any luggage. Fortunately, he had expected that this girl would come, so when he was choosing clothes for Shi Jinyao, he also picked some clothes for her. He also asked Shi Jinyao to prepare some sets of underwear for Wen Jingkan. Although she felt uncomfortable, at least she would not be sorry for her stomach. She filled her stomach to percent full, and then she smiled and said to Wen Jingxian, brother, take me to find a place to rest. No, go to my place, there is a place for you to sleep. I heard from Xiaoya that they are going to move out to live with you. Move out tomorrow, you just happen to be there. He led her back home, and handed her all the things he bought for her before, these are all yours, and there is hot water, do you want to take a shower first? Brother, you have prepared something for me a long time ago? I thought I was going to wear Xiaoyao's first, you really know me. She opened those bags as she spoke, and after looking through them, she asked, where is Xiaoyao's room? When Jingxian pointed it out to her, and she immediately ran into the room with her things in her arms, taking a set of pajamas, she went into the bathroom. When she came out, Wen Jingxian had already changed the clothes stained by her tears. After handing her the hairdryer, he went to the kitchen to boil water. He came out with the scented tea made for her. When Jingken walked up to her and sat down, and said in a low mood, brother, you can ask me whatever you want. What do you want to say? I'm listening. Wen Jingxian said. After being quiet for a long time, neither of the brothers and sisters opened their mouths. When Jingken drank all the teacups he was holding. Seeing that he still had no intention of asking, she could only slowly talk about her own affairs. The man on the train is my ex-boyfriend, you know about this? She asked him this first, and when he nodded, she continued, before he dated me, he had a girlfriend, was his first love, they dated since the second year of junior high school, when the girl's parents took her to another place, and then they broke up. Not long after she dated Xiao Qi, the girl got in touch with Xiao Qi again. It was only after when Jingken saw the MMS message that the girl sent her that she realized that Xiao Qi was in two boats, so she broke up with him without saying a word. How dare Xiaoqi follow her to explain the photos? At that time, Wen Jingken listened to his explanation quietly, and then asked calmly, "Didn't you think about rekindling your old relationship with her during this time?" At that time, Xiaoqi did hesitate and struggled, but seeing Wen Jingxan's appearance, he did not dare to confess to her, but said firmly, "I never thought of getting back together with her." Despite this, Wen Jingxan's belief in breaking up was still unshakable. Xiaoqi was unwilling, so he chased her to the train. Because they were admitted to the same university, they thought they could have a vigorous romance in the university, but the school hasn't started yet, so it's fine to break up. After arriving at the university, her life is not clean, partly because of Xiaoqi. Another reason is that Xiaoqi's first love also came to their university. "Brother, do you think they are going too far? I can't afford to offend them. I have stayed far away. The two of them came to look for me. I have been unlucky for 8 lifetimes." After quietly listening to her finish her first love story, Wen Jingxian asked, "You really don't like him anymore?" Wen Jingken was slightly stunned, then put down the water glass and said, "It's impossible to say that I don't like it at all, but every time Xiaoqi wanders in front of me, his first love girlfriend will appear right after him. With a word or two you can call him away, you say, such a bastard, what else do I like him to do? Anyway, I will never have anything to do with him again. Then don't think too much, just rest. Well, bro, you go to bed, I'll play games for a while." Knowing that she was upset now, he didn't force her to go to sleep. After preparing some fruits for her and putting them on the table, he went back to his room. He took his mobile phone and edited a text message, selected some people in the address book to send to the group, and then lay down on the bed to rest. Every time the phone in his hand vibrated, he would open his eyes, read the text message, and then close them again. Later, the phone stopped moving, and he gradually fell asleep. When he woke up the next morning, there were more than 20 unread messages displayed on his mobile phone. He went through them one by one, and then pressed a button on the mobile phone before getting out of bed to take a shower. Seeing that there was no one Wen Jingken in the living room, he walked to the door of the room and pushed it lightly. Seeing her lying on the bed with the laptop, he went in and gently put the computer on the table and put it away before leaving. At 8, he had already driven to the school gate to wait for others. Last night, Shi Jinyao greeted the people in the dormitory, saying that she was going to move out, but was questioned by the other 3 for a long time. Early in the morning, the 3 of them diligently helped her pack her things, and enthusiastically sent her downstairs. Seeing Guanxi waiting there with a suitcase, Ku Jiayu winked at Zuana, and they offered to send the 2 of them to the school gate. "No need, we can go out by ourselves. Don't you guys still need to catch up on sleep? Go back quickly." How could Shi Jinyao not know that they wanted to see what their boyfriend looked like? End of this chapter. Chapter 246, Inheriting the Wrong Person. Chapter 246, Inheriting the Wrong Person, Part. I'm all up now, and I can't sleep when I go back. You have so many things, let's take them out for you. Ku Jiayu glanced at Guanxi, and then said. Noticing the look in her eyes, Shi Jinyao was a little puzzled. Could it be that she is interested in Guanxi? She quickly got the answer to this question. In the end, she couldn't hold back their enthusiasm, so she had to trouble them to send her out. When walking out, Li Xiaoyin walked on her left, and Ku Jiayu walked on her right. It stands to reason that Zuana and Ku Jiayu have a better relationship, and there are usually 4 of them. When going out, Zuana always got together with Ku Jiayu, but today, she actually walked beside Li Xiaoyin. She looked over curiously, and found that Zuana was talking to Guanxi, and there was still a faint blush on her face. Only then did he suddenly realize that he leaned close to Ku Jiayu and asked, Nana? Ku Jiayu said in a low voice, she likes your brother, you can't see it, can you? I can see it. When did it happen? I just found out now. She was love at first sight, goodbye love. Love at first sight. That's not the first time we met, but you guys kept it from me for so long. Thinking about Guanxi's roommate, Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi with a different look, with a bit of gloating. A group of people came to the gate, when Jingxian saw them and immediately came to pick up the things in Shi Jinyao's hands. He had only lived in the school for more than a month, and naturally there were not many things, except for clothes, books and some daily necessities, there was nothing else. The suitcase for clothes was pulled by Ku Jiayu, and he reached out to take the bag from several people, but he didn't take the suitcase in Ku Jiayu's hand. Shi Jinyao knew that he wanted to relax herself, so she took the lever from Ku Jiayu and said, thank you all. Ku Jiayu pulled her aside, and asked softly, Xiaoya, you can do it, this boyfriend is really nice. I also know a lot of good young talents, and I will introduce them to you when I have time. That's good. But it has to be better than you, otherwise I don't like it. Ku Jiayu said without shame or impatience. Got it, got it. Let's go now, and I'll treat you to dinner when we have time. After Shi Jinyao finished speaking, she waved to the three of them. Sitting in the car, she immediately teased Guanxi, how is my roommate? Is he okay? Did you call? Is your spring coming soon? Hearing this, Wen Jingxian glanced at Guanxi, and then continued to drive seriously. Guanxi didn't even give her a look, but replied flatly, boring. Shi Jinyao said sharply, I don't believe that you don't know other people's thoughts, and you know other people's thoughts, but you still have such a happy chat with her. Isn't that obvious enough? Guanxi didn't bother to explain further, he really didn't know which eye of hers saw him having a good time. Her classmates were talking all the way, he just gave a simple answer politely from time to time, okay, if it wasn't for the sake of being her roommate, he would have left long ago. You obviously like someone else, but you're still talking duplicity. You can't look down on such a person the most. Seeing that he ignored her, Shi Jinyao resorted to aggressive tactics. I suddenly felt that this mind-reading grandpa had inherited it wrongly. You are so blind, this skill should be given to you. Shi Jinyao obviously didn't expect to be attacked so suddenly by him, and she came back to her senses after being stunned for a moment, and then said eccentrically, yeah, grandpa really passed on the wrong place, so he can pass on such a powerful skill to the boy. What about it? He doesn't know that men are philandering animals. Isn't this giving some people the ability to flirt with girls, and then they can be merciful everywhere? It's just a love debt everywhere. I'm waiting for you to be chased by your creditors the day of the siege. Xiaoyao, I'm not fickle, and I won't be merciful. Before Guanxi could say anything, Wen Jingxian, who was driving, heard that Shi Jinyao had labeled men as fickle, and immediately expressed his loyalty. Guanxi gave a cold snort of disdain, and Shi Jinyao smiled at Wen Jingxian, of course I believe you. Can is here? Guanxi suddenly asked. Can? Brother Jingxian, is Can here? Hearing Guanxi's question, Shi Jinyao asked excitedly. I can't hide anything from you. I wanted to give you a surprise. She came last night, and I was still sleeping when I went out. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? Buy some to take home when you go down. When Jingxian smiled speak. Why did Can come here at night? She remembered that she had a class to attend on Friday night, and if she really wanted to come, it would be the next morning's car. She's in a bad mood, come here to relax. In a bad mood? Shi Jinyao thought about it, and 9 out of 10 it was related to that scumbag. When Jinkin scolded that scumbag on QQ a few days ago. When Jingxian parked the car on the side of the road and asked the brother and sister to wait in the car. He got out of the car to buy breakfast. When she got home, when Jingken was still sleeping, and Shi Jinyao climbed onto the bed lightly, staring at the sleeping person. The sleeping person on the bed turned over inadvertently, feeling something breathing beside her. She opened her eyes immediately in fright, saw that it was Shi Jinyao. She threw herself on it regardless of her image. Don't wake me up when you come. Are you trying to scare me to death? Shi Jinyao explained while avoiding. I don't see you so tired, so I want you to sleep a little longer. Scary people will scare people to death. You appeared beside me in silence. Just now, you felt breathing around you. You thought it was something. It's not good to be breathing? If you can feel it, or not breathing, then it will scare people to death, okay? The two men sitting in the living room heard their squabbling in the room, when Jingxian smiled helplessly, then got up and walked to the door of the room and said to the two of them, stop making trouble, go wash up and have breakfast. It was only then that Shi Jinyao remembered that when Jinkin hadn't eaten breakfast, and quickly pushed her, hurry up, we'll have a good chat when you're full. After when Jinkin went out, Shi Jinyao began to look at the room. When Jingxian stood beside her and asked, it's just a simple arrangement, do you like it? Shi Jinyao turned her head to look at him, it's already very good, I can see that you put your heart into it. Of course, he thought to himself. At this moment, Shi Jinyao walked out, I'll go and see Guanxi's room. Different from her room, when Jingxian just bought everything he needed, but Guanxi had to do it himself how to furnish it. When she opened the door, Guanxi happened to be busy in the room. Worrying about her thinking too much, when he raised his head, he explained, I didn't let him move, I like to arrange it myself. Shi Jinyao looked at Wen Jingxian and smiled, then turned her head and asked Guanxi, can you help me? End of this chapter. Chapter 247, I will introduce you to a friend. Chapter 247, I'll introduce you to a friend. No, it's almost done, you go, and do your own work. Guanxi refused aloud, so she went back to the restaurant to accompany Wen Jingkan. While eating steamed dumplings, she said as she ate, the taste at home is better. As soon as Shi Jinhao walked in, she heard what she said, sat down next to her and said, Brother Gingxian said that we will make dumplings today. Oh. Wen Jingkan was not very interested. You take care of it, and I will take care of the food. I didn't intend to ask you to help. How is it? Do you have anything else to buy? We will go out to buy later. Brother Jingxian said that although we may only live for a few years, we still have to live comfortably. Wen Jingkan looked up at her, smiled ambiguously and said, You remember everything my brother said so clearly? I'm too lazy to talk to you. Shi Jinhao gave her a sideways glance in embarrassment. At this time when Jingxian passed behind them and went to the kitchen to prepare the materials for making dumplings, Jinhao quickly stood up and followed, Brother Gingxian, let me help you. Help me wrap it together later. I bought ready-made dumpling wrappers. This time we will wrap a little more and put them in the refrigerator. If you are hungry at night, you can cook them for supper. Shi Jinhao smiled and nodded, Shall I wash the onions for you? No, you and Can go to have a look together, write down anything that is missing, and we will go out to buy in the afternoon. They ate the dumplings they made together for lunch, and after an hour's lunch break, Wen Jingxian led them out. Going downstairs, Wen Jingkan looked at Wen Jingshuan's car and asked, Brother, I haven't asked yet. Is this car yours? I didn't hear that you bought a car. I didn't buy it. I borrowed this car from a colleague. Come up quickly. When Jingkan and Shi Jinhao sat in the back seat, she looked at the inside of the car and said with a smile, Brother, your colleague is so kind, he even lent you a car to drive. It's all pretty good. Wen Jingxian nodded. Brother, is your colleague male or female? Looking at Wen Jingxian's gossiping little eyes, he said helplessly, It's a man. They went to a large supermarket nearby, and bought a lot of food besides those listed by Wen Jingkan. Wen Jingkan also deliberately teased Shi Jinhao, It seems that you and my brother are going to set up camp? Shi Jinhao elbowed her impatiently, You're talking nonsense. Walking out of the supermarket, there was a photo studio directly opposite. Wen Jingkan immediately became interested and insisted on dragging Shi Jinhao over to have a look. Wen Jingxian said with a smile, Go ahead first, I'll put the things in the car and put them away. Wen Jingkan nodded, then took Shi Jinhao and ran away in a hurry. She didn't stop until the side of the road. Looking at the traffic lights that hadn't changed, she took Shi Jinhao's arm and said, My classmate went to take an art photo. It's beautiful. All right, let's go take a look too. When the time comes, you and my brother might as well take some couple photos as a souvenir. We need to make an appointment and make up for this shoot. We have to go back and forth for a whole day. How can we have time to do this? Shi Jinhao said. Let's go and have a look first. We don't have time to wait until we are on vacation to take pictures. When Wen Jingxian and Guanxi packed up their things and came over, the two of them were sitting at the table in the studio looking through their photo albums. The receptionist saw the two little girls just now, so she showed them some photos of her girlfriends, and now she saw the two of them walking in again. She asked with a smile, Are you taking wedding photos? Without waiting for Shi Jinhao to speak, Wen Jingkan immediately raised his head and asked Wen Jingxian, Brother, just now Xiao asked if she wanted to experience wearing a wedding dress with you in advance. How about it? Do you want to take a simple photo first? When you get married, let's take another set of grand highlights. Can, when did I say that? Don't talk nonsense. After Shi Jinhao reprimanded Wen Jingkan, she was about to explain to Wen Jingxian, but at this moment, he looked at the receptionist and asked, If we shoot tomorrow, can we arrange it? The receptionist smiled and asked them to wait, and then asked the photographer about the itinerary. When he came back, he told them that the photographer would not be on location tomorrow, so he could arrange it for them in the morning. So they ordered it first. When walking out of the photo studio, Shi Jinhao looked at Wen Jingxian and said, Can was just joking, did you really take it seriously? Regardless of the presence of Wen Jingkan and Guanxi, Wen Jingxian stretched out his hand to hold her hand. How long has it been since we took a photo together? The last time we took a group photo was the photo you took when you graduated from elementary school. That's right, Xiaoya, the photos in my brother's wallet should also be changed. Wen Jingkan said while holding Shi Jinhao's arm. In the wallet? Shi Jinhao didn't look at his wallet, and she really didn't know that he would put her own photo in it. She looked at Wen Jingxian and asked suspiciously, Brother Gingxian, is it mine in your wallet? Photo stickers? Wen Jingxian shook his head, No, it's a standard photo. Standard photo? Isn't that an ID photo? My God, how can you post such an ugly photo? What kind of photo do girls fear most? That must be a non-standard photo, firstly because only the face is taken, and secondly because many things on the face cannot be removed, such as moles and the like. Not ugly. Wen Jingxian looked at her and said with a smile. Back home, Wen Jingxian answered a phone call, then went to the room to turn on the computer, looked at the photo sent by his friend, he typed a sentence and sent it. The photo has not been repaired, if it really looks like this, it's okay. But how is the character, is it reliable? The other party replied immediately, you are just looking for a friend for your sister, not a boyfriend. Isn't your request a bit too harsh? There is also character. If I have a problem with character, do I dare to introduce it to your sister? I am not afraid that your sister will be bullied, but I am afraid that my cousin will be beaten. When Jingxian clattered and typed a string of words on the keyboard again, then send over the contact information, did you make it clear to your cousin? The other party, make it clear, can I get his photo without his consent? When Jingxian smiled, and after the QQ and mobile phone number were sent over there, he took out his mobile phone and dialed it. When Jingkan and Shi Jinyao were sitting in the living room playing checkers for fun. Seeing that Wen Jingxian hadn't come out of the room for a while, Wen Jingkan asked, what's my brother busy with? Won't he go back to work after taking a break? Possible. Guanxi, who was sitting on the side, heard their conversation, turned his head to look at Wen Jingkan, and then lowered his head with a smile. Sensing his movements, Wen Jingkan immediately asked, you were so secretive just now, why were you snickering? Why should I tell you? After Guanxi finished speaking, he got up and ran back to his room. Something's wrong, Xiaoya, you. Before she could finish speaking, Wen Jingxian opened the door and came out, walked up to Shi Jinyao and sat down, then looked at Wen Jingkan and said, I have a friend's cousin, and you from the same school, you can contact them later. If your ex-boyfriend harass you again, there will be someone around you who can help you. End of this chapter. Chapter 248. Could it be that I want to eat it dry and wipe it off? Chapter 248. Could it be that I want to eat it dry and wipe it off? Brother, are you introducing me to a boyfriend? Wen Jingxian asked with wide-eyed eyes in disbelief. It's not a boyfriend, it's just an ordinary friend. It's just for acquaintance. If you can't be friends, don't force it. It's just that you are alone there, and there are so many things, how can we rest assured? Or, like Guan Yuka, let parents, they come to accompany you to read? Then I'd better make friends. If my parents come over, then my grandparents will definitely have to follow. I'm already grown up, and I still have a family with my family when I go to college. Do you really think I'm a porcelain doll? It's sent to your QQ, contact me yourself. After Wen Jingxian finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and pulled Shi Jinyao to stand up. When Jingkan yelled at the two of them, it's not decided yet, how could you pull Xiao away? It's okay not to play such a childish game. After Wen Jingxian replied to her, he said to Shi Jinyao, I'll show you something. Look at what? Shi Jinyao was dragged back to the room by Wen Jingxian, and when she saw him close the door, she asked defensively, are you trying to eat me up? Wen Jingxian raised his hand and tapped her forehead, what are you thinking about? Come here. He led her to the computer. After she sat down, she looked at the computer screen. It turned out to be a drawing competition. How do you know? She looked up at him suspiciously and asked. I just heard it from a friend inadvertently. How about it? Are you interested in participating? She turned her head to read the information on the screen carefully, then shook her head and said, this competition is not held here, and I have to go to other provinces. I'm worried that I don't have time. I saw that the game time is when you are resting. When the time comes, we will directly book the plane ticket. Not only will we be able to make it in time, but we will also have time to rest. If you participate in these games now, it will still be of great help to you in the future. Seeing her hesitation, he bent over and raised his hand to stroke her hair. Don't worry, I will always be with you. Then I'll give it a try? It doesn't matter whether I win the award or not. Anyway, this is just a hobby for me, and I can't compare with other people who are talented. When Jingxian nodded appreciatively, you have a good attitude, then you should sign up quickly. Guanxi, do you want to ask? Well, I'll ask him now. She just stood up when he grabbed her again. Don't worry, I'll ask later when I'm eating. At this time, he was standing behind her, making her heart thump, worried that if she continued to stay in such an ambiguous environment, she would make impulsive mistakes, so she lowered her head and hurriedly shook off his hand, then opened the door. After the two entered the room, when Jingkan followed curiously, hid outside the door and eavesdropped with his ear against the door. When Shi Jinyao opened the door suddenly, she was caught off guard and rushed forward. Jinyao caught her with quick eyes and hands, and after helping her up, Shi Jinyao went to the kitchen. When Jingkan stood at the door, looked at Wen Jingxian with a smirk, saw him staring at her, she immediately smiled calmly and said, Brother, it seems that your charm is not enough to attract Xiao. Wen Jingxian didn't bother to pay attention to her, and walked towards Shi Jinyao's direction. He walked into the kitchen and saw her pretending to be boiling water. He stood beside her and said, "You misunderstood me just now. I really didn't think that way." Shi Jinyao lowered her head, turned her face aside shyly, and thought to herself, "When did I say you had that kind of thought just now?" But he pretended to be stupid and said, "I don't understand what you were talking about. When you first entered the room, didn't you think I was going to wipe you clean?" "Really, I really didn't think that way," Wen Jingxian explained solemnly. "Who asked you to explain?" Embarrassed and annoyed, Shi Jinyao replied lightly, "Oh, I know." "Then what were you running for?" "I just opened the door because I guessed that Can might be eavesdropping at the door. In order not to let her misunderstand." "It's really just like that?" When Jingxian obviously didn't believe as he spoke, he walked into her, and she saw him approaching, and began to retreat step by step. When she had nowhere to retreat, his hand passed her, and he took a bag from the basket not far behind her. "Apple. Do you want to eat?" Shi Jinyao looked at the apple he handed her in front of her, breathed a sigh of relief, and shook her head. "I don't want to eat it." "Oh, then I'll eat it myself." After finishing speaking, he turned on the tap to rinse the apple, then put it to his mouth and started to chew. Shi Jinyao passed beside him, walked to the kettle, poured out the freshly boiled water to make tea, and muttered in a low voice, "I really don't know if it was a wrong decision to move out." Because her voice was too low, Wen Jingxian didn't hear what she said clearly, but he knew that it must not be a good word, and even if he asked, she might not say it. He gnawed on an apple and passed by her. "Pour me a glass too." "Oh." Returning to the living room with 2 teacups, she was inevitably winked by Wen Jingxian again. Shi Jinyao didn't bother to pay attention to her, reached out and took the computer she had put on the coffee table, turned off the movie she was watching, and replaced it with a computer of her own. When Jingxian was not angry either, he stood up from the sofa, and then walked towards the room with a fruit plate. "Oh, I'm still a little self-aware, so I won't bother you." Shi Jinyao turned a deaf ear to her words, when Jingxian moved slightly, bringing the distance between them a little closer, and then stared at the screen on the computer with her. Early the next morning, when Jingxian excitedly dragged Shi Jinyao out to the studio that he had made an appointment with yesterday. Because when Jingxian was going back to school in the afternoon, they couldn't have fun. They originally ordered 3 sets of clothes to be photographed, but in the end they only chose to take 2 sets. In order to look more natural, they all wore their own clothes. According to the photographer, gestured for a whole morning before they walked out of the studio. After eating out together, they sent Wen Jingxian to take the train. "Xiaoyao, I won't be able to choose photos when the time comes, you must help me choose some good ones." She did not forget to ask before parting. "Understood. But next time you come over, you must tell us in advance, and we will pick you up at that time. Don't be like this time." Wen Jingxian glanced at Wen Jingxian, then smiled at Shi Jinyao and said, "What? Seeing me tormenting my brother in the middle of the night, does your heart ache? Don't worry, I will come here in the future, and I promise to be the one who arrives during the day. It's not serious again, we will see you when we have time." Seeing Wen Jingxian enter the station, Shi Jinyao said with emotion, "It would be great if Can was in the same school as us. This girl is so noisy, maybe she will come again next week." Guanxi said from the side. When Jingxian put his hand on Shi Jinyao's shoulder, looked at Guanxi and asked, "Are you really not going to participate in that competition?" "No. Just without my interruption, the 2 of you can have been to the world of 2 people." End of this chapter. Chapter 249, A Token of Love? Chapter 249, A Token of Love? 1. Because the primary selection is to mail the works, so after returning home, Shi Jinyao began to think about what to draw. It was during dinner that when Jingxian called. Can, are you at school yet?" Shi Jinyao asked as soon as she answered the phone. "It's already 6 o'clock, if I haven't arrived, you can't save me." Shi Jinyao laughed when she heard this. "I'm sorry, I've been thinking about painting since I came back, so I forgot to call you." "I know, my brother has already told me, otherwise I would call you now. Do you know? When I got off the station, someone came to pick me up." Hearing her words, Shi Jinyao walked out of the restaurant with her mobile phone, and asked after returning to her room, "Did your ex-boyfriend pick you up?" "No, it's my brother's cousin." Shi Jinyao was chatting enthusiastically with Wen Jingxian in the room. When Jingxian came over and knocked on her door, "Come out to eat first, if you have anything to say, we can talk after we are full." "Understood." In response to Wen Jingxian, she hurriedly said to Wen Jingxian on the phone, "I'm going to eat first, and I will chat on QQ later." She put away her mobile phone and walked out of the room. Wen Jingxian was still standing at the door. "How old are you, and you are still so unreliable? Are you saying that I'm unreliable, or that Can is unreliable?" she said as she went back to the restaurant with him. How dare Wen Jingxian say that she is unreliable? Without hesitation, he said that he was talking about Wen Jingken. She smiled and did not have a verbal argument with him. After eating, the three of them went about their respective affairs. Originally thought that Wen Jingken would come next week, but she didn't. In the blink of an eye, 1 month passed, and Shi Jinyao had also received the notification of passing the primary election. The next exam will be in mid-December. Because there is no restriction, the contestants are allowed to choose whether to paint in watercolor, sketch, or oil painting. So she will use this month to think carefully about what she will paint. Draw what you are good at. When asking Wen Jingxian for his opinion, he only said this to her. This day when she was going to school, she received a task and came back. Anyway, she couldn't hide her thoughts in front of Guanxi, so she simply told him when she saw him. But Guanxi didn't give her this face, and made her still worry about that so-called important task after returning home. When Wen Jingxian came back from get-off work, he saw her listless, so he asked why. Shi Jinyao instructed Guanxi with her chin, "Hey, isn't it because of him? Didn't one of my former roommates like this guy? It's Nana's birthday in 2 days. She wants to invite this guy, but he insists what did you say in order to avoid suspicion, in order not to cause people to be sentimental, so I refuse to go. Isn't this normal? Why? You promised them that you would take this kid with you?" He reached out and stroked the back of her head lovingly. "That's not true. How dare I promise such a thing? Then what are you worried about? I really don't understand women. It's obviously not a big deal, but they just want to waste that time thinking wildly. I don't have to worry about it now, but what gift should I give?" She frowned after speaking. When Jingxian was very helpless, he just said something and thought about it slowly, then got up and went to the kitchen. She turned her head to look at Wen Jingxian in the kitchen, and said loudly, "Brother Jingxian, I've already washed and cut the dishes. You can make a hot bottom, let's eat hot pot." Understood. When Jingxuan's voice came. She turned her head and glanced at Guanxi who was sitting silently at the side, and then went back to her room. For safety's sake, she locked the door behind her. Sitting by the bed, he threw some gifts from Space Supermarket onto the bed. Picking up a plush doll in his hand, "This won't work, it's not for coaxing children." Picking up a pair of couple watches, he shook his head, "This one doesn't work either, this one is about the same as Brother Jingxian for me." Picking up another platinum necklace inlaid with bricks, "This won't work, it's too expensive. She'll be embarrassed to accept it when the time comes. I can't explain my family's financial situation clearly." In the end, she chose a set of lipsticks. Girls love beauty, so this is the perfect gift. After choosing the gift, she put all the other things back, except for the gift for Zuana and the pair of couple watches. She held the box in her hand and looked at it for a while, then took out several pairs from the space in one breath, because she didn't know how long the watch strap Wen Jingxuan's wrist needed, so she also prepared all the tools. If it didn't fit at that time, he can adjust it by himself. I believe that such a thing will not trouble him. Before she could choose which pair, Wen Jingxian had already come to her door and asked her to go out for dinner. She hurriedly responded, then chose the one that didn't look so dazzling, and took all the rest back. Holding the watch box, she ran to open the door. When Jingxian saw her coming out, smiled and took her to the restaurant. "Brother Jingxian, I have something for you." She took out the watch from behind as she spoke, "You won't dislike it, will you?" When Jingxian stared at the watch she handed to him, then reached out to take it. "How could you dislike it? It's just, when did you buy it? Do you know how long the watch strap I need?" Shi Jinyao shook her head embarrassingly. "I don't know, so I bought the tools back. You should be able to adjust it." "Not stupid. But let's go to dinner first." After a full meal, Shi Jinyao left the washing up to Guanxi, and then took Wen Jingxian to try on couple watches. "Is this a token of love between the two of us?" Wen Jingxian took out the lady's hand and put it on her hand, then joked. "It doesn't count." Shi Jinyao replied with a smile. "Well, I don't think so either." Speaking of which, he had already taken off the watch on her wrist. "The strap is a bit long, I'll adjust it for you now." "Okay. I'm here watching you." When Jingxian smiled and helped her tie her hair behind her ears, "Go and pour me a glass of warm water." When she went out, he picked up the watch and looked it over carefully, and looked inside and out of the box again. He only looked back when he heard her coming back. "Is it easy to do? Will it be troublesome?" "No, it's very simple." After he finished speaking, he opened the strap and then put the strap on the tool. The thimble of the tool rotated to the width of the strap, and the thimble was aligned with the pin between the buckles. Rotate inward to push the pin out, put the removed watch strap aside, put the broken watch strap together, Insert the removed watch strap buckle into the small hole of the watch strap, put it back on the tool, and reverse the reverse rotation to push back the buckle. Okay, you try. Seeing his skillful movements, Shi Jinyao said in surprise, I thought you'd have to study for a while to get it right. I've seen others do it before. Seeing her adoring expression, he explained with a smile while helping her put it on. End of this chapter. Chapter 250 This is the token of love. Chapter 250 This is the token of love. Is it okay? He looked at her face, afraid that if he didn't make it right, if he hurt her, he asked cautiously. At this time, his face was right in front of her, and she met his eyes when she raised her head slightly. She immediately blushed, shook her head slightly and said, just right. Sitting aside and watching him fix his own, just when she thought he was going to put it on by himself, when Jingxian handed the watch to her, you help me. She took it over and gently put it on for him, then turned it around and looked at it twice. What do you think? Do you like it? When Jingxian nodded, I like it. After finishing speaking, he pulled her to the bed and sat down. Now let's talk about the token of love. The heat that had just faded from Shi Jinyao's face was immediately burned by him again. What did you say? When Jingxian raised his hand to hold her face, then kissed her tender lips, and then he pressed his forehead against her forehead. This is the token of love between the two of us. At that time, it was still you offered it to me. Hearing this, Shi Jinyao recalled the time when she kissed Wen Jingyu in front of him that year, and was about to speak, but his parted lips touched her again. I don't know if it's because of his good kissing skills, or because of their mutual love, that made her quickly immersed in his enthusiasm. Unconsciously, she hugged him tightly, knowing that they were sitting on the edge of the bed now. She also slowly leaned her body back and fell on the bed with him. The two are next to each other, so they can feel each other's enthusiasm. She has forgotten that there is a closed seat outside the living room. At this moment, all her love rules have been completely forgotten by herself. At this moment, there is only one thought in her heart. That is to go with the flow to get more. When Jingxian kissed her earnestly, he noticed her restless hand, and the flames in her body were being stirred up more and more by her. He knew that he should stop immediately, but he didn't want to. Suddenly there was a voice from the TV in the living room. He wondered if she was really ready. He was still momentarily distracted, so he regained his sanity and slowly pulled the person in his arms away. Shi Jinyao was closing her eyes, enjoying his enthusiasm to the fullest. She was even ready to take off her clothes, but at this critical moment, the other party stopped. She opened her eyes slightly, looked at him and said, why don't you continue? When Jingxian said softly, it's not the time yet. At this time, Shi Jinyao thought of something and asked aloud, you didn't prepare a small raincoat? When Jingxian immediately understood what she said, and nodded her forehead helplessly, where did you learn all this? I learned from you. At this time, Shi Jinyao had come to her senses, saw the small tent he had set up, put her arms around his waist and asked, are you feeling uncomfortable? What do you think? He pulled her into his arms and said, I only hope that it can be done while you are awake. I'm sober now, and I haven't been drinking. Shi Jinyao was puzzled. Was her attitude still unclear? Why does he feel that he is not sober? Although you didn't drink, you just... Forget it, let's wait. Wait until you really think about it. Shi Jinyao raised her head from his embrace, looked into his eyes and said firmly, I've figured it out, you treat me well, and I will never leave you. Do you trust me? When Jingxian asked suddenly. Shi Jinyao was stunned for a moment, her eyes averted, and she didn't dare to look him directly. I don't know about this question, so what should I say? If I say I don't trust you, as long as it's what you say, I won't even have doubts. Believe in you. For example, if someone told me one day that you are dating another woman, I would definitely be willing to listen to your explanation. As long as you explain, I will believe you. However, if I want to say that I trust you, I have some things I don't want to tell you. When Jingxian nodded, I understand, I respect you. In fact, I don't care whether you trust me or not, because I will not do things that are sorry for you. I will not let it happen at all like the misunderstanding you said. As long as you know that I trust you, I love you, and I won't let you down, that's enough. Shi Jinyao threw herself into his arms again. Then can we be honest with each other now? As soon as she heard the tone of her words, when Jingxian understood that the frankness in her mouth was not that kind of frankness, she squeezed her face with a broken smile. When did you become so thick-skinned? Say something so shameless and impatient. Aren't I thinking about your body? I heard that it's not good for men to hold back. It was rare for Wen Jingxian to blush at her words. Get out, I really don't have the concentration if this continues. Now that atmosphere has dissipated, and she no longer teased him, she got off the bed obediently, and before leaving, she leaned over and whispered in his ear, remember to prepare a small raincoat next time. No longer looking at the embarrassment of Wen Jingxian behind her, she lowered her head and straightened her messy clothes, then opened the door and went out. Guanxi was sitting in the living room watching TV. When he saw her come out, he jokingly asked, "Do you want to make some nourishing soup for you?" Shi Jingyao reached out and picked up the apple on the coffee table and threw it at him. "I'm making you up." Fearing that he would say something surprising later, she immediately went back to her room. After she left, when Jingxian lay back on the bed, intentionally temporarily forgetting her nonsense just now, and then emptied his mind, let himself not think about anything, and calm down first. After he finally returned to normal, he got up from the bed, took a rough look at tomorrow's work schedule, took out his clothes from the closet, and went to the bathroom to take a shower. In Shi Jinyao's room, she lay on the quilt and sniggered. Later, she remembered what when Jingxian asked about trust, so she lowered her smile and asked herself, "Do you trust him?" After a while, she said again, "Do you have to tell all your secrets if you trust me? However, if you dare not even tell him this, do you trust him?" After tangled up and down, she simply opened the door to ask Guanxi, "Do you think I don't trust him?" Pulling Guanxi from the living room back into the room, she stared at him and asked suspiciously, "How do I know about such a profound question?" "Don't be a fool, what else do you not know?" Guanxi walked to the chair and sat down, then said flatly, "You are totally afraid of well ropes after being bitten by a snake for 10 years. Hearing this, Shi Jinyao's eyes lit up. "You mean, Brother Jingxian is just a well rope?" Guanxi lay down on the table speechlessly and didn't give her an answer, but to Shi Jinyao, it was obviously not important anymore. She hurried to Wen Jingxuan's room and saw that there was no one there, and then remembered that he had gone to the bathroom just now, so he ran to the bathroom door and waited for him. After thinking about it, he felt a little weird standing here waiting, so he ran back to his room. End of this chapter. Chapter 251 Who sent the telegram? Chapter 251 Who called? 1. After when Jingxian took a shower, he saw her when he returned to the room and asked suspiciously, "What's the matter?" Shi Jinyao nodded, "I have something to tell you." His eyes stayed on her for 2 seconds, then he turned around and closed the door. When he turned around again, he hugged her into his arms and asked softly in her ear, "You want to tell me about the little raincoat again?" Shi Jinyao blushed when she heard the words, "Be serious, let's talk about business." Wen Jingxian nodded, "Okay, be serious." As he spoke, he raised his hand to run along the hair on her head. "I know what you want to say, but you don't need to say anything. There are some things that we know well. That way you have no burden, and neither do I, do you?" After listening to his words, she realized that she was really thinking too much. In fact, it's not that he didn't know, maybe he had already noticed something, but he just didn't ask. She looked up at him and asked, "So you know everything?" "I don't know anything, and you don't need to tell me. We're fine." She nodded, "Then listen to you, if you have any questions, you can ask me anytime. Let's talk about it when I want to ask. In fact, I think it's really good for us now. If you can officially introduce me to your relatives and friends, if you are willing to get engaged and married with me, if you are willing to have us with me. The crystallization of love, that could not be better. Are you proposing to me? Isn't that too insincere?" He was obviously very happy in his heart, but on the surface he pretended to be disgusted. When Jingxian turned her face to him, "How can you be sincere? Is it sincere to prepare a small raincoat?" Shi Jinyao heard him make fun of her with the small raincoat several times, and pinched his waist angrily. "Okay, can't you draw inferences from one instance?" He smiled and let her mess around. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." The two chatted for a while before she went back to her room. 2 days later, it was Xuana's birthday, and Guanxi really didn't go. Seeing Xuana's disappointed eyes, Shi Jinyao comforted her and said, "He's been like that since he was a child. I'm sorry, but I can't persuade him." Xuana smiled and shook her head. "I'm sorry for what you said to me. I like him as my own business. Maybe I'm not his type, it doesn't matter. Come on, see if you like it." Shi Jinyao handed over the gift she gave. Xuana looked at the box of lipsticks of different colors, and opened her mouth in surprise. "Wow, Xiaoyao, I like your gift so much gone. As long as you like it, happy birthday." Xuana invited her friends to come to KTV to celebrate. The room was very noisy, so Shi Jinyao didn't hear the phone ringing. Fortunately, everyone has a class tomorrow, so we didn't drink a lot of alcohol, except for a glass of beer each at the beginning, and then we were casual. But Shi Jinyao, who can't drink well, although she can't pour a glass of beer, her mind is clear, but she is a little weak. When Jingxian knew that she was going to celebrate a classmate's birthday today, so he called her after get off work, and wanted to ask them what time they left so that he could pick her up, but no one answered the call, so after thinking about it, he called Guanxi, and after asking Guanxi, he learned their address, so he directly hired a taxi to go to Shi Jinyao and the others. Young men and women are easy to get acquainted with. Coincidentally, among the group of people who came today, there is someone who admires Shi Jinyao. When Jingxian went downstairs, he was hesitating whether to go up and have a look when Shi Jinyao called. He quickly connected and asked, Xiaoyao, are you leaving? When will I pick you up? The environment over there was very noisy, and he didn't hear her voice. Just when he was wondering if she accidentally pressed the button, the voice of Xiaoyao, promise him, came from there. At first it was only one or two voices talking, and then people around began to echo. Needless to say now, when Jingxian also guessed something immediately, he didn't hang up the phone, he quickly ran in, and went straight to the box that Guanxi had told him. Regardless of checking in through the glass, he directly opened the door of the box. At this time, Shi Jinyao was sitting in a corner of the sofa, and beside her was a male classmate who was about her age. The microphone, after some confession, is now looking at her affectionately, waiting for her answer. Ku Jiayu, who was sitting next to Shi Jinyao, saw Wen Jingxian coming, and immediately uttered a voice to Shi Jinyao, don't embarrass our Xiaoyao is already famous. After she finished speaking, she said to Wen Jingxian, Xiaoyao seems to be drunk. Drunk, take her back quickly. As she spoke, she helped Shi Jinyao up. Just as Shi Jinyao fell into his arms, Li Xiaoyin chased after him, this is Xiaoyao's cell phone, right? It almost fell here. When he reached out to take Shi Jinyao's phone, he secretly observed Ku Jiayu and Li Xiaoyin, thanked them, and then hugged Shi Jinyao to say goodbye to them. After walking out of the private room and stepping into the elevator, Shi Jinyao raised her head from his arms, looked at him with a smile and asked him for credit, how is it? I'm smart, right? I knew to call you, and you will definitely come to help me out. You made the call? Wen Jingxian asked. Otherwise, who else could it be? Don't you think it's a friend of mine who has a crush on you who deliberately called you on my mobile phone, and then let you witness the evidence that I was with other men? Pfft, can you stop being so bloody? Shi Jinyao covered her mouth and laughed. That means I'm doing well, and you're not happy? This is your first time drinking, how is it? Are you uncomfortable? Seeing the concern in his eyes, she smiled and said, it's just that I can't help myself, but it's not uncomfortable. I actually only drank a little beer, not much. I'm tired after only drinking a little beer. From then on, I have to watch you closely. What if one day you drink a little liquor with someone and run away with someone? He helped her out while talking. Elevator, after getting out of the elevator, he bent down in front of her, come up, I'll carry you. No need, just help me out. He said so, but put his hands on his back honestly, and then climbed up. When Jingxian stood up slowly, and chuckled lightly, when will you change your duplicity? She leaned her head on his shoulder, stared straight at his side face, and when she heard what he said, she smiled and said, it's enough to be honest, why don't you care if I'm duplicity? When Jingxian walked forward with his lips curled up, without responding to her, suddenly, Shi Jinyao looked at him and said, Brother Jingxian, I am already 19 years old, and I will be 20 years old after the new year. Well, what then? Are you going to marry me? Or are you going to propose to me? Shi Jinyao blinked, and whispered something close to his ear, causing Wen Jingxian to pause in his footsteps, coughing dryly before moving forward. End of this chapter. Chapter 252 It and hashtag 039, S her again. Chapter 252 It's her again. Sit here. Wen Jingxian took 2 paper towels from the side to cover the dried blood, and then carried her to a place where there was no blood on the other side and sat down. Well, what should we do? She pointed to the leftover evidence and raised her head to ask him. Don't worry about it, come on, let me comb your hair for you. Shi Jinyao reached out to take the comb, I'll do it myself, you go and wash up, and when you finish it, we will leave the room. Let me help you. You suffered a lot last night. Today I have to serve you no matter what. In the end, the two of them got up at 9 o'clock, doing this and that, dawdling until 11, before coming out of the hotel gate. I can only eat outside at noon. When I'm full, I'll go to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Do you want fish or chicken? I'll make it for you tonight. Seeing her awkward walking posture, he pushed her with her arms in her arms, she walked towards a Hakka restaurant opposite the hotel. Let's eat fish at night. Eating chicken doesn't mean you don't want to beat yourself up in front of that guy from Guanxi. Then he will laugh at me for replenishing your body. Do you think we can hide it from him after we haven't returned all night? Don't worry so much, I'm always yours anyway. He didn't call to disturb us last night, which already shows his approval of my brother-in-law. It's really embarrassing to think about it. Although this kind of thing didn't happen under Guanxi's nose, she felt a little awkward when she thought of his supernatural power. Let's go back to winter vacation, let's get engaged first. Wen Jingxian said suddenly. Engaged? But I'm not yet 20. Engagement is not marriage. Let me tell my relatives first when the time comes, lest I be urged to marry by them every time I go home. Now that you have grown up, they will introduce young talents to you on their own initiative, then what position should I stand by your side? He clearly remembered her hesitation back then, so without waiting for her to answer, he continued, as long as we get engaged, Grandpa and Grandma's worries will be settled. We will get married when you want to get married in the future. If you don't want to once we get married, we will always be a cohabiting couple and I will not burden you. I'll go back and think about it. At this time, when he entered the Hakka restaurant, Shi Jinyao immediately signaled him to be quiet. After lunch, when Jingxian wanted to take her home first, but at her insistence, they entered the vegetable market together. The weather here is still good. At home, the stove is already burning at this time. Shi Jinyao held his arm and said while looking at the vegetable stalls on both sides. When you came to school here, didn't you think it was warm here? When she saw the fish selling place in front of her and the rows of sea fish, she remembered that she had been here for almost a semester, but she hadn't been to the attractions in several nearby cities. During the summer vacation next year, we will go to Shenzhen. Are you going to play in the city? Okay, let's arrange it then. When Jingxian walked around the vegetable market twice and bought some ingredients. When Jingxian couldn't bear to tire her, so he carried it by himself. When passing by a tofu stall next to him, Shi Jinyao stood there in a daze, and it was her again. Seeing that she didn't move, when Jingxian yelled in doubt, Shi Jinyao regained consciousness, then turned her head and smiled at him. It's okay, I was dazzled just now. When she walked out of the gate of the market, she couldn't help but look back at the familiar woman again. At home, when Jingxian asked her to rest. She lay on the sofa and the TV was on, but she couldn't watch it. When Jingxian packed up and went to sit next to her, she leaned on his shoulder and asked, Brother Jingxian, do you think there are two identical people in the world? In terms of appearance alone, there are naturally. Don't many twins look exactly the same? It is difficult for people who are not familiar with them to tell them apart. I'll tell you something. Then she slowly detailed the fact that she began to pay attention to that mysterious woman's every move. Whenever she had forgotten about that person, she would appear in front of her inexplicably. Even if she didn't do anything, she still felt very weird. Could it be that you think too much? Maybe. When Guanxi came back, Shi Jinyao told him about it again. After Guanxi finished listening, he nodded and said, when we meet again next time, let's try it out. Until before going to bed, Shi Jinyao was uneasy, worried that he would suddenly ask about her absence from home last night, but fortunately, he seemed sensible and did not mention this embarrassing topic. When she went to school the next day, she was already fine. Li Xiaoyin and the others saw her and hurried over to ask why she didn't go to school yesterday. I don't drink well. After drinking that little, I was still dizzy in the morning, so I asked for leave. What time did you leave? Didn't someone take advantage of it? The male classmate took advantage of it, and I don't know if the three of them will be bullied after she leaves. Of course not. The three of us came back together. A few days later, on the weekend, I received a call from Wen Jingken early in the morning, hearing that she was coming to play. Shi Jinyao jokingly said, finally you are willing to come? I thought you met a new little fresh meat, so you are busy dating beautiful men. Don't be serious, what a little fresh meat, what a handsome man, I've been busy with business lately, okay? Also, I originally planned to take a good rest this week, but Guanxi threatened me and made me have to take care of myself on weekends. In the past, what happened to your side? I always feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell where it is, and no one has a birthday recently. Did Guanxi ask you to come? Shi Jinyao asked, but she already had the answer in her heart. It should be that guy, who was worried that Wen Jingxian didn't know how to control himself, and would harm himself if he was free this weekend, so he let Wen Jingken come over, really caring. Yeah, maybe it's you, you only have my brother in your eyes, do you still care how long you haven't seen me? Wen Jingken complained. Of course I miss you, but you are not busy, am I not too busy? So it is too hard for you to stop running back and forth. Besides, Guanxi called you over, not necessarily because he misses you, but probably because he wants to let you help him block the peach blossoms. Peach blossom? This is something new. I'll get in the car right away. We'll talk in detail when I get there. Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, she didn't know if Wen Jingken heard it, but the phone was cut off. After receiving such a call from Wen Jingkan, all her drowsiness had disappeared, so she simply got up from the bed and went to wash up. When Jingxian was about to go to work, when he heard the sound of her getting up, he brought her breakfast to the dining table, and when she washed up, he came over and gave her a good morning kiss. Why did you get up so early today? Can called and said she would arrive later, so I got up and wanted to pick her up. End of this chapter. Chapter 253 Still Bringing a Man. Chapter 253 Still Bringing a Man. Hearing this, Wen Jingxian went directly to Guanxi's door and knocked on the door. Guanxi, you get up and pick up Can with Xiaya. As soon as he finished speaking, Guanxi had already walked out. You can go to work without worry, my own sister, of course I want to protect her. Shi Jinyao walked to the dining table speechlessly, when Jingxian changed his shoes and went out. After she sat down and rested for a while after eating and drinking, the two of them saw that it was time to go, so they went out to pick up Wen Jingcan. The bus stopped and went, but fortunately they left early, otherwise they might not be able to catch up. As soon as Wen Jingcan got out of the station, she saw the two of them. She raised her foot to run over, but was grabbed by the person behind her. Only then did Shi Jinyao and the others realize that Wen Jingcan was actually bringing a man with him. Seeing the boy's nervousness towards her, Shi Jinyao wondered if it was her new boyfriend. While thinking wildly, the two had already arrived in front of them. Wen Jingcan hugged Shi Jinyao into his arms, and said in her ear at the same time, "It's time to get back to your senses." Shi Jinyao smiled at the boy behind her with big and small bags, then approached Wen Jingcan's ear and asked, "Who is this guy?" "Let me introduce you, he is that cousin." Wen Jingcan said with a smile to Shi Jinyao, knowing that the people behind her were going to get mad, she immediately introduced him to Shi Jinyao's siblings. "Cousin, this is my sister-in-law Shi Jinyao, this is my sister-in-law's brother, Guanxi. If you can't remember, just call brother Shi and sister Yao." Due to the presence of the two brothers and sisters, it was not easy for Hui Hongfeng to have a fit, so he could only ignore Wen Jingcan and said to the brothers and sisters with a smile, "Hello, my name is Hui Hongfeng. My cousin and brother Jingxian are friends." Wen Jingcan is like a cow and a horse. Being a cow and a horse? Shi Jinyao couldn't help laughing when she didn't expect someone to introduce herself like this. Her eyes fell on Hui Hongfeng's large and small bags, and then at Wen Jingcan, who only had a small leather bag on her body. She was about to reach out to pick up the things in Hongfeng's hands, but Guanxi quickly took them away. Shi Jinyao saw that there was still something on Hongfeng's body, and said, "Give me this bag." Hui Hongfeng dodged her outstretched hand. "Sister-in-law, please do me a favor. Before you came, Miss Can made an agreement with me for 3 chapters. Chapter 1 just can't touch you, not even a little bit of clothes, otherwise I will." Before he finished speaking, seeing Wen Jingcan's sharp eyes, he immediately shifted his gaze to other places. "Okay, put on a look of being bullied by me, who will show it?" Wen Jingcan said as he took over the pulley box he was holding. With one hand freed, Hui Hongfeng seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingcan followed behind Guanxi and the two of them, and she approached Wen Jingcan's ear and said, "You are too tough, aren't you? See how you have trained people?" Wen Jingcan said indifferently, "He deserves it, he asked for it, and I don't know where he heard the news, and then he went to tell me that he was coming too. Obviously he wanted to come and play by himself, and he was very dignified, said that he was protecting me, and I had to reimburse the round-trip fare, food, and accommodation expenses. I don't want him to follow, and if he refuses to leave, then I can only find ways to punish him. Isn't it? You just because of a little food, accommodation, and bus fares? Won't brother Gingxian report all these to you?" "Oh, it's just talking, I pinch him when I meet him, that's how we get along, and you'll know it in the future." "Is that so, the two of you are Huanqi friends? Come on, tell me, how far have you reached?" Shi Jinyao said while looking at Wen Jingcan with a small light of gossip in her eyes. "Be pure, we are just ordinary friends, but what happened to your side? Why Guanxi suddenly called me over?" "Ahem, didn't he just want you to come over to block the peach blossoms? But now you have a follower, it's really hard to say. When the time comes, you 3 will leave, and you will have a proper love triangle." As soon as Wen Jingcan entered the house with her luggage, Wen Jingcan threw the suitcase by the door. Without changing her shoes, she ran to the kitchen and began to rummage through the boxes to find something to fill her stomach. Guanxi changed her shoes and helped her move her things into Shi Jinyao and the others' boudoir, while Shi Jinyao went to make tea and went back to Hongfeng to look around the house generously. After everyone went back to the sofa and sat down, Shi Jinyao asked Wen Jingcan, "Why did you bring so many things over all of a sudden? Didn't I think that the winter vacation will be over soon? I am too lazy to take these things home, and I am worried about putting them in the dormitory of the school, so I just moved here. Your place is close to the school, and I will come over when the time comes. It's easier to bring it back here." "That's true. When does my brother leave work? Is he coming back for dinner?" "It's usually 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I don't think these things are expensive. Why don't you worry about putting them in the dormitory?" Shi Jinyao asked suspiciously. Wen Jingken glanced at Guan Xi and Hui Hongfeng, who were sitting on the side playing games, and then sighed and said, "Don't mention it, there are 2 wonderful things in our dormitory." Then Wen Jingken started talking about her 2 wonderful roommates. One of them clamored to lose weight and go on a diet every day, so she only ate 1 meal during the day, and at night, because she was hungry, she started humming all night. You know? It's okay to hum, but the bad thing is that she is still rolling on the bed, and the upper bunk she sleeps on is above me. There is such a big commotion, sometimes I worry that the bed will be crossed, which made me several times this time. They were all squeezed into the same bed with others. Wen Jingken gestured while talking, which made Shi Jinyao a little timid. Is it really as exaggerated as you said? She couldn't believe it. She believed in dieting to lose weight, but how could someone roll on the bed like a monkey because of hunger? Wen Jingken waved his hand. It's not an exaggeration at all. Let me tell you, later, we finally knew why she made a fuss. Why? At the beginning, she cried out that she was hungry, and we still had snacks and so on, and we would give her to satisfy her hunger, but like this every day, who can bear it? We didn't give her any more, and she started to make a big noise. You tell me, what kind of person is this? During the day she says she wants to lose weight and go on a diet, but at night she will eat whatever others give her. Is there anyone who loses weight like this? Shi Jinyao could tell that such an easygoing person, Can, was really driven crazy in his current state, and said sympathetically, "It's really rare to see. What about the other one?" That one. That one not only likes to gossip, but also likes to do some sneaky things. Once someone lost something in our dormitory. Not long after, we found that she had the same one in her hand. We thought it was a coincidence, but one day when we went back to the dormitory, we caught her on the spot flipping around on my bed, and only then did we see her true colors. End of this chapter. Chapter 254, Seeing That Woman Again. Chapter 254, Seeing That Woman Again. If you can't, just change to another dormitory. If you meet a bad roommate, you will have to get along with each other for another 4 years. By then, the conflict will become more and more serious. I also have this plan. But this semester is out of the question, so I can only talk about it next semester. When Wen Jingxian came back from get off work, he immediately recognized Hui Hongfeng when he saw Hui Hongfeng. He still had work this weekend, so he couldn't play with them, so there were only 2 men and 2 women who went out. Time was tight and there was nothing to play, so they went to a nearby shopping mall to buy a bunch of snacks and fruits, and then stayed at home to play games. Shi Jinyao watched TV on her laptop, and Wen Jingken sat in front of the desktop in her room and played QQ Farm and Ranch. Xiaoyao, why don't you play this? It's fun. Seeing that Shi Jinyao hadn't opened it, she immediately helped her open it. You let me play, so you can steal my food? Shi Jinyao saw through her thoughts at a glance. Wen Jingken smiled, acquiescing to her words. Originally thought that after meeting that woman with Wen Jingxian at the vegetable market last time, it would take a long time to see her again. Unexpectedly, Shi Jinyao was tired from sitting, so she stood up and went to the balcony to look far away, but she saw it again on the balcony next door. That woman was a little different from the last time I met her. Last time, her clothes were not much different from ordinary migrant workers, but this time she was dressed brightly. But no matter how much her clothes have changed, Shi Jinyao still feels that the person in front of her is the same person she saw before. Now she is no longer just guessing, but is sure that this woman has something to do with her. The other party probably didn't expect to meet her face to face all of a sudden, and after being slightly taken aback, he showed her a kind smile. Shi Jinyao nodded, turned around and went straight to Guan Xi. I saw that person again, she was next door to us just now. Walking to Guan Xi's side, she patted his shoulder and said. Hearing this, he immediately threw the remote control in his hand aside and got up from the ground. Where did you see her? On the balcony. He ran over, but the woman was no longer on the balcony. After thinking about it, he opened the door to ask, but was stopped by Shi Jinyao. Maybe it's just a coincidence. If she really has some purpose, next time we'll still meet. When Jingken came out and asked suspiciously, Xiaoyao, who are you talking about? Shi Jinyao looked at her and said, do you still remember that weird woman in the community? The one who walked alone. I met someone who looks exactly like her here. It can't be a bad person, can it? Otherwise, brother, why don't you move? It makes my hair stand on end. Guan Xi shook his head, there's no need to move. Since she is looking for us, no matter where we move, she can find us. When we meet next time, let's ask. When sending the 2 of them to the car the next afternoon, Shi Jinyao glanced at the door next door when she went out. As soon as they left, the door of the room next door opened. It was that weird woman who locked the door and stood in front of the elevator door to wait for the elevator. When the elevator reached the first floor, Shi Jinyao asked Wen Jingken if she had brought all her things. She checked and found that her ID card was missing at home, so they pressed the elevator again to go up. With a sound of ding, the elevator door opened, and everyone inside and outside was stunned on the spot. It was Hui Hongfeng who didn't understand why he made a sound, and Shi Jinyao came back to his senses and walked out of the elevator. After several of them came out, the people in the elevator asked the woman waiting outside the elevator, and they closed the elevator door after seeing her laughing and saying that she was going down. Shi Jinyao handed the key to Wen Jingken. Go in and get it yourself. Wen Jingken glanced at the woman next to them and looked at Shi Jinyao worriedly. Shall we go together? Shi Jinyao shook her head. It's okay, you go, remember to lock the door. Wen Jingken looked at them worriedly, and finally had no choice but to take the key and enter the house. After she left, Shi Jinyao raised her head to look at the woman opposite and said with a smile, Auntie, what a coincidence. The woman nodded slightly at her, then looked away. At this time, Guanxi frowned slightly, noticing his abnormality. Shi Jinyao thought to herself, does this person really have any purpose? Is it another person who knows the secret of space and peeks into space? Hello, we brothers and sisters want to chat with you, is it convenient? Seeing that the woman had reached out and pressed the down button of the elevator, Guanxi said aloud. The woman was obviously a little surprised. She looked at them and asked, you want to talk to me? Is it convenient for you? We can make another appointment. Guanxi said with a smile. Seeing Guanxi showing such a kind smile, Shi Jinyao was even more puzzled. Isn't he a bad person? At this time, the elevator door opened, and the woman hurriedly stepped in and walked in. Without giving them a reply, the elevator door was slowly closed. Shi Jinyao wanted to stop her with a voice, but Guanxi shook her head. After the elevator door closed and slowly fell down, Shi Jinyao asked, what's going on? It's nothing serious, don't worry. After he finished speaking, Wen Jingken rushed over, and seeing that the woman was gone, she looked at Shi Jinyao and asked, are you all right? It's okay, have you locked the door? Guanxi didn't wait for her to answer, and walked towards the house uneasy. When he reached the door, he pushed it lightly to make sure it was locked, and then he turned back. Wen Jingken said angrily, so you don't believe me? Am I so unreliable? I even went back to check. Shi Jinyao said in her heart, you have always been unreliable in doing things, and it is common for you to forget to lock the door, but Wen Jingken was obviously already annoyed, so she naturally wouldn't add fuel to the flames, took her arm and said with a smile, didn't there be a situation just now? Guanxi was just worried that you forgot to lock the door when you were in a hurry. Don't be angry, let's go out quickly, lest you will be miserable if you can't catch the car later. Seeing Wen Jingken and Hui Hongfeng enter the station, before the siblings left, Shi Jinyao was always thinking about the woman. After saying goodbye to Wen Jingken and the others, she kept asking Guanxi, but he didn't say anything. After asking several times, he finally said, I'm just guessing. I'll tell you when the answer is confirmed. Don't worry, there shouldn't be any danger. What's the point? It's a pity today that I didn't talk to her. I really can't think of whether or not she has any purpose now. Seeing her distressed look, Guanxi hesitated to speak, and finally decided not to speak. When they came here, they took a taxi, but now they are going back. There are only 2 brothers and sisters, and they are not in a hurry, so they chose to take the bus back. There was everything at home, and there was nothing to buy, so the 2 didn't stay outside, and went home directly. End of this chapter. 255 Chapter 2 This is called cheating. Chapter 255 This is calling tricks, part. Not long after entering the house, when it was time to prepare dinner, the doorbell rang. Shi Jinyao looked at her watch. Brother Gingxian hasn't got off work yet, who could it be? She muttered and walked to the door, seeing through the door mirror that the person standing outside turned out to be that woman. She felt a little flustered in her heart. Instead of rushing to open the door, she went to call Guanxi over. Contrary to her cautiousness, when Guanxi heard that it was the woman, he opened the door without saying a word, and invited her to come in and sit down. The woman smiled and said, the previous incident was too sudden, and I was in a hurry, so I didn't reply to you. I just happened to be free tonight. Why don't you go to my house for dinner? We are neighbors. Today is the first time, let's meet. We will take care of each other when we get to know each other. Sorry, this really makes us very embarrassed. Shi Jinyao said with a smile. They were not familiar with each other, and her behavior was so weird. She invited them to dinner when they met formally for the first time. I believe that few people would dare to eat this meal, right? The woman obviously also realized that her invitation was a bit difficult, and said with a smile, then I won't make things difficult for you, let's talk about this meal later. We won't eat the meal, if you don't mind, please come in and sit for a while? Guanxi said with a smile. The woman glanced inside and asked, will it bother you? I won't disturb you, please come in. It happens that our brothers and sisters also have some doubts and want to ask you. Seeing Guanxi's friendly attitude, Shi Jinyao's uneasiness gradually diminished. Then I won't be polite. The woman entered the room with a smile. Shi Jinyao poured her a cup of tea, sat down and asked, Auntie, what should we call you? The woman's hand holding the water glass froze slightly, then said with a smile, my name is Nanjun, if you don't mind, you can call me Antjun. Antjun, please sit down. Shi Jinyao said with a smile. Nanjun nodded, and took a sip from her teacup, your tea is really delicious. Antjun likes to make it for you later. Nanjun smiled and said thank you, and then moved her eyes to look at the house, you guys are so warm, unlike me, the house is deserted. Antjun, how long have you lived here? Shi Jinyao asked. Nanjun didn't want to reveal too much. When she heard her question, she simply replied, I just moved in not long ago. Really? That's really a coincidence, Antjun. When I saw you, I felt very familiar. Later, I thought about it, and then I remembered that when I was in my hometown, there was someone who looked exactly like you in our community. People, how can there be such a coincidence in this world? Not only that, but there is even more coincidence. I went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables some time ago, and I met a person who is exactly like you, Antjun. If it weren't for you, the style of their clothes is different, I might really think of you in the same place. Nanjun smiled and said, really? There is such a coincidence in this world. If I can see the two people you saw one day, I must ask carefully. Maybe it is my parents' lost sister. Shi Jinyao thought to herself, just pretend, the relevant seats are here, let's see how long you can pretend. At this time, Guanxi said, Xiaoyao, I remember that I took a picture of you once, and I just caught that person. Go and get the photo album and show it to Antjun. Although Shi Jinyao was puzzled, Guanxi must have his own intentions for letting her take the photo album, so she got up with a smile and went back to the room, not knowing what Guanxi wanted to do, she could only take out those two photo albums. Guanxi reached out to take it, and then flipped through it. Shi Jinyao and Nanjun sat aside and looked at him. After flipping through a book, he put the flipped one on the table and said to himself, it's strange, I remember there was a photo, did you not bring it with you? Nanjun smiled silently. After waiting for a while, she looked at Shi Jinyao, pointed to the photo album on the desktop and asked, can I have a look? Shi Jinyao nodded, of course. Nanjun picked up the photo album and slowly opened it. Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi, but he was still looking for his photo that didn't exist at all. After Nanjun read it, Guanxi said, I really didn't bring it here. If I remember it when I go back during the winter vacation, we will bring it here to show Antjun. Nanjun nodded, I'm really curious to hear what you said. It would be even better if I have the opportunity to meet. At this time, when Jingxian came back from get off work, and upon hearing the sound of the door opening, Shi Jinyao turned to look at him, off work? When Jingxian smiled at Nanjun, then looked at Shi Jinyao, is there a guest? Who is this? Shi Jinyao stood up and walked to him and introduced, this is Antjun next door to us. Are you tired? I'll get you some water. No need, you guys talk, I can go by myself. After putting away the bag, when Jingxian walked to the kitchen, Shi Jinyao smiled at Nanjun, Antjun, sit down first. You're busy with your work, don't bother me. Nanjun saw the love in the eyes of the two when they looked at each other at a glance, and smiled and waved to Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao walked into the kitchen and squeezed Wen Jingshuan's thigh in a tricky manner, when Jingxian was holding a glass in his hand. When she approached, he had already put down the quilt. Before Shi Jinyao pinched his hand back, he had already grabbed it, again. She stretched out the hand that was not under his control, and drew circles on his chest, this is called trickery. When Jingxian had no choice but to hold her igniting hand again, who is that in the living room? She suppressed her smile and said in a low voice, that's the weird woman I mentioned earlier. But Guanxi said it's not dangerous, so it should be fine. That's good. What do you want for dinner tonight? I want to eat you, okay? Shi Jinyao looked at him and said with a smile. When Jingxian hugged her helplessly, kissed her gently on the ear, and said, shall I go over tonight or you come over? No way. I've been tired all day today, and I have class tomorrow, so I don't want to be tossed about by you. After she finished speaking, she grabbed his water glass and started to sip. Thinking in my heart, it has been more than a week since their first meeting. I heard that after the man made a precedent, his endurance is not as strong as before. I don't know if he has been suffocated. When Jingxian stood aside, watching her drink water, but her eyeballs kept rolling, and smiled helplessly. She was the one who lit the fire, but she was not responsible for putting it out. There was really nothing she could do about it. Shi Jinyao drank all the water in his water glass, then poured him a glass. Come on, I'll feed you. He just took out the meat from the refrigerator, and he was washing it now. His hands were all oily, so he didn't refuse, knowing that she would play some little pranks when he was drinking water, but since it made her happy, he doesn't mind playing with her. End of this chapter. Chapter 256 Deliberately Losing Mom. Chapter 256 Deliberately Losing Mom, Part. In the living room, Nanjun looked at the two people who were flirting in the kitchen, smiled and said to Guanxi, the two of them really love each other. At this time, Guanxi's face turned cold, and there was no trace of warmth in his voice. Tell me, who are you? Who am I? I'm Nanjun. Nanjun said with a smile on her face. Looking at Nanjun, who was still pretending to be stupid, Guanxi asked another question. What is your purpose for approaching our brothers and sisters? Close? We are just neighbors, how can we talk about getting close? Besides, you guys told me that you want to talk to me first. I feel that neighbors are neighbors, so I came here to invite you to my house. Why is this with a purpose? Getting closer? Nanjun pretended to be calm and said, and before he could ask any more questions, she got up quickly. Since you think I'm harboring evil intentions, then I'd better leave. Guanxi stood up and walked out of the door with her silently, and he said after arriving at the door, no matter what relationship you have with my mother, I don't want her life to have a slight ripple because of you. When Nanjun heard his words, she paused. After a while, she came back to her senses, watched him hesitate to speak, finally nodded mechanically, and walked back to her home with heavy steps. When Shi Jinyao and when Jingxian came out of the kitchen, Guanxi had already closed the door, and when Jingxian looked at the creaking pot and turned back. Shi Jinyao looked at Guanxi with a solemn expression, followed behind him suspiciously, and sat down on the sofa. What's the matter? Is there anything wrong with Aunt Nan? Guanxi nodded. She is mother's stepsister. When she was young, she was jealous of her grandparents doting on her mother, so when she took her out to play, she deliberately lost her mother. What did you say? Shi Jinyao thought of many possibilities, but not this one. Should we tell Mom about this? Guanxi was very annoyed and couldn't make up his mind at this moment. Shi Jinyao poured herself a few cups of tea, and drank the tea in silence for a long time. It was only when Jingxian called her to eat that she came back to her senses. When Jingxian saw the absent-minded brothers and sisters, he knew that what was going on in their hearts must have something to do with that Aunt Jin just now. After serving them meals and sitting down, he asked aloud, is there any problem with that person? Shi Jinyao nodded. It is very likely that my mother lost it on purpose when she was a child, otherwise my mother would not have become an orphan. Then what are you going to do about this matter? Do you want to tell Aunt Lan? Shi Jinyao shook her head. I don't know. Guanxi said firmly, I can't tell. Seeing the tangled appearance of the two, he put a chopstick full of food into Shi Jinyao's bowl, and said softly, let's eat first, and think about it later. After a meal, both brothers and sisters temporarily put this matter behind them. Guanxi planned to play it by ear, while Shi Jinyao wanted to go back and test Jiang Lan's attitude. At night, after taking a shower, she lay on the bed, tossing and turning, always feeling that she had forgotten something. He raised his hand and rubbed his head, muttering, I don't want to, sleep first, maybe I will remember it tomorrow. So he began to fall asleep in a daze. When Jingxian read the materials in the room and saw 12 o'clock, he heard the sound of slippers slapping outside. He put down the materials in his hand on the bedside table, then got out of bed, put on his shoes and went out. Shi Jinyao was thirsty, so she got up and poured herself a glass of water. When she saw Jingxian opened the door, she asked suspiciously, Brother Jingxian, are you still awake? Or was it woken up by me? When Jingxian walked up to her and handed over his water glass, get ready to sleep. Shi Jinyao poured water for him, then returned to the room with her cup, closed the door and lay down on the bed. She suddenly remembered the thing she had forgotten. A little tangled in his heart, will he feel that he is too casual later? It's not the first time, why are you awkward? She sat by the bed and found some persuasive excuses for herself, and finally lay down on the bed covering her face and said, Shi Jinyao, don't deny it, it's obvious that you are the one who has become lustful. After struggling for a while, when she came out of the room, the lights in the kitchen and living room had been turned off, and the door of Jingxuan's room had also been closed, but there was a dim light coming out from the crack at the bottom of the door. She glanced at Guanxi's door, then picked up her mobile phone, closed her door gently, and walked barefoot to Jingxuan's room. I don't know if he locked it or not, but he shouldn't have the habit of locking the door, right, thinking of her hand on the doorknob. When Jingxian held the file folder in his hand, and planned to go to bed after reading the last 2 pages. At this moment, the doorknob turned slightly, and then the door slowly opened. Although he did not believe in ghosts and gods, he he was still startled by this movement. After a jump, he didn't suppress his fear just now when he saw Shi Jinyao's familiar figure, put down the materials, and stood up from the bed. Shi Jinyao was worried that he would make a noise, so she made a gesture to him before coming in, and then locked the door behind her. At this time, he saw her bare feet and quickly strode forward to hug her on the bed, then held her feet and said, "Why don't you wear shoes?" Shi Jinyao put her arms around his neck. "I'm worried that wearing shoes will wake Guanxi up. It's okay, the weather here is not cold. You can't go barefoot even if it's not cold. You're a woman, and getting cold can do a lot of harm to your body." When Shi Jinyao thought of summer, she was so hot that she wanted to take a cold shower, but he firmly refused. Seeing him thinking of herself so much, her heart warmed, and she couldn't help kissing him. When Jingxian saw her sneaking in, he knew what she wanted to do. She had already done this step. He had no reason to resist, so he could only use his enthusiasm to repay her love. After the fire on his body was extinguished, Shi Jinyao leaned in his arms, grabbed his thin quilt with both hands, sniffed it with her nose, and then said with a smile, "Brother Gingxian, this quilt is all your sweat. Stink." When Jingxian held her hand, looked at her face intently and said, "I just changed this quilt today, and it's your credit for the smell of sweat. Did you already know that I would come tonight, so you changed the quilt? If you come every night, I don't mind washing the quilt every day," he said close to her ear. Shi Jinyao blushed and quickly covered his eyes with her hands. "It's late, go to sleep." When Jingxian responded with an then lowered his head and kissed her on the forehead, "Go to sleep." The two lay motionless for a while. Shi Jinyao opened her eyes and asked him, "Brother Gingxian, are you asleep?" "No." He also opened his eyes and looked at her. End of this chapter. Chapter 257 Sharing the Same Bed. Chapter 257 Sharing the Bed, Part. Meeting his gaze, she felt a little uncomfortable, so she could only shift her gaze to his chest, and then asked softly, "Brother Gingxian, do you not like me like this?" "No, I like it." "That's good, I'm still worried that you will think." "What do you think?" "It's nothing, go to sleep." She pressed her face to his chest, listened to his heartbeat, and fell asleep. When Jingxian didn't ask any further questions. When she fell asleep, he raised his hand and gently touched her face for a while, then closed his eyes with a smile. When Shi Jinyao woke up in the morning, she realized that she had gone back to her room at some point. This realization made her feel a little relieved, but she was also a little confused. Could it be that last night was just a dream of mine? But this suspicion was overturned when she got up from the bed. The pain in her body made her lie back to her original position. At this time, Guanxi knocked on the door. "Do you want to ask for leave for you today?" Even so, she still didn't hide it from his eyes. She felt a little annoyed, and shouted to him outside, "No need to ask for leave, I'll go out right away." Knowing that Guanxi can't hide it here, so the next night, when Shi Jinyao went to warm the bed again, she said to Wen Jingxian, "Brother Gingxian, you don't have to carry me back tomorrow morning." When Jingxian nodded, "Listen to you." Worried that she would not be able to take it, when Jingxian refrained from touching her, but from that day on, the two of them began to live in the same bed. One day, Guanxi saw Shi Jinyao going out of Wen Jingshuan's room, and when he found a chance, he whispered to Wen Jingxian, "Be careful, don't let her get pregnant early." Wen Jingxian nodded, "I know." When Jingkan came over one weekend, and when she was sleeping on the same bed with Shi Jinyao at night, she was always woken up by Shi Jinyao's movements, because she would always lean into her arms when she fell asleep, and she couldn't bear it, so she could only get out of bed, "Get up and seek help from your brother." "Brother, I can't stand Xiaoyao anymore. I'll lend you your bed to sleep for one night. Tonight, you can go to the sofa and have a rest." When Jingkan knocked on the door and complained to Wen Jingxian who was in the room. When Jingxian heard her words, stood up and opened the door and asked, "What did Xiaoyao do to you?" "She always leans into my arms, or else hugs me, I'm not used to it." When Jingxian walked out with curled lips when he heard the words, and carried Shi Jinyao out of the room, "You sleep alone." When Jingkan nodded dully, and thanked Wen Jingxian with a smile, "Thank you brother, I have worked hard for you tonight." She thought that when Jingxian carried Shi Jinyao to his room to sleep, and then he went to sleep on the sofa for the night, but when she lay back on the bed again, thinking about it, she felt something was wrong. In the past, she and Shi Jinyao shared the same bed so many times, and she never hugged her. Why did she suddenly become restless this time? She suddenly had a bold idea in her heart, it won't be. Thinking of this, she was a little excited, so she quickly lifted the quilt and got out of bed, then opened the door and looked into the living room. She didn't see anyone, and she didn't even see her brother. Then he and Xiaoyao. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She leaned over to Wen Jingshuan's door, put her ears to the door, and heard nothing for a long time. Wen Jingxian in the room looked at Shi Jinyao looking for her embrace with her eyes closed, and smiled helplessly and satisfied. The next day, when Shi Jinyao opened her eyes, she saw Wen Jingken sitting on the head of the bed, staring at herself motionlessly. She joked, Can, you must be in love with me, right? Wen Jingken moved his head slightly, then stretched out his hand and began to pull Shi Jinyao's clothes. At first, Shi Jinyao thought she wanted to tickle herself, but after dodging twice, she realized that she was in Wen Jingxuan's room, and realized that Wen Jingken wanted to strip herself naked, looking for those traces of love from her body. She immediately hid away, not letting Wen Jingken get close. Shi Jinyao, you climbed into my brother's bed so quickly. Wen Jingken put his hands on his hips, with a serious expression on his face, looking very angry. Shi Jinyao couldn't figure out what was going on in the girl's mind, so she could only stare at her closely without saying a word. Wen Jingken suddenly raised his finger and pointed at her. When did you start? You didn't tell me. Shi Jinyao, am I still your good sister? Do you want to talk about everything you agreed to? Shi Jinyao thought to herself, how do you want me to tell you about this kind of thing? You are too embarrassed to listen, but I am too embarrassed to say it. Before she could answer, Wen Jingken withdrew his hand, sat on the bed, and began to cry loudly, Wu, Xiaoyao, how could you use such obscene methods to test my brother's treatment of you? Sincerely? You let him feel your presence all the time, but you. Isn't it like being in the desert, finally seeing a pool of clear water in front of you, but being blocked from drinking? How uncomfortable is this? How hard it is. If it's not your brother, you don't know how distressed you are, do you? Listening to her guessing there, Shi Jinyao got out of bed helplessly, put on her shoes and walked out. Wen Jingken saw her go out, and immediately followed her, and started chattering in her ear, nothing more than telling her not to hang on to her brother's appetite like this. This is the first time Shi Jinyao has been unable to do anything with her since she was a child, so she asked Guanxi for help, but that guy treated him as if he was empty. Since he woke up, he didn't even give him a look, let alone help him give Wen Jingken branched out. In the end, she had no choice but to call Wen Jingxian and ask him to take care of Wen Jingken and give herself a clean space. Who would have thought that Wen Jingxian said to Wen Jingken on the phone, don't be too big or small, your sister-in-law was very tired last night, let her have a good rest. Now, there is no need to say anything. Wen Jingken has already made up a lot of plots in his brain, and her attitude towards Shi Jinyao changed from persuading and begging at the beginning to teasing and please. She looked around Shi Jinyao a few times, and then she said with a smile, Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I thought of you too purely, too jade girl, it's my poor eyesight, I misunderstood you. Shi Jinyao stared at her, are you praising me or scolding me? Of course I'm praising you, I'm praising you. Oh, I don't feel blocked now. Brother, you are really amazing, you really deserve to be my brother. Finally, Shi Jinyao couldn't bear it anymore, pushed her out of the room door, and locked the door behind her. Only then did her ears finally calm down. Because of being annoyed by Wen Jingken for a whole day, she actually forgot one thing at this moment. When she received Jian Xiaoyu's call, she regretted it too late. Blushing and chatting with Jian Xiaoyu for a while, after hanging up the phone, when she went out to settle accounts with this big-mouthed Wen Jingken, her own mother called again, and after clarifying the matter with Jiang Lan, she received a call from Luo Yuexin again. End of this chapter. Chapter 258 Little Women. Chapter 258 Little Woman. Grandma, don't worry about the engagement. Listening to Luo Yuexin talking there for a long time, when it was her turn to speak, she could only reply. Luo Yu thought, why aren't you in a hurry? Did that stinky boy Jingxian bully you? Didn't you voluntarily do what happened between you and him? Xiaoyao, don't be afraid, there is Grandma who decides for you. If he dares to forgive you, let's see how Grandma handles him. No, Grandma, brother Gingxian didn't bully me, it's just that we got engaged, you should take it easy. Otherwise, people who don't know will think I'm pregnant, right? I'm only 19 years old now. It's just an engagement, who would think about that? I think Jingxian must be treating you badly. When Zhang Cheng sat on the side and looked at his wife helplessly. Didn't she make it clear that she forced the two children to get engaged? That kid Jingxian can make people run away. Shi Jinyao also understood Luo Yuexin's routine, so she could only deal with it a few words first, and then said to discuss it with Wen Jingxian. Finally hung up the phone, she thought about quickly removing the battery, put the phone on the table, and went to Wen Jingcan to settle the score. When I got out of the room, I saw Wen Jingxan's shadow. Not only that, even the shadow of Guanxi disappeared, sat down on the sofa angrily, and leaned there limply. Gradually, she fell asleep in a daze. Wen Jingcan and Guanxi went to the place where Wen Jingxian went to work together. When they got home, Shi Jinyao was already in a daze and didn't hear their movement at all. Seeing her sleeping soundly, Wen Jingxian walked gently to her side, wanted to hug her back to the bed, but when she got closer, seeing her flushed face, she realized that she had a fever. Chan Can, go get a basin of hot water. Turning his head to tell Wen Jingcan, he bent down to pick up Shi Jinyao and walked straight to his room. Guanxi went to the medicine cabinet to find a thermometer, and some antipyretics came out. In a daze, Shi Jinyao felt that someone was picking her up. She tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids seemed to weigh 1,000 caddies, and she couldn't open them no matter what. She could only ask in the end, is it Brother Gingxian? When Jingxian lowered his head, it's me. He took her body temperature, fed her medicine, and began to wipe her body while Wen Jingcan said, brother, let me do it. No, I'll do it. He drove Wen Jingcan and Guanxi out the door, then rolled up his sleeves and began to wipe her body. After taking out the water and pouring it out, he came back to touch her forehead. He glanced at the clock on the table, called Wen Jingcan in to watch, and he went to cook. After Shi Jinyao felt more comfortable, she slowly opened her eyes, and when she saw Wen Jingcan, she raised her finger and pointed at her. Okay, Can. Before she could finish the rest, her eyelids closed heavily again, not wanting to speak besides. Wen Jingcan sat on the edge of the bed and looked at her and said, if you are sick, be honest. Wen Jingxian cooked porridge, brought it to the room, and helped Shi Jinyao up. Xiao Yao, eat something first. Shi Jinyao tried hard to open her eyes. Now she doesn't want to eat anything, she just wants to sleep, but he has brought the bowl to the room to feed herself, and if she doesn't open her eyes to eat, it will be hypocritical. Stretch out your hand, Brother Gingxian, give it to me, I can eat it myself. Are you sleepy? Let me feed you. You lean against the head of the bed, close your eyes, and just open your mouth. When Jingxian reached out and took another pillow, put it behind her waist, and let her sit against the head of the bed, reached out to help her cover the quilt, and then sat down, took the bowl that was just placed on the bedside, and fed her mouthful. Do you want more? Didn't hear him open his mouth, but asked if he wanted more. She knew that the bowl of porridge had already been eaten. She shook her head hurriedly. No, I'm sleepy, and I'll eat when I'm full. Okay, then you lie down for a while, and call me if you need something. When she woke up in the middle of the night, Wen Jingxian didn't fall asleep. Seeing her open her eyes, he immediately said, are you awake? Are you hungry? I'll get you some porridge. Shi Jinyao looked at the time, and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Brother Gingxian, go to sleep, I can go by myself, and now my fever has subsided, and there is nothing uncomfortable. Sit down, I'll get it for you. After speaking, he got off the bed and went out. When he came back, Shi Jinyao reached out to take the bowl. After he handed the bowl to her, he went out and poured another glass of boiling water. He waited for her to finish eating porridge, drinking water, and taking some cold medicine before he lay back on the bed. Shi Jinyao turned sideways and kept staring at his face, feeling that she couldn't get enough of it. Isn't this the tenderness she wants? Don't ask him to speak sweet words, as long as he can take care of himself wholeheartedly when he is sick. What's more, his kindness to himself is continuous, not only when he is sick. Thinking about it, Shi Jinyao couldn't help getting closer to his arms, put her arms around his waist, looked at his face and said, Brother Gingxian, do you raise me as a daughter? When Jingxian hugged her tightly after hearing the words, you are a little woman, not a daughter. Shi Jinyao curled her lips and urged him, go to sleep. When Jingxian obediently closed her eyes, she leaned into his arms, had a sweet and silly moment, and then gradually fell asleep. When she woke up in the morning, it was already 8:30. She noticed that Wen Jingxuan's body temperature was still beside her, so she quickly opened her eyes and asked, Brother Gingxian, are you not going to work today? When Jingxian reached out and touched her forehead, rest today. You can't ask for leave because of me, right? I'm really fine. It's just that I was so angry yesterday that I fell asleep in the living room, and I just caught a cold. Now I've taken medicine and slept, and I'm fine. You go to work, Guanxi and Can are with me, it's fine. Today is Monday, Can went back to school an hour ago. After being reminded by him, she realized that today is indeed Monday. Wen Jingcan was supposed to go back yesterday afternoon, but she was delayed because of her illness. Yeah, it looks like I'm sleepy. He gave her the clothes, waited for her to put them on, and then said, go wash up first, and I'll make you some breakfast. When she tidied herself up and sat down at the dining table, Wen Jingxian handed over the hot milk and sat down on the chair next to her. Shi Jinyao was drinking milk, and noticed his gaze on her all the time, and asked suspiciously, Brother Gingxian, why are you looking at me all the time? Wen Jingxian picked up his water glass and took a sip of water, then asked, do you want to get engaged to me first? This, isn't it good? I'm afraid that others will gossip. After all, I'm only 19 years old. When you're an adult, you're only engaged, not married. You and I are husband and wife. If you don't get engaged, the elders in the family will definitely be worried. What about you? Why did you want to get engaged to me first? End of this chapter. Chapter 259 My Mom Arrives. Chapter 259 My Mom Arrived, Part. When Jingxian leaned close to her ear and said, I just hope that I can have an upright identity standing by your side to protect the peach blossoms. Shi Jingyao nodded, it's just right, I also hope to have a fiancé status to protect you. So you agreed? You are so nice, I don't agree with how to get you back if I lose you in the future. Seeing him smiling because he was happy, she suddenly found that accepting a new relationship or marriage is not that difficult. You don't need to look for it. If I lose it, I will come back and look for you myself. When Jingxian happily kissed her on the forehead. Is this mouth smeared with honey? Shi Jingyao said while pinching his chin. Whether you wipe it or not, don't you know if you try it? After speaking, he leaned towards her, but Shi Jingyao pushed her away, I have a cold. I'm not afraid. Even if I'm really infected, wouldn't that just be sharing weal and woe? When Jingxian pulled her into his arms, kissed her for a while, then let her go, and then licked his lips, a milky. Shi Jingyao stared angrily, it smells like milk, do you understand the smell of milk? Seeing her suddenly blowing hair, he chuckled, I just said milk taste is also milk taste, why are you reacting so strongly? Shi Jingyao got up from him in embarrassment and angrily, and returned to the position just now to continue eating breakfast. In the afternoon, Guanxi called back and said that he would not come back to sleep at night, which made Shi Jingyao involuntarily start all kinds of brain supplements. It was not enough for her to think wildly there, so she sat next to Wen Jingxian and asked him, do you think Guanxi is a friend? Got a girlfriend? Wen Jingxian took her into his arms and let her head rest on his lap, don't guess about my brother's private life. Our brother? Pfft. Shi Jingyao couldn't help laughing when he saw him calling Guanxi his brother in a serious manner. Looking at you smiling so happily, it seems that the disease has been cured, right? The time is right now, otherwise we. Seeing her appearance, Wen Jingxian couldn't help teasing her. At this moment, his mobile phone rang, and he took a look at it, then turned to her and said, it's Aunt Lan. My mother? Why did my mother call you? After speaking, she thought of the mobile phone that she disassembled yesterday, and hurriedly said, just say that I went to school and am not at home. When Jingxian pressed the answer button, chatted with Jiang Lan on the phone for a few words, and then hung up. Shi Jingyao immediately leaned forward and asked, what did my mother say? Our mother said that you have worked hard, so I am going to come over and cook you some soup and nourishing soup for you. Automatically ignoring his indecent words, Shi Jingyao asked in disbelief, you said my mother is coming? When Jingxian nodded. She immediately took his mobile phone over when she saw it. At this time, she had forgotten what she said just now, she is still in school, and quickly called Jiang Lan back. At this moment, Jiang Lan had already boarded the train. When she heard the phone ringing, she took it out to have a look and connected it. Jingxian, is there anything else? Shi Jingyao bit the bullet and said to the phone, Mom, it's me. At this time, the sound of the train running on the track came in her ears, and she unconsciously pinched the flesh on Wen Jingxuan's thigh. It's Xiaoyao, didn't you go to class today? I'm sick, so I asked for leave. Brother Gingxian didn't worry about me, so he asked for leave to take care of me at home. Mom, just now I heard Brother Gingxian said that you were coming over. I thought it was so chaotic on the train, so be careful by yourself. I will pay attention. Since you are sick, you should have a good rest. I should be here by this time tomorrow. Ah. After hanging up the phone, Shi Jingyao looked at Wen Jingxian and said, what should I do? When my mother comes, what should I do if I meet the aunt next door? Aunt Lan has the right to know about that matter. I'm not afraid that she will know, I'm just afraid that she will be sad when she finds out. He rubbed her head, think about it from another angle. If they talk about it, then our mother will have more relatives to accompany me in the future, won't you? Shi Jingyao slapped his hand off, is it addictive to call our mother? If you really have the courage, don't just call me in front of me. When my mother arrives, you can try calling her in front of her. You think I dare not? The next day, when Wen Jingxian went to pick up Jiang Lan, he yelled Mom and Mom. When Shi Jingyao came back from school and heard him call Jiang Lan had no objection and responded smoothly, she suddenly felt a little unsteady. Convinced stare back. Seeing her coming back, Jiang Lan stood at the porch and stared at Wen Jingxian with big eyes, and coughed dryly to attract her attention. After Shi Jingyao changed her shoes, she ran to Jiang Lan and sat down next to her. Mom, are you tired? After more than 20 hours of driving, are you exhausted? Jiang Lan first reached out and touched her forehead to make sure she didn't have a fever before answering her question. Fortunately, I bought a sleeping berth, so I'm not tired. The mother and daughter chatted in the living room. Guanxi didn't know what he was busy with in the room, leaving Wen Jingxian cooking in the kitchen alone. Jiang Lan turned her eyes to the kitchen, and then let Shi Jinyao sit down, and she was about to get up to help. She was stopped by Shi Jinyao. Mom, you are tired, take a rest, I'll just go and help. During the meal, Jiang Lan thanked Wen Jingxian. Gingxian, thank you for taking care of these two children during this time. Wen Jingxian raised his glass. Mom, thank you for letting me take care of them both. You child, why don't I worry about leaving it to you? It's just the two of them, which affect your work a lot, right? Wen Jingxian glanced at Shi Jinyao, and then replied, fortunately, it's mainly my own problem. Hearing his words, Shi Jinyao wished to kick him under the table. What do you mean? It's okay, it's okay. He still looked at himself and said, what does this mean? That is to say, I have affected his work. Thinking that he was sick yesterday, he asked for leave to take care of himself. Well, this really affected his work. After dinner, Shi Jinyao helped Wen Jingxian wash the dishes. While Jiang Lan was watching TV in the living room, she approached him and whispered, what nonsense are you talking about at the dinner table? I'm not talking nonsense, what I'm saying is the truth. He pretended to be stupid and said blankly. Okay, the truth, then let me think about it, or I'll live on campus next semester, so as not to always affect your work. Wen Jingxian suddenly realized and nodded, so what you said is this. Then you misunderstood. The job I mentioned is not that job. Do you understand? Shameless. Shi Jinyao blushed, and inexplicably thought of some unsuitable scenes for children. After glaring at him, she washed her hands, brought freshly washed fruits and walked out. Although Jiang Lan was sitting in the living room, she had been secretly observing the interaction between the two in the kitchen. She had always known that Wen Jingxian doted on Shi Jinyao, but she hadn't thought about it before. Now that she knew that the two children had come together, she realized that he saw Xuyao's eyes are full of admiration and pampering. End of this chapter. Chapter 260 Who to Sleep With. Chapter 260 Who to Sleep With. At this time, Nanjun knocked on the door suddenly. Shi Jinyao wondered who it was, went to open the door and saw it was her, and immediately closed the door. Seeing her big reaction, Jiang Lan asked her who she was just now. Shi Jinyao said it was an advertisement and dismissed her. Nanjun saw Wen Jingxian bringing a middle-aged woman back, and she also heard Wen Jingxian swearing at each other, so she wanted to come over and have sex, but she was turned away by Shi Jinyao. She didn't know that Guanxi had the ability to read minds, and she had already figured out everything about her. Seeing Shi Jinyao's reaction, she had no choice but to go back to her home in frustration. Picking up the photo on the table, she looked at the two little girls in the photo and shed tears. Sure enough, you can't do bad things. When you were young, I was jealous of you, and I lost you on purpose. My retribution is also very fast. Here we come, Dad, Auntie, are you punishing me? She took out another photo from her pocket. It was a little girl, her daughter. When her daughter was 1.5 years old, she accidentally lost the child, and she cried every day. Later, she was still unable to conceive, and the husband's family had objections, so they divorced. She begged the Bodhisattva to worship Buddha to find her daughter quickly, and then a master reminded her that if she wanted to find her daughter, she had to pay off the debt she owed first. It can also be fulfilled. So she started to go to the orphanage at the beginning, inquired about Jiang Lan's information, and then found Shi Jinyao's place, and she began to lurk beside her, looking for a chance to get close to her. At that time, there was no news of Jiang Lan, and she thought she was dead, but Jiang Lan left behind a child, and she also wanted to find a chance to help her child and atone for her own sins, but she never found it. Later, when she learned that the person she was looking for was still alive, she thought, this might be the reason why she never had a chance to get close to Shi Jinyao. Nanjun was wiping her tears next door, but Jiang Lan's side was very warm. At night, before going to bed, Jiang Lan asked Shi Jinyao, are you going to sleep with me or Jingxian? Guanxi drank the water and was choked immediately. Shi Jinyao's face flushed, and when Jingxian also bowed his head in embarrassment. Shi Jinyao coughed dryly before saying, Mom, of course I'm going to sleep with you. Jiang Lan looked at the awkward children, smiled lightly and said, I'm used to sleeping alone, I'm afraid that if you sleep with me, I won't get used to it. In the end, Shi Jinyao and Jiang Lan slept together. Jiang Lan looked at her daughter, who had been blushing since her question, and said with a smile, hasn't everything happened to you? Why are you still shy? Shi Jinyao pulled the quilt to cover her face. Mom, anyone will be ashamed if you say that. Jiang Lan reached out to help her straighten her hair. That's him. If it were another man, your mother and I wouldn't be so generous. Mom, you are so satisfied with brother Jingxian. Jianglan nodded. He treats you well, and my mother sees it, and he is thoughtful, young, and promising. The important thing is that he loves you. A woman in her life, as long as she meets someone who loves herself, who she loves, just live well. Mom believes that you will be happy. Shi Jinyao nodded, leaned against Jianglan like a child, and said, Mom, do you miss Dad? Jianglan nodded, I think about it, I really think about it. Mom, what kind of person is Dad? Shi Jinyao was hesitating in her heart. How should she tell Jianglan about Nanjun? They will go to school tomorrow, brother Gingxian will go to work. If Nanjun is not ready, she will come to Jianglan. Just when she was about to take the opportunity to tell Jianglan, she yawned and saw that she looked tired, so she finally decided to wait until tomorrow. As a result, the next day, she woke up a bit late, being urged by Guanxi to go to school, and forgot about the business. When they came back, Jianglan was already sitting with Nanjun and chatting happily. Looking at Guanxi's expression, Shi Jinyao found that he was able to treat her calmly, as if nothing had happened, but when facing Nanjun, he had an indifferent expression. Fortunately, he always treated strangers like this, so Jianglan didn't think much about it. Xiaoya, this is Aunt Jin next door. It's very boring at home today. Fortunately, I have her to accompany me all day. Jianglan introduced it to Shi Jinyao with a smile. Shi Jinyao smiled and sat next to her. Mom, Aunt Jin, we have known each other before. Really? I haven't heard you mention that. Jianglan looked at her and said. I didn't think about it for a while. Looking at the interaction between the mother and daughter, Nanjun felt envious, and couldn't help saying, I also have a daughter, who should be as old as Xiao Yao. Should? Both Jianglan and Shi Jinyao were a little puzzled. How could ordinary people add should to this sentence? Nanjun looked at Jianglan with a wry smile and said, when my daughter was 1.5 years old, I didn't pay attention and lost her, and I haven't found her yet. Jianglan had also said goodbye to her child before, so she could understand her pain, so she put her hands on hers and clapped her hands to express her comfort. Shi Jinyao stared at Nanjun, wondering if she made it up to win her mother's sympathy, or if it was true. Seeing Guanxi sitting there expressionless, she stretched out her hand and pulled him up. Come on, let's go to the kitchen to cook. Guanxi followed her into the kitchen, and she immediately asked in a low voice, really? Guanxi nodded. So what, this is retribution. The person who has a relationship with her is really pitiful. Tell me, do you want to tell the truth to your mother? Do you think her mother will forgive her? Anyway, if it is me, I will not forgive her. Take a chance to tell her. It's better to have a short-term pain than a long-term pain, so that the two of us won't have feelings for each other in the future. Mom will know the truth and it will be even more uncomfortable. We will inevitably blame us for not telling her. Guanxi said, took the vegetables from her hand and put them in the sink. He said, I wash you chop. When Jingxian came back from get off work, it happened to be ready for dinner. Jianglan invited Nanjun to stay and eat together. Nanjun wanted to spend more time with Jianglan, so she didn't refuse. After a lively meal, everyone at the dinner table had their own ghosts and sent Nanjun away. Shi Jinyao pulled Jianglan back into the room. After struggling for a while, she told her everything she knew about Nanjun. Come. After listening to her finish, Jianglan raised her hand and said, go out first and leave me alone. Shi Jinyao asked worriedly, Mom, are you okay? Don't think too much. If you can't accept it, we just stay away from her in the future. You go out first. I'm fine, just let me be quiet for a while. After Shi Jinyao walked out of the room, she entered Wen Jingshuan's room. Brother Gingxian, you say my mother is her, and I don't know whether it is better to say it or not. Could it be that if my mother didn't come, I wouldn't encounter such a thing? Don't worry about it so much, Mom will know these things sooner or later. It's better to know now than later. End of this chapter. Chapter 261 Little Umbrella used too fast. Chapter 261 The Little Umbrella is used too fast. With more things about Nanjun, Jianglan felt suffocated after staying for only 2 days, and finally chose to go home. When Nanjun came to find Jianglan the next day and was turned away, she already guessed that she might know something, sighed helplessly in her heart, and could only go home. After Jianglan went back, Shi Jinyao worriedly called her every day. Fortunately, she was a thoughtful person. When she returned there, she gradually recovered after not seeing Nanjun. Because the holiday time was inconsistent, when Jinkan went back to Kaisha early, and Guanxi also went back first when Guanxi was on holiday. Shi Jinyao was going to participate in the painting competition years ago, so she didn't leave and practiced in the rented house every day. How is Mom feeling now? Shi Jinyao asked Guan Shidao on the phone. Hearing him say it was good, her hanging heart finally fell to the ground. In a better mood, she checked the time and went to the kitchen to cook. During the holidays, she and Wen Jingxian were like husband and wife. She bought vegetables and cooked meals every day, and he left work on time every day. When he got home, he got tired of being with her. When washing vegetables, you must use hot water, do you know? Otherwise, you can wait for me to come back and I will do it. During the meal, Wen Jingxian reminded her again. Shi Jinyao nodded. I know. How many times have you said this? You look like a little old lady. Little old lady? You mean me? Wen Jingxian asked, pointing at himself. After she nodded, he said again, have you ever seen a handsome old lady like me? Narcissist, eat quickly, even if you have something to eat, you won't be able to stop your mouth. She put a chopstick of food into the bowl for him, urging him. Wen Jingxian looked at her, and said meaningfully, eating really can't stop my mouth, only you can stop it. She became angry from embarrassment, blushed and stared at him. Do you want to eat? When she was like this, he didn't dare to tease her anymore, so he hurried to eat obediently. After the meal, he washed the dishes with her, looked at her who was working seriously, he thought of something, and said with a smirk, Xiao Yao, you seem to have grown a little taller. Shi Jinyao raised her head, is there? I don't feel it. After speaking, she stood side by side with him, comparing how much taller she was than him. When Jingxian looked at her serious appearance, lowered his head and chuckled, and said, do you think you have been nourished by love, so you developed for the third time? Shi Jinyao gave him a shy look, and then suddenly said, why do I think this sentence sounds familiar? When Jingxian put the cleaned bowls into the cupboard, and then hugged her into his arms, you told me this sentence before, have you forgotten? When he reminded her like this, Shi Jinyao recalled that there really was such a thing. You remember that clearly? Of course, at that time I was thinking, I don't know if I can pay you back this sentence in this life, and now I finally pay it back. After speaking, he couldn't help but bowed his head and kissed her. Shi Jinyao quickly blocked it, this is the kitchen. I know this is the kitchen, and there is no one at home. Shi Jinyao avoided him, and then said solemnly, you told me to respect and love myself back then, you can't spoil me. When Jingxian frowned, I kissed you in the kitchen, what does it have to do with self-esteem and self-love? After he finished speaking, he suddenly realized something, reached out and hugged her tighter, and said, you don't think I'm going to kiss you in the kitchen? That? Shi Jinyao shyly pushed him away, but instead of pushing, he hugged him, then we are not in the kitchen anymore, go back to the room. When the two were lying on the bed, he stopped suddenly at a critical moment. Shi Jinyao opened her eyes and looked at him and asked, what's wrong? The little umbrella is gone. When Jingxian said in embarrassment. Didn't you just buy it? Why did it disappear so soon? Shi Jinyao answered without thinking, and she wanted to bite her tongue and kill herself after finishing speaking. His concentration is not bad, but she teases him from time to time, especially after Guanxi comes home, there are only the two of them in the house, so she teases more recklessly, and he pounces recklessly. Thinking of this, she blushed and reached out and groped in the pillow for a while, then took out a new box and handed it to him. Did you put it on the bedside? After when Jingxian asked this sentence, seeing that the packaging was different, he understood something. Shi Jinyao looked at him with a smile, but didn't answer his question, and he didn't ask any more. After getting ready, he covered both of them with a quilt. Even though Shi Jinyao had made a lot of preparations, she still lost the competition. When Jingxian comforted her, it's okay, we can still participate next time. She shook her head, no, I'm not such a material, I decided to study it carefully and how to make my own romantic comics. Small romance comics? Are you going to write a story about you and me? He walked forward with his arms around her. Shi Jinyao's brain lighted up, why didn't I think of it, tell me, do we count as nurturing? When Jingxian looked down and saw that she was no longer immersed in the sadness of losing the election, he was relieved, and nodded her nose, it should be. After the match ended, they went back to Kaisher directly. Although they did not get engaged directly according to their wishes, Wen Zhengcheng still invited Wen Jingshuan's uncle, aunt, and Jiang Lan to have a formal dinner after they came back. Have a meal. Wen Jingxian went to work early, so he had already set off after the Lantern Festival. Shi Jinyao stayed at home with Jiang Lan for a few days, and then went shopping with Wen Jingcan. On this day, they met an old classmate in a snack bar. Shi Jinyao can't remember clearly, it was Wu Yin who introduced herself, and then mentioned that when she was in the 5th grade, Shi Jinyao fought more than one enemy in the toilet, and she remembered it. So it's you. I haven't seen you for so long, I forgot. Wu Yin smiled and said, we are in different classes. It is normal for you to forget me, but many of our classmates have not forgotten you. You say that, but I'm embarrassed. With Wu Yin's joining, the three girls got together for a while longer and left each other's phone numbers before parting. It's a coincidence that Wu Yin is in the same school as me, Shi Jinyao said on the way home. Hello, I'm accompanied by my fiancé, my brother, and now my classmates. I'm both physically and mentally. Ahem, I won't say anything, okay? Seeing her sharp eyes, Wen Jingken could only shut up immediately. But she was not the master of peace, so she didn't say anything along the way, but after returning to their respective homes, she did a big thing. After a day of shopping, Shi Jinyao was so tired that she leaned back on the sofa when she got home. After sitting and resting for a while, when he was about to get up to get a glass of water, when Jingxian called. She glanced at the time and murmured, I haven't got off work yet, why are you calling at this time? Then she answered, Brother Jingxian, did you leave work early? On the other side, when Jingxian fidgeted and asked, Xiaoyao, are you pregnant? End of this chapter. Chapter 262 Return tomorrow night. Chapter 262 Return tomorrow night. With a dazed expression on her face, Shi Jinyao subconsciously stretched out her hand to touch her belly, and then said, no, didn't mine just go there not long ago? Thinking of her menstrual period, when Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief, and explained with a dry cough, just now Can called me and said that you just went to the hospital to find out that you are pregnant, and I was so scared that I was about to have a heart attack. So hurry up and call me. Ask on the phone. Shi Jinyao pursed her lips and smiled, you also believe Can's words, if it is true, can I not tell you? If you care, you will be chaotic, if you are concerned, you will be chaotic. Are you still working time? Are you not busy? She raised her hand and looked at her watch and said to him. Everyone is busy going to relatives' homes to pay New Year's greetings, it's not busy. Shi Jinyao turned her head left and right to look at the house, and then asked Wen Jingxian, if I am pregnant as Can said, what do you plan to do? Then I must accompany you to give birth to the child. Abortion is not good for your health. Well, but I'm not old enough yet. When you can give birth, it's enough. But you are still in school, let's be cautious, and try to wait for you to graduate if you want a child. Now it is no longer possible to let him control himself, and there is nothing he can do when she is not around, but when she appeared in front of him, a simple movement, expression, or word made him have the urge to throw her down. If I want to be beautiful, I don't want to have children. Listening to her childish words, when Jingxian echoed, okay, don't have a baby, we won't have a baby if you don't want to. Okay, you're still at work now, we'll talk after you get off work. After hanging up the phone, she took the remote control to turn on the TV, tuned a few channels, and finally stayed on the program where parents led their children to participate in answering questions. Those children are still elementary school students, she is not interested in children, what attracts her is only those topics, she has always loved to watch such programs, but today, for some reason, watching, she even began to fantasize that if she brother He Jingxian also leads a child to answer the question, what kind of scene will it be? At this time, the sound of the door opening interrupted her thoughts, she heard the sound and looked towards the entrance, it was Guanxi. Where have you been? She asked casually. I didn't go anywhere. There was no difference between Guanxi's answer and no answer. Shi Jinyao flattened her mouth and mouthed to his back, I didn't go anywhere. With your attitude towards others, I can find a girlfriend in the future. That's weird. Guanxi glanced back at her, and after seeing that she was honest, he went into the bathroom. Jiang Lan came back from a visit to the neighbor's house next door, and told Shi Jinyao about her plan. It turned out that she heard that she could open a shop online now, so she thought that she would be idle anyway, so she might as well find something for herself. Shi Jinyao thought about it and found it feasible, but at this time, express delivery was not as common as it was later, and the speed of transportation was not as efficient as later. In order to ensure the quality, it is not allowed to sell hometown specialties with a short shelf life, and it is not convenient to import clothes and other goods here. So what to sell? Seeing her struggling there, Jiang Lan smiled and said, it doesn't matter if the business is good or not, I just want to find something to do. Hearing her words, Shi Jinyao's eyes fell on the fur slippers she was wearing, she patted her palms, and said, Mom, why don't you sell the slippers you've hooked yourself? These are handmade, easy to wear and look good, if the business is good, you can also buy it from the aunts and aunts next door, anyway, they will sell it on the street as well. Jiang Lan nodded, and after discussing it, they immediately went to get the camera and took pictures of a few pairs of new shoes that hadn't been worn, and then she went to the computer to ponder, she and Guanxi both know how to beautify the pictures, but Guanxi is much more talented than her, so she sent him the pictures and asked him to make the details page. After she opened the store, she slowly taught Jiang Lan how to use the computer, and how to reply to others' inquiries. Those that can be operated with a mouse, Jiang Lan already understood, but her computer typing is really slow, so she can only let her practice more. On the day she and Guanxi left home to go to school, Jiang Lan's typing speed finally improved, but she still had to stare at the letters on the keyboard. There was no rush, so she had to practice slowly. When Wen Jingxian found out which day they would arrive, she had already arranged the time for that day. Wen Jingkan wanted to come over to pick up the luggage. Although there were a lot of things, fortunately there was a small follower behind her to help, so she didn't worry about going all the way. When they got off the station, Wen Jingxian borrowed a car and drove over to pick them up. Wen Jingkan asked him why he didn't buy one for himself. Wen Jingxian glanced at Shi Jinyao and said that he wanted to save money to marry his wife. If he didn't say anything, Shi Jinyao also understood that with their current food and clothing expenses, it was good enough that he didn't spend all his salary. If he didn't take money from his family, where would he have money to buy a car? But he was not someone who would reach out and ask his parents for money. At this time, Guanxi suddenly asked, "Are you starting to save the gift money now?" When Jingxian held the steering wheel, looked ahead intently, and replied with a smile on his face, "Isn't it too late to start saving now?" The money for marrying Shi Jinyao had already been saved since he started to have an income. His words naturally provoked a burst of teasing from Wen Jingkan. When he returned home, Wen Jingkan went to pack his things, while Shi Jinyao and Wen Jingxian were cooking in the kitchen. After dinner, they each went to work on their own affairs. Wen Jingkan and Hui Hongfang were playing games in the living room. Guanxi didn't know what to do in the room. Shi Jinyao was conceiving the storyline of her comics in the room. Sit on the edge of the bed and accompany her quietly. Before the story came to her, she had thought about it many times in her mind, and this time she used a pen to stroke it in the notebook after finishing her story, when Jingkan and the others were also tired from playing games. After taking out their clothes and taking a shower, she drove them outside when she came back. Holding the notebook, Shi Jinyao reasoned with her in disbelief, Can, this is my room too. This is my room, and your room is at my brother's. When Jingkan said this without blushing, and she still hasn't forgotten the last time she was hugged by Shi Jinyao. When Jingxian smiled and pulled Shi Jinyao into the room, "How long has it been? You are not used to it yet." "I'm not used to it, I just feel a little embarrassed." When Jingxian closed the door, locked it, then looked at her and said, "Now, don't feel embarrassed." Before she came from home, she had already guessed that the first night here would not be easy. Sure enough, entering his room was like a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. He simply wanted to keep her from getting out of bed the next day. Thinking of going to see Wen Jingkan and the others off tomorrow, otherwise the girl would laugh at herself again, under her repeated begging for mercy, he finally let her go temporarily, but he still left a sentence in her ear, "What I owed during this period, I will pay it back tomorrow night." Chinese New Year is approaching, many things are busy recently, temporarily update a chapter every day, try to keep updating as much as possible, everyone can read it again. End of this chapter. Chapter 263 The Accident in the Elevator. Chapter 263 The Accident in the Elevator. When Jingkan and Hui Hongfang were sent off the next day, and their days began to return to their usual calmness. Nanjun was also sensible and didn't come to disturb them again. One day, Shi Jinyao and Guanxi came back together. When they went downstairs, she remembered Wu Yin, who was in the same school as her, so she called her. Wu Yin learned that she was living outside and said that she would definitely wanting to come over to see what her boyfriend looks like. Shi Jinyao accepted with a smile. Guanxi glanced at her who was still on the phone, handed her the backpack and asked her to take it up for him. He smoked a cigarette downstairs before going upstairs. He didn't say it, but she had understood it for a long time when he handed the bag to her, reached out to take the bag, and then walked into the building. Guanxi stood against the wall, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, lit it and smoked it slowly. Shi Jinyao didn't like their smoking, and when Jingxian had never touched it, but after he went to college, whenever he was in a bad mood, he would take a puff. He didn't encounter any troubles today, but he felt inexplicably anxious, so he wanted to smoke a cigarette to relieve it, but he didn't expect that when he stopped, something serious happened. After Shi Jinyao entered the elevator, a man also walked in. Without thinking too much, she pressed the button for her floor and asked, "What floor are you on?" "Let me press it for you." The man looked at her, and said something on the same floor as you. Shi Jinyao looked at him curiously. Although she was not familiar with the neighbors on the same floor, she had seen them several times, but the people in front of her looked very face-to-face. Well, maybe it's someone's guest. Thinking of this, she pressed the door close button, took a few steps back and stood aside. In her previous life, she had seen a lot of news about men molesting women on buses or in elevators, but she never thought that such things would happen to her. After the elevator door closed, the man next to her became restless. He walked quickly to her side and hugged her without saying a word. Shi Jinyao was stunned for a moment and immediately attacked him. Having studied Taekwondo for several years, she didn't show a trace of timidity when facing the tall man in front of her. The fact is true, he is no match for her at all, except that he touched her when she hadn't reacted at first, and then he didn't get close to her, that's all, because she fell, and now his elbows and knees ached. After throwing him to the ground, Shi Jinyao angrily patched his feet again, and the man squatted in the corner of the elevator with his head in his arms begging for mercy. That's when her floor arrived, so she walked out, because Nanjun was about to go downstairs. When Shi Jinyao arrived, she happened to be waiting outside. Seeing a man in the elevator holding his head in the corner, she frowned suspiciously. Seeing that Shi Jinyao hesitated to speak, she hesitated. Do you want to go in? When Shi Jinyao saw her, she paused for a moment, glanced at the man behind her, and said kindly, if you want to go out, wait a while, that's a pervert. She didn't see that when she spoke, the man behind had already stood up, wanting to take revenge on Shi Jinyao for beating him just now while Shi Jinyao was talking to Nanjun. Sensing someone approaching behind her, Shi Jinyao nimbly dodged, but Nanjun didn't know she could dodge. Seeing the man sneaking up on her, she said be careful while moving forward, trying to protect her with her body, but Shi Jinyao had already dodged, causing the man's kick to hit her directly, and she fell to the side under the man's strength. Looking at Nanjun who fell to the ground, Shi Jinyao brutally beat up the man again. When Guanxi finished smoking a cigarette and came up, Shi Jinyao was still playing, and the man was already lying on the ground, and kept saying, I won't dare in the future. Guanxi went over and pulled Shi Jinyao away, and asked, what's going on? After being pulled away by Guanxi, she realized that her hand hurt from the beating just now. She raised her hand to see that it was red, and murmured, fortunately, I'm not stupid, I know how to kick with my feet. Only then did Guanxi discover Nanjun who was standing aside and watching them, but he didn't ask her what she meant. After Shi Jinyao felt sorry for her hand, she explained to Guanxi, this man molested me in the elevator just now. When I got out of the elevator, he sneaked up on me from behind. Guanxi heard the words and dragged the man up from the ground, then opened the elevator, and when the elevator door opened, he threw him in, you go home first, I'll deal with it. Knowing that he was angry, Shi Jinyao said worryingly, I've already beaten you, don't hit me later, it won't be worth your life if someone dies. Guanxi nodded, I have a sense of proportion. Then he closed the elevator door. Shi Jinyao withdrew her gaze, looked at Nanjun next to her, and asked, are you okay? Thank you for what happened just now. For her desire to protect herself just now, she can't be cruel to her now. Nanjun smiled and said, it's okay. If I had known you could handle it by yourself, I wouldn't have stepped forward to take the kick. Shi Jinyao looked at her, go to my house and sit down. I'll see if your back is okay. Nanjun shook her head, no, I'm fine. She looked at the bag in her hand and knew that she was going out, so she asked, are you in a hurry? The police station said that there seems to be news of my daughter, so go and have a look. Good news, but you helped me just now. If you don't take a look, I don't feel relieved. Otherwise, let's go to the hospital to have a look. After you get out of the hospital, you go to the police station? Nanjun knew that she was fine, so why would she bother her to accompany her to the hospital, quickly said, since you are worried, then I will go into the house and let you have a look. Shi Jinyao took out the key and was about to open the door. She kept watching her way out of the corner of her eyes to see if there was anything wrong. Fortunately, she seemed to be fine, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Then she opened the door and went in, put her bag away, let her sit down, lifted the clothes behind her to check, and after making sure that there was nothing serious, she got up to wash her hands and poured a glass of water for each of them. After sitting down, she sincerely thanked her again, thank you. Nanjun waved her hand embarrassingly, don't, I didn't help you. No, the result is not important, what is important is that at that juncture you were indeed protecting me. It's good that I'm fine. Maybe seeing you made me think of my daughter. It's fine now, so I'll go first. After she finished speaking, she put down the water glass on the table and stood up. Shi Jinyao nodded, and put down the water glass to see her off. When they got to the door, Guanxi hadn't come back yet, thinking about it was uneasy, she went back to get the keys and mobile phone, then closed the door and went out. Nanjun stood there waiting for the elevator, saw that she had also come out, and asked, are you going out too? Shi Jinyao nodded, I'll go see my brother. End of this chapter. Chapter 264 Dawn and hashtag 039, T forgive. Chapter 264 Don't forgive. When they went downstairs, they happened to run into Guanxi whose clothes were a little messy. Shi Jinyao immediately stepped forward and asked, what did you do to him? Guanxi frowned, what can I do to a person, isn't it just to beat him up, and then take him to the security room? Those people are slow at work, let them rectify this time. You complained? Guanxi replied disapprovingly, otherwise? That's good. I'm still worried that you'll beat everyone up by yourself. If you don't complain, I'll do it later. Nanjun looked at the two brothers and sisters who were talking, and said, I'm going to get busy first. After she walked away, Shi Jinyao looked away. Guanxi thought for a while and said, do you want to tell Mom about this? As soon as his words came out of his mouth, she understood his intentions, looked at him and asked, you don't mind? I don't mind because of this incident. After leaving this sentence, he entered the elevator, looked at Shi Jinyao who was still standing outside, and asked, aren't you coming in? Do you want to run into a pervert again? Shi Jinyao walked in with a smile, I'm not afraid. You're not afraid of one, but a group. Guanxi snorted unconvinced. When he said this, Shi Jinyao immediately had no words to refute. It is true that she can handle it alone, but if it is a group of people, even it's just one person, but if the other party knows how to punch, I really have no chance of winning. When the two returned home, Shi Jinyao washed her hands and prepared to cook. Guanxi walked in and said, go take a shower first, if you are touched by such a person, you won't feel sick and I won't be able to eat later. She turned her head and looked at him, why does it taste bad when it comes out of your mouth? After she finished speaking, she handed him the rice she had just loaded, you wash the rice first, then wash the vegetables, I'm going to take a shower. When she came out after washing, Guanxi really only cooked rice and washed vegetables, and the washed vegetables were still in the basin without even cutting them. She glanced back at him, and he smiled and said to her, you only ask me to cook and wash vegetables. You're really obedient. After scolding him, Shi Jinyao put on her apron and was about to start frying. At this time, when Jingxian came back from get off work, put down her bag and walked behind her, I'll do the rest, you go and make a cup for me. Tea. It's fine if I come, you go, and rest. As soon as she finished speaking, when Jingxian had already taken all the things in front of her. In the end, she went to make tea, and he was cooking in the kitchen. When her tea was ready, Guanxi came over and said, don't you want to call Mom? She should be free now. Shi Jinyao turned her head and spoke to Wen Jingxian, then went back to her room and called Jianglan. Jianglan had already prepared the meal and was about to eat. When she heard the phone ring, she took it out and saw that it was Shi Jinyao calling. She picked it up with a smile, Xiao Yao, why did you think of calling Mom? Mom, there is something I want to tell you. After she finished talking about today's matter, Jianglan over there was silent for a while, and then said, I understand your intentions, but one size counts, she can stand up for you, I sincerely thank her, but I can't let go of that. Shi Jinyao smiled and said, Mom, I didn't mean to ask you to forgive her, but I think I should tell you about this matter. Be careful when you are at home alone or go somewhere to play. I came back late today, let alone words, sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 265. Chapter 265. With Wen Jingxuan's personal tutoring, her comics went on smoothly. Considering that she is still a student and worried about time, she chose to draw all of them before submitting. It took more than a year, and her comics finally came to an end. After submitting the first part of the manuscript to the comic agency, the next thing is to wait for the news, but when Jingxian and Guanxi have read it and got their approval, so she didn't feel too worried about not being able to draft. At this time, she was already a sophomore, and finally remembered that she had promised Zhuana and the others the year before last to invite them to dinner. Asked about Wen Jingxuan's rest time, and then made an appointment with those roommates. Thinking of Wu Yin, she also called her. Because the chosen time happened to be the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhuana and the others didn't want to go to the restaurant to eat, so this morning, when Jingxian and Guanxi got up early to buy vegetables. When Shi Jinyao received their call, when Jingxian took the key and went with Shi Jinyao pick up at the school gate. Zhuana and the others had met Wen Jingxian a long time ago, so they were not surprised, but Wu Yin's reaction was different. She stared at Wen Jingxian for a few times, and then asked in Shi Jinyao's ear, why does your boyfriend look familiar to me? Shi Jinyao smiled and said, he is Wen Jingxuan's elder brother, Wen Jingxian. Logically speaking, he is still our senior. Maybe you have met him in school before. It's actually Cancan's elder brother, Xiaoya, you can do it. Wu Yin teased her as he touched her with his shoulder. Zhuana asked at this time, Xiao Yao, is your brother at home? Shi Jinyao nodded, he doesn't know what he's busy these days. He seemed to be up all night last night, so I don't know if he will get up when we come back later. After hearing her words, Zhuana breathed a sigh of relief. At first she liked Guanxi, but after she learned that Guanxi had no intentions for her, she was no longer attached. She had just made a boyfriend not long ago, so she was worried about seeing Guanxi. Guanxi will be a little awkward. Ku Jiayu, who can be called a veteran in the field of love, saw Zhuana's shyness, patted her on the shoulder and said, "Who hasn't had a crush on someone, but your window paper hasn't been pierced, besides, it's been so long. Well, there's nothing to be embarrassed about, couples who broke up with others can still be friends." Zwina looked at her and said, "Yes, you and your exes are still good friends, why should I be embarrassed?" "Sister, I'm going to enlighten you, but you still use me as a brush, what a heartless thing." When Jingxian drove seriously, Zwina, Kujiayu and Li Xiaoyin were familiar with each other, so Shi Jinyao stayed with Wu Yin all the time, so as not to neglect her later. When they got downstairs, it happened that Nanjun came back from the outside and was about to go upstairs at this time. Since the elevator incident, Shi Jinyao and the others got closer to Nanjun. Although they were not very friendly, they met each other. "When we are together, we will still say hello to each other." Seeing Shi Jinyao and a group of girls, she smiled and said, "Will Xiaoyao bring her classmates home for the Dragon Boat Festival?" Shi Jinyao nodded. "It happens to be a holiday today, so I invite them to come over to play. We'll make zongzi later. Antjin, would you like to come over and have a taste? I made some myself, and I'll bring some later for you guys to taste what I made." As she spoke, her eyes fell on the faces of those strange girls, which was a habit she had developed over the years. Whenever she saw a girl about the same age as her lost daughter, she couldn't help but look twice, always looking forward to seeing the person she was looking for. This time, when she saw the face of the girl standing next to Shi Jinyao, her expression showed a little excitement, but fortunately, her rationality did not make her lose her composure. End of this chapter. Chapter 266. Chapter 266. Seeing Nanjun looking at her, Wu Yin smiled politely at her. Nanjun was completely stunned by her smile. Shi Jinyao looked at Nanjun suspiciously and asked, "Antjin, what's the matter?" Nanjun came back to her senses, shook her head and said, "No, just seeing you, I suddenly thought of my daughter, and I don't know if I will see her again in this life." More than a year has passed, the last time the police station said there was some news, but because the family who adopted the child had all gone out, there was no news. Don't know if her daughter is studying hard, or is she married and has a child. The group got on the elevator, and when they reached the door, Shi Jinyao greeted Nanjun politely, but she didn't follow. When they entered the room, Guanxi was indeed sleeping, when Jingxian asked them to sit down, and he went to the kitchen to prepare, "And we will make zongzi together later." "Xiaoyao, your brother really didn't get up," Zwina said aloud after looking at Guanxiren. Shi Jinyao teased her with a smile, "Are you disappointed? Or are you lucky? He stayed up all night last night, so he won't be able to wake up if he doesn't sleep until the afternoon today." Although he didn't see anyone, he and brother Gingxian went shopping together this morning. "Dishes, you can eat them later." "Oh, what about the vegetables he bought, Nana, are you looking forward to it?" Kujiayu also followed along and teased ambiguously. Zwina pushed the two of them away, sat down on the sofa, looked around, but didn't look at them. Li Xiaoyin and Kujiayu came to sit beside her arm in arm. Shi Jinyao looked at Wu Yin and accompanied her to sit on the other side of the sofa before getting up. "Sit down, I'll make tea, the remote control is here, adjust what you want to see, there are dried fruits here, take what you want to eat, don't be polite to me." "You won't be polite, we will treat you as your own family, and you will be fine if you don't dislike us later," Kujiayu said. Zwina retorted, "Oh, that's just you. I don't dare to treat it as my own home. When the time comes, I will be under the same roof with Xiaoyao's dear. If Xiaoyao is jealous, I will be miserable. Also, girlfriends, you must not marry your boyfriend. Too intimate, easy to commit crimes. Nana is right, so you guys can't be too enthusiastic about my brother Gingxian later. I became jealous, and the consequences would be unimaginable," Shi Jinyao said with a smile, and then walked to the kitchen. When Jingxian came out with the fruits washed in the morning. Hearing Shi Jinyao's words, when she walked into the kitchen, he smiled and whispered in her ear, "I promise, I won't give anyone a chance." Shi Jinyao smiled and took the fruit plate he handed over, "Thank you for your hard work." "Then how are you going to reward me?" Shi Jinyao stared into his eyes and said with a smile, "I'll tell you what reward you want later." When Jingxian prepared the things and took them to the living room to make zongzi for everyone, Nanjun came to knock on the door, but she just delivered the zongzi she made, and she didn't intend to stay. Before going out, she took a second look at Wu Yin who was making zongzi. When Jingxian packed too, then went to the kitchen to make lunch, and left the rest to Shi Jinyao and a group of little girls. Shi Jinyao and Wu Yin wrapped their bags very nicely, but Zwina and Kujiayu, because of their different regions, directly tied the zongzi from their small bags and tied them in a tight knot, so they were not as elegant as Shi Jinyao and their bags, and Wu Xiaoyin was responsible for helping them hold the meat. "Xiaoyao, when you make zongzi in the future, you can buy some peeled mung beans and wrap them together. It's delicious," Kujiayu said to Shi Jinyao, looking at the large pieces of meat in the small basin. End of this chapter. Chapter 267 Nanjun and hashtag 039 S Hope. Chapter 267 Nanjun's Hope. Really? Then I'll try it next time. I wanted to buy some chestnuts to pack together, but I can't find them this season. Shi Jinyao said. After their rice dumplings were wrapped, when Jingshuan's dishes were ready. He put the wrapped rice dumplings into the pot to cook. Shi Jinyao quickly cleaned up the remaining residue, and then called them to the restaurant for dinner. Li Xiaoyin thought of Guanxi, so she asked, Xiao Yao, why don't you ask Guanxi to come out for dinner? Shi Jinyao waved her hand. No, when he wakes up, he will come out to look for food. Let's eat first. They were full, and they were too embarrassed to let Wen Jingxian wait on them all the time, so they rushed to do the washing up. Shi Jinyao looked at Wen Jingxian and said, thanks for your hard work, go and get busy with your business. Wen Jingxian didn't say anything, raised his hand and gave her a pat on the head, and then walked into the room. As soon as he left, the atmosphere of the girls became much more active than before. Li Xiaoyin and Wu Yin whispered while washing the dishes. Shi Jinyao, Zuana, and Ku Jiayu cleaned the table, swept the floor, and tidied up the tables and chairs very quickly. The kitchen is back to its former cleanliness. They washed their hands and went back to the living room to sit down. Shi Jinyao brought out a deck of cards. Li Xiaoyin wanted to watch TV dramas. Hearing Zuana's suggestion, Shi Jinyao took out another pair from the drawer. They played cards until almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, the zongzi had already been baked. After Wen Jingxian brought the zongzi to the coffee table, he went back to the room. I don't know if Zongxiang seduced Guanxi, or he had slept enough, or he was woken up by their movements, straightened his clothes and walked out of the room sleepily. He was not surprised when he saw a few people in the living room. He didn't even bother to say hello, so he went into the kitchen to pour water for a drink. Seeing them staring at him, Guanxi said belatedly, you play your tricks, don't talk to me. Ku Jiayu glanced at the awkward Zuana, and then said out loud, it's getting late, we should go back to school. Shi Jinyao persuaded them to stay and wanted them to have dinner before leaving, but they insisted that she could only bring them some more rice dumplings and let them take them home to eat. Seeing them off, she saw the zongzi that Nanjun had sent on the coffee table before, and thought of her, so she took some of them and sent them to Nanjun to have a taste, but she rang the doorbell several times, but no one opened the door. I can only come back first. At this time, Nanjun was expressing her doubts at the police station. Unfortunately, she only verbally thought that Wu Yin looked like her ex-husband. Because she was too excited at the time, she ran here without asking any questions, so there was nothing useful left behind. Fortunately, although there is no evidence, Wu Yin's appearance can be regarded as giving Nanjun a little hope. Now she must go back and find out Wu Yin's situation before she can speak. When Shi Jinyao and the others were about to have dinner, Nanjun came back. She saw that Wu Yin and the others had already left, and she didn't know whether it was disappointment or happiness. Ask Shi Jinyao for some news. Shi Jinyao asked her if she had eaten and if she wanted to eat with them, but Nanjun refused. She asked straight to the point, Xiao Yao, that girl with long hair and blue clothes who was standing next to you before, how much do you know about her? Can you tell me all about her? End of this chapter. Chapter 268 Buffering. Chapter 268 Buffering. Hearing Nanjun's description, she thought about it for a while before realizing that the person she mentioned was Wu Yin. Is there any problem with her? Nanjun didn't hide it, and said bluntly, she looks very similar to my ex-husband. Although it may be just a coincidence, I still want to find out. Shi Jinyao instantly understood that she suspected that Wu Yin was her daughter, but she didn't have a deep friendship with Wu Yin, and she didn't know what Wu Yin's family background was. Looking at Nanjun's hopeful eyes, she thought for a while and said, actually, I don't know very well. What I know must not be what you want to know. I haven't asked before, and she hasn't said anything about her family. Things. How about waiting for me to ask her in 2 days, and then come back and tell you? Nanjun nodded, thanked Shi Jinyao repeatedly, and then went out. This matter is not a trivial matter, Shi Jinyao always kept it in mind. That night, she sent a text message to Wu Yin and asked about her family members. To her surprise, she directly told Shi Jinyao that her current parents are only her adoptive parents. She didn't know where her biological parents were. After reading the text messages she sent one after another, Shi Jinyao realized that this girl's fate was very rough. Before she was 7 years old, she lived with her former biological parents in the countryside. Later, there were a lot of gossips in the village about she was not her biological parents, so they led her to move to Kaishir. As a result, after living in Kai City for more than 2 years, her adoptive father had an accident on the construction site. At the beginning, she was raised because of the superstition that the couple have had no children for a long time, As long as one is brought back to raise, they will naturally conceive, but the fact is that after raising Wu Yin for many years, her adoptive mother still failed to conceive a child half-daughter. Not long after her adoptive father had an accident, her adoptive mother quickly remarried while she was still young. Perhaps Gunyan and Wu Yin had left some money for her due to the years of mother-daughter relationship between Gunyan and Wu Yin. Can live alone. At that time, their family rented a hut. The landlord saw her as a little girl who washed and cooked by herself. She lived mainly on the support of her neighbors and the school. She remembered that she had a friend who had no children, so he introduced them to each other, which is now her foster parents. After entering the adoptive parents' home, she finally lived the same life as other children. Unknowingly, the two sent hundreds of text messages back and forth. Shi Jinyao has also figured out her growth experience thoroughly. She glanced at the time, it was 11 o'clock, and after thinking about it, she took a pen and paper and wrote a brief copy of Wu Yin's growth experience, planning to give it to Nan before school tomorrow morning. Jane sent it over. When Nanjun got her piece of paper, her whole hand was shaking, and she said thank you several times in a row. After reading it quickly with her head down, she wiped her tears excitedly, closed the door, and ran to the police station. Go. Shi Jinyao and Guanxi looked at each other before walking to the elevator door and waiting for the elevator. Do you think Wu Yin is the one Aunt Jin is looking for? Shi Jinyao asked casually. Guanxi shook his head. How do I know? Forget it, anyway, I believe it will not take long for this matter to come to fruition. As she expected, within less than a week, Nanjun and Wu Yin met again, and they made an appointment to do a paternity test after they settled the conversation, just as they were busy reviewing and then taking the final exam. The results of the paternity test came out. Wu Yin dragged Shi Jinyao to go with them, and when Nanjun heard that Wu Yin was really her daughter, she wept with joy. When she finally calmed down, looking at her daughter who had grown up in the blink of an eye, she didn't know how to face it for a while. Seeing Nanjun, who was more careful with Wu Yin than before, Shi Jinyao proposed to go to a nearby restaurant to have a meal together, which can be regarded as a short buffer time for the mother and daughter. End of this chapter. Chapter 269. Chapter 269. At the dinner table, Nanjun kept picking up food for Wu Yin and Shi Jinyao. The two looked at her who hadn't even eaten a bite. Shi Jinyao smiled and said, Aunt Jin, don't bother to pick up food for us, you eat it yourself. Nanjun looked at Wu Yin, who followed Shi Jinyao and said, you eat it yourself. Nanjun nodded again and again, smiled and began to eat. As soon as the three of them were full, Shi Jinyao received a call from Wen Jingxian, thinking that the mother and daughter must have a lot to say to each other, so she left with an excuse. After leaving the restaurant, she hurriedly called back Wen Jingxian, Brother Gingxian, Wu Yin, we are eating, have you eaten yet? Wen Jingxian was sitting in the restaurant opposite the company with a teacup in his hand. Hearing her words, he said aloud, I'm going to eat. I originally wanted to ask if you have time to eat with me, but since you are already eating, let it go. I'm almost ready to eat here. Are you eating at the restaurant opposite the company? I'll go find you later. She deliberately lied, and suddenly wanted to know when he saw her appear later than as expected, what kind of expression would it be? Wen Jingxian naturally agreed, so after hanging up the phone, Shi Jinyao raised her hand to hail a taxi and headed towards Wen Jingxuan's work direction. As soon as Wen Jingxuan's order came to the table, one of his female colleagues walked over and sat down on the chair opposite him without saying hello. He raised his head to look at the person opposite while drinking tea with his head down, and said directly indifferently, sorry, this seat is occupied. The woman had big waves on her head, heavy makeup on her face, and a sexy tight red skirt. When she heard what he said, her lips painted with ants red said, is there someone? Who is it? Male or female? Is it a colleague from our company? What does that matter? This is a table for four, when she arrives, just sit next to him. Knowing that she was pretending to be stupid, Wen Jingxian didn't bother to say more, but just repeated what he said just now, sorry, this position is occupied, please change your position. Shi Shueqiao looked at him who still had a cold face facing her, shook her head and said coquettishly, no, I just want to sit with you. Don't worry, I eat elegantly and it won't affect you. Wen Jingxian carried his indifference to the end again, stood up and waved to the waiter in front of him, waiter, I want to change my seat, please help me move all the things on the table. Shi Shueqiao thinks that she is infinitely charming. Although she is just a receptionist with a low salary, who is not chasing her among the many young talents in the company? Only him, Wen Jingxian, has never looked at her directly since she entered the company. No matter how pure or sweet she was dressed up, she couldn't attract his attention. Thinking about it later, she thought that he might like sexy, so after get off work today, she specially changed into this clothes that showed her figure, and spent half an hour quickly putting on a delicate makeup. She didn't expect the attitude is still as indifferent as ever. Shi Shui happened to see that he avoided her like a snake and scorpion, stood up angrily and said to him, Wen Jingxian, I like you, can't you see it? Why do you have to be so indifferent to me? Almost as soon as she finished speaking, Wen Jingxian took over and said, I think my attitude is obvious. Since you can't see it, I will tell you bluntly now that I don't like you. Shi Shuiqiao didn't believe that her charm couldn't attract him at all, but he was already like this, and she couldn't brazenly stick to him in public, so she could only move to another table next to her to sit down. Seeing that she had changed to another seat, the waiter asked Wen Jingxian aloud, Sir, do you still need to change seats now? Wen Jingxian sat down, then raised his finger to the opposite chair Shi Shuiqiao sat on just now and said, Please change that chair for me, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 270 end quote, The Mustard Seed end quote. Chapter 270 The Mustard Seed. When Shi Shuiqiao heard what he said, she immediately took a deep breath in her heart. She couldn't go up or down. When the waiter brought the tea, she couldn't help finding fault. How long have you brewed this tea? It's so strong that people drink it. Hurry up and change a pot for me. The waiter said to her with a good-natured smile, Hello miss, we only make this tea when you come in. Why so much nonsense? I said it's too strong, change me to a pot of light. Shi Shuiqiao saw that he had lost his temper so much, but Wen Jingxian still didn't look at him, feeling even more depressed than before. The customer is God, knowing that Shi Shuiqiao was venting her emotions on herself, but the waiter still had no choice but to exchange the teapot for a new one for her. Because Shi Jingyao just said that he would come to find him later, so he intentionally slowed down the speed of eating. Shi Shuiqiao at the next table was already full, and he was still eating every bite. With his appearance, Shi Shuiqiao could tell that he was really waiting for someone, but she wanted to see, who was he waiting for? After Shi Jingyao got out of the car, when passing by a parked car, she slightly straightened her messy hairstyle against the car window, and then walked towards the restaurant where Wen Jingxian was with a smile. In order not to be discovered by him early, she did not directly enter the door from the front, but walk along the wall from the door of another adjacent restaurant. When she arrived at the door, she took out Wen Jingxuan's photo and asked the waiter at the door in a low voice. After knowing his location, she smiled and said thank you to the waiter, took out the sunglasses from her bag and put them on, then just walked in. Because she knew the direction, the first time she entered the door, she saw Wen Jingxian sitting and eating, and the next second she also saw the woman at the table next to him with her eyes locked on him. The woman's gaze is so obvious that people can see through her infatuation with Wen Jingxian at a glance. Shi Jinyao's instinct to protect her own private property is immediately aroused, and her aura changes instantly. Lu Zi walked up to Wen Jingxian. Wen Jingxian recognized her when she came in. Seeing her suddenly pretending, he thought it was very cute. After Shi Jinyao approached, he stood up and was about to talk to her. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Shi Shuiqiao who was sitting beside him had also stood up. And had a tendency to throw himself into his arms. He reacted quickly and took a few steps back. Because of his dodging, Shi Shuiqiao jumped into the air, and the momentum that he had no time to recover directly threw himself on the chair Wen Jingxian was sitting on just now. The head grazed the back of the chair fiercely, although it was not serious, but it also peeled off a layer of blood, and a little blood oozes out. Shi Jinyao gave Wen Jingxian an appreciative look, then bent down to help Shi Shuiqiao up, and asked in a pretended kindness, Miss, are you okay? Although Shi Shuiqiao made a mistake, she felt that there was another good opportunity in front of her now, so she stood up with Shi Jinyao's support and said gratefully, thank you. Without waiting for Shi Jinyao to reply, she turned her head to look at Wen Jingxian behind her, and said aggrievedly, Jingxian, are you still angry about what happened just now? I don't know you don't like it, I promise you, I will never do it again next time do it like you did before. Just calm down, okay? Her words were very vague, and someone who was suspicious would have killed Wen Jingxian with a single shot, but Shi Jinyao believed in Wen Jingxian from the bottom of her heart, so she was not provoked by her words, looking at Shi Shuiqiao who was pretending, and staring at Wen Jingxian with a smile on the corner of his mouth. The message Wen Jingxian received seemed to say, if he can't deal with this rotten peach blossom today, she won't forgive him easily. Shi Shuiqiao knew that Wen Jingxian would never say anything good, so after she finished speaking, she never thought about giving him a break to defend herself, and was ready to throw herself into his arms again, even if her ambiguous words were true. Works, but if the girl behind him sees her kissing him, it will plant a bit of a gut seed between them too, right? End of this chapter. Chapter 271 Protective Cover. Chapter 271 Protective Cover. But what she didn't expect was that Wen Jingxian had already sensed her actions, raised his hand and grabbed her arm to intercept her, then turned sideways. He shook her hand slightly, and she fell directly on the ground in the aisle. Shi Shueqiao obviously didn't expect him to be so merciless. He struggled up from the ground, and was about to curse, but when Jing Xian had already put his arms around Shi Jinyao and went to the front desk to check out. Shi Jinyao turned her head slightly to glance at the embarrassed Shi Shueqiao, and then whispered to Wen Jingxian, "You really don't know how to pity and cherish Jade, do you?" Wen Jingxian lowered his head and pinched her nose. "If a man wants to treat you like this, you have to keep the same attitude as me, understand?" "I can't guarantee that." Shi Jinyao laughed. When the two were paying the bill, Shi Shueqiao had already chased after her, and when she heard their flirting and cursing, her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, angrily blocking the way of the two of them. Regardless of 21, he directly made up a grievance. "Wen Jingxian, I don't care if you have a new love, but you will be responsible for the child in my stomach after all, right?" As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Jinyao burst into laughter, looked up at Wen Jingxian and asked, "You let her be pregnant with your child?" Wen Jingxian directly ignored Shi Shueqiao, and looked down at Shi Jinyao. "Don't you know if I have the ability to make her conceive my child? You still make fun of me. Maybe she had a child with some heartless man, but now it's because I think it's easy to be bullied, so it's just relying on me." As he walked out of the door with his voice, the waiters on both sides looked at Shi Shueqiao with contempt or sympathy. After Shi Shueqiao said that thoughtless sentence just now, he regretted it. Now he doesn't know how to refute Wen Jingxian. She could only hurriedly take out a few big red banknotes from her wallet and throw them on the table at the cash register, and she ran away without waiting for change. Looking at the back of her running away with her head down, Shi Jinyao asked, "Why is there such a strange thing?" Wen Jingxian didn't want her to be wasted on insignificant people, so he held her hand and said, "You've seen it too, I'm so sought after, do you want to quickly put a protective cover on our relationship?" "Protective cover?" Shi Jinyao asked suspiciously. Wen Jingxian lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "It's legal protection." Shi Jinyao was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head and said, "I haven't made up my mind yet." Wen Jingxian originally took the opportunity to test it out. If she nodded, he would immediately prepare for a marriage proposal, but seeing that she was still hesitating, he could only comfort her with a smile. "I just mentioned it casually, so don't take it to heart." How could Shi Jinyao, who knew him well, not take it to heart? He is already 28 years old, and it is normal for him to want to get married. Looking up at his profile, an idea suddenly came to her mind. The two took a walk for a while, when Jingxian went back to work in the company, and Shi Jinyao sat in the coffee shop next to him, quietly thinking about what he had just thought of. After struggling for 2 hours, the coffee on the table was changed from cup to cup, and she finally picked up the phone to call Guanxi. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. At this time, it is scorching summer, the sky is just dawning, and half of the sun is still not exposed. The heat of the sun is already comparable to the noon in Kai City. Shi Jinyao, who was sleeping drowsily, started the morning exercise at the invitation of Wen Jingxian early in the morning. It wasn't until the two of them were sweating profusely and the alarm clock on their mobile phone rang, reminding Wen Jingxian that it was time to get up and go to work, that their morning run had its final impact. End of this chapter. Chapter 272. Chapter 272. On Wen Jingxuan's birthday, Shi Jinyao and Guanxi came back from school early and started busy preparing that as soon as the home was furnished. She received a call from Wen Jingli, had already heard that he and Guan Yuka were coming, but he did not expect them to arrive today. "Why didn't you tell us earlier when you were leaving? We can pick it up earlier." Shi Jinyao held the phone in one hand and said to Guan Yuka on the other end. "I just didn't want to trouble you to pick it up, so I didn't say anything. And today is brother Jingxuan's birthday, you still have a lot of things to do, right?" At this time, she still didn't forget to tease Shi Jinyao. Shi Jinyao had no choice but to show them the way and let them come by themselves, and she would pick them up when they were nearby. After hanging up the phone, Shi Jinyao felt something was wrong, touched Guanxi who was chopping vegetables and asked, "Why is Yuka here at this hour? She has no class?" Guanxi paused for cutting vegetables, and then returned to normal. "Maybe he came here on leave." It's no big deal. Why did she ask for leave so well? Although Shi Jinyao was puzzled, she did not continue to ask. Before receiving Guan Yuka's call, there was already a knock on the door. Shi Jinyao looked at her watch, and hurriedly went to open the door and said, "It should be Can and the others who have arrived." Sure enough, just as the door opened a crack, when Jingxan's voice sounded, "Xiao Yao, do you miss me?" "I don't want you." Shi Jinyao opened the door, and answered Wen Jingken bluntly. Wen Jingken was standing at the door wearing a white dress, and behind her was Hui Hongfeng carrying a bag. Shi Jinyao quickly reached out to pick up what was in his hand. Hui Hongfeng had already handed out half of the bag. At this time, Wen Jingken coughed dryly from the side, and he was so frightened that he immediately took it back. Then he stepped into the room and said to Shi Jinyao with a smile, "I'll take it in." Before Shi Jinyao could react, Wen Jingken pulled her arm up. She smiled and reached out to touch Shi Jinyao's stomach, and said to her stomach, "Little nephew and niece are good, my aunt is here to see you." Shi Jinyao slapped her hand down. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where are your nephews and nieces from?" She raised her head and asked suspiciously, "Aren't you pregnant with my brother's child?" At this time, someone passed by the door, and Shi Jinyao hurriedly said, "It's nothing." Then she quickly pulled her into the room and closed the door. "Xiaoyao, do you feel sick? What do you want to eat? Sour? Spicy?" Just as the door was closed, before turning around quickly, a series of questions came from Wen Jingkan. Shi Jinyao withdrew her arm from her hand. "I'm not pregnant." After speaking, she didn't want to talk to this open-minded person anymore, and turned to help in the kitchen. Wen Jingkan stood there and watched her back for more than 10 seconds, and immediately followed after realizing, "Xiaoyao, since you are not pregnant, what is your plan for today? I thought you were seeing my brother. He took the initiative to propose, so we have to remind him tactfully." "You think too much. I just hope brother Jingshuan's birthday will be more lively." As soon as she finished speaking, Hui Hongfang walked in. He heard their conversation just now, and he was about to answer with a smile, but when Jingken quickly pushed him out of the kitchen, Shi Jinyao looked at the two of them suspiciously, and resumed her busy work without thinking too much. It's over, Wen Jingken muttered in the living room, ignoring Hui Hongfang's schadenfreude eyes, poking his head out to see that Shi Jinyao didn't come out, threatening Hui Hongfang with his eyes, then walked to the door lightly, and quickly pulled open the door and run out. End of this chapter. Chapter 273. Chapter 273. Can go out? Hearing the sound of closing the door, the brothers and sisters in the kitchen turned their heads. Guanxi cast a glance at Shi Jinyao and said, "Goat out." When she opened the door to chase Wen Jingkan, Hui Hongfang ran past her and said, "I'll follow her." With Hui Hongfang by her side, Shi Jinyao felt relieved and stopped chasing her. About an hour later, she received a call from Guan Yuka. At this time, Wen Jingkan hadn't come back yet, so she informed Guanxi that she took her mobile phone and went downstairs to pick up Guan Yuka and the two at the entrance of a nearby shopping mall. When I went downstairs, I ran into Wen Jingxian, who was coming back from get off work, and said a few words to him. After learning that she was going to pick up Guan Yuka and Wen Jingli, Wen Jingxian ordered to be careful and entered the building. Having lived here for 2 years, she is very familiar with the surrounding area, and Wen Jingxian has nothing to worry about when the sky is clear. When they met Guan Yuka and Wen Jingli at the entrance of the shopping mall, the three of them were in a corner where they couldn't see. The one who wanted to escape was Wen Jingkan, and the one who persuaded her to stay was Hui Hongfang. Guan Yuka and Shi Jinyao walked side by side, and asked, "Is Can here?" "It's here, but I may have gone to play nearby and haven't come back yet. I'll call her and ask." As she spoke, she took her mobile phone and called Wen Jingkan. Wen Jingkan in the corner was startled by the ringtone of the mobile phone, worried that Shi Jinyao would find her hiding place, so she hurriedly took out her mobile phone to answer. "Hello, Xiaoyao." Sensing that something was wrong with her voice, she seemed very guilty, and asked curiously, Can, where are you? What mistake did you make again?" Wen Jingkan pulled the phone away, took a deep breath, and then put the phone next to his ear. "No, I just had a few words with Hui Hongfang." "Oh, where are you?" "Your third brother and Yuku are here. You should come back quickly, and we will go out to play together after we have a full meal at night." Because Shi Jinyao walked while answering the phone, it was a flat road before, so she didn't notice Guan Yuka's eyes and movements protecting her. Now she has to go down a few stairs. Guan Yuka worried that she didn't pay attention to the road, so she hurriedly said, "Xiaoyao, watch your way, don't fall." Shi Jinyao heard her lowered eyes glance at her feet, and her heart became warm because of Guan Yuka's caring words. Different from her reaction, Wen Jingkan also heard Guan Yuka's words, and immediately took a breath. After waiting for a while to make sure that Shi Jinyao didn't notice anything unusual, she hurriedly said a few words before hanging up the phone. Returning to Hongfang to see that she had finished listening to her phone call, he dragged her towards Shi Jinyao and the others. "My eldest lady, let's go back quickly." Wen Jingkan slapped the hand he was holding onto his arm violently, and then fled 3 meters away. "I won't go back." Hui Hongfang seemed to have run out of patience and was about to get mad. Wen Jingkan continued again, "Last time I told my family about Xiaoyao and my brother, and they were forced to get engaged. Although they respected their wishes and did not engage, but Xiaoyao still remembers my hatred now. If she knows that I told my third brother and third sister-in-law that she is pregnant again this time, she will kill me with a knife. At least what happened last time is true, this time but an oolong." Hui Hongfang listened to her words, the anger in his heart dissipated, and he said with a gloating smile on his face, "This is called self-inflicted evil." End of this chapter. Chapter 274 Showing the Relationship. Chapter 274 Showing the Relationship. When Jinken was finally dragged back by Hui Hongfeng, when I entered the door, I saw that Shi Jinyao didn't seem to know anything, so I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then he thought of lenient confession, so he dragged her into the house. What are you doing? Are you mysterious? Shi Jinyao asked while looking at Wen Jinken, who had closed the door of the room. Wen Jinken whispered, did you notice something? See what? Shi Jinyao frowned, recalling what happened today, but didn't see anything special. Didn't you realize, my third brother and Yuka, two people? She even gestured with her hands as she spoke. Hearing her words, Shi Jinyao asked in surprise, could it be that the two of them are on good terms? Seeing her face full of gossip, Wen Jinken faltered for a long time before saying what he really wanted to say, Xiaoyao, I have something to tell you first. Seeing her suddenly change into this appearance, Shi Jinyao suddenly had a bad feeling, and quietly waited for her next words. My third brother called me that day. He didn't know what happened to him and Yuka. What would your brother think in his heart? We all know that your brother is protecting you and Yuka, so I advised them to come over, to disclose the relationship face to face. Then they were worried that they would come and disturb the two-person world between you and my brother was unhappy, so I told a little lie. After listening to her finish, Shi Jinyao recalled that she touched her belly when she entered the door, and she looked like she was pregnant. How could she not understand that this girl was making unreasonable words? Looking at her, she pointed it out directly. What did you tell a little lie? It's obvious that you were just thinking about it yourself. When you heard that I was preparing, you presumptuously guessed that I was pregnant? When Jinken giggled, Shi Jinyao thought that what she had planned would require Wen Jingsan's cooperation later, so she patted her on the head lightly and said, you must help me with the matter, even if you have made up for it. Seeing that she didn't pursue it any further, Wen Jinken patted his chest and said, I promise to complete the task. After dinner, the sky was already covered in darkness, the streets and alleys were lit up with colorful neon lights, and a group of young people went out for a walk. Originally Wen Jingli planned to open 2 rooms in the hotel outside to rest, but Wen Jingxian refused. The bed they rented out was big enough. At night Wen Jingli slept with him, and returned to Hongfeng to sleep with Guanxi as before. A girl squeezed, and it passed. It just so happens that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are weekends, so they can play to their heart's content all day. After singing in KTV for 2 hours, they went to the night market again after they came out of KTV, and ordered a bunch of barbecue and a few bottles of beer, but it was just a few men, each of them took a few sips to suit the occasion, and they didn't drink enough. Getaway drunk. While eating barbecue, Wen Jingli officially confessed to them the relationship between Guan Yuka and himself as a couple. Shi Jinyao sat next to Wen Jingxian, staring at Guanxi. Except for Wen Jingxian, who was bowing his head to pick a fishbone for Shi Jinyao, everyone else's eyes fell on Guanxi. Wait quietly to hear what he has to say. Guanxi already knew about this matter from their hearts. Now that they mentioned it, and everyone looked at him as if they were waiting for their parents to respond, he sighed helplessly in his heart. Do you still have to nod yourself, as long as they are happy with each other, even if they act as bad guys and stop them from being together, will they not be together? Thinking about it, he cast his eyes on Wen Jingxian, who lowered his head to pick at the fishbone. Just when everyone was confused, Wen Jingli suddenly understood what he meant, stretched out his hand and moved a fish in front of Guan Yuka to his own, imitating Wen Jingxuan's appearance, and carefully picked up the fishbone. His move made everyone laugh. Guan Yuka blushed, and stretched out her hand to pull her fish back. I won't be able to eat any more after you finish picking. Wen Jingli didn't insist anymore when he heard it, but just said out loud, I will cherish Yuka well, and treat her as well as my elder brother treats Xiaoyao. End of this chapter. 275, 2 actors. 275, 2 actors. After returning from the night market, they took turns taking combat showers and then went to bed to rest. Because she was thinking about tomorrow, Shi Jinyao tossed and turned on the bed and couldn't sleep. Wen Jingken was very worried. Although Shi Jinyao's movements were not small, she still slept peacefully, but Guan Yuka was not so good. Finally, after Shi Jinyao turned over again, she asked, Xiaoyao, do you have something on your mind? Hearing her voice, Shi Jinyao immediately knew that she was the one who affected her. She opened her mouth to explain and was about to burst out, but when she slipped to her mouth, she changed her mouth again. You will know tomorrow, go to sleep first, I will not disturb you. Forcing herself to fall asleep, emptying her mind and not thinking about anything, gradually, not long after Guan Yuka's regular breathing sound came, she finally fell asleep. After breakfast the next day, a group of people went out in a mighty way. Before going out, Shi Jinyao dragged Wen Jingken and muttered in the room for a while before coming out with a smile on her face. As soon as he walked out of the community, Wen Jingkan immediately pointed to another road and said, let's go this way. Shi Jinyao secretly glanced at Wen Jingxian, and then said to Wen Jingkan, aren't you going to the park? This way is closer. Wen Jingkan had a smile on her lips. Hearing Shi Jinyao's words, she compromised badly and said, okay then, let's go over there. Seeing the light shining in Wen Jingsan's eyes, Shi Jinyao didn't know how much she wanted to slash her. Fortunately, Wen Jingkan knew that today's matter was related to his brother's lifelong happiness, so he just paused slightly, glanced at the expression on Shi Jinyao's face that wanted to eat himself, and continued, I remember that there is a milk tea shop in front of here. I want to patronize for a while, can't I? Wen Jingxian has always been used to them, so he just needs to quietly wait for them to choose which way to go. Guan Yuka and Wen Jingli are now in a passionate relationship. As long as the people standing next to each other are each other, they don't have any objections, let alone a different way, or a different place to play. Guanji watched the two little girls directing and acting on their own. He sighed slightly, and then walked towards the path Wen Jingkan said. With his actions, others followed one after another. After Shi Jinyao secretly glanced at Wen Jingxian next to him again, she quickly stepped forward and took Wen Jingsan's arm, and pinched her hard at a place where Wen Jingxian couldn't see. Wen Jingkan grinned in pain, but didn't dare to make a sound. Soon, they walked to the milk tea shop that Wen Jingkan mentioned. Coincidentally, the Civil Affairs Bureau happened to be next to the milk tea shop. Looking at the big shiny characters of marriage registry, Wen Jingkan and Shi Jinyao looked at each other, and then both stepped on the door. Into the milk tea shop, the others followed suit. Not long after sitting down, Shi Jinyao said that she wanted to go to the bathroom, and after looking around, she pulled Wen Jingkan and asked her to accompany her. This was all in the plan of the two girls, and according to the plan, Wen Jingkan would naturally not accompany her. Guan Yuka was about to speak out when she heard it, but Wen Jingkan stopped him in time. Yuka, I have a secret to tell you, he said and pulled her out. Seeing this, Wen Jingxian said softly to Shi Jinyao, I'll go with you. In the past, Shi Jinyao definitely didn't want him to accompany her, but today it was different. She nodded and stood up from her seat, and walked side by side to the Civil Affairs Bureau building, because that is the only place where there is a toilet nearby. So Wen Jingxian didn't think much about it, but before going in, he looked down at the people around him, wondering what he was thinking. End of this chapter. Chapter 276 The Second Marriage. Chapter 276 The First Marriage. After going to the toilet and standing in front of the sink, Shi Jinyao took 2 deep breaths, opened her bag and took a look at the documents that were prepared inside, then patted her chest, and walked out with a blushing face. Wen Jingxian, who was waiting outside, saw her blushing abnormally when she came back from the bathroom, thinking that she was not feeling well, so he met her concerned eyes, stepped forward a few steps, and when he reached her, he stretched out his hand to touch her forehead, and asked, What's wrong? What's wrong? Shi Jinyao pulled his hand down, looked left and right, pulled him to an empty corner, and whispered shyly, Why don't we just get the certificate today? Wen Jingxian suspected that there was a problem with his hearing, and asked after a moment of daze, What did you just say? Shi Jinyao was secretly angry, coughed dryly, and did not dare to meet his eyes, but her voice was a little louder, and she pointed to the second floor and repeated, I said, should we go up now and get the marriage certificate? Now Wen Jingxian is sure that she heard correctly, she is finally willing to marry him. Little excited for a while, nodded and smiled and said, okay. Then he led her to go upstairs, just stepped on a few steps, suddenly remembered something, stopped immediately, looked down at Shi Jinyao, hesitant to speak. Shi Jinyao saw that he suddenly stopped and did not leave, and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? He looked at the passers-by, and then led her out. Seeing this, Shi Jinyao was very upset, but she didn't think it was because he suddenly changed his mind and didn't want to get married, but she thought it might be because he thought he didn't bring his documents. So she stopped, opened her bag, and said to him, I have brought everything I need. Wen Jingxian was slightly taken aback, then smiled and continued to pull her out of the door. Shi Jinyao was puzzled by his actions, and before she could ask, he had already led her to the side of the tree. Only then did Wen Jingxian say, Today is Saturday. Shi Jinyao didn't expect the connection, nodded and said, I know. Seeing that she didn't understand what she meant, Wen Jingxian explained again, they rest on weekends and don't go to work. So we can't register. Another point is that we need to go back to the place of residence registration to get the marriage certificate. Neither of us has a local residence registration, so even if we don't, we can't get it on weekends. After listening to his explanation, Shi Jinyao patted her head in frustration, and muttered softly, Did I forget these 2 things on the weekend? Wen Jingxian looked at her movements and expressions, even if he didn't hear her muttering, he could guess what she was thinking, and said with a smile on the corner of his mouth, Okay, it's your first time getting married, it's normal not to know. Shi Jinyao didn't like to hear his words, and immediately forgot the embarrassment just now, raised her head and glared at him and said, "Isn't this your first marriage?" When Jingxian saw that she was no longer entangled with the matter just now, and reached out to help her zip up the backpack, and proved himself by the way, "Of course it is also the first time I am married, and I know these things from my colleagues." Shi Jinyao is not the one to hold on to it, she just smiled when she heard the words, and then said with relief, "Then we can only get it when we go home." Well, it's just a matter of time to choose an auspicious day to pick it up. When the two returned to the milk tea shop while chatting, when Jingxan's eyes glowed and he said loudly, "Did you get it so soon? Take it out and show it to me." Hearing this, Shi Jinyao withdrew her forward foot, pulled Wen Jingxian and turned around and walked outside. If Wen Jingxan's voice was not so loud, she could explain it, but now. End of this chapter. Chapter 277. Chapter 277. The temperature on her face rose a little more when she thought of the eyes of the people in the milk tea shop on her. Several people in the store saw that they hadn't come in, so they hurriedly got up and chased them out. After understanding the reason, Wen Jingxian couldn't stop laughing, and even later, she often mentioned their embarrassing incident this time. Now Wen Jingxian knew what Shi Jinyao wanted, and it didn't take long for him to prepare a formal surprise marriage proposal. Before, he dared to think about it, because she said that she didn't want to get married and have children, so naturally he wouldn't do it in that way. Bind her, force her. After the marriage proposal, the holiday also ushered in. On the second day back to Kai City, the two dressed up carefully and went to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate in their hands. The elders also began to prepare for their wedding. Their wedding was held in a Chinese style. Although there were many Western-style weddings at this time, the older generation still felt that wearing a red wedding dress was more festive than a white wedding dress. Knowing that the two of them were married long ago, the elders were naturally worried that Shi Jinyao would have an unexpected pregnancy, so they rushed and finally got this major life event done before they started school. Although she has obtained the certificate and held the wedding ceremony, Jian Xiaoyu kept whispering to Wen Jingxian that it would be better to wait until Shi Jinyao graduated from university before thinking about having children. Regarding the matter of the child, the two parties are really not in a hurry at all. Their plan is to live a two-person world for 3 to 5 years, but things often backfire. In the moment of excitement, no relevant measures were prepared. 1 month later, Shi Jinyao found out that her good friend was late, so she bought it to test it early and won the prize. Wen Zhengcheng and his wife were very happy when they heard their news, and they wanted to take care of the pregnant woman without saying anything. In the end, Wen Jingxian promised to take their granddaughter-in-law back to show them to them in 2 days, so the two elders gave up. In a blink of an eye, Shi Jinyao's belly was as big as a ball. Jiang Lan moved here when she was 2 months pregnant, and Jian Xiaoyu followed her when she was 5 months old after she arranged her work properly. Although Wen Jingken is busy with her dance career, whenever she takes a break, she will come over for a meal. You are still happy. You have lived a life like a queen just after graduation. You are not like me, who is a lonely family and running around to make a living. Wen Jingkan, who had just participated in a competition, came to visit his unborn nephew or little girl. When she was a niece, she said sourly on one side of her mouth, but her hands carefully covered Shi Jinyao's bulging belly like stroking a treasure. Before Shi Jinyao could speak, Jian Xiaoyu, who had come out of the kitchen, immediately ran over nervously, and pulled Wen Jingkan aside without saying a word. You are a fidgety man, stay aside for me. Wen Jingkan said aggrievedly, Mom, I'm not a child who doesn't know the importance. It's right to stay away from you anyway. Shi Jinyao leaned back on the sofa, just quietly listening to the conversation between the mother and daughter. Without making a sound, with a smile on his face, he slightly looked at the sunlight falling outside the window, and gently stroked the place bulged by the activity of the child in his stomach with 2 slender hands, guessing in his heart that this was the child's hand, or a child's foot. Jiang Lan pushed the stroller at the door and rang the doorbell. Jian Xiaoyu hurriedly opened the door when she heard it, and Wen Jingkan immediately clung to Jiang Lan when she saw Jiang Lan. Auntie, my mother bullied me again, and I even wondered if I was her own. When Jian Xiaoyu reached out to pick up the cart, Jiang Lan handed it to her without hesitation. Hearing Wen Jingsan's words, she smiled and said, You look like a monkey, and you really don't have any shadow of your parents. That is, you really may not be born to your mother. Seeing Jiang Lan making fun of him, Wen Jingkan said without hesitation, It seems that I have to find someone to marry quickly and become a big belly woman, so you will baby me. End of this chapter. Chapter 278. Chapter 278. Seeing her take the initiative to talk about marriage, Jian Xiaoyu nodded. You are not young anymore, it's time to think about your life's major events. I think Hongfeng's child is okay. Mom, can you stop messing around with the Mandarin ducks? I can't get along with that guy. Don't say such things in the future. If it gets out and his girlfriend finds out, we don't even have friends. I have to do it. After talking to Jian Xiaoyu, Wen Jingqian returned to Shi Jinyao as if fleeing. When Jian Xiaoyu heard her say that Hongfeng had a girlfriend, she nodded straightly, I'll just not talk about it in the future. After speaking, he pushed the cart into the kitchen. Jiang Lan was sweating all over after shopping for vegetables, so she went back to her room to find some clothes to take a shower. Seeing that only Wen Jingqian and herself were left in the living room, Shi Jinyao approached her and asked, does that guy really have a girlfriend? When Jingqian looked at her defensively, Shi Jinyao saw through it at a glance, and said with a smile, I'm just curious, just asking. Then she shook her head and said, probably not, you can't talk about this in front of our mother. Shi Jinyao winked at her, I know. Your due date is coming soon, have you made an appointment at the hospital? The sister-in-law and sister-in-law were talking, and the pot of soup cooked by Jian Xiaoyu in the kitchen gradually became fragrant. When the two mothers cooked the meals, it was time for Wen Jingqian to get off work. Now that there are two elderly people helping him to take care of Shi Jinyao, he feels much more at ease at work, but considering that Shi Jinyao's due date is coming soon, and the date of the child's birth is uncertain, so he arranged 2 weeks before and after the due date as early as possible. That's right, the jobs that can be pushed back are all in the back row, and those customers who can't be pushed back, he also notified in advance, and asked his colleagues to help entertain them first. After dinner, he helped Shi Jinyao to take a walk in the garden downstairs. The two discussed the problems after the birth of the child. Although there were two elderly people who helped, Jiang Lan was not in good health, and Jian Xiaoyu couldn't live for a long time, let alone, when how alone is not willing. Since Jian Xiaoyu came here, this father-in-law called every day to remind him not to make his wife too tired. After the child was born, raising the child was a lot of cumbersome things, so the two discussed it, and if it didn't work, they would hire a confinement wife. Even if Shi Jinyao went out to find a job, there would be someone at home to help, and Jiang Lan was there, so don't worry, the confinement sister-in-law will be bad for the child. These things are easy to talk about. What I'm worried about now is the matter of Aunt Jin next door. Although she won't take the initiative to disturb her now, but she comes in and out without looking up. I don't think Mom is in a good mood. Shi Jinyao looked up. Looking at him, he sighed. Didn't you say that Wu Yin has accepted her? Maybe she will move out soon. Wen Jingqian was not wrong. At this moment, Nanjun and Wu Yin have found a suitable house near Wu Yin's work, and the next step is to clean and move in. You live alone. Seeing that Jinyao's child is about to give birth, I want to stay there and see if there is anything I can help. After all, I am also her aunt in blood. Nanjun looked at the daughter who was walking beside her, holding her arm, said with a loving face and anxiety. Wu Yin nodded, speaking of Xiaoyao, I haven't seen her for a long time. But I don't have time to pass these few days. I'll go and see her again after I finish my work. What Wu Yin didn't know was that by the time she had time to visit Shi Jinyao had already confinement. End of this chapter. Chapter 279. Chapter 279. Seeing the due date getting closer day by day, Shi Jinyao felt more and more uneasy. She was worried that the baby would be unhealthy for a while, and worried about what might happen to her during the delivery, couldn't even sleep peacefully at night, when Jingqian could only comfort her softly over and over again, and only dared to fall asleep when he watched her fall asleep. That night, after watching her fall asleep, he lay on his side beside her and didn't sleep for a long time. He suddenly heard the sound of sobbing from someone beside him, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly opened his eyes and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Comfortable? Shi Jinyao turned her head to look at him. She was dumbfounded and said nothing, so anxious that he reached out for his mobile phone to dial 120. Only then was Shi Jinyao brought back to his senses by his actions, and said, I'm fine, go get me a glass of water. Are you all right? When Jingqian stared at her, reached out to help her wipe the tears off her face, and then got out of bed, put on her shoes and went out to pour water. Jiang Lan heard his movement, walked out of the room and asked, Is Xiaoyao about to give birth? When Jingqian shook his head, No, I woke up from a nightmare. It's okay, Mom, go to sleep. I will call you if something happens. Hearing that it was all right, Jiang Lan went back to sleep with peace of mind. When Jingqian returned to the room with a glass of water in his hand, and after she had finished drinking, he said, Don't be afraid, I'll be with you. Shi Jinyao nodded, lay down with his help, closed her eyes and put it in his arms, but the scene of the dream just now couldn't be lingered in her mind. She stretched her hand to her chest unconsciously, picked up the jade pendant on the neck. Hearing her breathing, when Jingqian knew that she was still asleep, and said softly, What did you dream about? Scared you like this? Why don't you tell me, maybe after you finish talking, you won't be afraid anymore. Hearing his words, she took off the hand holding the jade pendant, put it on her swollen belly, and rested her head on his arm. I dreamed about my previous life, and there were many people in it, including you and me. There are Can, there are many, many parents, and almost everyone we are familiar with. Well, then what? Then. She looked up at him, and regardless of whether he had to go to work tomorrow, she began to tell him what happened in her dream word by word. When Jingxian was a qualified listener the whole time, until she finished speaking for a while, he reached out and hugged her tightly, and then said, "It's just a dream, go to sleep." No, it's not a dream. After she finished speaking, she found that her words were too vague, and began to explain to him slowly, "For me now, it's just a dream, but for me in the previous life, it's a conclusion. I never told you, in fact, I have lived my whole life, and I was also adopted by your family. The difference is that the person I fell in love with was Jingyu." After briefly recounting her previous life experience, combined with the dream just now, she continued, "So, this should not be a dream, and why the jade pendant that was robbed like that is on my body can also be explained. No wonder you don't like him all the time." After finishing speaking, he looked at her and asked cautiously, "If there were no such things, would you never see my sincerity? Aren't you embarrassing me? You can't blame me. Who told you to treat me like that later? You drove me out of the house every now and then, and said things that hurt my heart. I'm not full enough to like someone, so people who hate me." When Jingxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the words, "Did you forget? When I started to treat you badly, it was also after you and Jingyu had a heart-to-heart relationship. At that time, you had long since seen my existence. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed like that. When he was not good to him, he had already been in junior high school, but when he was still in elementary school, because of Wen Jingyu's courteousness, he already had his own heart, but she won't admit his theory at this moment. Before that, I always thought that you treated me no differently than you treated Can, so how dare I blaspheme you?" Looking at her who was still arguing, when Jingxian stretched out his hand to hold her hand, "If you have loved it, you have loved it. It doesn't matter. I don't mind. As long as you start from this moment, I will be the only one in your heart." Shi Jinyao nodded, "Only you, now only you." When he got what he wanted, when Jingxian embraced her and fell asleep, and just when he was about to fall asleep, he heard her say, "When the child is born, I will also be confinement, let's go and see him together. I can't let go, now that I have this dream, I don't hate it anymore, although others are not very good, but..." Knowing what she was thinking, let her talk endlessly, and didn't know what time to sleep, so he interrupted her, "Listen to you, I will accompany you wherever you want to go. Very soon it's getting late, go to sleep." Pregnant women are always very sensitive. If he said this before, she wouldn't feel anything. But now that he has just confessed so many things, she is worried that he will have other thoughts in his heart, so she said, "Don't get me wrong, he and I are in the past." When Jingxian nodded, "I believe in you, sleep in peace, I didn't think much about it. But tonight is destined not to pass quietly." Not long after they fell asleep, Shi Jinyao's stomach began to hurt. When Jingxian hurriedly woke up the two mothers, and at the same time called the hospital, ordering Wen Jingcan to take the delivery package that he had prepared before. He hugged Shi Jinyao and went out. Regarding the dream and the gender of the child, the Fan Y has explained it. After the Fan Y is finished, this book will officially come to an end. Thank you for your support for me Tao all the time, thank you. Write this post when you wake up, I won't keep you waiting. Chapter 280. Chapter 280. When Jingyu was on a business trip for a few days, and suddenly received the news that Shi Jinyao had died twice. He was so anxious that he put down everything he was doing and hurried back. Seeing that he was back, Yi Qingxian dragged him to a place where no one was around, and handed him the jade pendant he snatched from Shi Jinyao. "Son, what do you think this is?" Needless to say, he recognized it from Shi Jinyao at a glance. "Mom, why is Xu Yao's jade pendant here?" Anyway, he will know about Shi Jinyao sooner or later, so Yi Qingxian told him the process without any concealment. "Xiao Yao will definitely not forgive you after seeing you and that woman outside. Anyway, if you marry her, it's also for this reason, so I simply don't do anything, so as not to cause her to divorce you, and you won't get anything in the end." Affair? Wen Jingyu was full of doubts. When did I have an affair? Seeing him at this time, Yi Qingxian pretended to be confused, patted him on the head and said, "Fake it in front of me, Xiao Yao and I saw you walking into the store intimately with a woman the other day, otherwise I would have done it in a hurry. Is this the case?" That day? Thinking of the woman, intimacy and walking into the store she said, he suddenly remembered, didn't the secretary ask me to help out that day, pretending to be her boyfriend for a while, he thought Xiaoyao would not know, so he agreed. "Since you saw it that day, why didn't you ask me?" On the phone later, Xiaoyao was fine. Thinking that because they misunderstood her cheating, the woman she loves now died twice, and the culprit was still her own mother, when Jingyu feeling a little out of breath, she looked at Yi Qingxian with red eyes and said, Mom, even if Xiaoyao wants to divorce me, you can't kill her, the child in her belly is your grandson, how can you get rid of this hand? Is it Mom doing this all for you? Don't worry, no one will know about this matter. Even if it is found out at that time, it will be nothing more than an accidental fire. It will not be found out on my mother. Yi Qingxian was still chattering, but when Jingyu no longer wanted to listen. He reached out to snatch the jade pendant from her hand, and then walked towards the ice coffin where Shi Jinyao was lying. The steps under his feet were as heavy as 1,000 pieces of gold, and he finally got there. Before he even had time to light a stick of incense for her, he became furious and drove everyone out. A group of guests were stunned by his actions, but they didn't mind too much. The young couple loved each other as deeply as the sea. Now that Shi Jinyao and the child in her womb were gone, it was understandable for him to react violently. After when Jingyu vented the anger in his heart, he walked to Shi Jinyao's side, opened the lid, knelt down on his knees, and burst into tears. When he got up, he put the jade pendant back into her clothes. Seeing Shi Jinyao buried in peace with his own eyes, he made a will and handed over the company to Wen Jingli. In the dead of night, he came to Shi Jinyao's tomb and committed suicide by taking sleeping pills. When Wen Jingyu died, Wen Jingxian hadn't returned to the army. When he heard the news of the heroine's death that day, he rushed back immediately. Without saying a word, he grabbed Wen Jingyu and beat him severely. To accompany her until her burial. Wen Jingkan looked at his elder brother who had lost the look in his eyes, wiped his tears and said softly beside him, if the person Xiaoyao falls in love with is not the second brother but you, will she end up like this? Obviously you are better than the second brother. Brother is careful, obviously you are more considerate than second brother, why can't she see your existence? Stop talking, I want to talk to Xiaoyao alone, you go and look at your second brother, and tell him not to come over so quickly. Wen Jingxian said softly to Wen Jingkan. After Wen Jingkan went out, he stood beside the ice coffin, and through the transparent glass, he put his hand on her slightly protruding belly, without saying a word, but his cautious and reluctant appearance, like the child in her belly, is his kids are average. Later, with red eyes, he opened the lid, stared at the burned person beyond recognition, and said, Snow White was woken up by her prince's kiss. It would be great if you could be woken up by my kiss. Guan Shi heard Guan Yuka say that Shi Jinyao was gone. He has always owed this sister in his heart. Although he knew of her existence, he couldn't recognize her for a long time. Originally, he thought that the day when siblings would recognize each other would come, but it's just a little later, but now I can't wait for that day anymore. He drove to the hillside opposite the funeral home and watched people coming and going in the funeral home from a distance. After standing for a while, he clenched his fists, and his original sad expression was instantly replaced by deep hatred. What he didn't know was that he thought Shi Jinyao was his only blood relative in this world, but he didn't know that in a dark prison, his mother, whom he had never met, heard that Shi Jinyao was gone after being informed by someone with a heart, and it was the news of one dead body and 2 lives. She, who was already physically and mentally frustrated, was overwhelmed by the blow, so she also left that night. Shi Jinyao sat in the living room, recalling the dream a few months ago, sighed heavily, and before she could fully regain her thoughts, the child nursing in her arms suddenly bit her hard, causing her to groan in pain, then looked down lovingly at the child in the pink summer dress and said, Little naughty ghost, you bite mom when you're full, why are you so disobedient? As soon as the words fell, a warm current suddenly felt on her thighs, and she smiled helplessly, Isn't it just to say a few words about you? Are you still happy? Come on, mom won't talk anymore, let's go, let's change our pants. The child who knew nothing was nagging, his tone full of indulgence. After several months, this book has also come to an end. Mitao is very reluctant to part with you, but the original outline is still here, and there is no inspiration that can run through the plot during this period, so I can only bid farewell temporarily. There are many deficiencies in the book, and I am especially grateful to the little cuties for their tolerance and support for Peach. Every time you vote for recommendations, monthly tickets, rewards and encouragement from messages, it is the motivation for Mitao to persevere. With your support, I am not alone, thank you very much. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Also push friends articles, cute people who like old sayings can go and see if it suits your appetite. The Concubine of the Qing Palace. Introduction, flaming red clothes, enchanting and charming, she came back from rebirth only for revenge. When the vengeance is about to be avenged, whose pawn is she in? The 9 sons seized the heir apparent only because of her hand, but where should she go? End of this chapter.